1893, by the Funk and Wagnalls Company. Registered at Stationers' Hall, London, England. To Columbia, who has just sailed out and discovered woman. And to the sect discovered, this book is dedicated. Preface. It was a beautiful evening in Jonesville, and the world. The earth was set and peaceful and serene under the glowing light of a full moon and some stars, and I sat just as peaceful and calm under the mellow light of our hanging lamp and the blue radiance of my companion's two orbs. 2 armchairs covered with handsome buff copperplate was drawn up on each side of the round table, that had a cheerful spread on't, and a basket of Meller apples and pears. Dick Swiveller, our big striped pussy cat, Thomas J. named him, lay stretched out in luxurious ease on his cushion, watching with dignified indulgence the gambolling of our little pup dog. He is young yet, and Dick looked lenient on the innocent caprins of youth. Dick is very wise. The firelight sparkled on the clean hearth, the lamplight gleamed down onto my needles as I sat peaceful seaman 2 and 2, and the same radiance rested lovingly on the shireen bald head of my partner as he sat reading his favorite production, The World. All was relapsed into silence, all was peace, till all to once my partner dropped his paper, and says he, "Samantha, why not write a book on't?" It started me, comin' so unexpected onto me, and specially since he was always so sot against my swinging out in literature. I dropped 2 or 3 stitches in my inward agitation, but instinctively I catched hold of my dignity, and kept calm on the outside. And says I, "Write a book on what, Josiah Allen?" "Oh, about the World's Fair," says he. "Wall," says I, with a deep sigh, "I had thought on't, but I'd kinder dreaded the job." And he went on, "You know," says he, "that we wrote one about the other big fair, and if we don't do as well by this one it'll make trouble," says he. "We," says I in my own mind, and in with therein accents, but I kept calm on the outside, and he went on. "Our book," says he, "that we wrote on the other big fair in Philadelphia, I s'pose was thought as much on and was as popular for family readin' as ever a president's message was, and after payin' attention to that as we did, we hadn't ort to slight this one. We can't afford to," says he. "Can't afford to?" says I dreamily. "No, we can't afford to," says he, "and keep our present popularity. Now, there's every chance, so far as I can see, for me to be elected pathmaster, and the high position of salesman of the Jonesville cheese factory has been as good as offered to me again this year. It is because we are popular," says he, "that I have these positions of trust and honor held out to me. We have wrote books that have took, Samantha. Now, what would be the result if we should slight Columbus and turn our backs onto America in this crisis of her history? It would be simply ruinous to our reputation and my official aspirations. Everybody would be mad, and kick, from the president down. More'n as likely as not I should never hold another office in Jonesville. Cheese would be sold right over my head by I know not who. I should be ordered out to work on the road like a dog by Uri just as like as not. I've been settin' here and tinnin' it over in my mind, and though, as you say, I hain't always favored the day of writin', still at the present time I believe we'd better write the book. There's ink in the house, hain't there?" says he anxiously. "Yes," says I. "And paper?" says he. "Again," I says. "Yes." "Wall, then, when there's ink and paper, what's to hinder our writin' it?" "Our." "We." Again them words entered my soul like lead arrows and galled me, but again I looked up, and the clear light of affection that shone from my partner's eyes melted them arrows, and I suffered and was calm. But anon I says, "Don't great emotions rise up in your soul, Josiah Allen, when you think of Columbus and the world's work? Don't the mighty waves of the past and the future dash up against your heart when you think of Christopher, and what he found, and what is behind this nation, and what is in front of it, baggin' in it onwards?" "No," says he calmly. "I look at it with the eye of a businessman, and with that eye," says he, "I say let's write the book." He ceased his remarks, and again silence reigned in the room. But to me the silence was filled with voices that he couldn't hear, deep, prophetic voices that shook my soul. eyes whose light the dust fell on 400 years ago shone again on me in that quiet room in Jonesville, and hand me. Heroic hands that was clay centuries ago begun to me to follow where they led me. And so on down through the centuries the viewless hosts passed before me and gin me the silent countersign to let me pass into their ranks and join the army. And then, away out into the future, the shadow host defiled, far off, into the age of freedom, and justice, and perfect rights for man and woman, love, joy, peace. Josiah didn't see none of these performances. No, two partners may sit side by side, and yet worlds lay between them. He was again immersed in his ambitious reveries. I didn't tell him the heft or the size of my emotions as I mentally tackled the job he proposed to me. There was no use on't. I only says, as I looked up at him over my specs, "Josiah, we will write the book." Samantha at the World's Fair. Chapter 1. Christopher Columbus has always been an object of extreme interest and admiration to me ever since I first read about him in my old Olisgography, up to the time when I hearn he was going to be celebrated in Chicago. I always looked up to Christopher, I always admired him, and in a modest and meeting-house sense, I will say boldly and with no fear of Josiah before my eyes that I loved him. Having such feelings for Christopher Columbus, as I had, and having such feelings for new discoverers, do you suppose I was going to have a celebration gin for him, and also for us as being discovered by him, without attending to it? No, indeed. I made calculations ahead from the very first minute it was spoke on, to attend to it. And feeling as I did, all wrought up on the subject of Christopher Columbus, it was a coincidence singular enough to scare anybody almost to death, to think that right on the very day Christopher discovered America, and us, only 400 years later, and on the very day that I commenced the fine shirt that Josiah was going to wear to Chicago to celebrate him in. That very Friday, if you'll believe me, Christopher Columbus walked right into our kitchen at Jonesville, and discovered me. Yes, Christopher Columbus Allen, a relative I never had seen, come to Jonesville and our house on his way to the World's Fair. Just to think on't, Christopher Columbus Allen, who had passed his whole life up in Maine, and then descended down onto us at such a time as this, when all the relations in Jonesville was just riz up about the doings of that great namesake of Hyson, and the gussets was even then being cut out and sewed onto the shirt that was going to encompass Josiah Allen about as he went to Chicago to celebrate him. That then, on that Friday, p.m., about the time of day that the Injuns was kneelin' to the first Christopher, to think that Josiah Allen should walk in the new Columbus into our kitchen, why, I don't suppose a more singular and coincident circumstance ever happened before during the whole course of time. P.m. The only incident that mellowed it down any and made it a little less miraculous was the fact that he never had been called by his full name. He always has been, is now, and I suppose always will be called Crit Allen. But still it was, in spite of this mellorin' and amelioratin' circumstance, strikin' and scareful enough to fill me with awe. He was a double and twisted relation, as you may say, being related to us on both our own sides, Josiah's and mine. But I had never sought eyes on him till that day, though I well remember visitin' his parents, who lived then in the outskirts of Loontown, good respectable Methodist Episcopal people, and runners of a cheese factory at that time. Tryphenia Smith, relation on my side, married to Ezra Allen, relation on Josiah's side. I remember that I went there on a visit with my mother at a very early period of my existence. I hadn't existed at that time more'n 9 years, if I had that. We stayed there on a steady stretch for a week, that was just before they moved up to Maine. Uncle Ezra had a splendid chance offered him there, and he fell in with it. She was a dreadful good creetur, Aunt Tryphenia was, and greatly beloved by the relations on his side, as well as hern. Though, as is natural with relations, she had to be run by 'em more or less, and found fault with. Some thought her nose was too long. Some on 'em thought she was too religious, and some on 'em thought she wasn't religious enough. Some on 'em thought she wasn't sot enough on the creeds, and some thought she was too rigid. But howsomever, pretty nigh all the Allens and Smiths jest doted on her. There was one incident that jest impressed itself on my memory in connection with that visit, and I don't suppose I shall ever forget it. It stands to reason that I should before now, if I ever was goin' to. It took place at family prayers, which they held regular at Uncle Ezra's. It was right in the height of sugarin'. They had more'n 200 maple trees, and they had tapped 'em all, and they had run free, and they had to sugar off every day, and sometimes twice a day. That mornin' they had a big kettle of maple syrup over the stove, and Uncle Ezra and Aunt Tryphenia and Mother was all kneelin' down pretty nigh to the stove. It was a cold mornin', and I was settin' with my little legs hingin' off the chair watchin' things, not at that age bein' particular interested in religion. Uncle Ezra made a long prayer, a tedious one, it seemed to me. It was so long that the kettle of sugar had het up fearful, and I see with deep anxiety that it was mountain up most to the top of the kettle. Of course I dostn't move to open the stove door, or stir it down, or anything. No, I dostn't make a move of any kind or a mite of noise in prayer time. So I sot demuta, but in deep anxiety, watchin' it sizzle up higher and then down agin, as is the way of syrup, but each time sizzlin' up a little higher. Wall, finally Uncle Ezra got through with his prayer, and dear good Aunt Tryphenia begun hern. She spoke dreadful kinder moderate, but religious and good as anything could be. I well remember what it was she was sayin'. "O Lord, let us be tried as by fire and not be moved." I remember she said moved instead of moved, which was impressive to me, never havin' hearn it pronounced that way before. And just as she said this over went the sugar onto the stove, and Aunt Tryphenia and Uncle Ezra just jumped right up and went and lifted the kettle off'n the stove. I remember well how kinder bewildered and curious Mother looked when she opened her eyes and see that the prayer was broke right short off. Aunt Tryphenia looked Mayachin, and Uncle Ezra put his hat right on and went out to the barn. It was dreadful embarrassin' to him and Aunt Tryphenia. But then I don't know as they could have helped it. I remember hearin' Father and Mother arguin' about it. Father thought she done right, but Mother was kinder of the opinion that she ort to have run the prayer right on and let the sugar spile if necessary. But I remember Father's arguin' that he didn't believe her prayer would have been very lucid or fervent, with all that batch of sugar sizzlin' and burnin' right by the side of her. I remember that he said that a prayer wouldn't be apt to ascend much higher than where one's hopes and thoughts was, and he didn't believe it would go up much higher than that kettle. The stove was the common height, not over 4 feet. But Mother held to her own opinion, and so did a good many of the relations, mostly females. It was talked over quite a good deal amongst the Smiths. The women all blamed Tryphenia more or less. The men mostly approved of Savon the sugar. But good land! How I am a pisidin, and to resume and go on. As I say, it was just after this that Uncle Ezra's folks moved up to Maine, Christopher Columbus bein' still unborn for years and years. But being born in due time, or ruther as I may say out of due time, for Uncle Ezra and Aunt Tryphenia had been married over 20 years before they had a child, and then they branched out and had 2, and then stopped. But being born at last and growin' up to be a good-looking young man and well-to-do in the world, he come out to Jonesville on business and also to foller up the ties of relationship that was stretched out across hill and dale clear from Maine to Jonesville. Strange ties, hain't they? That are so little that they are invisible to the naked eye, or spectacles, or the keenest microscope, and yet are so strong and lost in that the strongest sledgehammer can't break 'em or even make a dent into 'em. And Old Time himself, that crumbles stone work in mountains, can't seem to make any impression on 'em. Curious, hain't it? But to leave moralizin' and to resume, it was on Friday p.m. that he arrove at our home. P.m. I see a good-looking young chap comin' up the path from the front gate with my Josiah, and I hastily but firmly turned my apron the other side out. I had been windin' some blue yarn that day for some socks for my Josiah, and had colored it a little. It was a white apron, and then I waited middlin' serene till he come in with him. And lo! And behold! Josiah introduced him as Christopher Columbus Allen, my own cousin on my own side, and also on his'n. He was a very good-looking chap, some older than Thomas Jefferson, and I do declare if he didn't look some like him, which wouldn't be nothin' against the law, or against reason, bein' that they was related to each other. I was glad enough to see him, and I inquired after the relations with considerable interest, and some affection, not such an awful sight, never having seen him much, but a little, just about enough. And then I learnt with some sadness that his father and mother had passed away not long before that, and that his sister Isabel was not over well. And there was another coincidence that struck against me almost hard enough to knock me down. Isabel! Just think on't, when my mind was on a perfect strain about Isabel Castile. Columbus and Isabel, the day! Why, my reason almost tottered on its throne under my recent best headdress, when I heard him speak the name. Christopher Columbus a-tellin' me about Isabel. I declare I was that wrought up that I expected every minute to hear him tell me something about Ferdinand, but I do believe that I should have broke down under that. But it was all explained out to me afterwards by another relation that come on to us unexpected shortly afterwards. It seemed that Uncle Ezra and Aunt Tryphenia, after they went to Maine, moved into a sort of a new place, where it was dreadful lonesome. They lost every book they had, owing to an accident on their journey, and the only book their nighest neighbor had was the Life of Queen Isabel. And so Aunt Tryphenia for years was, as you may say, just saturated with that book. And she named her 2 children, born during that time of saturation, Christopher Columbus and Isabel. And I presume if she had had another, she would have named it King Ferdinand. Though I hain't sure of this, you can't be positive certain of any such thing as this. Besides, it might have been born a girl unbeknown to her. But I know that she never washed them children with anything but Castile soap, and she talked sights and sights about Spain and things. So I hearn from Uncle Jared Smith, who visited them while he was up on a tower through Maine, sellin' balsam of pine for the lungs. Wall, Isabel had a sort of a runnin' down, so Crit said. He begged us to call him that, said that all his mates at school called him so. He had been educated quite high. Had been to district school sites, and then to academy and college. He had kinder worked his way up, so I found out, and so had Isabel. She had graduated from a young woman's college, taught school to earn her money, and then went to school as long as that would last, and then would set out and teach again, and then go again and then taught, and then went. She was younger than Christopher, but he owned up to me that it was her example that had rousted him up to exert himself. She was awful ambitious, Isabel was. She was smart as she could be, and had a feelin' that she wanted to be somethin' in the world. But then the old folks was took down sick and helpless, and one of the children had to stay to home. And Isabel stayed, and sent Crit out into the world. She sold her jewels of ambition and happiness, and gin him the avails of them. She stayed to home with the old folks, kinder peevish and fretful, Crit said they was, too, and let him go sailin' out on the broad ocean of life. She had trimmed her own sails in such hope, but had to curb 'em now and lower the topmast. You have to reef your sails considerable when you are sailin' round in a small bedroom between 2 beds of sickness, asthma and inflammatory rheumatiz. You have to haul 'em in, and take down the flyin' pennon of hope and aspiration, and mount up the lamp of duty and meekness for a figurehead, instead of the glowin' face of proud endeavor. But them lamps give a dreadful meller, soft light, when they are well mounted up, and firm sot. The light on 'em hain't to be compared to any other light on sea or on shore. It wraps 'em round so serene and glowin' that walks in it. It rests on their mild forwards in a sort of a halo that shines off on the hard things of this life and makes 'em endurable, takes the edge kinder off of the hardest, keenest sufferin's, and goes before 'em throwin' a light over the deep waters that must be passed, and sort o' melts in and loses itself in the ineffable radiance that streams out from across the other side. It is a curious light and a beautiful one. Isabel just journeyed in its full radiance. Wall, Isabel would do what she sought out to do, you could see that by her face. Crit had brought her photograph with him. He thought his eyes of her, and I liked her looks first rate. It was a beautiful face, with more than beauty in it too. It was intelligent and serene, with the serenity of the sweet soul within. And it had a look deep down in the eyes, a sort of a shadow that is got by passin' through the valley of sorrow. I hearn afterwards what that look meant. Isabel had been engaged to a smart, well-meanin' chap, Tom Freeman by name, not over and above rich, and one that had his own duties to attend to. 2 helpless aged ones, and 2 little nieces to took care on, and nobody but himself to earn the money to do it with. The little niece's pa had gone to California after his wife's death, and hadn't been heard from since. The little children had been left with their grandparents and Uncle Tom to stay till their pa got back. And as he didn't get back, of course they kept on stayin', and had to be took care on. They was bright little creeters, and the very apples of their eyes. But they cost money, and they cost love, and Tom had to give it, for they lost what little property they had about this time, and the feeble grandma couldn't do much, and the grandpa died not long after the episode I am about to relate. So it all devolved on to Tom. And Tom riz up to his duties nobly, though it was with a sad heart, as was supposed, for Isabel, when she see what had come onto him to do, wouldn't hold him to his engagement. She insisted on his being free. I suppose she thought she wouldn't burden him with two more helpless ones, and then maybe she thought the two spans wouldn't mate very well. And most probable they would have been a pretty cross match. I mean, that is, a sort of a melancholy, down-spirited yoke, and if anybody laughs at it, I would wish 'em to laugh in a sort of a mournful way. Wall, Tom Freeman, after Isabel sought him free, being partly mad and partly heartbroken, as is the way of men who are deep in love, and want their way, but anyway wantin' to keep out of the sight of the one who, if he couldn't have her for his own, he wanted to forget, he packed up bag and baggage and went west. Isabel wouldn't correspond with him, so she told him in that last hour, still and calm on the outside, and her heart bleedin' on the inside, I dare presume to say, no, she wanted him to feel free. What creeters vim men be for makin' martyrs of themselves, and burnt sacrifices. Sometimes I most think they enjoy it, and then agin I don't know. But Isabel acted from a sense of duty, for she just worshipped the ground Tom Freeman walked on, so everybody knew, and so she bid adieu to Tom and happiness, and lived on. Wall, one of 'em must stay at home with the old folks, either she or Christopher Columbus. And when a man and a woman love each other as Isabel and Crit did, when was it ever the case but what if there was any sacrificin' to do the woman was the one to do it? It is her nater, and I don't know but a real true woman takes as much comfort in bein' sort o' unhappy for the sake of someone she loves, as she would in swingin' right out and enjoyin' herself first rate. A woman who really loves anything has the makin' of a first-class martyr in her. And though she may not be ever tied to a stake, and gridirons be fur removed from her, still she has a sort of a silent hankerin' or aptitude for martyrdom. That is, she would fur ruther be unhappy herself than to have the beloved object wretched. And if either of 'em has got to face trouble and privation, why she is the one that stands ready to face him. So Isabel sent Crit off into the great world to conquer it if possible. And Crit, as the nature of man is, felt that he would ruther branch and work his way along through the world, and work hard and venture and dare and try to conquer fortune, than to set round and endure and suffer and be calm. Men are not, although they are likely creeters and I wish 'em well, yet truth compels me to say that they are not very much gin to foller in this text. To suffer and be calm. No, they had ruther rampage round and kill the lions in the way than to camp down in front of 'em and try to subdue 'em with kindness and long sufferin'. Crit, as the natural nature of man is, felt that he could and would earn a good place in the world, win it with hard work, and then lift Isabel up onto the high platform by the side of him. Though whether he had made any plans as how he was goin' to hist up the two feeble old invalids, that I can't state, not knowin'. But Isabel, he did lay out to do well by her, thinkin' as he did such a amazin' lot of her, and knowin' how she gin up her own ambitious hopes for his sake, and knowin' well, though he didn't really feel free to interfere, how she had signed the death warrant to her own happiness when she parted with Tom Freeman. But so it was. Wall, Crit wouldn't have to lift up the old folks onto any worldly height, for the Lord took him up into his own habitation, higher I s'pose than any earthly mount. About 6 months before Crit come to Jonesville, they both passed away most at the same time, and was buried in one grave. Wall, we all on us in Jonesville thought a sight of Crit before he had been with us a week. He had come partly to see a man in Jonesville on particular business, and partly to see us. He was a civil engineer, just as civil and polite a one as I ever laid eyes on, and was doin' well, but Thomas Jefferson thought he could help him to a still better place and position. Thomas J. is very popular in Jonesville. He is doing a big business all over the county, and is very influential. Wall, Crit's business bid fair to keep him for some time in Jonesville and the vicinity, and as he see that Josiah Allen and I was making preparations to go to the World's Fair, and being warmly persuaded by us to that effect, he concluded to stay and accompany us thither. The day was very agreeable to us. He said his sister Isabel, after she was a little recuperated from her grief for the old folks, and recovered a little from the sickness that she had after they left her, she too laid out to come on to Chicago, and spend a few weeks. He was laying out to reconnoiter round and find a good place for her to board and take good care on her. He thought enough on her, yes, indeed. But, as he said, she was just struck right down seaman-ly with her grief at the loss of them two old folks. You see, if your head has been restin' for some time on a pillar, even if it is a pillar of stun, when it is drawed out sudden from under you, your head jars down on the ground dreadful heavy and hard. And when you've been carryin' a burden for a long time, when it is took sudden from you, you have a giddy feelin', you feel light and faint and wobblin'. And then she loved him. She loved her poor old charges with the daughter's love and with all the love a mother gives to a helpless baby, with the pity added that gray hairs and toothless gums must amount to added up over the sum of dimples and ivory and coral that makes up a baby's beautiful helplessness. And they was took from her dreadful sudden. There was a sort of a influenza prevailin' up round their way, and lots of strong healthy folks succumbed to it, and it struck on to these poor old feeble ones some like scimitars, and mowed 'em right down. The old lady was took down first, and her great anxiety was that Pa shouldn't know that she was so sick. But before she died, Pa, in another room, was took with it, and passed away a day before she did. She worried all that mornin' about Pa, and how bad he would feel if he knew she was so sick. But along late in the afternoon, when the winter sun was making a pale reflection on the wall through the south winder, she looked up, and says she, "Why, there stands Pa right by my bed, and he wants me to get up and go with him. And Isabel, I must go." And she did. And Isabel was left alone. They was buried in one grave. And the funeral sermon, they say, was enough to melt a stun, if there had been any stuns round where they could hear it. Isabel didn't hear it. Don't get the idea that I am wantin' to compare her to a stun. No, fur from it. She was layin' to home on a bed, with her sad eyes bent on nothingness and emptiness and utter desolation, so it seemed to her. But after a time she begun to pick up a little, judgin' from her letters to her brother Crit. He had to leave her just after the funeral on account of his business, for, civil as it was, it had to be tended to. Chapter 2. Wall, we all enjoyed having Christopher there the best that ever was. For he was very agreeable, as well as uncommon smart, which two qualities don't always go together, as has often been observed by others, and I have seen for myself. Wall, it wasn't more than a week or so after Crit arrived and got there, that another relation made his appearance in Jonesville. It was of on his side this time, not like Crit, half Hyson and half mine, but clear Hyson. Clear Allen, with no Smith at all in the admixture. Proud enough was my partner of him, and of himself too for being born his cousin. Though that was unbeknown to him at the time, and he ought not to have gloried in it. But tickled was he when word come that Elnathan Allen, Esquire, of Menlo Park, California, was comin' to Jonesville to visit his old friends. That man had begun life poor as a snipe. Sometimes I used to handle that very word, snipe, to describe in Elnathan Allen's former circumstances to Josiah, when he got too overbearing about him. For he had boasted to me about him for years, and a woman can't stand only jest about so much aggravatin' and treadin' on before she will turn like a worm. That is Bible about the worm, and must be believed. What used to man me the worst was when he would get to comparin' Elnathan with one of 'em on my side who was shiftless. Good land! 'Zekiel Smith hain't the only man on earth who is ornery and no account. Every pardner has 'em, more or less, on his side and on hern. Let not one pardner boast themselves over the other one. Both have their drawbacks. But Elnathan had done well. I admitted it only when I was too much put upon. He had gone fur west, got rich, invested his capital first rate, some on it in a big eastern city, and had got to be a millionaire. He was a widower with one child, the little maid, as he called her. He just idolized her, and thought she was perfect. And I suppose she was uncommon, not from what her pa said. No, I didn't take all his talk about her for gospel. I know too much. But Barzillai and Allen, old maid up to date, had seen her, had been out to California on an excursion train, and had stayed some time with them. And she said that she was the smartest child this side of heaven. With eyes of violet blue, big luminous eyes, that drawed the hearts and souls of folks right out of their bodies when they looked into 'em, so full of radiant joy and heavenly sweetness was they. And hair of waving gold, and lips and cheeks as pink as the hearts of the roses that climbed all winter round her winder, and the sweetest, daintiest ways, and so good to everybody, them that was poor and sufferin' most of all. Barzillai was always most too enthusiastic to suit me, but I got the idea from what she said that she was a uncommon lovely child. Good land! Elnathan couldn't talk about anything else. Like little babblin' brooks runnin' towards the sea, all his talk, every anecdote he told, and every idea he sought forth, just led up to and ended with that child. Just like creeks. He worshipped her. And he himself told me so many stories about her bein' so good to the poor, and sacrificin' her little comforts for 'em, at her age, too, that I thought to myself, I wonder why you don't take some of them object lessons to heart, why you don't set down at her feet, and learn of her, and I wonder too where she took her sweet charity from, but s'pose it was from her mother. Her mother had been a beautiful woman, so I had been told. She was a Devereux, nobody that I ever knew, or Josiah. Celeste Devereux. The little girl was named for her mother. But they always called her the little maid. Wall to resume, and to hitch my horse in front of the wagon again. Allegory. Elnathan had left the little maid and her nurse in that eastern city where he owned so much property, and had come on to pay a flyin' visit to Jonesville, not forgettin' Loontown, you may be sure, where a deceased aunt had just died and left her property to him. He was close. He had left the little maid in the finest hotel in the city, so he said. He had looked over more'n a dozen, so I hearn, before he could get one he thought was healthy enough and splendid enough for her. At last he selected one, standin' on a considerable rise of ground, with big, high, gorgeous rooms, and prices higher than the very topmost cupola, and loftiest chimbley pot. Here he got 2 big rooms for the little maid, and 1 for the nurse. He got the 2 rooms for the child so's the air could circulate through 'em. He was very particular about her havin' air of the very purest and best kind there was made, and the same with victuals and clothes, etc., etc., etc. While he was a-goin' on so about pure air and the values and necessities of it, I couldn't help thinkin' of what Barzillai had told me about that big property of his'n in the eastern city where he had left the little maid. Here, in the very lowest part of the city, he owned whole streets of tenement housin', miserable old rotten affairs, down in stiflin' alleys, and courts, breeders of disease, and crime, and death. At first some on 'em fell into his hands by exchange of property, and he found they paid so well, that he directed his agent to buy up a lot of 'em. Barzillai had told me all about 'em. She was just as enthusiastic about what she didn't like as what she did. She said the money got in that way, by housin' the poor in such horrible pestilential places, seemed just like makin' a bargain with death. Rentin' housin' to him to make carnival in. And while he was talkin' to such great length, and with such a satisfied and comfortable look onto his face, about the vital necessities of pure air and beautiful surroundings, in order to make children well and happy, my thoughts kept a-roamin', and I couldn't help it. Down from the lovely spot where the little maid was, down, into the dreadful places that Barzillai had told me about. Where squalor, and crime, and disease, and death walked hand in hand, gatherin' new victims at every step, and where the children was a-droppin' down in the poisonous air like dead leaves in a swamp. I kept a-thinkin' of this, and finally I tackled Elnathan about it, and he laughed, Elnathan did, and begun to talk about the swarms and herds of useless and criminal humanity a-cumberin' the ground, and he threw a lot of statistics at me. But they didn't hit me. Good land! I wasn't afraid on 'em, nor I didn't care anything about 'em, and I gin him to understand that I didn't. And in the cause of duty I kept on a-tacklin' him about them housin' of his'n, and advisen him to tear 'em down, and build wholesome ones, and in the place of the worst ones, to help make some little open breathin' places for the poor creeturs down there, with a green tree now and then. And then agin he brung up the utter worthlessness, and shiftlessness, and viciousness of the class I was talkin' about. And then I says, how is anybody goin' to live pattern lives, when they are starvin' to death? And how is anybody goin' to enjoy religion when they are chokin'? And then he threw some more statistics at me, dry and hard ones too, and agin he see they didn't hit me, and then he kinder laughed agin, and assumed something of a joke-law air, such as men will when they are talkin' to them men, dreadful exasperatin', too, and says he, you are a philosopher, Cousin Samantha, and you must know such housen as you are talkin' about are advantageous in one way, if in no other, they help to reduce the surplus population. If it wasn't for such places, and for the electric wires, and bomb cranks, and accidents, etc., the world would get too full to stand up in. Help to reduce the surplus population, says I, and my voice shook with indignation as I said it. Says I, Elnathan Allen, you had better stop pillin' up your statistics, for a spell, and come down onto the level of humanity and human brotherhood. Says I, s'posen you should take it to yourself for a spell, imagine how it would be with you if you had been born there unbeknown to yourself. Says I, if you was livin' down there in them horrible pits of disease and death, if you was standin' over the dyin' bed of wife or mother or other dear one, and felt that if you could bring one fresh, sweet breath of air to the dear one, dyin' for the want of it, you would almost barter your hopes of eternity. If you stood there in that black, chokin' atmosphere, reekin' with all pestilential and moral death, and see the one you loved best slippin' away from you, borne out of your sight, borne away into the unknown, on them dead waves of poisonous, deathly air, I guess you wouldn't talk about reducin' the surplus population. I had been real eloquent, and I knew it, for I felt deeply what I said. But Elnathan looked cheerful under all my talk. It didn't impress him a mite, I could see. He felt safe. He was sure the squalor and sufferin' never would or could touch him. He thought, in the words of the hymn slightly changed, that he could read his title clear to mansions with all the modern improvements. He and the little maid was safe. The world looked further off to him, the woes, and wants, and crimes of our poor humanity seemed quite a considerable distance away from him. Unclouded prosperity had hardened Elnathan's heart, it will sometimes, hard as Pharaoh's. But he was a visitor and one of the relations on his side, and I done well by him, killed a duck and made quite a fuss. The business of settlin' the estate took quite a spell, but he didn't hurry any. He said the nurse was good as gold, she would take good care of the little maid. She wrote to him every day. And so she did, the hussy, all through that dreadful time to come. Oh dear me! Oh dear suz! The nurse, Jean, had a sister who had come over from England with a cargo of trouble and children, after Jean had come on to California. And Elnathan, good-natured when he was a mind to be, had listened to Jean's story of her sister's woes, with poverty, hungry children, and a drunken husband, and had given this sister 2 small rooms in one of his tenement housen, and asked so little for them, that they was livin' quite comfortable, if anybody could live comfortable, in such a stiflin', nasty spot. Their rooms was on top of the house, and was kept clean, and so high up that they could get a breath of air now and then. But the way up to led over a crazy pair of stairs, so broken and rotten that even the agent was disgusted with them and had wrote a letter to Elnathan asking for new stairs, and new sanitary arrangements, as the deaths was so frequent in that particular tenement, that the agent was frightened, for fear they would be complained of by the city fathers, though them old fathers can stand a good deal without complainin'. Wall, the agent wrote, but Elnathan was at that time buildin' a new orchid house, he had more'n a dozen of 'em before, for the little maid, she loved these half-human blossoms. And he was buildin' a high palm house, and a new fountain, and a veranda covered with carved lattice work around the little maid's apartments. And a stained glass gallery, leading from the conservatory to the greenhouses, and these other houses I have mentioned, so that the little maid could walk out to 'em on 2 sunny days, or when it misted some. And so he wrote BACK to his agent, that He couldn't possibly spend any money on stairs or plumbing in a tenement house, for the repairs he was making on his own place at Menlo Park would cost more than $100,000, and he felt that he couldn't fix them stairs, and he thought anyway it was best to listen to the complaints of complaining tenants. And he ended in that jocular way of his'n, that if you listened to 'em, and done one thing for 'em, the next thing they would want would be velvet-lined carriages to ride out in. And the agent, having just seen the 10th funeral windin' out of that very house that week, and being a man of some sense, though hampered, wrote back and said, carriages wouldn't be the next thing that they would all want, but coffins. He said since he had wrote to Elnathan more than a dozen had been wanted there in that very house, and the tenants had been borne out in 'em, and laid in for cleaner dirt than they was accustomed to their winky face. He didn't write this last. That is my own episidin. And agin the agent mentioned the stairs, and agin he mentioned the plumbin'. But Elnathan was so interested then and took up in tryin' to decide whether he would have a stained glass angel or some stained glass cherubs hoverin' over the gallery in front of the little maid's room, that he hadn't a mite of time to argue any further on the subject, so he telegraphed it. No repairs allowed. Elnathan Allen. Wall, Elnathan had got the repairs all made, and the place looked magnificent. Good land! It ought to. The whole place cost more than $1 million, so I have hearn. I don't say that I am positive knowin' to it. But Barzelia gets things pretty straight. It come to me through her. The little maid enjoyed it all, and Elnathan enjoyed it twice over, once and first in her, and then of course in his own self. But the little maid looked sort o' pimpin', and her little appetite didn't seem to be very good, and the doctor said that a journey east would do her good. And just at this time the dowry in Loontown fell onto Elnathan, so that they all come east. Elnathan had forgot all about Jean having any relation in the big eastern city where they stopped first. Good land! Their little ideas and images had got all overlaid and covered up with glass angels, orchids, bank stock, some mines, palm house political yearnin's, social distinction, carved latticework, some religious ideas, and yachts, and clubhouses, etc., etc., etc. But when he decided to leave the little maid in the city and not bring her to Jonesville, and I believe in my soul, and I always shall believe it, that he was in doubt whether we had things good enough for her. The day, he said he thought it would be too much for her to go round to all the relatives. Wall, maybe it was that. But I shall always have my thoughts. But anyway, when he made up his mind to leave her, he gin the nurse strict orders to not go down into the city below a certain street, which was a good high one, and not let the little maid out of her sight night or day. Wall, the nurse knew it was wrong, she knew it, but she did it. Just as Cain did, and just as David did, when he killed Uri, and Joseph's brother and Pharaoh, and you and I, and the relations on his side and on yourn. She knew she hadn't ought to. But bein' out walkin' with the little maid one day, a homesick feelin' come over her all of a sudden. She wanted to see her sister, wanted to, like a dog. So, as the day was very fair, she thought maybe it wouldn't do any hurt. The sky was so blue between the green boughs of the park. There had been a rain, and the glistening green made her think of the hedgerows of old England, where she and Katy used to find birds' nests, and the blue was just the shade of the sweet old English violets. How she and Katy used to love them! And the blue too was just the color of Katy's eyes when she last see them, full of tears at partin' from her. She thought of Elnathan's sharp orders not to go down into the city, and not to let the little maid out of her sight. Wall, she thought it over, and thought that maybe if she kept one of her promises good, she would be forgive the other. Just as the Israelites did about the manny, and just as you did when you told your wife you would bring her home a present, and come home early, and you bore her home a bracelet, at 4 o'clock in the mornin'. And just as I did when I said, under the influence of a stirring sermon, that I wouldn't forget it, and I would live up to it. Wall, I hain't forgot it. But 'tany rate, the upshot of the matter was that the nurse thought she would keep half of the master's orders, she wouldn't let the little maid out of her sight. So she hired a cab, she had plenty of money, Elnathan didn't stint her on wages. He had his good qualities, Elnathan did. And she and the little maid rolled away, down through the broad, beautiful streets, lined with stately housen and filled with a throng of gay, handsome, elegantly clothed men, women, and children. Down into narrower business streets, with lofty warehouses on each side, and full of a well-dressed, hurrying crowd of businessmen, down into the dreadful street she had sought out to find. With crazy, slantin' old housen on either side, forms of misery filling the narrow, filthy street, wearing the semblance of manhood and womanhood. And worst of all, embroidered, and haggard, and aged childhood. Filth of all sorts cumbering the broken old walks, and hovering over all a dreadful sickening odor, full of disease and death. When they got there, the little maid, she had a tender heart, she was pale as death, and the big tears was a-rollin' down her cheeks, at the horrible sights and sounds she see all about her. Jean hurried her up the rickety old staircase into her sister's room, where Jean and Kate fell into each other's arms, and forgot the world while they mingled their tears and their laughter, and half-crazy words of love and bewildered joy. The little maid sat silently looking out into the dirty, dreadful courtyard, swarming with ragged children in every form of dirt and discomfort, squalor and vice. She had never seen anything of the kind before in her guarded, love-watched life. She didn't know that there was such things in the world. Her lips was quivering, her big, earnest eyes full of tears, as she started to go down the broken old stairs. And her heart full of desires to help them, so we suppose. But her tears blinded her. Halfway down she stumbled and fell. The nurse jumped down to help her. She was hefty, 200 was her weight. The stairs, just hanging together by links of planked rottenness, fell under em. Down they went, down into the depths below. The nurse was stunted, not hurt, only stunted. But the little maid, they thought she was dead, as they lifted her out. Ivory white was the perfect little face, with the long golden hair hanging back from it, ivory white the little hand and arm hanging limp at her side. She was carried into Katie's room. A doctor was soon called. Her arm was broken, but he said, after she roused from her fainting fit, and her arm was set, he said she would get well, but she mustn't be moved for several days. Jean, wild with fright and remorse, thought she would conceal her sin, and get her back to the hotel before she telegraphed it to her father. Just as you thought when you eat clothes the other night, and just as I thought when I laid the Bible over the hole in the table cover, when I see the minister a-comin'. The little arm got along all right, or would, if that had been all, but the poisonous air was what killed the little creetur. For 5 days she lay, not suffering so much in body, but stifled, choked with the putrid air, and each day the red in her cheeks deepened, and the little pulse beat faster and faster. And on the 5th day she got delirious, and she talked wild. She talked about cool, beautiful parks being made down in the stifling, crowded, horrible courts and byways of the cities, with great trees under which the children could play, and look up into the blue sky, and breathe the sweet air. She talked about fresh dewy grass on which they might lay their little hollow cheeks, and which would cool the fever in them. She talked about a fountain of pure water down where now was filth too horrible to mention. She talked very wild, for she talked about them terrible slantin' old housen being torn down to make room for this paradise of the future. Had she been older, words might have fallen from her feverish lips of how the woes, and evils, and crimes of the lower classes always react upon the upper. She might have pictured in her dreams the drama that is ever being enacted on the pages of history, of the sorely oppressed masses turning on the oppressors, and driving them, with themselves, out to ruin. Pages smeared with blood might have passed before her, and she might have dreamed, for she was very delirious, she might have dreamed of the time when our statesmen and lawgivers would pause a while from their hard task of punishing crime, and bend their energies upon averting it. Helping the poor to better lives, helping them to justice. Taking the small hands of the children, and leading them away from the overcrowded prisons and penitentiaries toward better lives. When charity, a good creature too, charity is, but when she would step aside and let justice and true wisdom go ahead for a spell. When cooperative business would equalize wealth to a greater degree, when the government would control the great enterprises, needed by all, but add in riches to but few, when comfort would nourish self-respect, and starved vice retreat before the dawn and light of happiness. Had she been older, she might have babbled of all this as she lay there, a victim of wrong inflicted on the low, a martyr to the folly of the rich, and their injustice toward the poor. But as it was, she talked only with her little fever-parched lips of the lovely, cool garden. Oh, they was wild dreams, flittin', in little vague, tangled ideas through the childish brain. But the talk was always about the green, beautiful garden, and the crowds of little children walking there. And on the 7th day, that was after Elnathan got there, and me and Josiah, bein' telegraphed to. On the 7th day she begun to talk about a form she saw a-walkin' in the garden, a presence beautiful and divine, we thought from her words. He smiled as he saw the happiness of the children. He smiled upon her, he was reachin' out his arms to her. And about evenin' she looked up into her father's face and knew him, and she said something about lovin' him so, and something about the beautiful garden, and the happy children there, and then she looked away from us all with a smile, and I s'posed, and I always shall s'pose, that the Divine One a-walkin' in the cool of the evenin' in the garden, the benign presence she saw there, happy in the children's happiness, drew nearer to her, and took her in his arms, for it says, "He shall carry the lambs in his bosom." That was 2 years ago. Elnathan Allen is a changed man, a changed man. I hain't mentioned the word surplus population to him. No, I hadn't the heart to. Poor creetur, I was good to him as I could be all through it, and so was Josiah. His hair got white as a old man's in less than 2 months. But with the same energy he brought to bear in makin' money he brought to bear on makin' the little maid's dream come true. He said it was a vision. And poor creetur, doin' it all under a mornin' weed, and if ever a weed was deep, and if ever a man mourned deep, it is that man. Yes, Elnathan has done well. I have writ to him to that effect. He tore down them crazy, slantin', rotten old housen, and made a park of that filthy hole, a lovely little park, with fresh green grass, a fountain of pure water, where the birds come to slake their little thirsts. He sawed out big trees, money will move a 4-foot ellum. There is green, rustlin' boughs for the birds to build their nests in. Cool green leaves to wave over the heads of the children. They lay their pale faces on the grass, they throw their happy little hearts onto the kind, patient heart of their first mother, Nature, and she soothes the fever in their little breasts, and gives them new and saner ideas. They hold their little hands under the crystal water droppin' forever from the outspread wings of a dove. They find insensibly the grime washed away by these pure drops. Their hands are less inclined to clasp round murderous weapons and turn them towards the lofty abodes of the rich. They do not hate the rich so badly, for it is a rich man who has done all this for them. The high walls of the prison that he used to loom up so hugely and threateningly in front of the bare old tenement housen, the harsh glare of them walls seem further away, hidden from them by the gracious green of the blossoming trees. The sunshine lays between them and its road walls. They follow the glint of the sunbeams up into the heavens. Chapter 3. My beloved partner is very easy lifted up or cast down by his emotions, and his excitement was intense during the whole of the long time that the warfare lasted as to where the World's Fair was to be held, where Columbus was going to be celebrated. I thought at the time, Josiah was so fearful riz up in his mind that it was doubtful if he ever would be settled down agin, and act in a way becomin' to a grandfather and a deacon in the M.E. meetin' house. And it was a excitin' time, very, and the fightin' and quarrelin' between the rival cities was perilous in the extreme. It would have scared Christopher, I'll bet, if he could have seen it, and he would have said that he would most ruther not be celebrated than to seen it go on. Why, New York and Chicago most come to hands and blows about it, and St. Louis was just follerin' them other cities up tight, worryin' 'em, and naggin', and a sort barkin' at their heels, as it was, bound she would have it. They couldn't all on 'em have it. Christopher couldn't be in 3 places at one time and simultaneous, no matter how much calculation he had about him. No, that was impossible. He had to be in one place. And they fit, and they fit, and they fit, till I got tired of the very name of the World's Fair, and Josiah got almost ravin' distracted. It seemed to me, and so I told Josiah, that New York was a more proper place for it, bein' as it was close to the ocean, so many foreigners would float over here, them and their things that they wanted to show to the fair. It would almost seem as if they would be tired enough when they got here to not want to disembark themselves in their truck, and then immediately embark again on a periauger or wagon, or car, or somethin', and go trailin' off thousands of miles further. And then go through it all again disembarkin' and unloadin' their truck, and themselves. Howsomever, I s'posed if they sought out for the fare from Africa, or Hindustan, or Asia, I s'posed they would keep on till they got there, if they had to go the whole length of the Mississippi River, and traveled in more'n 40 different conveniences, etc., etc., but it didn't seem so handy nor nigh. But Chicago is dreadful worrisome and active, just like all children who have growed fast, and kinder outgrowed their clothes and family government. She is dreadful forward for one of her years, and she knows it. She knows she is smart, and she is bound to have her own way if there is any possible way of gettin' it. And she had just put her foot right down, that have that fare she would. And like as not if she hadn't got it she would have throwed herself and kicked. I shouldn't wonder a mite if she had. But she just clawed right in, and tore round and acted, and jawed, and coaxed, and kinder cried, and carried the day, just as spilled children will, more'n half the time. Not but what New York was cuttin' up and actin' just as bad, according to its age. But Chicago was younger and sprier, and could kick stronger and cut up higher. New York was older and lamer, as you may say, its jints was stiffer, and it had lost some of its faculties, which made it dreadful bad for her. It was forgetful, it had spells of kinder losin' its memory, and had had for years. Now, when the great general died, why New York cut up fay arful fightin' for the honor of havin' him laid to rest in its borders. Why, New York fairly riz up and kicked higher than you could have s'posed it was possible for her to kick at her age, and hollered louder than you could have s'posed it was possible with her lungs. When Washington, the capital of this great republic, expressed a desire to have the savior of his country sleep by the side of the founder of it, why, New York acted fairly crazy, and I believe she was for a spell. Anyway, I believe she had a spasm. Her wild demeanor was such, her snorts, her oratories, resounded on every side, and was heard all over the land. She acted crazy as a loon till she got her way. She promised if she could have the hero sleep there, she would build a monument that would tower up to the skies. The most stupendous, the most impressive work of art that was ever wrought by man. Wall, she got her way. Why, she cut up so, that she had to have it, seemin' why. Wall, did she do as she agreed? No, indeed. She had one of her forgetful spells come right on her, a sort of a stupor, I guess, follerin' on after bein' too wild and crazy about gettin' her way. And anyway, year after year passed, and no monument was raised, not a sign of one. She lied, and she didn't seem to care if she had lied. There the grave of the Great One was unmarked by even a decent memorial, let alone the great one they said they would raise. And when the great ones of the old world, the renowned in song and story and history, when they arrive in New York, most their first thoughts was to visit the grand tomb of our hero. The one who their rulers had delighted to honor, the one who had been welcomed in the dazzlin' halls of their kings. And them halls had felt honored to have his shadow rest on em as he passed through em to audiences with royalty. They journeyed to that tomb. Some on em had been used to stand by the tombs of their own great dead under the majestic aisles of Westminster Abbey, whose lofty glories dwarfs the human form almost to a pygmy. Some had stood by the white marble poem of the Tag Meagle in India, wherein a royal soul has carved his love for a woman. If that race, to whom we send missionaries to civilize them, could raise such a tomb over its dead, and a woman too, who had done no great things, only loved the man who raised this incomparable monument over her, what could they expect to find raised by this great and dominant race over the dead form of the man who had saved the whole country from ruin? So with feelings of awe and wonder in their hearts, expecting to see they knew not what, the awestruck, admirant foreigner paused before the tomb of the great leader, and he see nothing. Not even a respectable gravestone, such as you see in any New England graveyard. Or that has been the case till very lately. But now things look a little brighter in the monument line. But it has been a shame, and a burnin' one, so burnin' that it has seemed to me that it would take all the cool blue waters that glide along below, a complainin' of the slight and insult to our hero. It would take more than all these waters to wash it out and make the country clean agin. But she had one of her spells, and whether she was well or whether she was sick, New York lied just like a dog about it. Whether she was crazy or not, the fact remained that she had bragged, and then gin out, had promised, and not performed. I believe she was out of her head. Then there was the same kind of a performance she went through with the Goddess of Liberty. When France had gin that beautiful and most wonderful creature to us as a present, it looked sort o' shabby in New York to not provide a platform for that female to stand up on. Now, didn't it? She offerin' to light up the world if she only had a place to stand up on, and the great continent of America not bein' willin' to gin it to her. New York talked. Oh yes, it was a-goin' to do great things. Oh, what a big, noble doorstep it was a-layin' out to rise up for that goddess to stand on. But there it was, New York had one of her spells agin, lost her faculties, forgot all about what she said she was a-goin' to do, and left that noble female, left that princely present to lay round in a heap, a perfect imposition to France and to human natur'. The day of a goddess with no place to stand up on. The great republic stretchin' out on each side, and no place for her feet to rest on. And no knowin' but she would have been a-layin' round today, all broke up and ongented, if it hadn't been for a public-spirited newspaper man, who took the matter up, and worked at it, and called public attention to it, till at last it got a place for the goddess to be histed up on her feet, and rest her legs a spell, all crumpled up under her. The day of a goddess, and such a goddess, a-layin' round with her legs all doubled up under her, and all broke up, the day. Then it got the centennial exhibition there. And it wasn't no more than right, what it promised and bound itself to do, to make some triumphal arches for the processions to walk under, triumphant. Why, she vowed and declared solemn that she would make 'em if she could have it there. They was going to be, accordin' to her tell, accordin' to what New York said about the most gorgeous and impressive arches that ever was arched over anybody, fur or near, anywhere. Now, after it got the exhibition there, did it make 'em? No, indeed. It had another spell come on, clean forgot all about it. And there the Columbian Exposition come and no arch for it to walk under, not a arch, only some old boards nailed up, some like a barn door, only higher. Wall, you see these kind o' crazy spells, losin' its faculties every once in a while, made it dreadful hard for New York. I believe she would got the World's Fair if it hadn't been for that. But the question would keep comin' up, and the country had to pay attention to it. What if she got the World's Fair, and then had another fit? What if she had another spell come on, and forgot all about it? And lo! And behold! Have the World's Fair sail up and halt in front of her, and she not have any place for it, and mebbe be out of her head so she couldn't remember nothin', wouldn't remember who Christopher was, or anythin'. No, the whole country felt that it was resky, and that, I have always supposed, was one reason why New York lost it. And then, as I have said heretofore, Chicago was just bound to have it, and she did. But then, if you'll believe it, just like any spilt young child that cries for another big apple when both its hands are full of 'em, it hadn't no place for it. It had got the World's Fair, but hadn't got any place to put it. The day! Just crazy to have it, cried and yelled, and acted metaphor till it got it. And then, lo! And behold! Where was she goin' to put it? Hadn't a place big enough, or ready for it. Of course she had the lake. But she didn't want to drown it, after makin' such a fuss over it. It wouldn't have seemed very horsepitable. And she didn't really want to put it out onto a prairie. And she couldn't put it right round under her feet, where it would get trampled on, and get bruised, and knocked round. It wouldn't be usin' Christopher Columbus as he ort to be used. And, as I say, she was honorable enough to not want to put it in the lake. And so, after worryin' and talkin' on, and talkin' month after month about it, she concluded to split the Christopher Columbus World's Fair into some like this: put the Christopher part on a stadgion built out into the lake, and the Columbus part back a ways into the park. Wall, I didn't make no objections to it. I thought I wouldn't say a word or make a move to break it up, or make their burdens any heavier. No, I just stood still and see it go on. Only I did talk some out to one side to my Josiah about the curiosity of their behavior. Says I, it seems as if, after what Columbus done for the country, he ought to be kep' hull, and not be broke into, and split apart. But howsomever, says I shan't make any move to stop it. And Josiah says, he guessed it wouldn't make much difference whether I made a move or not. He guessed Chicago could take care of its own business, and would do it. I was pinning the outside onto a comforter, and I had a lot of pins in my mouth, but before I put 'em in I says, Wall, it looks kind o' shiftless to me, to think they hadn't no place to put it, after all their actions. And as I resumed my work, he went on. Now you imagine how you would feel, Samantha Allen, if you had bought a big elephant, bigger than Jumbo, and you knew it was on its way here, approaching nearer and nearer, had got as fur as old Bobbitt's, and we hadn't a place to put it in that was suitable and strong enough. We couldn't get her head hardly in the stable, we couldn't leave her outdoors to rampage round and step over barns and knock down housen. And we couldn't get it off in our hands anyway, kill it, or give it away. How would you feel? Then I took my pins out of my mouth and says, I wouldn't have bought the elephant till I had measured my barn. Then I put my pins in my mouth again, for I thought like as not that I wouldn't have to use my tongue again. I didn't lay out to, for my mouth was full, and I was in a hurry for my comforter. But Josiah says, Oh Shaw! Lots of folks buy things they hadn't no idea of buying till they see somebody else wants 'em bad. I remember that is the way I come to buy that 2-year colt. I hadn't a idea of wanting it till I see old Bobbitt and Deacon Cypher just sot on having it, and that wetted me right up, and I was just bound to have that colt, and did. I didn't expect to find it profitable any of the time. I knew it would kick like the old Harry and smash things, and it did. And that is just the way with Chicago. She knew the World's Fair was over and above profitable to have round, besides being dreadful bothersome, but she see New York and St. Louis a-dickerin' for it, and then she wanted it. Wall, says I, considerable dry and sharp, for I had 3 pins in my mouth at the time. She has got it. Yes, says Josiah, and you'll see that she will put in and work lively, now she's got it, she'll show what she can do. Yes, says I, drier than ever and more sharper. Before she got a stum laid for a foundation to rest the World's Fair on, before she got a stick laid for Christopher to plant one of his feet on, she begun to buy up whole streets of housen to rig up for saloons, to make men drunk as fools, to make murderers and assassins of them. I wonder what Columbus would say if he could stand there and see it go on. He'd probably step in and take a drink. Says Josiah. Never. Says I. The eye that could discover without actual sight, the soul that could apprehend without comprehension, that could look far off into the mist of the unknown, and see a new world rising up before his rapt vision, such a eye and such a soul didn't depend on bad whiskey for its stimulant. No, indeed. He didn't lay round in barrooms with a red nose, and a stagger onto him. He was up and about, with his senses all straight, and the star he followed wasn't the light of a corner saloon. No, indeed. He see the invisible. He was beloved of God, and hearn secrets that coarser minds round him never dreamt of. He didn't try to cloy up them heavenly senses with whiskey. No, indeed. And Isabella now, if that likely creature could be sot down in front of that long street of grog shops, she would almost be sorry she ever sold her jewelry, she would be so sot back by seein' that awful sight. Oh Shaw, says Josiah, she didn't sell her jewelry. Wall, she was willin' to, says I. I know as she was. She just talked about it. Them men must talk or bust anyway, they are made so. How are men made? Says I dryly, as dry as ever a corncob was, after many years. Oh, men are made so's they try to answer them men some, they have to keep their hand in so's to not lose their speech on that very account. I presume Columbus knew all about such things. He had 2 wives, he knew what trouble was. I see that man was tryin' every way to draw my attention away often them long streets of saloons built up in Chicago, and I wouldn't succumb to it. So I branched right out, and back again, and says I, the day of a civilized city, after 1800 years of Christianity, The day of their doin' somethin' that if savage Africans or Inguns was a doin' the world would ring with it, and missionaries would start for 'em on the run, or by the carload. There is a awful fuss made about a cannibal eatin' a man now and then, makin' a good plain stew of him, or a roast, and that is the end of it. They eat up his flesh, but they don't make no pretensions to fry up his soul. They leave that free and pure, and it goes right up to heaven. But here in our Christian land, in city and country, this great man-eatin' trade costs the country over $1 billion a year, and devours 120,000 men each year, and destroys the soul and mind first, before it tackles the body. They go as far ahead of cannibals in this wickedness as eternity is longer than time. And the government, this great beneficent government, that looks down with pity on uncivilized races, the government of the United States sells and rents this man-eater and soul-destroyer at so much a year. If I had my way, says I, gettin' madder and madder the more I thought on't. If I had my way I'd bring over a whole drove of cannibals and Hottentots, etc., and let 'em camp round Uncle Sam a spell, and try to reform him. And the first thing I would have 'em make that old man do would be to empty out his pockets, turn 'em right inside out and empty out all the accursed gains he had got from this shameful traffic. And then I'd have them cannibals jest trot that old man right round to every saloon and rum hole he had rented and was a partner in the proceeds, and make him lay to and empty out every barrel and hogshead of whiskey and beer and cider, and make him do the lug gin and lift in his own self. And then I'd let them Hottentots drive him round a spell to all the houses of infamy in which he was in partnership, and I'd make him haul some matches out of his pockets and set fire to 'em, and burn 'em all down, every one of 'em. And then I'd let the old man set down and rest a spell, and let them heathens instruct him and teach him a spell their way of man-eatin'. And I'll bet after a while they could get the old man up to their level, so if he sought out to kill a man, he would just kill him, and not destroy his soul first. For he hain't upon a level with them now, says I, looking firm and decided at my partner. And he says, I shouldn't think you would dast to talk so about Uncle Sam. You have always pretended to like him, you would never bear to hear a word agin him. Wall, says I, it is because I like him that I want him to do right. Do you s'pose a mother don't like a child when she spanks him for temper, or blisters him for croup, or gives him wormwood for worms? I love that old man, and wish him awful well, and when I see him so noble and sot up in lots of things, it jest makes me mad as a hen to see him so awful mean and little in others. I wouldn't think I liked him half so well if I sot down and see him stalk right on to his own ruin, and not try to stop him. Do you s'pose a ma would set and let the child she loved throw himself into the fire because he got mad? No, she would haul him back, and the more he kicked and struggled the more she would hang on, and like as not spank him. I want this country to be the light of the world, the favorite of heaven, and the admiration of all the different nations that will camp round it at the Christopher Columbus exhibition. But they can't be expected to uphold no such doin's as these, let alone admirin' of 'em, says Josiah. It beats all how them men will run on if a man gets drunk. Why don't you pitch into him, instead of blammin' the government? And I says, if you go to work to move a tree you don't pull on the top branches. Of course they are more showy and easy to get hold of, but you have to dig the roots out if you want to move the tree. Josiah looked real indifferent. He hain't like me in lots of things. He is more for dabblin' on the surface than divin' down under the water for first causes, and he spoke up the minute I had finished my last words, and says he, Crit and Thomas Jefferson are comin' here to dinner. They are goin' up to Zor on business, and are goin' to stop as they come back. And I should think it was about time you got somethin' started. And I says, the boys comin' here to dinner. Why didn't you tell me so? And I got right up and went to makin' a lemon puddin'. Chapter 4. I knew Thomas J. was layin' out to go up to Zor some day that week to see about a young chap to stay in his office while he was at the World's Fair, and it seemed that Crit had gone along for company and for the ride. Them two young fellers love to be together. They are both as smart as whips, the very keenest, snappiest kind of whips. Wall, I laid out to get a good dinner, that was my calm intention, and I sent out Josiah Allen to catch 2 plump pullets. I layin' out to stuff 'em with the particular kind of dressin' that Thomas J. is partial to. It is a good dressin'. And then I was layin' out to have some nice mashed up potatoes, some early sweet peas, some lemon puddin', besides some coffee, just as Thomas J. likes it, rich, golden coffee, with plenty of cream in it, and then besides I was going to have 1 or 2 vegetables that Josiah liked, and some jellies, etc., that Crit was particular fond of. Oh, I was going to have a good dinner, there hain't a doubt of that. Oh, and I was going to have some delicious soup too, to start off the dinner with. I got the receipt of Job Presley's wife and improved on it, though I wouldn't want her to know I said it, she is jealous dispositioned. But I did. Wall, if you'll believe it, just as I was finishin' my dressin', addin' the last ingredient to it, and my mind was all on a strain to have it just right. All of a sudden Josiah Allen rushed and all out of breath, and hollered to me for a rope. A rope? Says I, bein' took aback. Yes, a long, stout rope, says he, standin' still and breathin' hard. Why, he looked that wild and agitated and wrought up, that the idea passed through my mind. Is that man contemplatin' suicide? Does he want to hang himself? But, as I says, the idea only just passed through my foretop. It didn't find any encouragement to stay. It went through on the trot, as you may say. No, my noble-minded partner never would commit suicide, I knew. But his looks was fearful, and I says, almost tremblin', "What do you want the rope for?" "I don't know of any rope, only the bed cord up in the old chamber." At these words, that agitated, scared man rushed right upstairs, I follerin' him, summer savory still in my hands, and fear and tremblin' in my mien. And I see him dash up to the old bedstead in the attic, dash off the bedclothes and the feather bed, and begin eating encordin' of it. I then laid hands on him, and commanded him to desist. "I won't desist," says he. "I won't desist." There was I, still holdin' him by the back of his frock. He had on his barn clothes. "Then do you tell your partner the meaning of your actions immediately and to once." "I hain't got time," says he, and oh, how he was unriddlin' that old bedstead of the rope. The fuzz fairly flew off'n the rope as he yanked it through them holes, and twice I was hit by it violently in my face, as I strove to hold him, and elicit some information out of him. But I could get nothin' but hard breathin' and muttered oaths till the bed cord was all unlistened, and then he gathered it over his arm and started on the run for the door, I follerin'. And then I see that there stood old Bobbet, Sim Yurden, Deacon Cipher, and, in fact, most all the men in the neighborhood and some bandit, some from the Loontown Road, and some from over towards Shackhill. There was more'n 20 of 'em. And I says, and I almost fainted as I says it, "Has another war broke loose, or is it a wild animal from a circus? Tell me, oh, tell me what it is!" And one on 'em hollered, "It is a wild beast in human shape, but he won't be a wild beast much longer." And he pined to the rope he had on his arm. And I see then the fearful meaning hangin' round that bed cord. I see that others had 'em, and I see that hangin' was about to take place and ensue. And I besought Josiah Allen to pause, to stay a little, to tell me what it all meant, to not take the law into his own hands. I poured out words like a flood. I was incoherent in the extreme, and my words was vain. But Josiah Allen, oh, how that man loves me! He darted back, throwed a paper at my feet, and hollered, "That will explain, Samantha!" And then he was gone. I see him divide into 4 parties, and go towards the woods, and towards the hills, and towards the creek, and towards the beaver medder, each party havin' a rope, and I says solemn like, before I thought, "May God have mercy on your poor soul!" I s'pose I meant the one they was after, and mebbe I meant them that was after him, I don't know. I was too incoherent and wrought up to know what I did mean. But I know I sot down and read that paper as quick as I could find my specs. And I well remember that after huntin' high and low for 'em and all over the house with tremblin' knees and shaky hands cold as a frog's, I found 'em on my own foretop, and I sot right down in my tracks and read. Well, it was enough to melt the heart of a granite stun, and as I sot there and read, the tears jest run down my face in a stream. Why, they fell so that they wet the front of my gingham dress wet as sop, and entirely unbeknown to me. But I kep' thinkin' to myself, "Oh, that poor little creetur! Oh, them poor creeturs that loved her!" Oh, that poor mot her! And then anon I would say to myself, oh, what if it was my Tirzah Ann? What if it was the babe? Oh, that villain! May the Lord punish him! And that is just the way I sat, and wept, and cried, and cried and wept. You see, the way it was, there was a sweet little girl, only 10 years old, decoyed by a lion excused from her warm, cozy home at midnight by a villain, and took through the snowy, icy streets to her doom. Her little cold body was found in an empty old barn, and her destroyer, her murderer, had fled. But men was on his tracks, the whole country was roused, and they was hunting him down, as if he was a wild animal, as indeed he was. But anon, as I read the paper over again, I see these words: the man was intoxicated. And then I begun to weep on the other end of my handkerchief, metaphor. And then, when other accounts come out, and the man was catched, he swore, and swore solemn, too, that he did not remember one single solitary thing after he left that saloon where he got his drink till he sobered up and found himself by the side of that little dead body. And other witnesses swore that they see him drunk as a fool before he sought out on his murderous and worse than murderous assault. But from the time of the first tidings that come of the deed that had been done, though the excitement was more rampant than I ever knew it to be, and every single man in the community was out bloodthirsty for his death, and every party carrying a rope to hang him, and every woman looking out eager to see him hung, and all on cursing him, and weeping over what he had done. During all this time, not one word did I hear uttered in the cause of his crime, in the man who sold him what made him a murderer, and worse, or the man that supplied the saloon with this damnable liquid. No, not a single word did I hear from a Jonas villain, male or female. And not one word from my partner, though his excitement was so extreme that night, just about dusk, he rushed out thinking that he had got the murderer, and throwed the rope round Deacon Cypher, who had come over to borrow an auger. And once in a similar way he catched old Bobbit, his excitement and zeal was so rampant and intense. Them old men was mad as hens, and cause enough they had, though they forgive him when they see what a state he was in, and they just about as bad themselves. But not a word from them, nor from any one did I hear during the whole time the excitement reigned, and oh, how it did rain, about the cause of the crime. Not one man waded in and dived down into the deep undercurrent of causes, that strange deep that underlays all human actions. And once during the last day's hunt for the murderer, who was hiding round somewhere, it was supposed in the woods, I see as I looked out of my kitchen winder, at a party headed for our swamp, one man for more ferocious actin' than any I had seen. He was hollerin' wilder, and he carried a fur longer rope. And I asked my companion who that man was that actin' madder and fur more fiercer than any of the rest, and more anxious to get hold of the escapin' man, so he could be hung up to once to the highest tree that could be found. I hearn him say that right out of my own kitchen winder. I hearn him say, "We won't wait for no law. If we only catch him we will hang him up so high that the buzzards can't get him." And then he yelled out savage and fierce and started off on a run for the swamp, the rest of the men applaudin' him up high, and follerin' on after him. And Josiah told me that was the saloon keeper up to Zor. Says I, "The very man that sold that poor sinner the liquor on that night?" "Yes," says Josiah. "Wall," says I, "the rope ought to be used on his own neck." And Josiah Allen acted awfully horrified at my day, and asked me if I was as crazy as a loon? And says he has been one of the fiercest ones to head him off that has been out. And I says dryly, dry as a chip, he wasn't so fierce to head him off the night he sold him the whiskey and hard cider. Says I, that headin' off would have amounted to somethin' dot. And agin I says, the rope ought to be used on his own neck, if it is on anybody's, his and Uncle Sam's. And agin Josiah Allen asked me if I was as crazy as a dumb loon and a-losin' my faculties, what few of 'em you ever had. Says he. And I says, the two was in partnership together, and they got the man to do the murder. Says I, most all the murders that are done in this country are done by that firm, the government and the saloon keeper. And when their poor tools, that they have whetted up for bloodshed, swing out through their open doors and cut and slash and mow down their ghastly furrows of crime and horror, who is to blame? And Josiah turned over the almanac to the yeller cover and perused it, so's to show his perfect and utter indifference and contempt for my words. Wall, they catched the man a day or two after, about sundown. He had been a little ahead of his pursuers, a-dodgin' 'em this way and that way, just like a fox a-dodgin' a pack of hounds. His old rubber boots was all wore off'n him, his clothes hangin' in rags and tatters where he had rushed through the woods and swamps, his feet and hands all froze. Half-starved, and almost idiotic with fear and remorse and the effects of the poisoned liquor and doctored cider he had drinked, he was the most pitiful and wretched-looking object I ever see in my whole life. And it happened he took a little over a mile from us, and he was brung right by our door. There was some officers in the party, so they interfered and kept the mob from hanging him right up by the neck. They said they had to hold that saloon-keeper to keep his hands off'n him, and they said that in spite of all he did get the rope round him. But the officers interfered, and after that they had to hold the saloon-keeper to keep him from the prisoner. And I says, when Josiah was praisin' up the saloon-keeper's zeal, and how the officers had to hold him, I says, it is a pity the officers didn't hold him in the first place, and then all the horror and tragedy might have been saved. But my partner wouldn't even notice a thing I said. He felt I could see that my remarks was indeed beneath his notice. Wall, I stood and see this poor, weak, despairing victim of rum dragged off to a felon's doom, dragged off to the scaffold, and one of his chief draggers was the one that caused his crime, caused it according to law. And the rest of his draggers was the ones who had voted to have the trade of murderer makin' and child killin' and villain breedin' perpetuated and kept up. And the government of the United States hung him, the same government that was in partnership with that saloon up in Zor, and took part of the pay for making this man murder that innocent little girl. Wall, Josiah and me, we went to that funeral. I felt that I must go, and so did he. It was only about 5 miles from here, in the Methodist Episcopal meetin' house up to Zor. Her father and mother was members in good standin'. Lots of Jonesvillians went to the funeral. There hadn't been such excitement in Zor and Jonesville since Seth Woodrick murdered his wife's mother with a broad axe, and that was done through whiskey, so they say. It was done before my time. The meetin' house in Zor was crowded to its utmost capacity, and the ceilin' and seats was sot in all the aisles, and the pulpit stairs was full of folks, and the doorsteps, and the front yard was packed full. We went early, and got a seat. All the ministers of Zor, and Jonesville, and Loontown, and Hackville was there, and of all the sermons that was preached, Wall, it was a sight. The tears jest run down most everybody's face, and when the mourners was addressed, why, big, hefty men all round me jest boo-hooed right out. Why, it was enough to melt a stun. Then the preacher depicted that little golden head that had made sunshine in her home through the darkest days, as bein' brung low by an assassin. Then he spoke of that sweet little silvery voice ringin' through the home and the hearts of her father and mother, of how it was lifted up in vain appeal to her slayer that dreadful night. Then he spoke of the tender white arms that clung so lovingly round her parents' neck, how they was lifted up in frantic appeal and vain to her destroyer that bleak night, and was now folded up to be lifted no more till she met that man at the bar of God. And then the little arm would be raised and point him out. Murderer! The sweet eyes, full of God's avenging wrath, would smite him as accursed from God's presence forever. And then he depicted it all how she would be taken to his own heart by him, who said that he would carry the lambs in his bosom, and this poor wounded lamb he would hold more tenderly than any ot her, while the murderer, the villain, the assassin, would be hurled downward into everlasting burning, where he would dwell forever and forever in the midst of unquenchable flames, in partial payment of that deed of Heisen. Why, when he said them last words about the prisoner, folks looked so relieved and pleased that their tears almost dried. And the saloon-keeper, who sat right in front of me, hollered out, "Amen, amen, so mote it be!" He was a Methodist, he had a right to holler. And folks looked approvin' at him for it. But I didn't, no, fur from it. I kep' up thinkin' what I read. That the prisoner was a good-hearted man, only drink made a fiend and a fool of him, and that he said solemn, that he did not remember one thing that had taken place after he had taken his 3 first drinks up in that saloon, till he sobered up and found himself in that deserted old barn, with the little dead body by his side, little delicate creature, dead and frozen, with all of the black future of desperate remorse and agony for him looking at him in the stare of her open blue eyes. Sweet little forget-me-not eyes, like two spring violets frozen in a drift of snow. What strange things I read in them, with my tears fallen fast unto them. They seemed full of mute questioning. They seemed to be looking up through the blue sky clear up to God's throne. They seemed to almost compel an answer from divine justice as to what was the cause of her murder. To appeal dumbly to the God of justice and mercy to wipe out this curse from our land, the curse that was causing just such murders, and just such agonies, all over our land, sending out to the gallows and down to perdition just such criminals. The little coffin had to be put out in the yard, as I say, so the crowd could walk past it. And there the little golden head and white face lay for 'em all to see. But nobody seemed to see in 'em what I see. For amongst the many curses of the murderer that I heard, not one word did I hear about the man that caused the murder, about the voters and upholders of that man, about the government that was in partnership with that man and went shares with him, and for the sake of a few cents had dealt out that agony, that shame, and that criminality. Wall, the little coffin was closed at last, the mother was carried fainting, and looking like a dead woman, back to her empty, darkened home. The father, with a face like white marble, curbing down his own agonized grief so's to take care of her, and try to bring her back to the world again, so they could together face its blackness and emptiness. And the crowd dispersed, looking forward to the excitement of the hangin'. And the saloon keeper went home and maybe counted over the few cents that accrued to him out of the whole enterprise. And the wise male voters returned, calculatin', maybe, on votin' for a license so's to improve the condition of their tions. And Uncle Sam, poor, childish old creetur, maybe wrote down against this whole job 3 cents revenue. And maybe he rattled them cents round in his old pockets. I don't know what he did. I hain't no idea what he won't take it into his old head to do. And the prisoner sot in his dark, cold cell, and didn't appreciate, maybe, the wisdom of the wise lawmakers increasing our revenues by such means. No, he had all he could do to set and look at the bare stone walls, and figure out this sum, on one side the 3 cents profit, and subtract from it, a bright young life ended, lifelong agony to the hearts that loved her. His own old mother's and sisters' heads and hearts bowed down in shame and sorrow. His own hopeful life cut short at the edge of the scaffold, and for the future, what? He couldn't quite work that out, for this text kept comin' into his sum. No drunkard shall inherit eternal life. And then another text kept comin' up. Cursed is he that putteth the cup to his neighbor's lips. No, he didn't feel the triumphant wisdom of the liquor traffic. He wouldn't feel like rattlin' the 3 cents round in his pockets if he had 'em, but he didn't have 'em. His sum, no matter how many times he figured it out, stood nothin' but orts, nothin' but clear loss to him, here and hereafter. Wall, I have rode off considerable of a ways with my wagon hitched on in front of my horse, and to go back to the horse's head agin. I had a good dinner by the time the boys got back from Zor, an excellent one. And in order to go on with my story, and keep right by that horse's head I spoke of, I will pass over Josiah's excitement when he come in just before dinner, and throwed his rope down in the corner of the kitchen, but suffice it to say, his excitement was nearly rampant. I will pass over the 2 boys' indignant anger, which was just the same as mine, only stronger, as much stronger as man's strength is stronger than a woman's. Thomas J. had been successful in getting the young chap. He was comin' when he was wanted. Thomas J. wasn't going to wait till the last minute before he engaged him. Our son is a wonderful good business man, wonderful. And everything seemed to bid fair that we should get off with no hindrances to the World's Fair, to pay our honor and our respects to Christopher Columbus. And oh, how I did honor that man! I sat there in my peaceful kitchen that afternoon, after the boys had gone away, perfectly satisfied with the dinner I had gin. And when I had got my mind a little often that poor little girl and her poor drunken destroyer, I begun to think agin of Christopher Columbus, and what he had done, and what he hadn't done, till I declare for I got fairly lost in thoughts. I thought of how he had been scoffed at, and jeered at for not thinkin' as other folks did. And how he kept workin', and hopin', and believin', and persistin' in thinkin' that he was in the right on't, and kept on a-lookin' over the wide waste of waters for the new land. And I thought to myself how I would enjoy a good visit with Christopher, and how he would sympathize with us, who, though we may be scoffed at by our partners, and the world, yet can't help lookin' off over the troubled waves of unjust laws, and cruel old customs, tryin' to catch a glimpse of the new and freer land, that our hopes and our divine intuitions tell us is there beyond the shadows, waitin' for free men and free women. Yes, I did feel at that time how congenial Christopher Columbus would have been to me. As I have said more formally, Christopher was sot up in my mind to a almost tottling height, on account of several things he did, and several things he didn't do. Yes, Christopher was sot up in my mind to a almost tottling height, on account of several things he did, and several things he didn't do. Now, if anybody today branches out into any new and beautiful belief and practice, anything that is beyond the vision of more carnal-minded people, why they raise the cry to once, let us cling to common sense. Let us be guided by what we see and know. Don't let us float out on any new theory. Don't let's go out of sight of the shore of old practice and custom. And lots of times them rare souls to whom the secrets of God are revealed, them who see the high white ideal lighten in the darkness, the glowing form of a new truth shining out amidst the thick clouds overhead, lots of times they get bewildered and scared by the mocking voices about them. They drop their eyes before the insulting, uncomprehending sneers of the multitude, and fall into commonplace ways, and walks, to please the commonplace people about them, just dragged down by them mockers and scoffers. Some of them may be united to em by links of earth-made metal, sons of God married to the daughters of men, maybe, and casting their kingly crowns at the feet of a human love. Did Columbus do so? No, indeed. I dare presume to say that the more Miss Columbus nagged at him, the more sodder he grew in his own views. I have used this simile on this occasion on the side of males, but it is just as true on the side of females. For inspiration and genius when it falls from heaven is just as apt to descend and settle down onto a female's foretop as a male's, and the blind and nagging partner is just as apt to be a male, just exactly. But as I was sayin', the more Columbus was mocked at, the more they jeered and sneered at him, the more steady and constant he pursued after the land that appeared only to his prophetic eyes. Day after day, when he was tired out, beat completely out by the incomprehension, and weary doubts, and empty denials of the multitude, then, like a breath of balm, came to his weary forward the soft gale from the land he sought. He saw in his own mind tall pines reach up into the blue skies, the rich bloom and greenness of its savannas. He inhaled the odor of rare blossoms that the old world never saw. And then he riz up again, refreshed, as it were, and ready to press forwards. Yes, in every country through all time, there has always been some Columbus, walking with his feet on the ground amongst mortals, and his head in the heavens amongst gods. He has oftenest been poor, and always misunderstood, and undervalued by the grosser souls about him. The discoverers, the inventors, whom God loves best, it must be, since he confides in them, and tells them things he keeps hid from the world. Them who apprehend while yet they cannot comprehend. And that is what we have got to do lots of times if we get along any in this world, if we calculate to get out of its swamps and morasses onto any considerable rise of ground. You can't follow a ground mice or a snail, if you lay out to elevate yourself. No, you must follow a star. You have got to keep your eyes up above the ground, or your feet will never take you up any mountainside. And how them mariners tried to make Columbus turn back after he had at last, through all his tribulations, set sail on the broad, treacherous ocean. Just think of his tribulations before he started. Troubles with poverty, and ignorance, and unbelief, and perils by foes, and perils by false friends, and perils by long delay. How for years and years he carried round them strong beliefs of his'n, oft times in a hungry and faint body, and couldn't get nobody to believe in em, couldn't get nobody to even hear about em. Year after year did he toil and endeavor to get somebody to listen to his plans and glowing hopes. Year after year, while the lines deepened on his patient face, and the hopes that was glowing and eager became deep and fervent, and a part of him. How strange and sort o pitiful, this one man out of a world full of men and women, this one man with his tired feet on the dust and worn sand of the old world, and his head and heart in the new world. No one else of the world full of men and women to believe as he did, no one else to be even willing to hear him talk about his dreams, his hopes, and impassioned beliefs. No, and I don't know but Columbus would have dropped right down in his tracks, and we wow LDN have been discovered to this day, if a woman hadn't stepped in, and gin the seal of her earnest trust to the ideal of the ambitious man. He a willin' to plough the new path into the untried fields, she a been willin' to hold the plough, as you may say, or, at all events, to help him in every way in her power, with all her womanly faith, and all her earrings, and breast pins, etc., etc. She a female woman, out of all that world full of folks, she it was alone that stood out boldly the friend of Columbus and discovery. Male and female created he them. Another deep instance of that great truth in life and in nature, and in all matters relatin' to the good of the world. Male and female created he them. The world will find it out after a while, and so will Dr. Buckley. Ferdinand was a good creetur, or that is, middlin' good, but his eyesight was such as would see down clear through the truth of Columbus's theory. And if folks set out to blame Ferdinand too much, let 'em pause and think what the world would say and do if a man should appear in our streets today, and say that he believed that he had proof that there was a vast, beautiful country alien in the skies to the west of us beyond the clouds of the sunset, and he wanted to get money to build an airship to sail out to it. How much money would he get? How much stock would he sell in that enterprise? How many men would he get to sail out with him on that voyage of discovery? What would Vanderbilt and Russell Sage say to it? Why, they would say that the man was a fool, and that the only way to travel was on iron rails or steamships. They would say that there wasn't any such land as he depicted, that it existed only in his crazy brain. Wall, it was just about as wild a day that Ferdinand had to listen to. I know that he was any more to blame than they would be for not hearing to it. But Isabel, she was built different. There was some divine atmosphere of truth and reality about this day that reached her heart and mind. Her soul and mind being made in just the right way to be touched by it. She, too, was built on just the right plan so she could apprehend what she could not yet comprehend. So she gin him her cordial sympathy, and also, as I said, her earrings, etc. But after the years and years that he toiled and labored for the means to carry out his ideas, after these long years of effort and hardship, and disappointments and delays, after his first vain efforts, after he did at last get launched out on the ocean sailin' out on the broad, empty waste in search of something that he see only in his mind's eye. How the storms beat on him, how the winds and waves buffeted him, and tried to drive him back, but no, he was bound for the new land. He was bound for the West. How the sailors riz up and plead with him and begged him to turn back. But, no, says he, I go to the new land. Then they would tell him that there wasn't any such land, and stick to it right up and down, and jeer at him. Did it turn him round? No! I sail onward, says he. I go to the West. Then the principalities and powers of the unseen world seemed to take it in hand and tried to drive him back. There was signs and omens seen that was reckoned disastrous, and threatened destruction. Mebbe the souls of them who had passed over from Teehee New Land, mebbe them disembodied faithful shades was tryin' to save their free sunny huntin' grounds from the hands of the invader, and their race from the fate that threatened them. Mebbe they hurled unseen tomahawks, and shrieked down at 'em, tryin' to turn 'em back. Mebbe they did, and then agin mebbe they didn't. But anyway, there was lurid light and flashes that looked like flights of fiery arrows aimed at the heads of the Spanish seamen, and shriekings of the tempest amidst the sails overhead that sounded like cries of anger, and distress, and warning. Did Columbus heed them fearful warnings and turn back? No, dauntless and brave, facing dangers unseen, as well as seen, he says, I sail onward. And so he did, and he sailed, and mebbe his own brave heart grew sick and faint with lookin' on the trackless waste of waters round him, and no shore in sight for days, and for days, and for days. But if it did, he give no signs of it. I sail onward, he says. And finally the lookout way up on the dizzy mast see a light way off on the horizon, and then the night came down dark, and when the sun was riz up, lo! Right before lay the shores of the New World. And the man's and the woman's belief was proved true, and the gainsayin' world was proved wrong. Success had come to and after the doubt, and the danger, and the despair, and the discouragement had all been endured, after the ideal had been made real, why then it was considered quite easy to discover a new world. It wasn't considered very hard. Why, all you had to do was to sail on till you come to it. After a thing is done it is easy enough. Nowadays we are sought down before as great conundrums as Columbus was. The old world groans under old abuses, and wrongs, and injustices. The old paths are dusty and worn with the feet of them who have marked its rocks and choken sands with their bleedin' feet, as they toiled on over bearin' their crosses. Dark clouds hang heavy over their paths, the atmosphere is chokin' and stiflin'. Fur off, fresh and fair, lays the new land of our ideal. The realm of peace, and justice to all, of temperance, and sanity, and love and joy. Fur off, we hear the melodious swash of its waves on its green banks, we see fur off the gleam of its white, glory-lit mountain tops. Men have gin their strength and their lives for this ideal, this vision of glory and freedom. The men have took their jewels from their bosom, and gin to this cause of human right. Gin with breaking hearts, and white lips that tried to smile, as the last kiss of lover and son, husband and brother, rested on em. Yes, men and women both have seen that ideal land, that new land of liberty and love. They have apprehended it with finer senses than comprehension, have seen it with the clearer light of the soul's eyes. Some green boughs from its high palms have been washed out on the swellin' waves that lay between us and that land, and floated to our feet. Sometimes, when the air was very still and hushed, and a presence seemed brooding on the rapt listening earth, we have looked fur up into the clear depths of blue above us, and we have catched a distant glimpse of birds of strange plumage unknown to this old world. Fur off their silvery wings have floated, comin' from the west, from the land that lays beyond the sunset's golden glory. Some of the light of that new country has shone on us in inspired eyes, some of its strange language has been heard by us from inspired lips. But oh! The wide, pathless sea that lays between us and that land of full fruition and glory and freedom. Shall we set down on the shores of our old world, and give up the hope and glory of the new? Shall we listen to the jeers and sneers of them that tell us that there hain't any such country as that we look for, that it is impossible, that it is against all the laws of nature, that it don't exist, and never can, only in our crazed brains? No, we will man the boat, though the waves dash high, and the skies are dark, we will man and woman the lifeboat. Side by side will the two great forces stand, the motherhood and the fatherhood, love and justice, the hope and strength of humanity shall stand at the helm. The wind is comin' up, it is only a light breeze now, but it shall rise to a strong power that shall waft us on to the new land of justice and purity and liberty, for all that our souls long for. But we have got to shed our eyes to the outward world that presses round us closer than the streets of Genoa did round Columbus. We have got to see things invisible, trust in things to come, sail onwards through the doubts, and the darkness, and the dangers round us, not heeding the jeers and sneers of a gainsayin' world. Will we be discouraged and drove back by the powers of darkness? By the things seen and the things unseen? No, the man and the woman side by side will sail on through them rough waves. The wind is comin' up fresh and free that shall spread the sails and waft the lifeboat into the land of promise. For the word is sure, and he says, I will bring you out into a great place. But I am a pisidin to a length and depth almost unprecedented and unheard on, and to resume, and go on. Chapter 5. Hain't it curious how tellin' over a thing will bring back all of the circumstances surroundin' of it round, bring all up fresh to you. I was tellin' Crit about that economical council that was held to Washington, D.C., and though I hain't no hand and never was to find one word of fault with my dear companion to outsiders, still, as he was all in the family, I did say that his uncle was at one time very anxious to go to it. And after Crit went away, He had come over from Tirzah Ann's that day, and stayed to supper with us. I sat there alone, for Josiah had took him back in the Democrat, and all the circumstances of that time come back onto me again. It was on a Monday that I had my worst trial with him about that economical council, as I remember well. And though I didn't tell Crit any of my worst tribulations with him, still, oh, how vivid they did come back to me, as I sat there alone, and seemin' 2 and 2. As I say, it was on a Monday morning. The 2 children had invited their pa and me to visit a good deal durin' the week before, and I had got kinda behindhand with my work. And then I had felt so kinder mager for a few days, that Josiah insisted that I should get a young girl in the neighborhood to help me for a few days, Fillory and Yuri bein' away on a visit to some relations. Wall, that day I had washin', bakin', churnin', and some fruit cake to make. It fairly made me ache to think on't, the numbers and amounts of the work that pressed onto me, and nobody but that young girl to help me. And she that took up with her beau, Almanzo Hagedon, that she was in a forgetful state more'n half the time, and liable to carry a armful of wood meant for the kitchen stove into the parlor, and put it end first onto the whatnot, or pump water into Josiah's hat instead of the water pail. I tried to instill some common sense into her head, but her hair was bound up that tight with curl papers that nothing could get past that ambuscade, so it would seem, but just the image and the idea of Almanzo Hagedon. Wall, I kept her pretty much in the woodshed, when she was in her worst stages, where there wasn't much besides the old cook-stove and wash-tubs that she could graze against and fall over. I dast as well die as to trust her with victuals, for I felt that them was vital pints, and must not be meddled with by lunatics or idiots, and with them 2 ranks I had to stand Mary and Spink in her most lovesick spasms. So I sought her to rub in on to Josiah's shirts, and I took my bowl of raisins and English currants and things into the kitchen and sat down calmly to pickin' 'em over and choppin' 'em. My fruit cake is good, though I say it that ought not to. It is widely known and admired. Wall, I sat there middlin' calm, and hummin' over a Sam tune loud enough so's Marian could hear it, and I hummed it, too, in a strictly moral way, and for a pattern, it was this: "Put not your trust in mortal man, set not your hopes on him," etc., etc., etc. And I see I was impressin' of her, for I could hear after a while from the woodshed that she too had broke forth in song, and she was jinin' in, low and dreadful impressive, with "Hark from the tombs a mournful sound." I don't think she meant my singin', Josiah did when we talked it over afterwards. He believed it firm. I believe I was amoralizin' of her, and should have done good if I hadn't been broken on. But all of a sudden Josiah Allen fairly bust into the house, all wrought up, and fearful excited. He had been talkin' with Deacon Hensey out by the gate, and I s'pose Deacon Hensey had disseminated some new news to him. But anyway he was crazy with a wild and startlin' idea. He wanted to set off to once to the Economical Council, which he said was goin' to be held by the male Methodists in Washington, D.C., and, says he, "Samantha, get my fine shirt and my best necktie to once, for I want to start on the noon train." "What for?" says I coldly, for I discourage his wild projects all I can. I have to act like a heavy weight in a clock movin' half the time, or he would be jest swept to and fro like a pendulum. "It makes me feel queer," says I. "What are you layin' out to set off for Washington, D.C. for?" My tone kinder hung on to him, and steadied him down some. And he lost some of his wild and excited mien. And he stopped unbuttonin' his vest. He had unbuttoned his shirt collar and took his old necktie off on his way from the gate. So ardent and impulsive is my dear partner, and so anxious to start. "Why," says he, "I told you, didn't I? I am going to Washington to tend to that Economical Council. 500 male men are going to get together to counsel together on the best ways of being economical. And here at last," says he proudly, "here at last is the chance I have always been looking out for. Here is the opportunity for me to show off, and be somebody." And here he begun to unbutton his shirt sleeves and loosen his collar. But I says slowly and firmly, and as much like a heavy weight as I could, "It is 3 hours to train time. Set down and act like a human bein' and a Methodist, and tell me what it is you want to do." He glanced up at the clock onto the mantelpiece, and he see I was right about the time. And he sat down, and says he, "That is just how I want to act, like a Methodist and a economical counselor." "What for?" says I. "What do you want to do?" "Why, to teach 'em," says he. "To show myself off. To counsel 'em." "To counsel 'em about what?" says I heavily, being bound to come to the bottom of the matter, and the sense on't, if sense there was in it. "Why," says he, "they are having a council there to see if there are any new ways for men and Methodists to be economical. And I'll be dummed if there is a man or a Methodist from Maine to Florida that can counsel 'em better about being economical than I can." "Why, you have always said so," says he. "You have called it tightness, but I have always known that it was pure economy, and now," says he, "has come the chance of a lifetime for me to rise up and show myself off before the nation. To get the high, lofty name that I ought to have, and do good." I dropped my chopping knife out of my hand, and rested my elbow on the table, and leaned my head on my hand in deep thought. I see he had more sense on his side than I thought he had. I recollected the different and various ways in which he had showed his economical tightness since our married life begun, and I trembled for the result. I ruminated over our early married life, and how, in spite of his words of almost impassioned tenderness and unwillingness for me to harm and strain myself by approaching the political pole, still how he had let me wrestle with weighty hot poles and draw water out of a deep well with a cistern pole for more than 14 years. I remembered how he had nearly flooded out his own precious and valuable insides at Saratoga by his wild efforts to get the full worth of the 5 cents he had advanced to the spring tender. I remembered the widow's mite, how he had interpreted that scriptural incident about that noble female, as interpreters will, to suit their own ideas as males, and how I had argued with him in vain on the mite, and his unscriptural and economical views. I felt that he had a strong and powerful case, and though I could not brook the day of his going, still I thought that I must be as wise as a serpent and as harmless as a turtle-dove, to get the victory over him. He see by the fluctuations of color on my usually calm cheek, and by the pensive and thoughtful look in my 2 gray orbs, that I felt the strength and powerfulness of his cause. And as he mused, he begun in joyous and triumphant accents to bring up before me some of his latest and most striking instances of economical tightness. Says he, "Do you remember the case of S.Y. Biddlecombe, and them green pumpkins of mine, how I—" But I interrupted his almost fervid eloquence, and says I, with my right hand extended in a real eloquent wave, "Pause, Josiah Allen, and let's consider and weigh things in the balances. Go not too fast, lest disappointment attend your efforts, and mortification robs you in its mantle. Your economical ways, Josiah Allen," says I, "it seems to me ought to rise you up above every other man on the face of the globe, and make a lion of you of the first magnitude, even a roaring African lion, as it were." He looked proud and happy, and I proceeded. "But pause for one moment," says I in tender, cautious accents, "and think of the power, the tremendous economy of the males you are trying to emulate and outdo. Think of how they have dealt with the cause of women's liberty for the past few years, and tremble. How dast you, one weak man, though highly versed in the ways of economical tightness, how dast you to try and set up and be anybody amid that host?" He looked scared. He see what he was doing plainer than he had seen it, and I went on. "Think of that big Methodist conference in New York a few years ago that Caspar Keeler told us about. Think how economical they was with their dealings with Vim men on that occasion, and ever since. The Vim men full of good doings and alms deeds, who make up 2/3 of the church, who raise the minister's salary, run the missionary and temperance societies, teach the Sabbath schools, etc., 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 who give the best of their lives and thoughts to the meeting house from the time they sell buttonhole bouquets at church fairs and pantalettes, till they hand in their widow's mite with trembling fingers wrinkled with age. Think of this economy in not giving a mite of justice and right to the whole caboodle of such Vim men throughout the length and breadth of the country. And then think where would your very closest and tightest counsel of economy stand by the side of this economy of right, and manliness, and honor, and common sense." He quailed. His head sunk on his breast. He knew, tight as he had always been, there was a height of tightness he had never scaled. He knew he couldn't show off at that economical council by the side of them instances I had brung up, and to deepen the impression I had made, which is always the effort of the great orator, I resumed. Think of how they keep up their economy of justice, and right, and common sense, so afraid to use a speck of 'em, especially the common sense. Think of how they refuse to let vim men set down meekly in a humble pew, and say yeah in a still small voice as a delegate, so fraid that it was outstrip in women's proper spear, when these very ministers have been proud to open their very biggest meetin' house unto vim men, and let 'em teach 'em to be eloquent, let vim men speak words of help and wisdom from their highest pulpits. Think of this instance of their economical doin's, says I, and tremble. And, says I, still more impressively and eloquently, what is pumpkins by the side of that? His head sunk down lower and lower. He was dumbfoundered to think he had been outdone in his most vital parts, his most tightest ways. He felt truly that even if they would listen to his economical counsels, they didn't need him. He looked pitiful and meek, and sought Demuta for a couple of minutes. I see that I had convinced him about the economical council. He see that it wouldn't do, and he wouldn't make no more show than a underlin. But anon, or about that time, he spoke out in pitiful accents. Samantha, if I can't show off any at the economical council, I'd love to see them male lawmakers settin' in the Capitol at Washington, D.C. I'd love to mingle with them, Samantha. You know, and I know, too, that I am one of them. Wasn't I chose arbitrator in Seth Mezek's quarrel with his father-in-law? Hain't I sat on juries in the past, and hain't I liable to set? I want to see them male lawmakers, Samantha. I want to be intimate with them. I almost trembled. I can withstand my partner's angry or excited moods, but here I see pleadin' and lungin'. I see I had a hard job in front of me. I hate to disappoint him. I hate to, like a dog. But duty nerved me, and I says, Josiah, let's talk it over before you decide to go. Let's bring up some of the laws them males have made, or allow to go on. I want to talk to you about 'em, Josiah, says I. Before I let you depart to be intimate with 'em, says I. Do you remember the old adage, a dog is known by the company he keeps? Before you go to be one of them dogs, Josiah Allen, and be known as one of 'em, let's recall some of the lawful incidents of a few months back, says I. We won't raise our skirts and wade back into history to any great depth, and hove out a large quantity of 'em, but we'll keep in the shallow water of a few short fleetin' months, and pick up one or two of the innumerable number of 'em, and then, if you want to go, why, says I, in the tremblin' accents of fond affection, why, I will pack your saddlebags. Then I went on calmly and brung up a few laws and laid 'em down before him. I brung up the Indians' doin's, the Mormons, the Chinese, all on 'em flagrant. But still he had that lungin' look on his face. Then I brung up the rotten political doin's, the unjust laws prevailin' in regard to female vim men, and also the unrighteousness of the liquor laws and the abomination of the license question. I talked powerful and eloquent on them awful themes, but as I paused a minute for needed breath, he murmured, I want to be intimate with them, Samantha. And then, being almost at my wit's end, I dropped the general miscellaneous way I had used, and begun to bring up little separate instances of the injustices of the law. And I see he begun to be impressed. How true it is that, from the Bible down to Josiah Allen's wife, you have to talk in stories in order to impress the masses. You have to hold up the hammer of a personal incident to drive home the nail of truth and have it clench and hold fast. But mine was some different. Mine was facts, every one of 'em. I could have brung them to that man and laid 'em down in front of him from that time, almost 10:30 a.m., and kept stiddy at it till 10 p.m., and then not know that I had took any from the heap. So high and lofty is the stack of injustices and wrongs committed in the name of the law and shielded by its mantle. But I had only brung up just two of 'em, not the most flagrant ones either, but the first ones that come into my mind, just as it is when you go to a pile of potatoes to get some for dinner, you take the first ones you come to, knowin' there is fur bigger ones in the pile. But them potatoes smashed up with cream and butter are just as satisfyin' as if they was bigger. So these little truthful incidents laid down in front of my partner convinced him, so they was just as good for me to use as if I had picked out bigger and more flagrantier ones. I first sprung up before him the case of the good little Christian schoolteacher who had toiled for years at her hard work and laid up a little money, and finally married a sick young feller more'n half out of pity, for he hadn't a cent of money, and had the consumption, and took good care of him till he died. And wantin' to humor him, she let him make his will, though he didn't so much as own the sheet of paper he wrote on, or the ink, or the pen. And after his death she found he had willed away their unborn child, and when it was a few months old, and her love had sent out its strong shoots, and wrapped the little life completely round, his brother she had never seen come on from his distant home and took that baby right out of its mother's arms, and bore it off, according to law. I looked curiously at him as I concluded this true tale, but he murmured almost mechanically, "I want to mingle with them, Samantha. I feel that I want to be intimate with them." But his accent was weak as a cat, and I felt that my efforts was not being throwed away. So I hurriedly laid hold of another true incident that I thought on, and hauled it up in front of him. Think of the case of the pretty Chinese girl of 12 years, just the age of our Tirza, and when you used to be a-holdin' her on your knee, and learnin' her the Sunday school lesson, and both on us a-kissin' her, and a-brushin' back her hair from her sweet Mayday face, and a-pettin' her, and a-holdin' her safe in our heart of hearts. Just think of that little girl being sold for a slave by her rich male father, and brought to San Francisco, the home of the brave and the free, and there put into a place which she thought was for worse than the bottomless pit, for that she considered was just clean brimstone, and despair, and vapory demons. But this child, with 5 or 6 other vim men, was put into a sickening den polluted with every crime, and subject to the brutal passions of a crowd of live, dirty human devils. And when, half dead from her dreadful life, she ran away at the peril of her life, and was taken in by a charitable woman, and nursed back to life and sanity again, the law took that baby out of that safe refuge, and give her back into the hands of her brutal master, took her back, knowing the life she would be compelled to lead. Think if it was our Tirza and Josiah Allen. "Dumb the dumb fools," says he, a-chokin' some, and then he pulled out his bandana handkerchief and busted right out a-cryin' onto it. "Dumb I say," says he, out of its red and yeller depths. "I'd love to skin the hull on 'em, judge and jury." And I says meaningly, "Now, do you want to go and be intimate with them lawmakers, Josiah Allen?" "No," says he, a-wipin' his eyes and a-lookin' mad. "No, I don't. I want somethin' to eat." And I riz up immediately, and got a good dinner, a extra good one. And he never said another word about goin' to Washington, D.C. Chapter 6. There was sights and sights of talk in Jonesville and the adjacent and surrounding world about the World's Fair being open on Sundays. There was sights and sights of fightin' back and forth about the rights and the wrongs of it. And there was some talk about the saloons being open too, being open weekdays and Sundays. But, of course, there wasn't so much talk about that. It seemed to be all settled from the very first on that the saloons was a-goin' to be open the hull of the time, that they must be. Why, it seemed to be understood that drunkards had to be made and kep' up, murderers, and assassins, and thieves, and robbers, and lawbreakers of every kind, and fighters, and wife-beaters, and arsons, and rapiners, and child-killers had to be made. That was necessary, and considered so from the first. For if this trade was to stop for even one day out of the 7 high, where would be the crimes and casualties, the cut-ins up and act-ins, the murders and the suicides, to fill up the Sunday papers with? And to keep the police courts full and runnin' over with business, and the prisons, and jails, and reformatories full of victims, and the morgues full of dead bodies? No, the saloons had to be open Sundays. That was considered as almost a settled thing from the very first on't. Why, the nation must have considered it one of the necessaries, or it wouldn't have gone into partnership with them, and took part of the pay. But there was a great and almost impassioned fight a-goin' on about having the World's Fair, the broad galleries of art and beauty, being open to the public Sunday. Lots of Christian men and vim men come right out and swore right up and down that if Christopher Columbus let folks come to his doin's on Sunday they wouldn't go to it at all. I s'pose mebbe they thought that this would scare Christopher and make him gin up his doin's, or Ruther the ones that was a representin' him to Chicago. They did talk fearfully scareful, and calculated to scare any man that hadn't went through with what Christopher had. They said that Ruther than have the young people who would be gathered there from the four ends of the earth. Ruther than have these innocent young creeturs contaminated by walkin' through them rooms and lookin' at them wonders of nature and art. Why, they had Ruther not have any fair at all. Why, I read sights and sights about it, and hearn powerful talk, and immense quantities of it. And one night I hearn the most masterly and convincin' arguments brung up on both sides, arguments calculated to make a bystander wobble first one way and then the other, with the strength and power of 'em. It was at a church social held to Miss Lum's, and a number of us had got there early, and this subject was debated on before the minister got there. Deacon Hensey was the one who give utterance to the views I have promulgated. He said right out plain that no matter how keen the slight would be felt, he shouldn't attend to it if it was open Sunday. He said that the country would be ruined if it took place. Yes, says Miss Cornelius Cork. You are right, Deacon Hensey. I wouldn't have Cornelius Jr. go to Chicago if the fair is open Sundays, not for a world full of gold. For, says she, I feel as if it would be the ruin of him. And then Sister Arvely Lanfear, she is always on the contrary side, says she. Why? Why? Says Miss Cork. You ask why? You a woman and a professor? Yes, says Arvely. Why? Says Miss Cork. It would take away all his reverence for the Sabbath, and the God who appointed that holy day of rest. His morals would be all broke up, and he would be a ruined boy. I expect that he will be there 2 months. That would make 8 days of worldliness and wickedness, and I feel that long enough before the 8th day had come his principles would be undermined, and his morals all tottered and broke down. Why? Says Arvely. There hain't any wickedness goin' on to the fair as I know of. It is a-goin' to be full and overflowin' of object lessons a-teachin' of the greatness and the glory of the Lord of Heaven, and the might and power of the human intellect. Wonders of heaven, and wonders of earth, and I don't see how they would be apt to ruin and break down anybody's morals contemplatin' 'em, not if they was sound when they begun. It seems to me it would make 'em have 10 times the reverence they had before, reverence, and awe and worshipful love for the one, the great and loving mind that had thought out all these marvels of beauty and grandeur and spread 'em out for his children's happiness and instruction. Oh, yes, says Miss Cork. On weekdays it is a exaltin' and upliftin' and dreadful religious sight, but on Sundays it is a crime to even think on it. Sundays should be kept pure and holy and riz up, and I wouldn't have Cornelius desecrate himself and the Sabbath by goin' to the fair not for a world full of gold. Where would he go Sundays while he was in Chicago if he didn't go there? Says Arville. She is real cuttin' sometimes, Arville is, but then Miss Cork loves to put on Arville, and twit her of her single state, and kinder act high-headed and throw Cornelius in her face, and act. Says Arville. Where would Cornelius Jr. go if he didn't go to the fair? Cornelius Jr. drinks awful and is onsteady, and Miss Cork hemmed and hawed, and finally said, in kind of a machin way, why, to meetin', of course. He hadn't been in a meetin' house for 2 years, and we all knew it, and Miss Cork knew that we knew it, hence the meech. He don't go to meetin' here to Jonesville. Says Arville. It was real mean in her, but I s'pose it was to pay Miss Cork off for her gravitin'. And she went on. I live right across the road from Facet's saloon, and I see him and more'n a dozen other Jonas-villians there most every Sunday. Goin' to Chicago hain't goin' to born a man agin, and change all their habits and ways to once, and I believe if Cornelius Jr. didn't go to the fair he would go to worse places. Well, says Miss Cornelius Cork, if he did, I wouldn't have to bear the sin. I feel that it is my duty to lift my voice and my strength against the Sunday opening of the fair, and even if the boys did go to worse places, my conscience would be clear. The sin wouldn't rest on my head. Says Arville. That is the very way I have heard them men talk who burned up their boys' cards, and checkerboards, and storybooks, and drove their children away from home to find amusement. They wanted the boys to sit down and read the Bible and Sam books year in and year out, but they wouldn't do it, for there was times when the young blood in 'em riz up and clamored for recreation and amusement, and seeing that they couldn't get it at home, under the fostering care of their father and mother, why, they looked for it elsewhere, and found it in low saloons and bar-rooms, amongst wicked and depraved companions. And then, when their boys turned out gamblers and drunkards, they would say that their consciences was clear. "But," says Arville, "that hain't the way the Lord done. He used Sundays and weekdays to tell stories to the multitude, to amuse 'em, draw 'em by the silken cord of fancy towards the true and the right, draw 'em away from the bad towards the good. And if I had 10 boys, which you hain't no ways likely to have," says Miss Cork. "No, indeed you hain't. No, thank heaven! There hain't no chance on't. But if I had 10 boys, I would ruther have 'em wanderin' through them beautiful halls, full of the wonders of the world which the Lord made and give to his children for their amusement and comfort. I would ruther have 'em there than to have 'em help swell a congregation of country loafers in a city saloon, learnin' in one day more lessons in the height and depth of depravity than years of country livin' would teach 'em. These places, and worse ones, legalized places of devil's pastime, will lure and beckon the raw youth of the country. They will flaunt their gaudy attractions on every side, and appeal to every sense but the sense of decency. And I would feel safer about the whole 10 of 'em, if I knew they was safe in the art galleries, full of beauty and sublimity, drawing their minds and hearts insensibly and in spite of themselves upward and onward, or looking at the glory and wonders of practical and mechanical beauty, the beauty of use and invention. After walking through a buildin' 45 acres big, and some more of 'em about as roomy, I should be pretty sure that they wouldn't get out of it in time to go any great lengths in sin that day, and they would be apt to be too faggied out and dead tired to foller on after Satan any great distance. "Well," says Miss Snyder, "I dunno but I should feel safer about my Jim and John to have 'em there in the fair buildin's than runnin' loose in the streets of Chicago. They won't go to meetin' every Sunday, and I can't make 'em, and if they do go, they will go in the mornin' late, and get out as soon as the amen is said. My boys are as good as the average, full as good, but I know when they hain't got anything to do, and get with other boys, they will cut up and act." "Well," says Miss Cornelius Cork, "I know that my Cornelius will never disgrace himself or me by any low acts." She was tellin' a big story, for Cornelius Jr. had been carried home more'n once too drunk to walk, besides other mean acts that was worse, so we didn't say anything, but we all looked queer, and Arville kinder sniffed, and turned up her nose, and nudged Miss Snyder. But Miss Cork kept right on. She is real high-headed and conceited, Miss Cork is. And, says she, much as I want to see the fair, and much as I want Cornelius and Cornelius Jr. to go to it, and the rest of the country, I would ruther not have it take place at all than to have it opened Sundays. And I feel just so, says Miss Hensey. Then young Elihu Widrig spoke up. He is old Elihu Widrig's only son, and he has been off to college, and is home on a vacation. He is dreadful deep learnt, has studied Greek and lots of other languages that are dead, and some that are most dead. He spoke up, and says he, "What is this Sabbath, anyway? We didn't any of us like that, and we showed we didn't by our means. We didn't want any of his newfangled ideas, and we looked high-headed at him and riz up. But he kept right on, being determined to have his say. You can follow the Sabbath, we keep right back, straight as a string, to planet worship. Before old Babylon ever riz up at all, to say nothin' of Fallon, the dwellers in the Euphrates Valley kept a Sabbath. They s'posed there was 7 planets, and one day was give to each of them. And Saturday, the old Jewish Sabbath, was given to Saturn, cruel as ever he could be if the UR in his name was changed to E. In those days it was not forbidden to work in that day, but supposed to be unlucky. Some as ma regards Friday. It was known that Miss Widrig wouldn't begin a mite of work Fridays, not even hemin' a towel or settin' up a sock or mitten. And, says he, when we come down through history to the Hebrews, we find it a part of the Mosaic Law, the 10 Commandments. In the 2nd book of the Bible we find the reason given for keeping the Sabbath is, the Lord rested on that day. In the 5th book we find the reason given is the keeping of a memorial for the deliverance out of Egypt. Now this commandment only forbids working on that day. No matter what else you do, you are obeying the 4th commandment. According to that command, you could go to the World's Fair, or wherever you had a mind to, if you did not work. The Puritan Sabbath was a very different one from that observed by Moses and the prophets, which was mainly a day of rest. "Wall, I know," says Miss Yerdon, "that the only right way to keep the Sabbath is just as we do, go to meetin' and Sunday school, and do just as we do," says Lihu. "Maybe the people to whom the law was delivered didn't understand its meaning so well as we do today, after the lapse of so many centuries, so well as you do, Miss Yerdon." We all looked coldly at Lihu. We didn't approve of his talk. But Miss Yerdon looked tickled. She is so blind in her own conceit, and Lihu spoke so polite to her, she thought he considered her word as going beyond the Bible. Then Lophemia Pegram spoke up, and says she, "Don't you believe in keeping the Sabbath, Lihu?" "Yes, indeed I do," says he, firm and decided. "I do believe in it with all my heart. It is a blessed break in the hard creaking roll of the wheel of labor, a needed rest, needed in every way for tired and worn out brain and muscle, soul and body. But I believe in telling the truth," says he. He always was a very truthful boy, born so, we suppose. Almost too truthful at times, his ma used to think. She used to have to whip him time and again for bringing out secret things before company, such as borrowed dishes, and run-ins of other females, and such. So we was obliged to listen to his remarks with a certain amount of respect, for we knew that he meant every word that he said, and we knew that he had studied deep into ancient history, no matter how much mistook we felt that he was. But Miss Yerdon spoke up, and says she, "I don't care whether it is true or not. I have always said, and always will say, that if any belief goes against the Bible, I had ruther believe in the Bible than in the truth any time." And more than half of us Vim men agreed with her. You see, so many reverent, and holy, and divine thoughts and memories clustered round that book, that we didn't love to have 'em disturbed. It was like having somebody take a spade and dig up the violets and lilies on the grave of the nearest and dearest, to try to prove something or ruther. We feel in such circumstances that we had ruther be mistook than to have them sweet posies disturbed and desecrated. Holy words of counsel, and reproof, and consolation delivered from the Most High to His saints and prophets, words that are whispered over our cradles, and whose truth enters our lives with our mother's milk, that sustains us and helps us to bear the hard toils and burdens of the day of life, and that go with us through the valley and the shadow, the only revelation we have of God's will to man, the written testimony of His love and compassion, and the only map in which we trace our titles clear to a heavenly inheritance. If errors and mistakes have crept in through the weaknesses of Mian, or if the pages have become blotted by the dust of time, we hated to have them brung out and looked too close into. We hated to, like a dog. So we, most all of us, had a fellow feelin' for Miss Yerdon, and looked approvin' at her. And Lihu, seein' we looked cold at him, and bein' sensitive, and havin' a hard cold, he said, he guessed he would go over to the drugstore and get some horehound candy for his cough. So he went out. And then Miss Cork spoke up, and says she, "How it would look in the eyes of the other nations to have us a breakin' Sundays after keepin' 'em pure and holy for all these years." "Pure and holy," says Arvely. "Why, just look right here in the country, and see the way the Sabbath is desecrated. Saturday nights and Sundays is the very time for the devil's high jinks. More whiskey and beer and hard cider is consumed Saturday nights and Sundays than durin' all the rest of the week. Why, right in my neighborhood a man who makes cider brandy carries off whole barrels of it most every Saturday, so's to have it ready for Sunday consumption. The saloons are crowded that day, and black eyes, and bruised bodies, and sodden intellects, and atchin hearts are more frequent Sundays than any other day of the week, and you know it. And after standin' all this desecration calmly for year after year, and votin' to uphold it, it don't look consistent to flare up and be so dreadful afraid of desecratin' the Sabbath by havin' a place of education, greater than the world has ever seen or ever will see agin, open on the Sabbath for the youth of the land. But the nation, says Miss Hensey in a scareful voice, this nation must keep up its glorious reputation before the other countries of the world. How will it look to 'em to have our government permit such Sunday desecration? This is a national affair, and we should not be willing to have our glorious nation do anything to lower itself in the eyes of the assembled and envious world. Says Arville, if our nation can countenance such doings as I have spoke of, the man-killin' and brute-makin', all days Sundays, and not only permit it, but go into partnership with it, and take part of the pay, if it can do this Sundays, year after year, without being ashamed before the other nations, I guess it will stand it to have the fair open. But, says Miss Bobbet, even if it is better for the youth of the country, and I do know but it will have a bad look to the other nations, as Sister Hensey says, it will look bad. Says Arville, that is what Miss Bulcum said about her Ned when she wouldn't let him play games to home. She said she didn't care so much about it herself, but thought the neighbors would blame her, and Ned got to going away from home for amusement, and is now a low gambler and loafer. I wonder whether she would ruther have kept her boy safe, or made the neighbors easy in their minds. And now the neighbors talk as bad agin when they see him a-reelin' by. She might have known folks would talk anyway. If they can't run folks for doin' things, they will run 'em for not doin' 'em. They'll talk every time. Yes, and don't you forget it, says Bub Lum. But nobody minded Bub, and Miss Cork begun agin on another tact. He Sabbath labor it will cause, the great expenditure of strength and labor, to have all them stupendous buildin's open on the Sabbath. The unseemly and deafening noise and clatter of the machinery, and the toil of the men that it will take to run and take care of all the departments, and the labor of the poor men who will have to carry guests back and forth all day. I know, says Arville, whether it will take so much more work or not. It is most of it run by water power and electricity, and water keeps on runnin' all day Sunday as well as week days. Your mill dam don't stop, Miss Cork, because it is Sunday. Miss Cork's house stands right by the dam, and you can't hear yourself speak there hardly, so it was what you might expect, to have her object specially to noise. Miss Cork kinder toast her head and drawed down her upper lip in a real contemptuous way, and Arville went on and resumed. And electricity keeps on somewhere actin' and behavin', it don't stop Sundays. I have seen worse thunderstorms Sundays, it does seem to me, than I ever see weekdays. And when old Mom Nader sets such a show a-goin' Sundays, you have got to tend it, whether you think it is wicked or not. And as for the work of carryin' folks back and forth to it, meetin' house'n have to run by work, hard work, too. Preachin', and singin', and ringin' bells, and opening doors, and lightin' gas, and usherin' folks in, and etc., etc., etc. And horse cars and steam cars have to run to and fro, conductors, and brakemen, and firemen, and engineers, and etc., etc. And horses have to be harnessed and worked hard, and coachmen, and drivers, and men and women have to work hard Sundays. Yes, indeed. Now, my sister-in-law, Jane Lanfear, works harder Sundays than any day out of the 7. They take a place with 30 cows on it, and she and Jim, being ambitious, do almost all the work themselves. Every Sunday morning Jane gets up, and she and Jim goes out and milks 15 cows apiece, and then Jim drives them off to pasture and comes back and harnesses up and carries the milk 3 miles to a cheese factory, and comes back and does the other outdoor chores. And Jane gets breakfast, and gets up the 3 little children, and washes 'em and dresses 'em, and feeds the little ones to the table. And after breakfast she does up all her work, washes her dishes and the immense milk cans, sweeps, cleans lamps and stoves, makes beds, etc., and feeds the chickens, and ducks, and turkeys. And by that time it is 9 o'clock. Then she hurries round and washes and combs the 3 children, curls the hair of the twin girls, and then gets herself into her best clothes, and by that time she is so beat out that she is ready to drop down. But she don't. She lifts the children into the Democrat, climbs her own weary form in after 'em, and takes the young just one in her lap. And Jim, having by this time got through with his work and toiled into his best suit, they drive off, a colt follerin' 'em, and Jim having to get out more'n a dozen times to head it right, and making Jane wild with anxiety, for it is a likely colt. Wall, they go 4 miles and a half to the meetin' house. There hain't no Freewell Baptist nearer to 'em, and they are strong in the belief, and awful sot on that's bein' the only right way. So they go to class meetin' first, and both talk for quite a length of time. They are quite gifted, and are called so. And then they set up straight through the sermon, and that Freewell Baptist preaches more in an hour, hot or cold weather, and then they both teach a large class of children, and what with taking care of the 3 restless children, and their own weariness on the start, they are both beat out before they start for home. And Jane has a blindin' headache. But she must keep up, for she has got to get the 3 babies home safe, and then there is dinner to get, and the dishes to wash, and the housework, and the outdoor work to tend to, and what with her headache, and her tired out nerves and body, and the work and care of the babies, Jane is cross as a bear, snaps everybody up, sets a bad pattern before her children and Jim, and, in fact, don't get over it, and hain't good for anything before the middle of the week. The day of rest is the hardest day of the week for her. But she told me last night, she come in to get my Basque pattern, she is anxious to get her parmity dress done for the World's Fair, but she said that she shouldn't go if it was open Sunday, for her mind was so sot on havin' the Sabbath kept strict as a day of rest. Now I believe in goin' to meetin' as much as anybody, and always have been regular. But I say Jane hain't consistent. They don't agree. Arvely stopped here a minute for needed breath. Good land! I should have thought she would, and Lophemia Pegram spoke up. She is a dreadful pretty girl, but very sentimental and romantic, and talks out of poetry books. Says she. Another thought, nature works all the Sabbath day. Flowers bloom, their sweet perfume wafts abroad, bees gather the honey from their fragrant blossoms, the dews fall, the clouds sail on, the sun lights and warms the world, the grass grows, the grain ripens, the fruit gathers the sunshine in its golden and rosy globes, the birds sing, the trees rustle, the wind blows, the stars rise and set, the tide comes in and goes out, the waves wash the beach, and carries the great ships to their havens. In fact, nature keeps her World's Fair open every day of the week just alike. Yes, says Miss Eben Sanders, she is always on the side of the last speaker, she hain't to be depended on, in argument. But she speaks quite well, and is a middlin' good woman, and kind-hearted. Says she. Look at the poor people who work hard all the week and who can't spend the time weekdays to go to this immense educational school. Them who have to work hard and steady every working day to keep bread in the hands of their families, to keep starvation away from themselves and children, clerks, seamstresses, mechanics, milliners, typewriters, workers in factories and shops, etc., 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 etc. Children of toil, who bend their weary frames over their toilsome, uncongenial labor all the week, with the wolves of cold and hunger prowlin' round them, ready to devour them and their children if they stop their labor for one day out of the 6. Think what it would be for these tired beauty-starved white slaves to have one day out of the 7 to feast their eyes and their hungry souls on the best of the world. What an outlook it would give their work-blinded eyes! What a blessed change it would make in all their dull, narrow, cramped lives! While their hands was full of work, their quickened fancy would live over again the 2 brief hours they spent in communion with the world's best, the gathered beauty and greatness and glory of the earth. Whatever their toil and weariness, they had lived for a few hours, their eyes had beheld the glory of God and His works. Miss Cork yawned very deep here, and Miss Sanders blushed and stopped. They hain't on speaking terms. Caused by hens. And then Miss Cork says severely, a not noticin' Miss Sanders' speech at all, but goin' back to Arvely's, she loves to dispute with her, she loves to dearly. You forgot to mention when you was talkin' about Sabbath work connected with church-goin' that it was to worship God, and it was therefore right, no matter how wearisome it was perfectly right. Wall, I know, says Arvely. I know, but what some of he beautiful pictures and wonderful works of art and nature that will be exhibited at the World's Fair would be as upliftin' and inspirin' to me as some of the sermons I hear Sundays. Specially when Brother Ridley gets to talkin' on the Jews and the old Egyptians. It stands to reason that if I could see Pharaoh's mummy it would bring me nearer to him, and them plagues and that wickedness of Hyson, than Brother Ridley's sermon could. And when I looked at a piece of the olive tree under which our Savior sat while he was weepin' over Jerusalem, or see a wonderful picture of the crucifixion or the ascension, wrought by hands that the Lord himself held while they was painted, I believe it would bring him plainer before me than Brother Ridley could, specially when he is tizzicky, and can't speak loud. Why, our Lord himself was took to do more than once by the Pharisees, and told he was breaking the Sabbath. And he said that the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. And he said, Consider the lilies, that is, consider the Lord, and behold him in the works of his hands. Brother Ridley is good, no doubt, and it is right to go and hear him. I hain't disputed that. But when he tries to bring our thoughts to the Lord, he has to do it through his own work, his writin', which he did himself with a steel pen. And I do know as it is talking the ideas of the Lord so much at first hand as it is to study the lesson of the lilies he made, and which he loved and admired and told us to consider. The World's Fair is full of all the beauty he made, more wonderful and more beautiful than the lilies, and I do know as it is wrong to consider Sundays or weekdays. But, says Miss Yerdon, don't you know what the Bible says, forget not the assembling of yourselves together? Well, piped up Bub Lum, aged 14, and a perfect imp. I guess that if the fair is open Sundays, folks that are there won't complain about there not being folks enough assembled together. I guess they won't complain on't, no, indeed. But nobody paid any attention to Bub, and Arvely continued. I believe in using some common sense right along, weekdays and Sundays too. It stands to reason that the Lord wouldn't gin us common sense if he didn't want us to use it. We don't need dying grace while we are a-livin', and so with other things. There will be meetin' housen left and ministers in 1894, most likely, and we can attend to 'em right along as we live. But this great new open book of Revelations, full of God's power and grace, and the wonderful story of what he has done for us since he wakened the soul of his servant, Columbus, and sent him over the troubled ocean to carry his name into the wilderness, and the strength and the might he has given to us since as a nation. This great object lesson, full of the spirit of prophecy and accomplishment, won't be here but a few short months. And I believe if there could be another chapter added to the Bible this week, and we could have the Lord's will writ out concernin' it, I believe it would read. Go to that fair. Study its wonderful lessons with awe and reverence. Go weekdays if you can, and if you can't, go Sundays. And you rich people, who have art galleries of your own to wander through Sundays, and gardens and greenhouses full of beauty and sweetness, and the means to seek out loveliness through the world, and who don't need the soul refreshment these things give, don't you by any pharisaical law deprive my poor of their part in the feast I have spread for both rich and poor. Says Miss Cork, I wouldn't dast to talk in that way, Arville. To add or diminish one word of Scripture is to bring an awful penalty. I hain't a-goin' to add or diminish, says Arville. I hain't thought on't. I am merely statin' what, in my opinion, would be the Lord's will on the subject. But right here the schoolmaster struck in. He is a very likely young man, smart as a whip, and does well by the school, and makes a stiddy practice of min in his own business and behavin'. He is a great favorite and quite good-lookin', and some say that he and Lophemia Pegram are engaged, but it hain't known for certain. He spoke up, and says he, There is one great thing to think of when we talk on this matter. There is so much to be said on both sides of this subject that it is almost impossible to shut your eyes to the advantages and the disadvantages on both sides. But, says he, if this nation closes the fair Sundays, it will be a great object lesson to the youth of this nation and the world at large of the sanctity and regard we have for our Puritan Sabbath, of our determination to not have it turned into a day of amusement, as it is in some European countries. It would be something like painting up the 10 Commandments and the Lord's Prayer in gold letters on the blue sky above, so that all who run may read, of the regard we have for the day of rest that God appointed. The regard we have for things spiritual, unseen, our conflicts and victories for conscience' sake, the priceless heritage for which our pilgrim fathers braved the unknown sea and wilderness, and our forefathers fought and bled for. They fit for liberty, says Arville. She would have the last word. And this country, in the name of religion, has whipped Quakers, and Baptists, and hung witches, and no knowin' what it will do agin. And I think, says she, that it would look better now both from the under and upper side, both on earth and in heaven, to close them murderous and damnable saloons, that are drawin' men to visible and open ruin all round us on every side, than to take such great pains to impress unseen things onto strangers. She would have the last word, she was bound to. And the schoolmaster, being real polite though he had a look as if he was convinced, yet he bowed kinder genteel to Arvely, as much as to say, I will not dispute any further with you. And then he got up and went over and sat down by Lophemia Pegram. And I see there was no prospect of their different minds coming any nearer together. And I'll be hanged if I could wonder at it. Why, I myself see things so plain on both sides that I would convince myself time and in both ways. I would be just as firm as a rock for hours at a time that it would be the only right thing to do, to shed up the fair Sundays, shed it up just as tight as it could be shed. And then again, I would argue in my own mind, back and forth, and convince myself, entirely unbeknown to me, that it would be the means of doing more good to the young folks and the poor to have it open. Why, I had a fearful time and again, arguin' and disputin' with myself, and carryin' metaphors back and forth, and pisidin', when nobody was round. And as I couldn't seem to come to any clear decision myself, disputin' with just my own self, I didn't suppose so many different minds would become simultaneous and agreed. So I just branched right off and asked Miss Cork if she had heard that the minister's wife had got the neurology. I felt that neurology was a safe subject, and one that could be agreed on. Everybody despised it. And gradual the talk sort o' quieted down, and I led it gradual into ways of pleasantness and paths of peace. Chapter 7. Christopher Columbus Allen got along splendid with his railroad business, and by the time the rest of us was ready for the World's Fair, he was. We didn't have so many preparations to make as we would in other circumstances, for Uri and Fillory was going to move right into our house, and do for it just as well as we would do for ourselves. They had done this during other towers that we had gone off on, and never had we found our confidence misplaced, or so much as a towel or a dishcloth missin'. We have always done well by them while they was workin' for us by the week or on shares, and they have always just turned right round and done well by us. Thomas Jefferson and Maggie went with us. T.I. Rosa and Whitfield wasn't quite ready to go when we did, but they was comin' later, when Tirzah had got all her preparations made, her own dresses done, and Whitfield's nightshirts embroidered, and her stockings knit. I love Tirzah, but I can't help seein' that she does lots of things that hain't necessary. Now it was necessary for her to have 11 new dresses made a purpose to go to the World's Fair, and 3 white aprons all worked off round the bibs and pockets. Good land! What would she want of aprons there in that crowd? And she no need to had 6 new complete suits of underclothes made, all trimmed off elaborate with tatin and homemade edgin' before she went. And it was necessary for her to knit 2 pairs of open-work stockings with fine spool thread. I says to her, Tirzah, why don't you buy your stockings? You can get good ones for 20 cents. And, says I, these will take you weeks and weeks to knit, besides being expensive in thread. But she said, she couldn't find such nice ones to the store, she couldn't find shell work. Then, says I shall go without shell work. But she said, they was dreadful ornamental to the foot, specially to the instep, and she shouldn't want to go without 'em. But, says I, who is goin' to see your instep? You hain't goin' round in that crowd with slips on, be you? No, she said. She didn't suppose she should, but she should feel better to know that she had on nice stockings, if there didn't anybody see 'em. And I thought to myself that I should ruther be upheld by my principles than the consciousness of shell-work stockings. But I didn't say so right out. I see that she wouldn't give up the day. And besides the stockings, which was going to devour a fearful amount of time, she had got to embroider 3 nightshirts for Whitfield with fine linen floss. Then I argued with her again. Says I, good land! I don't believe that Christopher Columbus ever had any embroidered nightshirts. Says I, if he had waited to have them embroidered, and shell-work stockings knit, we might have not been discovered to this day. But, says I, good, sensible creetur, he knew better than to do it when he had everything else on his hands. And, says I, with all your housework to do, and hot weather comin' on, I don't see how you are goin' to get 'em all done and get to the fair. And she said, she had ruther come late, prepared, than to go early with everything at loose ends. But, says I, good plain sensible nightshirts and lisle thread stockings hain't loose, they hain't so loose as them you are knit in dot. But I see that I couldn't break it up, so I desisted in my efforts. Maggie, though she is only my daughter-in-law, takes after me more in a good many things than Tirzah Ann does, who is my own stepdaughter. Curious, but so it is. Now she and I felt just alike in this. Who was goin' to notice what you had on to the World's Fair, and providin' we was clean and hull, and respectable lookin', who was goin' to know or care whether our stockins was open work or plain knit in? There, with all the wonder and glory of the whole world spread out before our eyes, and the whole world there lookin' at it, gazin' at strange people, strange customs, strange treasures and curiosities from every land under the sun, wonders of the earth and wonders of the sea, marvels of genius and invention, and marvels of grandeur and glory, of art and nature, and the whole world lookin' on, and marvellin' at 'em. And then to suppose that anybody would be lookin' out for shell-work stockins, carin' whether they was clamshell pattern, or oyster shell. The day! That is the way Maggie and I felt. Why, if you'll believe it, that sweet little creetur never took but one dress with her, besides a old wrapper to put on mornin's. She took a good plain black silk dress, with 2 waists to it, a thick one for cool days and a thin one for hot days, and some underclothes, and some old shoes that didn't hurt her feet, and looked decent. And there she was all ready. She never bought a thing, I don't believe, not one. You wouldn't catch her wadin' to embroider nightshirts for Thomas Jefferson, no, indeed. She felt just as I did. What would the Christopher Columbus World's Fair care for the particular make of Thomas J.'s nightshirts? That had bigger things on its old mind than to stop and admire a particular posy or runnin' vine worked on a man's nightly bosom. Yes, indeed. But Tirzah Ann felt just that way, and I couldn't make her over at that late day, even if I had time to tackle the job. She took it honest, it come on to her from her pa. The preparations that man would have made if he had had his head would have outdone Tirzah Ann's, and that is sayin' enough, and more'n enough. And the size of the shoes that man would have sought out with if he had been left alone would have been a shame and a disgrace to the name of decency as long as the world stands. Why, his feet would have been 2 smokin' sacrifices laid on the altar of corns and bunions. Yes, indeed. But I broke it up. I says, do you lay out and calculate to hobble round in that pair of leather vices and toe screws? Says I. When you have got to be on foot from mornin' till night, day after day? Why under the sun don't you wear your good old leather shoes, and feel comfortable? And he said, true father of Tirzah Ann, he was afraid it would make talk. Says I. The day of the World's Fair, with all it has got on its mind, a noticin' or carin' whether you had on shoes or went barefoot. But if you are afraid of talk, says I guess that it would make full as much talk to see you goin' round groanin' and cryin' out loud. And that is what them shoes would bring you to. Says I. No, says I. You jest do them shoes right up and carry 'em back to the store, and if you have got to have a new pair, get some that will be more becomin' to a human creetur, let alone a class leader, and a professor, and a grandfather. So at last I prevailed. He forbodden to the very last that it would make talk to see him in such shoes. But he got a pair that was more'n 1 size too small for him, and I presumed to think they would stretch some. And anyway, I laid out to put his good, roomy old gaiters in my own trunk, so he could have a panicky to fall back on, and to soothe. As for myself, I took my old slips, that had been my faithful companions for over 2 years, and a pair of good big roomy boots. I never bought nothin' new for any of my feet, not even a shoestring. And the only new thing that I bought, anyway, was a new muslin nightcap with a lace ruffle. I bought that, and I s'pose vanity and pride was to the bottom of it. I feel my own shortcomings, I feel 'em deep, and try to repent, every now and then I do. But I did think in my own mind that in case of fire, I knew that Chicago was a great case for burnin' itself up. I thought in case of fire in the night I wouldn't want to be catched with a plain sheep's head nightcap on, which, though comfortable, and my choice for stiddy wear, hain't beautiful. And I thought if there was a fire, and I was to be depicted in the newspapers as a being rescued, I did feel a little pride in having a becomin' nightcap on, and not being engraved with a sheep's head on. Thinks yes I, the pictures in the newspapers are enough to bring on the cold chills onto anybody, even if took bareheaded, and what would be the horror of 'em took in a sheep's head? There it was, there's my own weakness sot right down in black and white. But anyway, it only cost 35 cents, and there was nothin' painful about it, like Josiah's shoes, nor protracted, like Tirzah Ann's stockings. Wall, Uri and Fillory moved in the day before, and Josiah and I left in the very best of sperrits, and on the 10 o'clock train, Maggie and Thomas Jefferson and Crit A meetin' us to the depot. Maggie looked as pretty as a pink, if she didn't make no preparations. She had on her plain waist, black silk, and a little black velvet turban, and she had pinned a bunch of fresh rosies to her waist, and the rosies wasn't any pinker than her pretty cheeks and lips, and the dew that had fell into them roses' hearts that night wasn't any brighter than her sweet gray eyes. She makes a beautiful woman, Maggie Allen does, and she ought to correspond with her husband, for my boy, Thomas Jefferson, is a young man of 1,000, and it is admitted that he is by all the Jonas Villians, nearly every Villian of 'em admits it. Tirzah and the babe was to the depot to see us off, and she said that she should come on just as soon as she got through with her preparations. But I felt dubersome about her comin' very soon, for she took out her knittin' work, we had to wait quite a good while for the cars, and I see that she hadn't got the first one only to the instep. It is slow knittin', shells are dreadful slow anyway, and she was too proud-spirited to have 'em plain clamshell pattern, which are bigger and coarser. She had to have 'em oyster shell pattern, in ridges. Wall, as I say, I felt dubersome, but I spoke up cheerful on the outside. If you get your stockings done, Tirzah Ann, you must be sure and come. And she said she would. The way she said it was, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, mother, 5, 6, 7, I will. She had to count every shell from top to toe of 'em, which made it hard and wearin' both for her and them she was conversin' with. Why, they do say, it come to me straight, too, that Whitfield got that wore out with them oyster shell stockin's that he won't look at a oyster since. He used to be devoted to 'em, raw or cooked, but they say that you can't get him to look at one since the stockin' episode, specially scalloped ones. No, he says, that he has had enough oysters for a lifetime. Poor fellow. I pity him. I know what them actions of hern is, hain't I suffered from the one she took 'em from. But to resume, and continue on. Miss Gowday come to the depot to see me off, and so did Miss Bobbett and the Witterpooler. Miss Gowday was comin' to the World's Fair as soon as she made her rag carpet for her summer kitchen, she said. She wouldn't go off and leave her work undone, and she hadn't got more'n half of the rags cut, and she hadn't colored but not yet, nor copperas. She would not leave her house sufferin' and her rags uncut. I thought she looked sort o' reprovin' at me, for she knew that I had a carpet begun. But I spoke up and says, truly rags will be always here with us, and most likely bunnut and copperas, but the World's Fair comes but once in a lifetime, and I believe in embracin' it now, and makin' the most of it. Says I, we can embrace rags at any time. Wall, she said, she couldn't take no comfort with the memory of things undone weighin' down on her. She said, some folks was different. And she looked clost at me as she said it. Some folks could go off on towers and be happy with the thought of rags uncut and warp uncolored, or spooled, or anything. But she wasn't one of 'em. She could not, and would not, take comfort with things undone on her mind. And I says, if folks don't take any comfort with the memories of things undone on 'em, I guess that there wouldn't be much comfort took, for, do the best we can in this world, we have to leave some things undone. We can't do everything. Wall, she said, she never should, go off on towers till everything was done. And again I says, it is hard to get everything done, and if folks waited for them circumstances, I guess there wouldn't be many towers gone off on. But she didn't give in, nor I nother. But just then Miss Bobbett spoke up, and said, she laid out to go to the World's Fair, she wouldn't miss it for anything. It was the opportunity of a lifetime for education and pleasure. But she was goin' to finish that borrow and lend bedquilt of hern before she started a step. And then the woodwork had got to be painted all over the house, and he was so busy with his spring's work that she had got to do it herself. And I says, couldn't you let those things be till you come back? And she said, she couldn't, for she mistrusted she would be all beat out, and wouldn't feel like it when she got back. Paintin' was hard work, and so was piecin' up. And I says, then you had Ruther go there all tired out, had you? Says I. Seems to me I had Ruther go to the World's Fair fresh and strong, and ready to learn and enjoy, even if I let my borrow and lend bedquilt go till another year. For, says I, bedquilts will be protracted fur beyond the time of seein' the World's Fair, and I believe in livin' up to my privileges. And she said that she wouldn't want to put it off, for it had been a-layin' round for several years, and she felt that she wouldn't go away so fur from home, and leave it unfinished. And I see that it wouldn't do any good to argy with her. Her mind was made up. Miss Pooler said that she was a-goin' to the fair, and a-goin' in good season, too. She wouldn't miss it for anything in the livin' world. But she had got to make a visit all round to his relations and hern before she went. And, says she, a-lookin' sort o' reproachful at me, I should have thought you would have felt like goin' round and payin' 'em all a visit, on both of your sides, before you went, says she. They would have felt better, and I feel like doin' everything I can to please the relations. And I told Miss Pooler that I never expected to see the day that I hadn't plenty of relations on my side and on his'n, but I never expected to see another Christopher Columbus World's Fair, and I had Ruther spend my time now with Christopher than with them on either side, s'posen they would keep. But Miss Pooler said she had always felt like doin' a LL in her power to show respect to the relations on both sides, and make 'em happy. And she felt that, in case of anything happenin', she would feel better to know she had made 'em all a last visit before it happened. What I am afraid will happen, Miss Pooler, says I, is that you won't get to the World's Fair at all, for they are numerous on both sides, and widespread, says I. It will take sights and sights of time for you to go clear round. But I see that she was determined to have her way, and I didn't labor no more with her. And I might as well tell it right here, as any time, she never got to the World's Fair at all. For while she was a-payin' a last visit previous to her departure, she was took down bed sick for 3 weeks. And the fair bein' at that time on its last leglets, as you may say, it had took her so long to go the rounds. The fair broke up before she got up agin. Miss Pooler felt awful about it, so they say. It was such a dreadful disappointment to her that they had to watch her for some time. She was that melancholy about it, and depressed that they didn't know what she would be led to do to herself. And besides her own affliction about the fair, and tee-hee trouble she gin her own folks a-watchin' her for months afterwards, she got 'em mad at her on both sides. 7 different vim men she kept to home, just as they was a-startin' for the fair, and belated 'em. 11 of the relations on her side and on his'n hain't spoke to her since. And the family where she was took sick on their hands talked hard of suin' her for damage. For they was real smart folks, and had been making their calculations for over 3 years to go to the fair, and had lotted on it day and night, and through her sickness they was kept to home, and didn't go to it at all. But to resume. Just as I turned round from Miss Pooler, I see Miss Solomon Stebbins and Arvely Lanfear come in the depot. Arvely come to bid me good-bye, and Miss Stebbins was with her, and so she come in too. Arvely said that she should be in Chicago to that World's Fair, if her life was spared. She said that she wouldn't miss bein' in the place where vim men was made somethin' of, and had somethin' to say for themselves, not for untold wealth. She said that she just hankered after seein' one man made out of pure silver, and then that other woman 65 feet tall. She said it would do her soul good to see men look up to her, and they have got to look up to her if they see her at all, for she said that it stood to reason that there wasn't going to be men there 65 feet high. And then that temple there in Chicago, dreamed out and built by a woman, the nicest office buildin' in the world. Just think of that, in the world. And a woman to the bottom of it, and to the top too. Why, says Arville, I wouldn't miss the chance of seein' them men swing right out, and act as if their souls was their own, not for the mines of Golconda. Says she, more than a dozen vim men have told me this week they wanted to go, but they wasn't able. But I says to him, I'm able to go, and I may goin'. I am goin' afoot. Why, Arvely, says I, you hain't a goin' to Chicago a walkin' afoot. Yes, I be a goin' to Chicago a walkin' afoot, and I am goin' to start next Monday mornin' dot. Why, says I, you mustn't do it, you must let me lend you some money. No, Mom, much obliged just the same, but I am a goin' to canvass my way there. I am goin' to sell the wild, wicked, and warlike deeds of man. I calculate to make money enough to get me there and ride some of the way, and take care of me while I am there. I may tackle some other book or article to sell. But I am goin' to branch out on that, and I am goin' to have a good time, too. Miss Stebbins said. She wanted to go, and calculated to, but she wanted to finish that crochet laprobe before snow fell. Wall, says I, snow hain't a goin' to fall very soon now, early in the spring so. Wall, she said, that it was such tryin' work for the eyes she wouldn't leave it for nothin' till she got back, for she mistrusted that she should feel kind o' mager and wore out. And then, she said, she had got to make a dozen fine shirts for Solomon, so's to leave him comfortable while she was gone, and the children 3 suits apiece all round. Says I, how long do you lay out to be gone? About 2 weeks, she said. And I told her that it didn't seem as if he would need so many shirts for so short a time. But she said she should feel more relieved to have them done. So I wouldn't say no more to break it up, for it is fur from me to want to diminish any female's relief. And the cars tooted just then, so I didn't have no more time to multiply words with her anyway. Chapter 8. We were travelin' in a car they call a parlor, though it didn't look no more like our parlor than ours does like a steeple on a windmill. But it was dreadful nice and commodious. We 5 occupied seats altogether, and right next to us, across the aisle, was 2 men a-arguin' on the Injun question. I didn't know 'em, but I see that Thomas J. and Crit was some acquainted with 'em. They was business men. When I first begun to hear 'em talk, they talked loud, we couldn't help hearin' 'em, they seemed to be kinderlogan, and one of 'em said, yes, they denied the right of suffrage to them men and give it to the Injuns, and the next week the Injuns started off on the warpath. Whether they did it through independence or through triumph nobody knows, but it is known that they went. And I thought to myself, mebbe they was mad to think that the government denied to intelligent Christian them men the rights gin to savages. Thinks yes I. It is enough to make a Injun mad, or anything else. But I didn't speak my mind out loud, and they begun to talk earnest and excited about 'em, and I could see as they went on that they felt just alike towards the Injuns, and wanted 'em wiped off'n the face of the earth. But they disagreed some as to the ways they wanted 'em wiped. One of 'em wanted 'em shot right down to once, and exterminated just as you kill potato bugs. The other wanted 'em drove further off and shet up tighter till they died out of themselves. But they was both agreed in being horrified and disgusted at the Injuns darin' to fight the whites. And first I knew Crit jest waded right into the talk. He waded polite, but he waded deep right off the first thing. And, says he, before they all die I hope they will sharpen up their tommyhawks and march on to Washington, and have a war dance before the Capitol, and take a few scalps there amongst the lawmakers and the Injun Bureau. He got kinder lost and excited by his feelin's, Crit did, or he wouldn't have said anything about scalpin' a bureau. Good land! He might talk about smashin' its draws up, but nobody ever hearn of scalpin' a bureau or a table. But he went on dreadful smart, and says he, gentlemen, I have lived right out there amongst the Injuns and the rascally agents, and I know what I am talkin' about when I say that, instead of wonderin' about the Injuns risin' up against the whites, as they do sometimes, the wonder is that they don't try to kill every white man they see. When I think of the brutality, the cheatin', the cruelty, the devilishness of the agents, it is a wonder to me that they let one stick remain on another at the agencies, that they don't burn 'em up, root and branch, and destroy all the lazy, cheatin', lyin' white scamps they can get sight of. The 2 men acted fairly browbeat and smut to hear Crit go on, and they says, you must be mistaken in your views. The government, I am sure, tries to protect the Injuns and take care of 'em. What is the government doin'? Says Crit, but goin' into partnership with lyin' and stealin', when it knows just what their agents are doin', and still protects them in their shameful acts, and sends out troops to build up their strength. Maybe you have a home you love? Says Crit, Tanin to the best lookin' of the men. Yes, indeed, says he. My country home down on the Hudson is the same one we have had in the family for over 200 years. My babies are today runnin' over the same turf that I rolled on in my boyhood, and their great-great-grandmothers played on in their childhood. My babies' voices raise the same echoes from the high rock back of the orchard, the same blue river runs along at their feet, the sun sets right over the same high palisade. Why, that very golden light across the water between the two high rocks, that golden line of light seems to me now, almost as it did then in my childhood, the only path to heaven. Heaven and earth would be all changed to me if I had to give up my old home. Why, every tree and shrub and rock seems like a part of my own beloved family, such sacred associations cluster around them of my childhood and manhood. And the memories of the dear ones gone seem to be woven into the very warp and woof of the stately old elm trees that shade its velvet lawns, and the voice of the river seems full of old words and music, vanished tones and laughter. No one can know, or dream, how inexpressibly dear the old home is to my heart. If I had to give it up, says he, it would be like tearing out my very heartstrings, and parting with what seems like a part of my own life. The man looked very earnest and sincere when he said this, and even agitated. He meant what he said, no doubt on't. And then Crit says, how would you like it if you were ordered to leave it at a day's notice? Leave it forever. Leave it so someone else, someone you hated, someone who had always injured you, could enjoy it. Leave it so that you knew you could never live there again, never see a sun rise or a sun set over the dear old fields, and mountains, and river you loved so well. Never have the chance to stand by the graves of your fathers, and your children, that were sleepin' under the beautiful old trees that your grandfathers had set out. Never see the dear old grounds they walked through, the old rooms full of the memories of their love, their joys, and their sorrows, and your loves, and hopes, and joys, and sadness? What should you do if someone strong enough, but without a shadow of justice or reason, should order you out of it at once, force you to go? I should try to kill him, says the man promptly, before he had time to think what to say. Well, says Crit, that is what the Injuns try to do, and the world is horrified at it. Their homes are just as dear to them as ours are to us. Their love for their own living and dead is just as strong. Their grief and sense of wrong and outrage is even stronger than the white man's would be, for they don't have the distractions of civilized life to take up their attention. They brood over their wrongs through long days and nights, unsolaced by daily papers and latest telegraphic news, and their famished, freezing bodies add in their terrible pangs to their souls' distress. Is it any wonder that after brooding over their wrongs through long days and nights, half-starved, half-naked, their dear old homes gone, shut up here in the rocky, hateful waste, that they must call home, and probably their wives and daughters stolen from them by these agents that are fat and warm, and getting rich on the food and clothing that should be theirs, and receiving nothing but insults and threats if they ask for justice, and finally a bullet, if their demands for justice are too loud? What wonder is it that they lift their empty hands for vengeance, that they leave their bare, icy huts, and warm their frozen veins with ghost dances, haply practicing them before they go to be ghosts in reality? What wonder that they sharpen up their ancestral tomahawk, and lift it against their oppressors? What wonder that the smothered fires do break out into sudden fiery tempests of destruction that appall the world? You say you would do the same, after your generations of culture and Christian teaching, and so would I, and every other man. We would if we could destroy the destroyers who ravage and plunder our homes, deprive us of the earnings of a lifetime, turn us out of our inheritance, and make of our wives and daughters worse than slaves. We meet every year to honor the memory of the old heroes who rebelled and fought for liberty, shed rivers of blood to escape from far less intolerable oppression and wrongs than the Injuns have endured for years. And then we expect them, with no culture and no Christianity, to practice Christian virtues, and endure buffetings that no Christian would endure. The whole Injun question is a satire on true government, a lie in the name of liberty and equality, a shame on our civilization. What would you do about it? Said the kinder good-looking man. Says Crit, If I called the Injuns wards, adopted children of the government, I would try not to use them in a way that would disgrace any drunken old stepmother. I would have dignity enough, if I did not stand for decency, to not half starve and freeze them, and lie to them, and cheat them till the very word government means to them all they can picture of meanness and brutality. I would either grant them independence, or a few of the comforts I had stolen from them. If I drove them out of their rich lands and well-stocked hunting grounds they had so long considered their own, if I drove them out in my cupidity and love of conquest, I would in return grant them enough of the fruits of their old homes to keep up life in their unhappy bodies. If I made them suffer the pains of exile, I would not let them endure also the gnawings of starvation. And I would not send out to them the Bible and whiskey packed in one wagon, appeals to Christian living and the sure means to overthrow it. I would not send them religious tracts, imploring them to come to Christ's kingdom, packed in the same hamper with kegs of brandy, which the Bible and the tracts teach that those that use it are cursed, and that no drunkard can inherit the kingdom. But, says Crit, the Bible they should have. And after they had mastered its simplest teachings, they should don their war paint and feathers, and go out with it in their hands as missionaries to the white race, to try to teach them its plainest and simplest doctrines of justice, and mercy, and love. But at this very minute the cars tooted, and the two men seized their satchels, and after a sort of a short bow to Crit and the rest of us, they rushed off in the train. I believe they was conscience smut, but I don't know. When we arrove at the big depot at Chicago, the Sioux was just drawing up his curtains of gorgeous red, and yeller, and crimson, and was retiring behind them to get a little needed rest. The glorious counterpane was kinder heaped up in billowy richness on his western couch, but what I took to be the undersheet, a clear long fold of shireen gold color, lay straight and smooth on the bottom of the gorgeous bed. And the sun's face was just looking out above it, as if to say goodbye to Chicago, and trouble, and the World's Fair, and Josiah and me, as we sot our feet on terra firma. That is Latin that I have heard Thomas J. use. Nobody need to be afraid of it, it is harmless. My boy wouldn't use a dangerous word. But to resume and go on. As I catch the last glimpse of the old familiar face of the son, that I had seen so many times looking friendly at me through the maple trees at Jonesville, and that truly had seemed to be a neighborin' with me, time and again, when I see him so peaceful and good-natured going to his nightly rest, I thought to myself, oh, how I wish I could follow his example, for it does seem to me that nowhere else, unless it was at the Tower of Babel, was there ever so much noise, and of such various and conflicting kinds. Instinctively I catched hold of my partner's arm, and says I, "Stay by me, Josiah Allen, if madness and ruin result from this pandemonium, be with me to the last." He couldn't hear a word I said, the noise was that deafening and tremendous. But he read the silent, tender language of the brown cotton glove on his arm, and he cast a look of deep affection on me, and says he in soulful accents, "Hurry up, can't you? Them men are always so slow." I responded in the same earnest, heartfelt way. And anon, or perhaps a little before, Thomas J. and Crit hurried us and our satchel bags into a big roomy carriage, and we soon found ourselves wending our way through the streets of the great western city, the metropolis of the settin' sun. Street after street, mile after mile of high, torin' buildin's did we pass. Some on 'em I know was high enough for the Tower of Babel, and old Babel himself would have admitted it, I bet, if he had been there. And as the immense size and magnitude of the city come over me like a wave, I thought to myself some in scripture and some in common readin'. And I thought that 50 years ago the grassy prairie lay stretched out in green repose where now was the hard pavements worn with the world's commerce. When I thought that little prairie dogs, and mushrats, and squirrels was runnin' along undisturbed where now stood high blocks full of a busy city's enterprise. When I thought that little pretty, timid birds was flyin' about where now was steeples and high chimblies. Why? When I thought of all this in common readin', then the scripture come in, and I says to myself in deep, solemn accents, "Who hath brought this thing to pass?" And then anon I went to thinkin' in common readin' agin, and thinks yes I. A little feeble woman died a few days ago, not so very old either, who was the first child born in Chicago, and I thought, What a big day's work was done under her eyesight. What an immense housewarming she would had in order to warm up all the house and built under her eye. Millions of folks did she see move into her neighborhood. And what a party would she had to gin to have took all her neighbors in. What an immense amount of nutcakes would she have had to fry, and cookies. Why, counting 2 nutcakes to a person, and that is a small estimate for a healthy man to eat, judging by my own partner, she would have had to fry millions of nutcakes. And millions of cookies if they was made after Mother's receipt handed down to me. That wouldn't have been one too many. And where could she spread out her dough for her cookies? Why, a prairie wouldn't have been too big for her moulding board. And the biggest geyser in the West, Old Faithful himself, wouldn't have been too big to fry the cakes in, if you could fry 'em in water, which you can't. But maybe if she had gin the party, she could have used that old spout and geyser for a teapot or a soda fountain, if she laid out to treat 'em to anything to drink. But good land! There is no use in talkin'. If she had used a volcano to steep her tea over, she couldn't made enough to go round. Chapter 9. Wall. After a numerous number of emotions we at last reached our destination and stopping place. And I gin a deep sigh of relief as the wheel of the carriage grated on the curbstone, in front of the boarding house where my Josiah and me laid out to get our 2 boards. Thomas J. and Crit wanted to go to one of the big hotels. I supposed, from their talk, it was reasonable, and was better for their business, that they should be out amongst business men. But Josiah and I didn't want to go to any such place. We had our place all picked out, and had for some time, ever since we had commenced to get ready for the World's Fair. We had laid out to get our 2 boards at a good quiet place recommended by our own Methodist Episcopal pastor, and a distant relation of his own. It was to Miss Ebenezer Planxas, who took in a few boarders, being middlin' well off, and having a very nice house to start with, but wanted to add a little to her income, so she took in a few and done well by 'em. So our pastor said, and so we found out. It was a splendid-looking house standing front in the park, where anybody could get a glimpse of green trees and a breath of fresh air, and as much quiet and rest as could be found in Chicago during the summer of 1893, so I believed. Thomas J. and Maggie was perfectly suited with the place for us, and Thomas J. parleyed with Miss Plank about our room, etc., and we was all satisfied with the result. And after Josiah and me got settled down in our room, a good-looking one, though small, the children sot off for their hotel, which wasn't so very fur from our'n, nigh enough so that they could be sent for easy, if we was took down sudden, and vice versa. I found Miss Plank was a good-appearing woman, and a Christian, I believe, with good principles, and a hair mole on her face, though she kept 'em curbed down, and cut off, the hairs. Her husband had been a man of wealth, as you could see plain by the house that he left her livin' in. But some of her property she had lost through poor investments, and don't it beat all how vim men do get cheated, and every single man she deals with tellin' her to confide in him freely, for he hain't but one day, and that is to look out for her interests, to the utter neglect of his own, and warnin' her against every other man on earth but himself. But to resume. She had lost some of her property, and being without children, and kind o' lonesome, and a born housekeeper and cook, her day of talking in a few respectable and agreeable boarders was a good one. She was a good calculator, and the best maker of pancakes I ever see, fur or near. She oversees her own kitchen, and puts on her own hand and cooks, jest when she is a mind to. She hain't afraid of the face of man or woman, though she told me, and I believe it, that her cook was that cross and fiery of temper, that she would scare any common person almost into conniption fits. But, says she, the first teacup that she throwed at me, because I wanted to make some pancakes, was the last. I don't know what she done to her, but presume that she held her with her eye. It is a firm and glitterin' one as I ever see. Anyway, she put a damper onto that cook, and turns a jest when she is a mind to the benefit of her boarders. For better victuals was never cooked than Miss Plank furnishes her boarders at moderate rates and the comforts of a home, as advertisements say. Her house was kept clean and sweet too, which was indeed a boon. She talked a sight about her husband, which I don't know as she could help, anyway, I guess she didn't try to. She told me the first opportunity what a good Christian he was, how devoted to her, and how much property he laid up, and that he was in salt. I thought for quite a spell she meant brine, and dost and hardly inquire into the particulars, not knowing what she had done by the departed, widows are so queer. But after she had mentioned to me more than a dozen times her love for the departed, and his industrious and prosperous ways, and telling me every single time he was in salt, I found out that she meant that he was in the salt trade, bought and sold, I supposed. I felt better. But oh, how she did love to talk about that man! Truly she used his surname to connect us to the vast past, and to the mysterious future. We trod that plank every day and all day, if we would listen to her. And sometimes when I would try to get her off that plank for a minute, and would bring up the World's Fair to her, and how big the housen was, I would find my efforts futile, for all she would say about was to tell what Mr. Plank would have done if he had been a livin', and if he had been unhampered, and out of salt, how much better he would have done than the directors did, and what bigger housen he would have built. And I would say, a house that covers over most 40 acres is a pretty big house. But she seemed to think that Mr. Plank would have built housen that covered a few more acres, and towered up higher, and had loftier cupolas. And finally I got tired of trying to quell her down, and I got so that I could let her talk and keep up thinking on other subjects all the time. Why, I got so I could have writ poetry, if that had been my aim, right under a constant loadin' and unloadin' of that plank. Curious, hain't it? As I said, there was only a few boarders, most of 'em quiet folks, who had been there some time. Some on 'em had been there long enough to have children born under the roof, who had growed up almost as big as their pa's and ma's. There was several of 'em half-children there, and among 'em was one of the same age who was older than I shall ever be, I hope and pray. He was gloomy and morbid, and looked on life, and us, with kinder mad and distrustful eyes. Above all others, he was mean to his twin sister. He looked down on her and browbeat her the worst kind, and felt older than she did, and acted as if she was a mere child compared to him, though he wasn't more'n 5 minutes older than she was, if he was that. Their names was Algernon and Guinevere Pedek, but they called them Nunny and Nene, which was, indeed, a comfort to bystanders. Folks ought to be careful what names they put onto their children, yes, indeed. Nene was a very beautiful, good-appearing young girl, and acted as if she would have had good sense, and considerable of it, if she hadn't been afraid to say her soul was her own. But Nunny was cold and haughty. He sat right by me on the north side, Josiah Allen sat on my south. And I fairly felt chilly on that side sometimes, almost goose pimples. That young man-child felt so cold and bitter towards the world and us, and so sort o' patronizin'. He didn't believe in religion, nor nothin'. He didn't believe in Christopher Columbus, right there to the doin's held for him, he didn't believe in him. Why, says I, he discovered the land we live in, he said. He was very doubtful whether that was so or not. History's made so many mistakes, he presumed there never was such a man at all. Why, says I, he walked the streets of Genoa. And he says, I never see him there. And of course, I couldn't dispute that. And he added, that anyway there was too much being done for him. He was made too much of. He didn't believe in them men, made a specialty of that, from Nene back to Rachel and Ruth. He pawed at women's work, at their efforts, their learnin', their advancement. Nene, good little bashful thing, was a member of the Uctu and the Christian Endeavor, and wanted to do just right by them noble societies and the world. But oh, how light he would speak of them noble bands of workers in the world's warfare with wrong! To how small a space he wanted to reduce 'em down! And I says to him once, you can't do very much towards belittlin' a noble army of workers as that is, millions strong. Millions weak, you mean? Says he. I dare presume to say there hain't a woman amongst 'em but what is afraid of a mouse, and would run from a striped snake. Says I. They don't run from the serpent evil, that is wreathin' round their homes and loved ones, and tryin' to destroy 'em. They run towards that serpent, and hain't afraid to grapple with it, and overthrow it, by the help of the mighty. Says I. Says he. There is too much made of their work. Says he. There hain't near so much done as folks think. The most of it is talk, and praising each other up. Wall, says I. Men won't never be killed for that in their political rivalins. They won't be condemned for praising each other up. No, says he. Men know too much. And then I spoke of that silver woman, how beautiful and noble an appearance she made, in the sphere she ought to be in, representing justice. And Nunny said, she was too soft. Says he, it is with her as it is with all other men. Men have to stand in front of her with guns to keep her together, to keep her solid. That kinder galled me, for there was some truth in it, for I had seen the men and the rifles. But I sprung up, and says I, they are guarding her to keep men from stealing her, that is what they are for. And, says I, it would be a good thing for lots of them men, who have got lots of silver, if it hain't in their bodies, if they had a guard walking round them with rifles to keep off marauders. Why, there wasn't nothing brung up that he believed in, or that he didn't act morbid over. Why, I believe his ma, good, decent-looking widder with false hair and a swelled neck, but well-to-do, was ashamed of him. Right across from me to the table sat a fur different creetur. It was a man in the prime of life, and wisdom, and culture, who did believe in things. You could tell that by he first look in his face, handsome, sincere, ardent. With light brown hair, tossed kinder careless back from a broad white forward, deep blue, impetuous-looking eyes, but restrained by sense from going too fur. A silky mustache the same color of his hair, and both with a considerable number of white threads shining in 'em, just enough so's you could tell that old time hadn't forgot him as he went up and down the earth with his hourglass under his arm, and his scythe over his shoulder. He had a tall, noble figure, always dressed just right, so's you would never think of his clothes, but always remember him simply as being a gentleman, helpful, courteous, full of good nature and good-natured wit and fun. But yet with a sort of a sad look underlying the fun, some as deep waters look under the frothy sparkle on top, as if they had secrets they might tell if they was a mind to, secrets of dark places down, fur down, where the sun doesn't shine, secrets of joy and happiness, and hope that had gone down, and was carried under the depths that we hadn't no lines to fathom. No, if there was any secrets of sadness underlying the frank openness and pleasantness of them clear blue eyes, we hadn't none of us no way of tellin'. We hadn't no ways of peerin' down under the clear blue depths, any further than he was willin' to let us. All we knew was, that though he looked happy and looked good-natured, back of it all, peerin' out sometimes when you didn't look for it, was a somethin' that looked like the shadder cast from a hovering lonesomeness, and sorrow, and regret. But he was a good-lookin' feller, there hain't a doubt of that, and good actin' and smart. He was a bachelor, and we could all see plain that Miss Plank held his price almost above rubies. If there was any good bits among victuals that was always good, it was Miss Plank's desire that he should have them bits. If there was draughts comin' from any pint of the compass, it was Miss Plank's desire to not have him blowed on. If any soft zephyr's breath was wafted to any one of us from a open winder on a hot evening or sunny noon, he was the one she wanted wafted to, and breathed on. If her smiles fell warm on any, or all on us, he was the one they fell warmest on. But we all liked him the best that ever was. Even Nunny Pedek seemed to sort of unbend a little, and moisten up with the dew of charity his arid desert of ideas a little might, when he was around. And occasionally, when the bachelor, whose name was Mr. Freeman, when he would, half in fun and half in earnest, answer Nunny's weary and bitter remarks, once in a while even that aged youth would seem to be ashamed of himself, and his own ideas. There was another widder there, Miss Boomer, or I shouldn't call her a clear widder, I guess she was a sort of a semi-detached one, I guess she had parted with him. Wall, she cast warm smiles on Mr. Freeman, awful warm, almost meltin'. Miss Plank didn't like Miss Boomer. Miss Pedek didn't want to cast no looks onto nobody, nor make no impressions. She was a mourner for old Pedek, that anybody could see with one eye, or hear with one ear, that is, if they could understand the secrets of Sis. They was deep ones as I ever hearn, and I have hearn deep ones in my time, if anybody ever did, and breathe them out myself, the land knows I have. Miss Plank loved Miss Pedek like a sister. She said that she felt drawed to her from the first, and the drawin's had gone on ever since. growin' more stronger all the time. Wall, though you was two elderly men, very respectable, with two wives, one apiece, lawful and right, and their children, and Miss Shack and her 3 children, and a Mr. Bolster, and that was all there was of us, includin' and talkin' in my partner and myself. Mr. Freeman was very rich, so Miss Plank said, and had 3 or 4 splendid rooms, the best suite in the house, she said. I s'pose she spoke in that way to let us know they was furnished suite, that is, I s'pose so. His mother had died there, and he couldn't bear to know that anybody else had her rooms, so he kept 'em all, and paid high for 'em, so she said, and was as much to be depended on for punctuality and honesty as the Bank of England or the mines of Galkandy. Yes, Miss Plank said that, with all his sociable, pleasant ways with everybody, he was a millionaire, made it in sugar, I believe she said. I know it was something good to eat, and sort o' sweet, it might have been molasses, I won't be sure. But anyway he got so awful rich by it that he could live anywhere he was a mind to, in a palace, if he took it into his head to want one. But instead of branchin' out and makin' a great show, he jest kept right on livin' in the rooms he had took so long ago for his family. But they had all gone and left him, his mother dead, and his 2 nieces gone with their father to California, where they was in a convent school. And he kept right on livin' in the old rooms. Miss Plank told me in confidence, and on the haircloth sofa in the upper hall, that it would be a big wrench if he ever left there. She said? She didn't say it because he was a bachelor and she a widder, she said it out of pure respect. And I believed it, a good deal of the time I did, for good land. She was old enough to be his ma, and more too. But he acted dreadful pretty to her, I could see that. Not finnin' no fault, eatin' hash just as calm as if he was engaged in a strange and mysterious business. For great is the mystery of boardin' house hash. Not mindin' the children's noise, indeed, courtin' it, as you may say, for he would coax the youngest and most troublesome one away from its tired mother sometimes, and keep it by him at the table, and wait on it. He thought his eyes of children, so Miss Plank said. I might have thought that he took care of the child on its mother's account, out of sentiment instead of pity, if Miss Shack hadn't been as humbly could be, and a big wart on the end of her nose, and a cowlick. She had 3 children, and they was awful to get along with. Her husband was on the road, she said, and we couldn't any of us really make out from what she said what he was doin' there, whether he was movin' along on it to his work, or jest settin' there. But anyway she talked a good deal about his bein' on the road, and how much better the children behaved before he went on it. They jest rid over her, and over us too, if we would let 'em. They was the awfullest children I ever laid eyes on, for them that had such pious and well-meanin' names. There was John Wesley, and Martin Luther, and little Peter Cooper Shack. Miss Shack was a well-principled woman, no doubt, and I dare say had high ideas before they was jarred, and hauled down, and stomped and led on, by noise and confusion. And I dare presume to say that she had named them children hopin' and expectin' some of the high and religious qualities of their namesakes would strike in. But to set and hear Martin Luther swear at John Wesley was a sight. And to see John Wesley clench his fists in Martin Luther's hair and kick him was enough to horrify any beholder. But Peter Cooper was the worst. To see him take everything away from his brothers he possibly could, and devour it himself, and want everything himself, and be mad if they had anything, and steal from them in the most cold-blooded way, and act, why, it was enough to make that blessed old philanthropist, Peter Cooper, turn over in his grave. They was dreadful troublesome and worrisome to the rest of the boarders, but Mr. Freeman could quell 'em down any time, sometimes by lookin' at 'em and smilin', and sometimes by lookin' stern, and sometimes by candy and oranges. I declare for't, as I told Miss Plank sometimes, I didn't know what we would have done durin' some hot meal times if it hadn't been for that blessed bachelor. I said that right out openly to Miss Plank, and to everybody else. Bein' married happy, I felt free to speak my mind about bachelors, or anything. Of course, bein' a widder, Miss Plank felt more hampered and he was good to me in other ways, besides easin' my cares and nerves at the table. His rooms was just across the hall from ourn, and my Josiah's and my room was very small. It was the best that Miss Plank could do, so I didn't complain. But it was very compressed and confined, and extremely hot. When we was both in there sometimes on sultry days, I felt like compressed meat, or as I mistrusted that would feel, sort o' canned up, as it were. And one warm afternoon, most sundown, just as I opened my door into the hall, to see if I could get a breath of fresh air to recooperate me, Josiah a pantin' in the rocking chair behind me, Mr. Freeman opened his door, and so there we was a fasten each other. And bein' sort o' took by surprise, I made the observation that I was just about melted, and so was my Josiah, and my room was like a dry oven and a tin can. I wouldn't have said it if I hadn't been so sort o' frustrated, and by the side of myself. And he just swung open his door into a big cool parlor, and I could see beyond the doors open into 2 or 3 other handsome rooms. And, says he, I wish, Mrs. Allen, that you and your husband would come in here and see if it isn't cooler, says he. I feel rather lonesome, and would be glad to have you come in and visit for a spell. He told me afterwards that it was the anniversary of his mother's death. He looked sort o' sad, and as if he really wanted company. So we thanked him, or I did, and we walked in and sat down in some big, cool cane-seat easy chairs. And we sat there and visited back and forth for quite a spell, and took comfort. Yes, indeed we did. This room was on the cool side of the house, and the still side. And it was big and furnished beautiful. It wasn't Miss Plank's taste, I could see that. No, her taste is fervent and gorgeous. Gildan is her favorite embellishment, and chromos, high-colored, and red. This room was covered with pure white matin, and such rugs on it scattered over the floor as I never see, and don't know as I ever shall see again. Some on 'em was pure white silky fur, and some on 'em as are rich in color and as the most wonderful sunset colors you ever see in the red and golden west, or in the trees of a maple forest in October. And such pictures as hung on the walls I never see. Why, on one side of the room hung a picture that looked as if you was a-gazin' right out into a green field at sunset. There was a deep, cool rivulet a-gurglin' along over the pebbles, and the green, moist rushes, why, you could almost hear it. And the blue sky above, why, you could almost see right up through it, it looked so clear and transparent. And the cattle a-comin' up through the bars to be milked. Why, you could almost hear the girl call, "Co, boss! Co, boss!" as she stood by the side of the bars with her sunbonnet a-hangin' back from her pretty face, and her milk pail on her arm. Why, you could fairly hear the swash, swash of the water, as the old brindle cow plashed through its cool waves. It beat all I ever see, and Josiah felt just as I did. The beautiful face of the girl looked dreadful familiar to me, though I couldn't tell for my life who it was that she looked so much like. And there on every side of us was just as pretty pictures as that, and some white marble figures, that stood up almost as big as life on their marble pedestals, and against the dark red draperies. Why, take it all in all, it was the prettiest room I had ever looked at in my life, and so I told Mr. Freeman. And if you'll believe it, that man up and said right there that we was perfectly free to use that room just as much as we wanted to. He said he had another room as large as this that he stayed in most of his time when he was at home. His writing desk was in that room. But he was not here much of the time, only to sleep and to his meals. And as he said this, what should that almost angel man do but to put a key in my hand, so Josiah and I could come in any time, whether he was here or not. Why, I was fairly dumbfounded, and so was Josiah. But we thanked him warm, very warm, warmer than the weather, and that stood more'n 90 in the shade. And I told him, for I see that he really meant what he said, I told him that the chance of comin' in there and settin' down in that cool, big room, once in a while, as a change from our dry oven, would be a boon. And I didn't know but it would be the means of savin' our 2 lives, for Melton did seem to be our doom and our state ahead on us, time and time again. And he spoke right up in his pleasant, sincere way, and said, the more we used it the more it would please him. And then he opened the doors of a big bookcase. All carved off the doors was, and the top, and the beautiful head of a white marble female a standin' up above it. And he says, Here are a good many books that are fairly lonesome waiting to be read, and you are more than welcome to read them. Wall, I thanked him again, and I told him that he was too good to us. And I couldn't settle it in my own mind what made him act so. Of course, not knowing at that time that I favored his mother in my looks. His mother he had worshipped so that he kept her room just as she left it, and wouldn't have a thing changed. But I didn't know that, as I say, and I said to my Josiah, after we went back into our room. Says I, it must be that we do have a good look to us, Josiah Allen, or else that perfect stranger wouldn't treat us as he has. Perfect stranger, says Josiah. Why, we have neighbored with him most a week. But, says he, you are right about our looks, we are dumb good lookin', both on us. I am pretty lookin', says he firmly, though you hain't willin' to own up to it. Says he, I dare presume to say, he thought I would be a sort of a ornament to his rooms, kinder set him off. And you look respectable, says he, sort o' lookin' down on me. Only you are too fat, says he. You'd be quite good lookin' if it wasn't for that. And then we had some words. And I says, it hain't none of our merits that Angel looks at, it is his own goodness. Wall, there hain't no use in your callin' him an angel. You never called me so. No, indeed, says I. I never had no occasion, not at all. And then we had some more words, not many, but just a few. We worship each other, and it is known to be so, all over Jonesville, and Loontown, and Zor. And I s'pose by that time that Chicago was beginnin' to wake up to the truth of how much store we sot by each other. But the fairest spring day is liable to have its little spurts of rain, and they only make the air sweeter and more refreshin'. Wall, from that time, every now and then, not enough to abuse his hospitality, but enough to let him know that we appreciated his goodness, when our dry oven become heated up beyond what we could seem to bear, we went into that cool, delightful room again, and again I feasted my eyes on the lovely pictures on the wall, most of all on that beautiful sunset seen down by the Logan stream. And as hot and beat out as I might be, I would always find that pretty girl standin', cool and fresh, and dreadful pretty, by the old bar post, with her o'er-burned hair pushed back from her flushed cheeks, and a look in her deep brown eyes, and on her exquisite lips, that always put me dreadfully in mind of somebody, and who it was I could not for my life tell. Josiah used to take a book out of the bookcase, and read. Not one glance did I ever give, or did I ever let Josiah Allen give to them other rooms that opened out of this, nor into anything or anywhere, only just that bookcase. We didn't abuse our privileges, no, indeed. And Josiah would lean back dreadful well-feelin', and thinkin' in his heart that it was his good looks that was wanted to embellish the room, and I kept on a-wonderin' inside of myself what made Mr. Freeman so uncommon good to us, till one day he told us somethin' that made it plainer to us, and Josiah Allen's pride had a fall, which, if his pride hadn't been composed of materials more indestructible than iron or gutty perchy, it would have been broke to pieces long before, so many times and so fur had it fell. But Mr. Freeman one day showed us a picture of his mother in a little velvet case. And says he to me, you look like her, I saw it the first time I met you. And I do declare the picture did look like me, only mebbe I say, she wasn't quite so good lookin'. Yes, I did look like his mother. And then I see the secret of his interest in, and his kindness to me and mine. And Mr. Freeman was raised up in my mind as many as 2 notches, and I don't know but 3 or 4. To think that he loved his mother's memory so well as to be so kind for her sake, for the sake of a fleetin' likeness, to be so good to another female. But Josiah Allen looked mayachin. I gin him a dreadful mayonine look. I didn't say nothin', only just that look, but it spoke volumes and volumes, and my partner silently devoured the volumes, and, as I say, looked mayachin for pretty near a quarter of an hour. And that is a long time for a man to look smut and conscience struck. It hain't in 'em to be mortified for any length of time, as is well known by female partners. But we kept on goin'. And every single time I went into that beautiful room, whether it was broad daylight or lit up by gas, every single time the face of that tall slender girl, standin' there so calm by the crystal brook, would look so natural to me, and so sort o' familiar, that I almost catch myself saying, "Good evenin', my dear," to it, which would have been perfectly ridiculous in me, and the very next thing to worship in a graven image. And what made it more mysterious to me, and more like a circus, a solemn, high-toned circus, was, to catch ever and anon, and I guess oftener than that, Mr. Freeman's eyes bent on that pretty young face with a look as if he too recognized her, and wanted to talk to her. And some, too, he looked as if she was dead and buried, and he was a mournin' deep for her, very deep. As curious a look as I ever see, and if I hain't seen curious looks in my time, then I will say nobody has. Yes, indeed. I have seen curious looks in my journey through life, curious as a dog, and curiouser. But there she stood, no matter what looks was cast on her from friend or foe, and I guess it would sound better to say from friend or lover, for nobody could be a foe to that radiant-faced, beautiful creature. There she stood, in sun or shade, knee-deep in them fresh green grasses, looking off onto them sunset clouds always rosy and golden, by the side of that streamlet that always had the sparkle on its tiny waves. I might be tired and weak as a cat, and Mr. Freeman might have the headache, and Josiah Allen be cross, and all faggied out. But her face was always serene, and lit up with the glow of joy and health, and her sweet, deep eyes always held the secret that she couldn't be made to tell. Mr. Bolster was a stout, middle-aged man, with bald head, side whiskers, and a double chin. And his big blue eyes kinder stood out from his face some. He was a real estate agent, so Miss Plank said. But his principal business seemed to be a praisin' up Chicago, and a puffin' up the World's Fair. Good land! Columbus didn't need none of his patronizin' and puffin' up, and Chicago didn't, not by his tell. Josiah was dreadful impressed by him. We didn't lead off to the fairground the next day after our arrival. No, at my request, we took life easy, unpacked our trunks and got good and rested, and the mornin' follerin' we got up middlin' early, being used to keepin' good hours in Jonesville, and on goin' down to the breakfast table we found that there was nobody there but Mr. Bolster. He always had an early breakfast, and drove his own horse into the city to his place of business. He looked that wide awake and active as if he never had been asleep, and never meant to. And my companion bein' willin', and Mr. Bolster bein' more than willin', they plunged to once into a conversation concernin' Chicago, Miss Plank and I listenin' to 'em some of the time, and some of the time talkin' on our own hook, as is the ways of vim men. Mr. Bolster, and I believe he knew that we was from York State, and did it partly in a boastin' way, he begun most to once to prove that Chicago was the only place in America at all suitable to hold the World's Fair in. And I gin him to understand that I thought that New York would have been a good place for it, and it was a disappointment to me and to several other men and vim men in the state to not have it there. But Mr. Bolster says, "Why, Chicago is the only place at all proper for it. Why," says he, "in a way of politeness, Chicago is the only place for it. In what other city could the foreigners be welcomed by their own people as they can here?" says he. "In Chicago over 75% of the population is foreign." "Yes," says Josiah, with an air as if he had made population a study from his youth. "But he didn't know nothin' about it, no more than I did," says Mr. Bolster. "Out of a population of a little over 1,200,000, we have 914,000 foreigners. That shows in itself that Chicago is the only city calculated to make our foreign friends feel perfectly at home." "Yes," says Josiah, "that is very true. But I says to Miss Plank, there is other folks I like just as well as I do my relations, and if they had thought so much on 'em, why didn't they stay with 'em in the first place?" And Miss Plank kinder looked knowin' and nodded her head. She couldn't swing right out free, as I could, bein' hampered by not wantin' to offend any of her boarders. Says Mr. Bolster, "Chicago has the most energetic and progressive people in the world. It hain't made up, like a Eastern village, of folks that stay to home and set round on butter tubs in grocery stores, talkin' about hens. No, it is made up of people who dared, who was too energetic, progressive, and ambitious, to settle down and be content with what their fathers had. And they struck out new paths for themselves, as the Pilgrim Fathers did. And it is of these people, who represent the advancin' and progressive thought of the day, that Chicago is made up. It embodies the best energy and ambition of the eastern states and of Europe. Yes, says Josiah, that is just so. And then, says Mr. Bolster, Chicago is, as is well known, in the very center of the earth. Yes, says Josiah. But I struck in here, and couldn't help it, and says I, that is what Boston has always thought. And says I candidly, that is what has always been thought about Jonesville. He looked pityingly at me, and says he, where is Jonesville? And I says, just where I told you, in the very center of the earth, as nigh as we can make out. How old is the place? Says Mr. Bolster. Says I proudly. It is more than 150 years old, for Uncle Nate Bentley's grandfather built the first store there, and helped build the first meeting house. And, says I, Uncle Nate is over 90. How many inhabitants has it? Says he briskly. And then my own feathers had to droop, and as I paused to collect my thoughts, Josiah spoke up. He is always so forward, and says he, about 210 or 11. But I says, with dignity, perhaps I know more about some things than you do, Josiah. There may be, by this time, 1 or 2 more inhabitants. Says Mr. Bolster. A growth of about 200 in 100 years. Chicago is about half as old, and has 1,800,000 population. In 10 years the population has increased 108%, and property has increased in the same time 656%, the greatest growth in the world. He regarded Jonesville as he would a fly in dog days. He went right by it. As I was saying, we say nothing about Chicago but what we can prove. Look on the map and you will see for yourself that Chicago is right in the center of the habitable portion of North America. Put your thumb down on Chicago, and then sweep round it in an even circle with your middle finger, and you will see that it takes in with that sweep all the settled portion of North America. Yes, says Josiah, with an air as if he had proved it with his thumb and finger, time and again, but he hadn't no such thing. Says Mr. Bolster. We say nothing about our city that we can't prove. As Chicago is in the very center of productive North America, so it is the center of population of the United States. It is the center of the raw materials for manufactures, cotton, wool, metals, coal, gas, oil fields, all sorts of food. And as it is the center of supply, so it is of distribution. 60 railroads and branches bring freight and carry out manufactured products to every part of the country, to say nothing of the great number of lines of water transportations, connecting with all parts of the world. Why, last year Chicago had 50% more arrivals and clearances than New York. It is the greatest shipping place in America. And, says Mr. Bolster, not only can we prove that Chicago is the center of the world for manufactures, but it is the healthiest place to live in. And then again I spoke out, and says I always heard that it was built on low, swampy ground. Yes, says Mr. Bolster cheerfully, that is the reason why it is healthy. The ground was originally low and wet, and so it was elevated, filled in. Why, just before the Great Fire we lifted up all the houses, in the best part of the city, on jack screws for 8 feet, and filled the ground under them. The idea of lifting up a whole city 8 feet and making new ground under it. There never was such an undertaking before since the world began. And then the fire come, and the city was rebuilt just as we wanted it. Why, the death rate of Chicago is lower than almost any city of the world except London. It is just about the same as that. Then, says he, our climate is perfect. It is so temperate and even that folks don't have to spend all their energies in keeping warm, as they do in colder climates, nor is it so warm that they have to spend their vital energies in fanning themselves. Says Josiah, I had ruther mow a beaver medder in dog days than to fan myself. It wouldn't tire me so much. Says Mr. Bolster, the climate is just right to call forth the prudent saving qualities to provide for the winter, and warm enough to keep them happy and cheerful looking forward to bounteous harvests. Wall, says I, it got burned up anyway. It fairly provoked me to see him look down so on all the rest of the world. Yes, says he, that is another evidence of the city's marvelous power and resources. Find me another city, if you can, where in a few hours $200 million would burn up, 2,100 acres burn over, right in the heart of a big city, with a loss of $290 million, and then to have it spring up in a marvelously short time, not only as good as new, but infinitely better, so much better that the disaster proved to be an untold blessing to the city. Truly, as I see, swamps couldn't drown out his self-conceit, nor fire burn it up. And I knew myself that Chicago had great reason to be proud of her doin's, and I felt it in my heart, only I couldn't bear to see Mr. Bolster act so haughty. And I says to my partner, with quite a lot of dignity, "I guess it is time we are goin', if we get to the fair in any season." And Mr. Bolster to once told us what way would be best for us to go. A good-natured creetur he is, without any doubt. But just as we was startin', I happened to think of a errand that had been sent me by Jim me sick, he that was Philura Musick's brother. He wanted to get a place to work somewhere in Chicago, through the fair, so's to pay his way, and gin him a chance to go to the fair. I had already asked Miss Plank about it, but she didn't know of no opening for him, and I happened to think mebbe Mr. Bolster, seein' he knew everything else, might know of a place where Jim could get work. And says I, "He is handy at anything, and I s'pose there are lots of folks here in Chicago that hire help. I s'pose some of them have as many as 4 or 5 hired men apiece." Says I, "There are them in Jonesville, durin' the summer time, who employ as high as 2 men by the day, besides the regular hired man, and I s'pose it is so here." "Yes," says he. "Mr. Pullman has 5,450 hired men, and Philip R. Moore has 7,775. Wall, there was no more to be said. Bolster had done what he sought out to do. He had lowered my pride down lower than the Queen of Sheba's ever was, by fur. I had no spirit left in me. He might have gone on to me by the hour, and I not sensed it. But I didn't let on how I felt. I only says weakly, "Wall, they hain't a-sufferin' for help, I guess, and I'll write to Philura so." But Bolster, good-natured agin, says, "I will look round, and see what I can do for him," and he snatched out a notebook, and writ his name down. And I thanked him, and weakly followed my companion from the room. And I felt that if the door had been much smaller I could have got out of it. I felt very diminutive, very, almost tiny. But I got over it pretty soon. I felt about my usual size as we descended the stairs and stood on the steps, ready to sally out and take the street cars that was to transport our boatus to the Christopher Columbus World's Fair. But while we was standin' there lookin' round to see just which was the best way to go to get to the corner Miss Plank had directed us to, Mr. Bolster come down the steps spry and active as a young cat, and says he, "My carriage is waiting to take me to my orfice, and I will be glad to take you both in, and take you past some of our city sights, and I will leave you at a station where the train will take you right to the grounds." So we accepted his offer, Josiah with joy and I with a becoming dignity, and the carriage sot off down the street. And what follows truly seems like a dream to me, and so does the talk accompanying it. The tall buildings we looked at, one of 260 feet high, 20 stories, elevators that carry 40,000 passengers, and a garden on the roof, a garden 260 feet in the air, where you can set and talk and eat nutcakes, and fried oysters, the day. And then the block that Mr. Bolster said was the largest business block in the world, it accommodated 6,000 people. And then we went by big Meetinghausen, and other big housen, whose roofs seemed so high that it seemed as if you could stand up on the chimblies and shake hands with the man in the moon, and neighbor with him. And then the talk I hearn, 22 miles of river frontage sweepin' up from the lake into the heart of the city, where the giant elevators unload their huge traffic. He told us what the revenue of the city was yearly, $25 million, 25 millions, the day. And Jonesville, 50 years older than Chicago, thinks she has done well if she has $3.25 in her treasury. Why, that man used so many immense sums in his talk, that I got all muddled up, and it seemed to me almost like $1 million. I felt queer. And then the system of parks and boulevards, the finest in the world, 100 miles of them beautiful pleasure drives. I believe, from what I see afterwards, that he told the truth, for no city, it seems to me, could improve on that longy, broad, beautiful way, smooth and tree-bordered, edged with stately homes, lead in into the matchless beauty of the parks. But anon, when I felt that I was being crushed down beneath a gigantic weight of figures, and estimates, elevators, population, height, depth, underground tunnels, and systems of drainage, though every one of 'em was a grand and likely subject and awful big, but I felt that I was being crushed by 'em. I felt that the practical, the real was a crushing me down, the weight, and noise, and size of the mighty iron wheel of progress. That does roll faster in Chicago than in any other place on earth, it seems to me. But I felt so trodden down by it, and flattened out, that I thought I would love to see something or other different, something kinder spiritual, and meditate a spell on some of the unseen forces that underlays all human endeavor. So, at my request, we went out of our way a little, so I could set my eyes on that temple dreamed out by a woman and wrought a good deal by faith, some like the walls of Jericho, only different, for whereas they fell by faith, this was riz up by it. And my feelings as I looked at that temple was large and noble-sized as you will find anywhere. A temple consecrated not so much to the Almighty in heaven, who don't need it, as to God and humanity, to the help of the divine as it shows itself half buried and lost in the clay of the human, a help to relieve the God powers from the trammels of the fiend. A temple, not so much to set, and pray, and sing in, about the beauties of our heavenly home, as to build up God's kingdom on earth, show forth His praise and help in His poor, and weak, and sinful. My feelings was a sight to behold, as I sat and looked at it, that tall, noble, majestic pile, and thought of the way it was built, and what it was built for. But as we drove on again, my mind got swamped once more in a sea of immense figures that swashed up again me, elevators that carry grain up to the top of towering buildings, 10,000 bushels a hour, and then come down its own self and weigh itself, and I guess put itself into bags and tie 'em up, though he didn't speak in particular about the tying up. And then he praised their stores, one of 'em which employed 2,400,000 men. And then he praised up their telephone system, so perfect that nothing could happen in any part of the city without its being known to once at police headquarters. And then he praised up again the business qualities and go-aheadativeness of the people, and how property had riz. Why, says he, Chicago and 300 miles around it was bought for 5 shillings not so long ago as your little town was founded, and now look at the uncounted millions it represents. And then he boasted about the Board of Trade, and said its tower was 300 feet high. And, says he, while folks all over the world are praying for their daily bread, the men inside that building was deciding whether they could get it or not. And after he talked about everything else connected with Chicago, and hauled up figures and heaped 'em up in front of me till my brain reeled, and my mind tottered back, and tried to lean onto old Ruger's arithmetic, and couldn't, he was so totally inadequate to the circumstances, he mentioned, that they had 6,000 saloons in Chicago, and made 21 million barrels of beer in a year. Wall, says I, eightin' and round in the buggy, my brain has been made a wreck by the figures you have brung up and throwed at me about the noble, progressive doin's of Chicago, and, says I firmly, I was willin' to have it, for I respect and honor the people who could do such wonders, and keep on a-doin' 'em, to the admiration of the world. But, says I, my brain shall not totter under none of your beer and whiskey statistics. And as I spoke I put my hand to my foretop, and I looked quite bad, and truly I felt so. He glanced at me, and see that I was not in a situation to be trifled with. And as we was just approaching the station where we was to be left, he ceased his remarks, and held his horse in. He helped me to alight, and I thanked him for his kindness, and acted as polite as a person could whose brain lay a wreck in the upper part of her head. The last word Mr. Bolster said to us was, as he gathered up the reins, says he, 36 lines of cars come to and leave Chicago, which, with its immense shipping facilities, makes it the... But the cars tooted just then, and I didn't hear his last words, and I was glad on't, as I say, I had thanked him before. But good land! He would have carried 2 giraffes or camels willingly if he could have got 'em into his buggy, and sot 'em up by him on the seat, and could have Boaz Ted to 'em understandin' ly about Chicago. But I guess he is well-meanin'. Chapter 10. Wall, after he left us we boarded some cars, and found ourselves, with the inhabitants of several states, I should judge, borne onwards towards the White City. And anon, or about that time, we found ourselves at a depot, where was the entire census of several other states and territories. There we was right in front of the goal, and I don't believe there was a better looking goal since the world begun. The minute we left the cars we found ourselves between two lines of wild-lookin' and actin' men, tryin' to sell us things we hadn't no need on. What did I want with a cane? Or Josiah with a little creepin' beetle? And what did I want with galluses? They didn't use no judgment, and their yellin's was fearful. Whatever else they had, they didn't have consumption, I don't believe. After payin' our 2 fares, a little gate sort o' turned round and let us into the Columbian World's Fair, that marvelous city of magic, and anon, if not a little before, the administration buildin' hove up in front of us. All the descriptions in the world can't give no idea of the wonderful proportions of the buildin's, and the charm of the surroundings. The minute you pass the gate you are overwhelmed with the greatness, charm, and nobility, the impressive, unspeakable aspect of the buildin's. The stucco, of which most of the buildin's are composed, made it possible for the artist and the architect to carry out their ideas to a magnitude never before attempted. It is a material easy to be molded into all rare and artistic shapes and groupings, and still cheap enough to be used as free as their fancy dictated, and is as beautiful as marble. Colossal buildin's, beautiful enough for any monarch, and which no government on earth was ever rich enough to carry out in permanent form. Wall, as I said, the administration buildin' was the one that hove up directly in front of us. It towers up in the circumambient air with its great gilded dome, and seems to beckon to us all to come and pass through it into the marvel's bayend. This buildin' is like a mainspring to a watch, or the pendulum to a gigantic clock. It regulates the whole of the rest of the works. Here is the headquarters of the managers of the World's Fair, the fire and police departments, the press, and them that have charge of the foreign nations. Here is a bank, post office, and the Department of General Information about the fair. And never since the creation of the world has old General Information had a better lookin' place to stay in. Why, some folks call this high, magnificent buildin', with its great Chernine dome, the handsomest buildin' amongst that city of matchless palaces. It covers 4 acres, every acre bein' more magnificent than the other acres. Why, the widder Albert herself gin Mr. Hunt, the architect, a ticket, she was so tickled with his work. The dome on top of it is the biggest dome in the world, with the exception of St. Peter's in Rome. And it seemed to me, as I looked up at the dome, that Peter might have got along with one no bigger than this. Howsomever, it hain't for me to scrimp anybody in domes. But this was truly enormous. But none too big, mebbe, for the nub on top of the gate of the World's Fair. That needs to be mighty in size, and of pure gold, to correspond with what is on the inside of the gate. But never was there such a gorgeous gateway before, unless it was the gateway of paradise. Why, as you stood inside of that dome and looked way up towards the top, your feelin's soared to that extent that it almost took you off in your feet. Noble pictures and statues you see here, too. Some on 'em struck tremendous hard blows onto my appreciation, and onto my head also. And lookin' on 'em made me feel well, dreadful well, to see how much my sect was thought on in stun, and canvas, and such. There was Diligence, a good-lookin' woman, workin' just as she always has, and is willin' to. There she sot spinnin' and bringin' up her children as good as she knew how. Mebbe she was teachin' a Sunday school lesson to the boy that stood by her. He had his arms full of ripe fruit and grapes. I am most afraid for his future, but she was teachin' him the best she could, you could see that by her looks. Then there was Truth, another beautiful woman, holdin' a lookin' glass in her hand, and teachin' another little boy. Mebbe it was the young future she was learnin' to tell the truth, anyway, no matter how much it hurt him, how hard it hit against old custom and prejudices. He was leanin' affectionate on her, but his eyes was lookin' away, fur off. Mebbe he'll hear to her, mebbe he will, he's young, but I feel kinder dubersome about it. She held her glass dreadful high. Mebbe she laid out that Uncle Sam should see his old features in it, and mebbe she was remindin' him that he orn't to carve woman as a statute of truth, and then not be willin' to hear her complaints when she tries to tell him about 'em, in his own place, where he makes his laws, year in and year out. If he believes she is truthful, and he must, or he wouldn't name her truth and set her up so high for the nations to look at, what makes him, year after year, act towards them men as if he believed she was a lion? It is unreasonable in him. And then there was abundance, a woman and a man. I guess they had an abundance of everything for their comfort, and it looked real good to see they was both a sharin' it. She was a settin' in a chair, and he was on the floor. That might do for a monument, or statute, but I don't believe they would foller it up so for day after day in real life, and they hadn't ort to. Men and them men ort to have the same settin' accommodations, and standin' too, and ort to be treated one of 'em just as well as the other. They are both likely creeturs, a good deal of the time. Then there was tradition. Them was two old men, as was nat'ral. Them men wasn't in that. Woman is in the future and the present. Them two men, a lookin' considerable warlike, was a talkin' over the past, the deeds of might. They didn't need them men so much there, and I didn't feel as if I cared a cent to have her there. When they get to talkin' over the deeds of right, I'd want them men to be present. And she will be there. And then there was Liberty, agin a woman, beautiful and serene, a depictorin' liberty, and agin a holdin' her arms round a young male child, and a teachin' him. That, too, filled me with high hope, that Uncle Sam had at last discovered the mean actions that was a goin' on about them men, that he had seen the chains that was a bindin' her, and a gallin' her. He wouldn't be likely to depict her as Liberty, and set her up so high in the gateway to the World's Fair, if he calculated to keep her on in the slavery she is now, a bindin' her with her own heartstrings, taking away her power to help her own heart's dearest, in their fights against the evils and temptations of the world. No, I believe Uncle Sam is a goin' to turn over a new leaf. Anyway, Liberty sot up there, a lookin' off with a calm mien, and there was a smile on her face, as if she see a light in the future that beckoned to her. And then there was Charity. Of course she was a woman, she always is. She had two little boys by her. One had his hand on her heart, and that faithful heart was filled with love and pity for him, just as it always has been, and always will be. Another was kneelin' at her feet, with her fosterin' hand on his head. A good-lookin' creetur Charity was, and well behaved. Joy seemed to be enjoyin' herself first rate. Her pretty face seemed to answer back the music that the youth at her feet was a-rousin' from his magic flute. Theology was a wise, reverend-lookin' old man, a-thinkin' up a sermon, or a-thinkin' out some new system of religion, I dare presume to say, for his book seemed to be half-closed, and he was lost in deep thought. He looked first-rate, a good and well-behaved old man, I hain't a doubt on't. Then, there was patriotism, a man and a woman. He, standin' up ready to face danger or die for his country, she, with her arms round him, lookin' up into his face, as if to say, "If you must go, I will stay to home with a breaking heart, and take care of the children, and do the barn chores." They both looked real good and noble. Mr. Bitters done first rate. Josiah couldn't have begun to done so well, nor I nuther. Then there was a dreadful impressive statute there, a grand-lookin' old man, with his hand uplifted, tellin' somethin' to a young child, who was listenin' eagerly. I know who the old man was. There was broad white wings risin' up all round him, and it might be he was meant to depict the recordin' angel. If he was, he could have got quills enough out of them wings to do all his writin' with. And it might be that it was wisdom instructin' youth. And it might be some enterprisin' old goose raiser tellin' his oldest boy the best way to save the white wings of ganders. But I don't believe this was so. There was a riz-up, noble look on the old man's face that was never ketched, I don't believe, with restlin' with geese on a farm, and neighbors all round him. No, I guess it was the gray and wise old world instructin' the young republic what to do and what not to do. The child looked dreadful impetuous and eager, and ready to start off any minute, a good deal as our country does, and I presume wherever the child was startin' for it will get there. A noble statute. Mr. Bitters did first rate. But when I get started on pictures and statutes, I don't know where or when to stop. But time hastens, and to resume. As I reluctantly tore myself away from the glory and grandeur inside, and passed through the building to the outside, and a full view of the court of honor busted on to our bewildered vision, I actually did feel weak as a cat. Never again will such a scene glow and grow before mine eyes, till the streets of the New Jerusalem opened before my vision. Beyond that wide plaza, that long basin of clear sparkling water, dotted all over its glowing bosom with fairy-like gondolas, and gondolers, dressed in all the colors of the rainbow, or picturesque launches, with their gay freight of happy sightseers. And here and there, just where they was needed to look the best, was statues and banners and the most gorgeous fountain that ever dripped water. Then the broad flights of snowy marble steps rising from the water to the green flowery terraces, and then above them the magnificent white wonders of the different buildings. And standing up against the sky, and the blue waters of the lake, the tall ivory columns of the peristyle stood, like an immense beautiful screen, to guard this white city of magic splendor. And rising from the blue waters of the basin stands the grand figure of the Republic, towering up 100 feet high, looking just as she ought to look. Calm, stately, but knowing in her heart just what she had done, and just what she hadn't done, knowing just what she had to be proud on, if she only let her mind run on't. But there was no high-headedness, no tossing of her neck. No, fair and stately and serene as a dream queen, she stood a fitting center for the unspeakable beauty of her surroundings. It was all perfect, everything, no flaw in the perfect harmony of the scene. No limit to its unapproachable beauty. Yes, the glory of that scene as it burst onto my raptured vision will go with me through life, and won't never be outdone and replaced by anything more perfect, till that rapt hour when the mortal puts on immortality, and the glory that no eye hath seen busts on my glorified vision. And as we wended onwards and got still further views of the matchless wonders of the Columbus World's Fair, wall, I gin in, and felt, and said that I s'posed I had had emotions all my life, and sights of 'em. Why, I have had 'em as high as from 70 to 80 a minute right along for an hour on a stretch, sometimes when I have been rousted up about something. But when I stood stunned still in my tracks, and the full glory and beauty of that scene of wonder and enchantment broke onto my almost enraptured vision, I gin up that I never had had an emotion in my whole life, not one, nothing but plain, common breathings and sieves. When I see these snowy palaces, vast and beautiful and dreamlike, rising up from the blue waters, and their pure white columns and statuary reflected into the mirror below, and the green beauty of the wooded island, and the tall trees dotting them here and there. And when I see the lagoon winding along, and arched over with bridges, like the best of the beauty of Venice born again, perfect and fresh in the heart of the New World. When I beheld the immense quantity of shrubs and flowers of every kind known to the world. And all along the blue waters of the Grand Basin, surrounded by the magnificence and glory of these beautiful palaces, the fountains spraying up, and waters flashing, and banners flying, and the tall white statues standing on every side of us watching us with their still eyes, to see how we took in the transcendent scene, and how we appeared under the display wall, I stood, as I say, stunned still in my tracks, and says to myself, it would be just as easy to comprehend the wonder of this exposition by reading about it, as it would be for any one to try to judge Niagara by looking at a pan of dishwater. They are both water, but different for different. And you have got to take in the wonder and majesty of the sight, through the pores as it was, through all your soul, not at first, but it has got to grow and soak in, and make it a part of yourself. And then, when you hain't going to describe it, words can't do it, you can walk through it and talk about the size of the buildings, and the wonders of the display, but that hain't going to describe it, no more than the pan of dishwater can explain Niagara. You can converse about Niagara, the depth, the eddies, the swirl of the waters, the horseshoe falls, the rainbow that rises over it, the grotto, the slate stone on the banks below, and so forth, and so forth, and so on. And how to show off the might and rush of the volume of water that shakes the earth, the mountain of churning mist that floats up to the wondering and emerald heavens, how to paint this wonderful and inexpressible glory by tongue, how to put in words that which is mightier than any words that was ever said or sung. Wonder and awe, overwhelming sensation that makes the pulse stop, and then beat again in bounds. When you paint a picture showing the full power and depth of a mother's love, when you can paint the ardor and ecstasy that inspires the hero's soul as he leads the forlorn hope, and dies with his face to the foe, then you may try to describe Niagara. No pen, no tongue can describe this ever-rushing, ever-old and ever-new wonder of the New World. And no more can any pen describe the World's Fair, the tall, tolerant fruit of the 4th-century tree of civilization, and liberty, and equal rights. You can talk about the buildings, how they are made, how long and wide they are. You can talk about the lagoons, the Grand Basin, the bridges, the statues, the fountains, the wonders of the flowers and foliage, the grandeur of the display, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. But how to describe this as a whole, its immensity, its concentrated might of material, practical beauty and use, that moves the world with its volume and power? Or the more wonderful forces and influences that arise from it, like a gold mist seek in the heavens, to fall in showers of blessings to the uttermost ends of the earth, knowledge, wisdom, and beauty, of freedom, and individual liberty, educational, moral, and beneficent influences. Who is going to describe all this? I can't, nor Josiah, nor Miss Plank, nor nobody. No, Mr. Bolster couldn't. Why, just looking at it cracked the old Liberty Bell, and I don't wonder. I suppose she tried to swing out and describe it, and bust her old sides in the attempt. Anyway, that is what some think. The new crack is there, anyway. Who'd have thought on't, a bell that has stood so many different sights, and kept herself together? But I wasn't surprised a mite to think it was too much for her. No, nobody could describe it. I know Miss Plank couldn't, for we met her there, or Ruth or she come on to us, as I stood stunned still and nearly lost, and by the side of myself, and I felt so queer that I couldn't hardly speak to her. I don't know but she thought I felt big and haughty, but good land, how mistook she was if she thought so. I felt as small as I stood there, that very minute, as one drop of milk in the whole Milky Way. But when my senses got kinder collected together, and my emotions got quelled down a little, I passed the usual compliments with Miss Plank. How to do? And so forth. And she proposed that we should go round a little together. She said that she had been here so many times, that she felt she could offer herself as our cicerone. She looked at Josiah as she spoke, kinder coquettish, and I thought to myself, you are actin' pretty kittenish for a woman of your age. Sissy, says I to myself, the time for you to be called Sissy rightfully lays fur back in the past, as much as 50 years back, anyway. As for the Roni, I didn't know what she did mean, but s'posed it was some sort of a pet name that had been gin her fur away in that distant past. And I s'posed she had brung it up to kinder attract Josiah Allen, but, good land, if his morals hadn't been like iron for solidity, I knew that for her to try to flirt was like a old hen to try to bite. They don't have no teeth, hens don't, even when they are young, and they won't be likely to have any when they are 50 or 60 years old. So I looked on with composure, and didn't take no notice of her flirtatious ways, and I consented to her proposition, and Josiah did too. That man hadn't been riz up by his emotions as I had by the majesty and glory of the scene. No, he felt pretty chipper, and Miss Plank, after she quieted down a little, and ceased talking about her girlish days, she could think, even in that rapt hour, of pancakes, for she mentioned, when I spoke of how high the waters of the fountain riz up. Yes, says she. Speaking of risin', I left some pancakes risin' before I left home. And she wondered if the cook would tend to pancakes in such a time as this. And then Josiah proposed to go and see the livestock, and Miss Plank said dreamily that she would like to go to a certain restaurant at the fur end of the grounds to see the cooking of a certain chef. She had heard it went ahead of anything in America. Chef, I didn't want to act green, but I did wonder what chef was. I thought maybe it was chaff she meant, and I s'posed they had got up some new way to cook chaff. I would like to seen it and tasted of it, but duty beggin' to me, and I followed her blindly, and I says, as I planted my umbro firm down on the ground, says I, here I take my stand, I don't often stand out and try to have my way. Here Josiah gin a deep groan out to one side, but he no need to, I spoke truth, or pretty near the truth, anyway. says I. Here I take my stand. And I brung down my good cotton umbrella again firmly, as if to punctuate my remarks, and add weight to it, and I was so earnest that before I knew it I fell into a fervid eloquence, catched from my old revolutionary forefathers, I suppose, and says I care not what course others may take. But, says Miss Plank, we will hang together in such a crowd as this. Yes, says Josiah. You mustn't go wandering off by yourself, Samantha. It hain't safe. I was brung down some, but I kept on with considerable eloquence, though it was kinder drizzlin' away unbeknown to me, such is the power of environment. Says I care not what course others may take, I will go first to the place my proud heart has dwelt on ever since the fair was opened. I will go first to the woman's buildin', home of my sect, and my proud ambition and love. Miss Plank demurred and said that it was some distance off. But I held firm. Josiah see that I was firm, and he finally gin in quite graciously, and says he, I don't s'pose it will take long, anyway, to see all that them men has brung here, and I s'pose the buildin' will be a sight, all trimmed off with ornaments, and flowers, and tatin. Mebbe they will have lace all festooned on the outside. Says he, I always did want to see a house trimmed with bobbinet lace on the outside, and tatin and ribbon streamers. I wouldn't deign a reply. He did it to lower my emotions about vim men. But it was impossible. So we turned our bodies round and set off north by northwest. Agin Miss Plank mentioned the distance, and agin my Josiah spoke longingly of the livestock. And I says with a calm dignity, Josiah, you are not a woman. No, says he. Dum it all, I know I hain't, and so there hain't much chance of my gettin' my way. I kept on calmly, and with the same lofty mien. You are not a woman, and therefore you can't tell a woman's desires that go with me, to see the glorification of her own sect, in their great and lofty work, and the high thrones on which they have sought themselves in the year of our Lord 1893. I am sought, says I am sought as ever the statue of America is on her marble pedestal, just so solid am I riz up on the firm and solid foundation of my love, and admiration, and appreciation for my own sect. And so, as I say, we turned round in our tracks, and went back round that noble administration buildin'. Josiah a talkin' anon or oftener about what he expected to see in the woman's buildin', every one on 'em light and triflin' things, such as gauzes, and artificial flowers, and cossets, and high-heel shoes, and plaques, and tatin, and etc. And I anon answerin' his sneerin' words, and the unspoken but fatigued appeals in Miss Plank's eyes, by sayin', Do you suppose I would hurt the feelin's of my sect? Do you suppose I would mortify 'em before the assembled nations of the earth, by slightin' 'em, by not payin' attention to 'em, and makin' 'em the first and prime object of my distinguished and honorable consideration? No, indeed, no, indeed. So we went on at a pretty good jog, and meetin' every single person in the whole earth, every man, woman, and child, black and white, bond and free, lame and lazy, or it did seem so to my wearied and bewildered apprehension. And I says to myself mechanically, what if conflagrations should break out in Asia, or the chimbly get afire in Australia, or a earthquake take place in Africa, or a calf get into the waterin' trough at Jonesville, who would get it out or put 'em out? Everybody in the whole livin' world is here. The earth has dreened off all its livin' inhabitants down into this place. Some of the time I thought mebbe one or two would be left in Jonesville, and Loon Town, and the hind side of Asia, and Hindustan. But as I wended on and see the immense crowd, passin' out of one buildin' and passin' into another, and swarmin' over the road and coverin' the face of the water, I says to myself, No, there hain't a soul left in Hindustan, or Jonesville, not one, nor Loon Town, nor Shakil, nor Africa, nor Zor. It was a curious time, very, but anon, after we had wended on for some distance, and Miss Plank looked some wilted, and Josiah's steps dragged, and my own frame felt the twinges of rheumatiz. Miss Plank spoke up, and says she, If you are bound on going to the woman's building first, why not take a boat and go around there, and that will give you a good view of the buildings. I assented to her proposition with alacrity, and wondered that I hadn't thought of it before, and Josiah acted almost too tickled. That man loves to save his steps, And then, as I soon see, he had another idea in his head. Says he, I always wanted to be a mariner. I will hire a boat and be your boatman. Not with me for a passenger, Josiah Allen, says I. I want to live through the day, anyway. I want to live to see the full glory of my sect. I don't want to be drowned dead just in front of the goal. He looked mad as a hen. But he see firmness in my mien, so we went back, and down a flight of steps to the water's edge, and he signaled a craft that drew up and laid off against us, a kinder queer-shaped one, with a canopy top, and gorgeous dressed boatmen, and we embarked and floated off on the clear waters of the Grand Basin. Oh, what a scene that would have been for a historical painter, if Mr. Michelangelo had been present with a brush and some paint. Josiah Allen's wife setting off for the express purpose of seeing and admiring the work of her own sect, and right in front of her the grand figure of woman standing up 100 feet high, but no higher above the ordinary size of her sect was she standing than the works of the vim men I was setting out to see towered up above the past level of womankind. Oh, what a hour that was for the world! And what a scene that was for Josiah Allen's wife to be passing through, watched by the majestic figure of woman. The green, tree-dotted terraces bloomin' with flowers rising up from the blue water, and above the verdant terraces the tall white walls of them gorgeous palaces, rising up with colonnades, and statues, and arabesques, and domes, and pinnacles, and on the smooth white path that lay in front of em, and on every side of em, the whole world walkin' and admirin' the scene just as much as we did. And if there wasn't everything else to look at and admire, the looks of that crowd was enough, full enough, for one pair of eyes, for they was from every country of the globe, and dressed in every fashion from Eve, and her men folks, down to the fashions of today. And anon we would come to a bridge gracefully arched over the water, and float under it, and then sail on, and on, and on, past the vast palace 45 acres big, and every single acre of em majestic and beautiful more than tongue can tell or give any day on, and then by some more of them matchless marvels of house and crowned with pinnacles, and domes, and waving banners, and then by the electrical buildin', with white towers, and battlements, and sculptured loveliness, on one side of us, and on the other, that beautiful wooded island, that is a haunting dream of beauty inside of a dream of matchless loveliness. Acres and acres of flowers of every kind and color, the perfume floated out and wrapped us round like a sweet unseen mantle, as we floated past fir dim aisles of green trees, with domes and minarets rising up above the billows of emerald richness, and then anon, under another bridge, and more of them enchanting wonders of art, and on, under another one, and another. And my emotions all of the time was what no man might number, and as for the size of em, there hain't no use of talking about sorting em out, or weighing em. No steel yards on earth could weigh the little end on em, let alone weighing the whole caboodle of em. No Rasfidist that ever Rasfidized could do justice to the transcendent grandeur that shone out on every side of us. No, the Rasfidist would have to set down and hold up his hands before him, as I have done sometimes before a big pile of work, when I have seen a wagon load of visitors stoppin' at the gate to stay all day. I have just clasped my hands and says, "Oh dear me!" Or in aggravated cases I would say, mebbe, "Oh dear me, suz!" And that was about all I could say here. Yes, my feelin's, I do believe, if they could have been gazed on, would have been just about as impressive a sight to witness as the Columbian Fair. But anon my rapt musings was broke into sudden. I heard as through a dream a voice say, "If she forgets to take the dough off from the dry oven, the pancakes will run over." Pancakes! It was like Perry in Paradise calling for root beer. It brung me down to the world agin, and anon I heard my pardner say, "Wall, I wish I had a few of 'em this minute, Miss Plank. Eatin' at such a time as this, the day." But I was brung clear down, and I don't know but it was just as well, for it was time for us to alight from our bark. And with the feelin's I had ever since I started, I was that riz up that I could almost expect to step over the lagoon at one stride and swing my foot clear over the whole noble flight of marble steps, and the wide terrace, and land in front of the woman's buildin'. With my head even with its highest cupola, I was fearfully riz up, and by the side of myself. But these allusions to pancakes had brung me down, so I stepped meekly out onto the broad, noble flight of steps, and the full beauty of the woman's building riz up in front of us. Even Josiah was impressed with the simple, noble perfection of that building. I heard him say, "By cracky! Not a bit of lace or tatin, not a streamer of ribbon. Well done for them men, they have riz up for once above gauzes, and flummeries, and ornaments." "No," says I. "If you want to look at ornament, you might look at the administration building, designed by a man. Men love ornament, Josiah Allen." He quailed. He hadn't forgot the pink necktie he wanted to adorn himself with, and the breastin he wanted to put on that morning. The waters of the lagoon in front of the building is as wide as a bay. From the center of this rises the grand landing and staircase, leading to a terrace 6 feet above the water. The first terrace is laid out in glowing flower beds, and anon, green flowering shrubs, above which the ivory-white balustrade shines out, separating it from the upper terrace. And along the upper terrace, about 100 feet back, the beautiful woman's building rises, with a background of stately old oak trees. This most artistic and beautiful building consists of a center pavilion, flanked at each end by corner pavilions, connected by open corridors forming a sheltered and beautiful walk the whole length of the structure. On going through a wide lobby you come into a vast open rotunda reaching clear up to the top of the building, where the sunlight falls down most graciously through a richly ornamented skylight. This rotunda is surmounted by a 2-story open arcade, as delicate and refined in its beauty as the outside of the building, giving light and air in abundance to all of the room as opening into the interior space. On the first floor, on the right hand, is located a model kindergarten, on the left, a model hospital. You see, these two things are attended to the first thing by them men. Them men have always had to take time by the forelock and do the most important things first, or she never would be done with her work. Before she tackled the ironing, or dishwashing, or piecing up bed quilts, or knitting, she has always had to dress, and nurse, and take care of the children, make them comfortable, and take care of the sick, had to, or it wouldn't be done. And she wasn't going to stop her good, tender, motherly doings here, not at all. No, the children, the future hope of our country, the Lord's work laid on to mothers, is on the right side. Here are shown the very latest and best helps in taking care and training up these little immortals, teaching them to be good first, and then wise, and healthy all the time. The most important work in the whole world, in my estimation, for the children we spank today will hold the destinies of the human race in their hands tomorrow. Yes, on the right hand the children, on the left hand is a model hospital, not merely an exhibit, but a real hospital, at full work in its blessed and sanctified labor, taking care of the sick and smoothing the brows racked with agony, alleviating the distresses of the frame racked with pain. What another good work! Can a man show anything at their whole Columbus World's Fair, anything that will equal these two blessed labors? No, he can show lots of knowledge and wisdom, and he can show guns, and cannons, and pistols, bowie knives, to cut and slash. But it is woman's work, blessed angel that she is, a good deal of the time, it is them that shows this broad, efficient system of relieving the hurts and distresses of the world. Besides the most skilled of our own country, foreign nations send their best trained nurses from their training schools, showing the latest and most perfect methods of relieving pain and agony. And not contented with showing off here what they could do, and how they do it, not content with making this one big room a perfect nest for female good Samaritans, a caring for the sick and dying, they have soared out of this room, 60 by 80 feet couldn't confine 'em. They have located all over the grounds hospitals to care for them who are took sick here at Columbus's doings, and good creeters, I suppose they will have their hands full, specially in dog days. Yes, woman begun her work just as she ought to, right on the ground floor, on the right, the children, on the left, the sick and helpless. Right opposite the main front is the library, furnished by the Vim men of New York. It is one of the largest and finest rooms in the house, and every book in it writ by a woman. And right here I see my own books. There they was standing up just as noble and pert as if they was to home in the whatnot behind the parlor door, not feeling the least mite put out before princes, or czars. Standing just as straight in front of a king as a cowboy, not humping themselves up in the latter instance, or A. Meechan in the more former one. I felt proud on M to see their unbroken dignity and simplicity of mien. And thinks as I, the demeanor of them books is a lesson to republics, how to act before royalties, not A backin' up and A actin', not put out a mite, not forward, and not too backward, jest about Meg'em. A keepin' right on in their own spear, jest as usual, not intrudin' themselves and A pushin', but ready to greet M and give M the best there was in M, if occasion called for it, and then are easy to bid M a calm, well-meanin' farewell when the time come to part. It was a great surprise to me, and how they got there was a mystery. But I s'pose the nation collected M together, and sot M up there because it sets such a store by me. It is dreadful fond of me, the nation is, and well it may be. I have stood up for it time and agin, and then I've done a sight for it in the way of advisin' and bracin' it up. As I stood and looked at them books I got carried a good ways off A ridin' on wonder, A wonderin' whether them books had done any good in the world. I'd wanted em to like a dog. Sometimes I'd felt real riz up A thinkin' they had, and then agin I felt dubersome. But I knew they had gin great enjoyment, I'd her not. Why, the minister up to Zor had told me of as many as 7 relations of Hyzen, who, when they was run down and weak, and had kinder lost their minds, had just clung to them books. In softenin' of the brain now, or bein' kicked on the head, or narrow brain weakness, why, them books are invaluable, so I s'pose. But to resume. The corner pavilion, like all the rest of the buildin', have each a open colonnade above the main cornice. Here are the Hangen gardens, and also the committee rooms of the lady managers. This palace of beauty was designed by a woman. Woman has got to have the credit for everything about it. A woman designed the whole buildin', a woman modeled the figures that support the roof, a woman won fairly in competition the right to decorate the cornice. The interior decoration, much of it carved work, is done by them men. Panels was carved by them men all over the country and brought here to decorate the walls. And not only decorated, but in a good many rooms the woodwork was finished by them men. California has a room walled and sealed with redwood by them men. And them men of all the states, from Maine and Florida, have joined to make the place beautiful. Even the Indian them men made richly embroidered Hangens for the doors and windows. The them men managers was the first them men that was ever officially commissioned by Congress, and never have them men swung out so, or, to be poetical, never have they cut so wide and broad a swath on the seedy old fields of time, as they do to this fair. They can exhibit with the best of the contestants, men or them men, and by act of Congress represent their own sect on the jury of award. Congress did the fair thing by them men in this matter. Let him step up one step higher on the hill of justice, and gin em the right to set on the jury of award or punishment when their own honor is at the stake. It has let them men tell which is the best piece of worsted work, or tat in. Now let her be judged by her peers when life or death is the award meted out to em. But to resume. The Gallery of Honor is the center hall of the buildin', and runs almost the entire length. And opening out of it is the display that shows that them men was really the first inventors and producers of what was useful as well as beautiful, and that men took up the work when money could be made from it. Here is the work of the first and rudest people, but all made by female them men, the rough, hard buds of beauty and labor, and in the central hall, like these buds open in full bloom and beauty, is the fruit of the most advanced thought and genius. The interior glows with soft and harmonious colors, and chaste ornamentation. Mrs. Candace Wheeler, of New York, had charge of the decoration, which is sayin' enough for its beauty, if you didn't say anything else, and Illinois and the rest of the world was grand helpers in the work of beauty. The Gallery of Honor, the central hall of the buildin', runs almost the entire length. The noble, harmonious beauty of this room strikes you as you first enter, some as it would if you come up sudden out of the woods, fast in a gorgeous sunset, or summersin, I guess, would be a suitable metaphor. The colorin' of this room is ivory and gold, in delicate and beautiful designs. But the pictures that cover the walls adds the bright tints necessary to make the whole picture perfect. The beautiful panels on the side walls are the work of American artists. One, on the west side, by Amanda Brewster Sewell, represents an Algerian pastoral scene, showing country maids tend in their flocks, which proves that Algerian girls are first-rate lookin', and that dumb brutes in Algeria, though it is so fur from Jonesville, have got to be tended to, and that Vim men have got to tend to 'em a good deal of the time. The other paintin', on the same side, is the work of Miss Fairchild, of Boston, and it shows our old Puritan foremothers hard to work, takin' care of their housen and doin' up the work. Likely old creeturs they was, and industrious. Opposite, on the east side, is a panel by Mrs. Lydia Emmett Sherwood, another group of Vim men, good-looking Vim men they be, all on 'em. And the other panel, by Miss Lydia Emmett, shows the interior of a studio, with young females studying different arts that are useful and ornamental, and calculated to help themselves and the world along. At the north end of this great gallery is a large panel by Mrs. McManus, wife of the sculptor, representing primitive Vim men. Showin', plain as nobody less gifted than she could, just how primitive Vim men used to be. Opposite, on the south side, is a companion piece by Miss Cassette, of Paris, called Modern Vim Men, and showing up first-rate how fur Vim men have emerged from the shadows of the past. The center panel depicts a orchard covered with bright green grass, and graceful female Vim men gathering apples offen the tree. Apples of knowledge, I suppose, but different from Eve's, for different. These was peaceful knowledge, literature, art, and all beautiful and useful industries. A smaller panel describes music and dancing in a charming way. On the other side of the central panel are several maidens pursuing a flying figure. Maybe it was the ideal. If it was, I was glad to see them young females following it up so close. But girls will be more apt to catch her, when they leave off corsets, and long trains, and high-heeled shoes, metaphor. But these seemed to be doing the best they could, anyway. A border in rich colors went all round the picture, and in the corners was medallions all full of sweet babies, perfect cherubs of loveliness. In some things the picture maybe could have been bettered a little. Maybe the latter wasn't quite stiddy enough. Maybe I should ruther have not clum up it. But the colouring of the picture is superb. So rich and gorgeous that it put me in mind of our own Jonesville woods in September, when you look off into the maple forests, and your eyes would fairly be dazzled with the blaze of the colors, if they wasn't so soft and rich, and blended into each other so perfect. Yes, Miss Cassette done real well, and so did Mrs. McManus too. And all round this room hung pictures that filled me with delight, and the proudest kind of pride, to think my own sect had done 'em all, had branched out into such noble and beautiful branches, for the statues was just as impressive as the pictures. There was one statue in the center of the main corridor that I liked especially. It was Maud Muller. As I looked on Maud, I thought I could say with the judge, when he first had a day of paying attention to her, "A sweeter face I ne'er have seen," and I thought, too, I could read in Maud's face a sort of a sad look, as if the shadow pride and fate held above her was sort o' shod in her now. Miss Blanche Nevin's done first rate, and I'd love to told her so. And then there was a statue of Elaine that rousted up about every emotion I had by me. There she was, Elaine the fair, the lovable, the lily maid of Astolat. I always thought a sight of her, and I've shed many a tear over her untimely lot. I knew she thought more of Mr. Lancelot than she'd ought to, 'specially he bein' in love with a married woman at the same time. Her face looked noble, and yet sweet, riz up just as it must have been when she argued with her pa about the man she loved. Never yet was noble man, but made ignoble talk. He makes no friends who never made a foe. He makes no friends who never made a foe. And down under the majesty of her mien was the tenderness and pathos of her own little song, for, as Alfred Tennyson said, and said well, sweetly could she make, and sing. Sweet is true love, though given in vain, and sweet is death, who puts an end to pain. I know not which is sweeter, no, not I. And sweet is death, who puts an end to pain. I know not which is sweeter, no, not I. There wasn't hardly a dry eye in my head as I stood looking at Elaine. And just at this rapt moment I heard some voices nigh me that I recognized sayin' in glad and joyous accents, "How do you do, Josiah Allen's wife?" I turned and met 7 glad extended hands, and 13 eyes looking at mine, in joyous welcome, besides 1 glass eye, and you couldn't tell the difference, it was so natural, Orrin bought the best one money could get when his nigh was put out by a steer goer in it. Yes, it was Orrin Rumble and Letizia, his wife, and the whole of the family, the 5 girls, Barthina, Calferna, Delphina, Albini, and Letizia. But what a change had swept over the family since I had last looked on them! I could hardly believe my 2 eyes when I looked at their costumes, for the whole family had dressed in black for upwards of 11 years, and Jonas Villians had got just as used to seeing 'em as they was seeing a flock of crows in the spring. And I do declare it was just as surprisin' to me to see the way they was rigged out as it would be to see a lot of crows settlin' down on our cornfield with red and yeller tail feathers. To home they didn't go nowhere, only to meetin', the mother bein' very genteel, comin' down as she did from a very old and genteel family. Dreadful blue blood I s'pose her folks had, blue as indigo, I s'pose. And she didn't think it was proper to go into society in mournin' clothes. She thought it would make talk for mourners to get out and enjoy themselves in crape. Orrin was naturally of a lively disposition, and loved to visit round, and it made it bad for him. But he felt quite proud of marrying such aristocratic woman, and so he had to take the bitter with the sweet. Besides their being so old, she had come from a mournin' family. Her folks always mourned for everybody and everything they could. You know some families are so, and I s'pose they get some comfort out of it. And black does look real respectable, but considerable gloomy. Their house was always shed up, and Orrin walked round, rebellin' inside, under a mournin' weed. And the 6 of them men was all swathed in crape, and the whole house smelt of crape and logwood. As I says more formally, Letizia was brung up to it. She was ready to mourn on the slightest pretext, and mourn just as long and steady as possible. Wall, black was becomin' to her. Bein' tall and spindlin', black sot her off, and crape draperies sort o' rounded off her figure and made her look some impressive. And she loved to stay at home, she was made that way. But I always felt that if she wanted to make a raven of herself for life, she no need to dye the feathers of the whole family in logwood, and tie 'em all up close to the nest. Orrin had chafed against it bitterly, but he bore the sable yoke until the youngest girl, Letizia, and maybe she inherited some of the aristocratic sotness of her mother with the name. Anyway, when she come home from school she come dressed in gay colors. She had on a yeller worsted dress with sky blue trimmin's, a pink hat, a lilac veil, and a bunch of flowers in her bosom, too many colors to look well, but she did it to break her yoke. This kinder stunted the mother, so she was easier to handle, being kinder dazed. So they took her off to a Christian Science meetin', and got her converted the first thing. This broke her chain, for they don't believe in mournin' as one without hope, and they believe in wanderin' round and seein' the beautiful world all you can, and talking some comfort while you are in it. So while the zeal of the convert was on her, and she didn't feel like disputin', the girls made her some red dresses, and some yeller ones, and had some white streamers put onto a white bonnet she had. And they bought themselves the most gorgeous and gay clothin' Jonesville and Loontown afforded. Orrin is well off, and he wouldn't stand in such a cause as this, no, indeed. And Orrin bought some bright, gay-lookin' suits, and some brilliant neckties, pale blue silk, with red polka dots on them, and some otter-colored ones. He had on the day we met him a bright plaid suit and a red necktie spangled with yeller, hangin' out kinder loose in front. And Orrin bought a 3-seated carriage, and they just scoured the whole country, went to all the parties they could hear on, and the fairs, and camp meetin's, and such. They was on the go the whole time, and Letizia Alzina got to leaking it as much as Orrin did. I don't s'pose they was to home hardly enough to eat their meals whilst they was in Jonesville. They had a good hired girl, so they was free to wander all they was a mind to. This summer Letizia Alzina told me that they had been up to the upper end of Canada and British America on a tower, and come home round by Lake Champlain, and Lake George, and Saratoga. They'd stayed there 3 weeks, and then they went home and hurried and got ready for the fair. They come the first day it was opened in the mornin', and laid out to go home the last day of the fair along in the night, so Orrin said. They all looked real happy, but some faggied out from seein' so much. I'm dreadful afraid that the pendulum, havin' swung too fur on one side, is goin' too fur on the other, it is nater. But maybe they'll settle down and be more megam when the pendulum gets kinder settled down some, and its vibration ceases to be so vibratin'. Anyway, I'm glad to see 'em steppin' out of their weeds, and I told them so. Says I. You wasn't mournin' a awful while, wasn't you? Orrin fairly gritted his teeth, and before Letizia Alzina could speak, he busted out. By vum! I've mourned all I'm goin' to. I've stayed penned up in the house all I'm goin' to. I've quit it, by vum! First my stepfather passed away. I never liked him, he always imposed on me, but we all went into deep mournin', stayed out of society, just shut ourselves up in a black jail for years. Then my mother-in-law left me, then 3 years more of solid black and solid stayin' to home. Then, at the end of the 3rd year, we kinder quit off and begun to creep out a little and kinder lighten ourselves up a little. But then my wife's brother that she never see died way out to California and left a big property, but not a cent to us. But the rest of the family wanted to mourn, so my wife had to foller on and mourn too. And there it was agin, another time of gloom, another time of stayin' to home. Time after time, just as we got out a little, we had to plunge back into gloom agin. But now we're out of it, and by heavens and earth we're goin' to stay out. There hain't goin' to be any more mournin' done in this family. Not if I know myself, there hain't. But I says, Orrin, don't talk so, folks have to mourn, this is a world of trials, and grief is natural to it. Wall, I'll mourn in pepper and salt, and I'll mourn outdoors. I hain't goin' to wind myself up in crape, and shut myself up in a black hole no more, mourn or not mourn. And I'm goin' to laugh when I want to. And he just laid his head back and bust out into a hoarse laugh at nothin'. But they didn't seem to mind it, I guess they was used to it, and the girls kinder put in and laughed too. Letizia Alzina didn't laugh out loud, but she kinder snickered some. It made me feel queer. I see the truth, the bow had been drawed too tight back, and now it was goin' to shoot too fur, way over the mark. But still I felt that Orrin had some truth on his side. And I says, I always felt that you shet yourselves up too much and mourn too deep. Wall, says Letizia Alzina, my folks always brung me up to think that it would be apt to make talk if folks went out any while they was in black. Wall, says I always felt that folks had better set down and calculate which would be the most agreeable to 'em, to shet themselves up and lose their health, and die, or to let folks talk. And then act on them thoughts, and do as they want to with fear and tremblin'. And, says I, folks would talk whilst you was dyin' anyway, you can't keep folks from talkin' dot. Says I, like as not they'd say it was a guilty conscience that made you droop round and stay to home so. Wall, says Letizia Alzina, I was brought up to think that it showed so much respect to them that was gone to stay to home in black. Wall, says I, if the ones that was gone loved you, they would want you to get all the consolation you could whilst you was parted. Just as a mother lets her child have some picture books to comfort it while she leaves it a spell. And if you loved them, says I, their memory would go outdoors with you, and go back into the house with you. You would see the beloved face looking down at you from every mountain you would climb, and the shadow of their form would seem to appear in the midst of every valley. Every sunset would gleam with the smilin' light of their eyes, and every sunrise would beckon to you, tellin' you that one more night had gone, and you was so much nearer to the eternal reunion. Folks don't have to stay indoors to remember, Letizia. I have remembered folks outdoors, it seems to me, more than I ever did in the house. And the voice you loved would seem to be tellin' you, keep well, beloved, so you can do some of my day's work I had to lay down, as well as your own, and the meetin' will be all the gladder and more joyous. And as for puttin' on black, the dear remembered voice seems to be sayin' to me, don't put on the symbol of sorrow for one who has found the very secret of happiness, who has left the dark shadows and has gone into the great brightness. Don't carry the idea to the world that you have lost me, for I am nearer to you than I ever could have been on earth, for the clay has only fell off from my soul, leavin' the barrier but thin indeed between us now. Don't act as if you was mournin' for me, dear heart. Let the world see your thoughts, see the truth we both know, by its reflection in your face. These are my ideas, Letizia Alzina, says I. But howsomever, in this, As in every other matter that don't have any moral wickedness in it, let everybody be fully persuaded in their own mind, if they have got a mind, and do as they want to, if they know what they want to do. Orrin had looked real tickled all the while I had been speakin'. And he stood there on his bright plaid legs, and smoothed out the ends of his gorgeous necktie with his yeller-gloved hand, a happy and triumphant mien onto him. And the girls in their moss stood round him like a flock of gay-plumaged birds, or a bouquet of brilliant blossoms, and seemed real happified and contented. Wall, they was a boardin' way out to the other end of the city, almost 11 miles from there, so they had to leave middlin' early. And they all come back in the evenin', they said. They boarded a good ways out, they enjoyed the ride so much a-goin' and comin' dot. Sometimes I'm afraid the pendulum will break down, it swings so fur, and then agin I don't know. But anyway, they bid me a glad adieu, and the proud and gay Orrin led his brood off. Enter some. The English vestibule is decorated with panels painted by the vim men of that country. There was one by Mrs. Swimerton, of London, that appealed strong to my heart. It was a scene from the temporary hospital at Scatori. Florence Nightingale stood in the foreground, good, picking female angel that she was, and all round her lay sick and dyin' soldiers, and she a-doin' all she could to help them. This picture, showin' woman as a healer and consoler, is in the center, as it ought to be. On one side of it is a panel called Motherhood, an Italian mother a-holdin' a baby in her arms, and on the other side is Old Age in Youth, an old female being tenderly took care on by the beautiful young girl who kneels before her. On the other side of the vestibule is the paintins of Mrs. Marietta of London. The centerpiece shows a number of likely-looking young females a-studyin' art, and the panels on either side shows young girls and older ones all a-studyin' and workin', and doin' the best they could with what they had to do with. Dreadful upliftin' to my sect it was to look on them pictures, all on 'em. Wall, if I'd spent a month I couldn't begin to tell all the contents of them rooms, the paintins and statuary, laces, embroidery, tapestry, and etc., and etc., and everything under the sun, moon, and stars, and so forth, and so on. All the works of them men from the present age of the world back to that wonderful book writ by the Abbess Herod in the 12th century, which contains about all the knowledge of that date. And tapestries wrought by hands that have been dust for hundreds and hundreds of years. But the work them hands wrought still remains, giving the best descriptions of them times we have now, of the manners and customs of that for back time. They show off the part them men have took in philanthropy in all ages. They show that all through time that them men have been a helpmeet. And you can see the tender, strong faces of them that have helped the world. One of the most interesting things in the whole buildin' was the exhibit of the beneficent societies formed by them men all over the world, what they have done in war, pestilence, and famine, what they have done in wrestlin' with that deadly serpent, whose folds encompass the earth, the foulest serpent of intemperance. What my sect have done banded together to promote liberty, to establish religion, and all good works. The decoration of the big rooms set apart for the association and organizations are strikin'. 54 organizations of Christian men and workers for righteousness in different ways have their headquarters here. The Women's Christian Temperance Union makes a big display. From post to post is extended long links of pledge cards signed by boys and girls of 44 countries, France, Africa, Japan, China, etc., etc., etc. What links them was that bound them children to a future of temperance and usefulness. Strong cords spreadin' out to the very ends of the earth, and bringin' them all together and tyin' them up to the ramparts of heaven. Denmark has a display of 7 little them men wearin' the white ribbon. In the Japanese department hangs a large bell all made of pipes, and Josiah says, "It's curious that them men, who run smokin' so, should have such a lot of pipes to sell," says he. "I'm most mind to buy one, smokin' is gettin' so fashionable and ladylike. Mebbe you'd better have one, Samantha." I looked at him witherin' ly, but he didn't seem to wither any. But a bystander spoke up and says, "These are the pipes of opium smokers, who have given up the vile habit. They was collected in Japan and presented to that noble worker, Mary Allen West." And the bell rung for the first time at her funeral in way off Japan, where she laid down her sickle on her right sheaves, and rested from her labors. These last lines are my own epizodin. He simply related the facts. There was associations on exhibition from all the different countries of the globe, of Christian workers of all kinds, in organizations, hospitals, missionary fields, etc., from Loontown clear to Turkey. The Turkish Compassionate Fund roused up sights of emotions in me. When you looked at the marvelous oriental embroideries of the Mohammedan women, you didn't dispute that their work has developed a new art. You see, them female turkeys was drove from their homes by the tigers, war, and starvation, and the Baroness Burdett Coutts and Lady Layard bought the materia ls and organized this work. There are 2,000 engaged in it now. Madame Zarkov, who is in charge of it now, has a medal given her by the Sultan, with charity, engraved on it in the language of the turkeys. I couldn't read it, or Josiah. But she told us what it was. Wall, as I say, there was displays of every other kind of Christian work, and looking over them records, and seeing the benign faces of them vim men who had led on the fight against the bandit powers of hell, why, the tears just run down my face some like rain water, and Josiah asked me anxiously if I was took with a cramp. And I says, no, fur from it. I am took with the spirit of rejoicin', and wonder, and thanksgivin', and everything else. And he says, Wall, I wouldn't stand up and cry. If I was goin' to cry, I would set down to it. And agin I says, as I had said before, Josiah, you're not a woman. And he says, no, indeed, you wouldn't catch a man cryin' because he was tickled about somethin'. He would more likely snap his fingers and whistle. But I heeded not his remarks, and we wended onwards. And I see, with everything else under the sun, moon, and stars, a collection of all the kinds of flowers in the country, clear from Maine to California, and lots of the flowers preserved in their natural colors. And if you think this is an easy job, I can tell you that you are very much mistaken. Why, just walking over to Miss Alexander Bobbitt SES, across lots, I have come across more than 40 different kinds of wild flowers, and then, when I got there, I can't begin to tell how many flowers she had in her dooryard. More than 100, anyway, and then if I come home by she that was submit Tewksbury, why, my arithmetic would fairly gin out countin' before I got home, and then to think of all the broad acres of land, hills and valleys, mountains and forests between Oregon, and New Jersey, and Maine, and Florida, and California. Was it a easy job that vim men took onto themselves then? No, indeed, no, indeed. But vim men are used to hard jobs, and if she begins she will carry out and finish as was proved by the cloak we see there, made of feathers, that took 5 years to make. But when I go to talk about the paintins, and statutes, and the embroideries my sect shows off in that buildin', then agin I draw deep breaths full of praise and admiration, somethin' like siz, only happier ones, to think mine eyes had been permitted to gaze on the marvels and wonders my own sect had wrought. And then I thought of Isabel, and I thought I would love to have her there to neighbor with, thinks as I, if it hadn't been for her we wouldn't have been discovered at all, as I know on, and then where would have been the woman's buildin'? I thought I would love to talk it over with her. How, though she furnished the means for a man to discover us, yet 400 years had to wear away before men thought that vim men was capable of taking part in any international exposition. I wanted Isabel there that day. I wanted her like a dog. But my thoughts was brought back from my rapt contemplation by my companion's voice. He says, By jocks! I hadn't no idea that vim men had ever done so much work that is useful as well as ornamental, says he. I had read a sight about the lady managers, and I had got the idea that them ladies couldn't do much more than to set down and tend poodles, and knit tat in. I hadn't no idea that they was goin' to swing out and make such a show as this. Them remarks of Hyson was wrung out of him by the glory of the display, as the sweet sap is wrung out of the maple trees by the all-powerful influence and glory of the spring sun, and they show more plain than song or poem of the wonders about us. Josiah don't love to praise vim men, he hates to. But I answered him proudly. Yes, this magic wonderland o' beauty and practical use was wrought by Sophia Hayden and other noble vim men. They must have the credit for everything about it, and for all the work it shows off within its borders. Says I. Uncle Sam was a good actin' creetur for once, anyway, when he made that act of Congress about the World's Columbian Exposition. He made that body of me and appoint a board of lady managers, 2 ladies from each state and territory, and 8 lady managers at large, and 9 at Chicago. That name, lady manager, was done by Uncle Sam's overpoliteness to the sect, and I don't know as Josiah was to blame. You would think by the name that them ladies was a settin' in rows of gilded chairs, a holdin' a rosy in their hands. But in fact, amongst them female managers there was one hard-workin' doctor and lawyer, real estate agents, journalists, editors, merchants, 2 cotton planters, teachers, artists, farmers, and a cattle queen. And you'd think to hear it talked on that there was only 8 ladies at large amongst 'em, that the rest on 'em was kinder shet up and hampered. But you'd get that day out of your head after one look in that woman's buildin'. You'd think that not only the whole board of lady managers was at large, but that every female woman the whole length and breadth of our country not only was at large, but the vim men of the whole world. Why, connected with this great work is not only the whole caboodle of our own vim men, fur or near, American vim men, every one on 'em a queen, or will be when she gets her ites. Besides them vim men, the Queen of England's daughter, the Princess Christian, is at the head of the British vim men at the fair. And Queen Victoria herself has sent over some things, amongst them napkins of hern, spun and wove by her own hands. What a lesson for snobbish young ladies, who would think it lowerin' to hem a napkin. What would they think to tackle 'em in the flax? And then there was a hat made by England's queen, and gin to her granddaughter, and there was 6 pictures painted by her, original sketches from nater. One view was from the Queen's own room at Balmoral. And then the Princess of Wales sent a chair of carved walnut, upholstered with leather, all the work of her own hands. What another lesson that is to our lazy, fashionable girls! And Princess Maud of Wales sent a embroidered piano stool. And Princess Louise, Miss Lorne that now is, and Princess Beatrice sent the work of their own brains and hands. I guess queens have always made a practice of workin'. Why, I see there, and I could have wept when I seen it if I'd had the time, an elegant bedquilt made by poor Mary Queen of Scots. She sought the last stitches in it the day before her death. What queer stitches them must have been, agony and remorse twistin' the thread in the needle. And then there was a piece of embroidery by Queen Marie Antoinette. What queer stitches them must have been, if she could have seen the end. And then there was a portrait of Maria de Medici, Queen of France, made by herself. And then there was a Bible presented by Queen Anne to the Moravian Church of New York, and a Bible of Princess Christians. The fine needlework of the vim men of Greece makes a splendid show. The Queen of Greece is at the head of their commission. The Queen of Italy goes ahead of all the other monarchs. She shows her own private collection of lace handkerchiefs, and neckties, and mantles, and so forth. And even her crown laces, them beautiful laces that droop down over her regal headdress when she sits with her crown on, and her scepter held out in her hand. The Queen of Belgium is at the head of their exposition. And the German commission is headed by a princess. Wall, you see from what I have said that there was a great variety of queens showin' off in that buildin', and as for baronesses, and duchesses, and ladies, etc., etc., why, they was as common there as clover in a field of timothy. You felt real familiar with them. The reception room of Mrs. Palmer, the beautiful president of the Women's Committee, is a fittin' room for the president genius. All along the walls below the ceiling runs a design of roses, scattered and grouped with exquisite taste. Miss Agnes Pittman, of Cincinnati, decorated that room. In Mrs. Palmer's office is a wonderful table donated by the Vim men of Pennsylvania. In that table is cedar from Lebanon, oak from the yoke of Liberty Bell, oak from the good old ship Constitution, from Washington's headquarters at Valley Forge, and wood from other noted places. And none of the woods was ever put to better use than now, to hold the records of women's aspirations and success in 1893. The ceiling of the New York room was designed by Dora Keith Wheeler, and is beautiful and effective. And the room is full of objects of beauty and use. The gorgeous president's chair from Mexico is a sight, and so to me was the chair in the Kentucky room, 300 years old, that used to be sodden by old Elder Brewster, of Plymouth. Good old creetur. If he could have been moved often that rock of Hyson 300 years ago, into this white city, he would have fell out of that chair in a fit. I most know he would. And then there was a silk flag made by General Sheridan's mother when she was 80 years old, and a group of dolls dressed in costumes illustrating American history. And there was a shirt of old Peter Stuyvesant's, and a baby dress of DeWitt Clinton's. I never mistrusted that he was ever a baby till I seen that dress. I'd always thought on him as the first governor of New York. And speakin' of babies, why, I was just a-lookin' at that dress when I met Miss Job Presley, of Loontown. And I says, almost the first thing, "Where is your baby?" And she says, "It is in the baby's buildin'. I have got a check for her, one for her, and one for my umbrel." And she showed 'em to me. "Wall," says I, "that is a good, noble day to rest mother's tired arms, but it must make you feel queer." And she said, as she put the checks back into her portemonnaie, that it did make her feel queer as a dog. Wall, there was a table from Pennsylvania, containing more than 2,000 pieces of native wood, and there was a Scotchwoman with her good old spinnin' wheel, and a Welsh girl a-weavin' cloth. And inventions of females of all kinds, from a toboggan slide, and a system of irrigation, and models of buildin's of all kinds, to a stock car. Why, the very elevator you rode up to the rough garden on was made by a woman. And then there was cotton raised and gin by them men of the South, and nets by the them men of New Jersey, and fruit raised by the them men of California. The most beautiful fruit I ever sot my eyes on, and wine made by her, too. I could have wept when I see that, but presume it was for sickness. And from Colorado there was tracin's of minnin' surveys. The men findin' out things hid in the bowels of the earth. Oh, good land! The day on't! And engravin's and etchin's done by them men way back to 1581. And in stamped leather, wall decoration, furniture, it was a sight to see the noble doin's of my sect, and a exhibit that done my soul good was from Belva Lockwood, admittin' them men to practice in the Supreme Court. That was better than leather work, though that is worthy, and was more elevatin' to my sect than the elevator. The British exhibit is arranged splendidly to show off women's noble work in charity, education, manufacture, art, literature, etc., and amongst their patents is one for a fire escape, and one to extract gold from base metals. Both of these are good ideas, as there can't anybody dispute. Another exhibit there that appeals strong to the feelin' heart was Kate Marsden's Siberian leper village. She is a nurse of the Red Cross, and her heart ached with pity for them wretched lepers, in their dreadful lonely huts in the forests of Siberia. She went herself to see their awful condition, and tried to help them. She raised money herself for hospitals and nurses. Here is a model of the village, with church, hospital, schoolhouse, store, and cottages for them that are able to work. Here is the saddle she wore during her long, dreadful journey to Siberia, and the knife she carried, and some of the miserable, hard black bread she had to eat. Here are letters to her from Queen Victoria, and the Empress of Russia. But a higher power writ to her, writ on her heart, and went with her across the dark fields of snow and ice. Wall, after looking at everything under the sun, from a lion's head by Rosa Bonheur, to a piece of beadwork by a Injun, and every queer and beautiful Japan thing you ever thought on, or ever didn't think on, and everything else under the sun, moon, and stars, that was ever made by a woman, and there is no end to 'em, we went up into the rough garden, where, amidst flowers, and fountains, and fresh air, happy children was a-playin', with birds and butterflies a-flyin' about 'em over their heads. The birds couldn't get out, nor the children either, for up 15 feet high a wire screen was stretched along, coverin' the whole beautiful garden. Nothin' could get in or out of it but the sweet air and the sunshine. Oh, what a goody day! You could see that the woman's buildin' was full of beautiful, practical ideas, from the ground floor to the very top, as you could see plain by this that the children was thought on and cared for, from the bottom to the top of this palace. Some say that vim men soarin' out in art and business makes 'em hard and untender. You can see that this is a plain falsehood just by walkin' once through the woman's buildin'. If ever vim men soared out in art and business, and genius, and philanthropy, and education, and religion, she does here, and from the floor to the roof is the highest signs of her tenderness for the children, and all weak and helpless ones. Oh, what emotions I had in that buildin', and of what immense size! Some of the time I got lost and by the side of myself, thinkin' such deep and high thoughts about the World's Fair, and them men, etc., and they was so fur-reachin', too, it was a sight. For I knew on that opening day, when the hammer struck that marvelous golden nail, and this world of treasures opened at the signal, I knew that the echo of that blow wasn't a-goin' to die out on Lake Michigan. I knew that at its echo old prejudice, and custom, and might was a-goin' to skulk back and hide their hoary heads, and young progress, and equality, and right was a-goin' to advance and take their places. Stiflin', encumbering veils was a-goin' to fall from the sad eyes of the vim men of the East. Chains was a-goin' to fall from the delicate wrists of the vim men of the West. I hailed that sound as helpin' forward the era of love, peace, goodwill to men and vim men. Yes, it was a happy hour for her who was once Smith, when man, in the shape of President Cleveland, pressed the button with his thumb. And woman, in the form of Bertha Honoré Palmer, drove that nail home with a hammer. Josiah thought it ought to been the other way. He says, that men was so used to hammer and nails. And he says, and stuck to it, that no woman livin' ever druv a nail home without splittin' her own nail in the effort, and bendin' the nail she drives sideways. But I sot him down in my mind as representin' old prejudice, and I did not deign a reply to him. Only I merely said, Wall, she did drive the nail in straight, and she clinched it solid with the golden words of her address. Yes, Mrs. Palmer has stood up on a high mount durin' the hard years past since the fair was thought on. She has stood up so high that she could see things hid from them on the ground. She could see over the whole world, and could see that, like little children of one family, the nations was all havin' their own separate work to do to help their pa's and ma's, their pa progress, and grandpa civilization, and their ma and grandma love and humanity. She could see that some of the children was dark complexioned, and some lighter, and some kinder yeller favored, and some was big, and some was small. They differed in looks and behavior, as every big family will, and she could see that they had their little squabbles together, quarrelin' among themselves over their possessions, their toys and their rights. They was jealous of each other, and greedy, as children will be, and they had their perplexities, and their deep troubles, and their vexations, as children must have in this world, and some was fractious, and some was balky, and some was good dispositioned, and some was cross and mean, and had to be spanked more or less. But she could see from her sightly place that the whole of the children was movin' on, some slower and some faster, movin' on, and gettin' into line, and fallin' into step, to the music of the future. She could see, and she has seen from the first minute she was lifted up and looked off over the world, that this gatherin' of all the children together, showin' the best they had done, or could do, was goin' to help the whole family along more than tongue could tell, or mind could conceive of. She could see that it was encouragin' the good children to do still better, allowin' the smart ones to show off their smartness to the best advantage, awakening a spirit of helpful emulation in the more backward and sluggish of them. Yes, the light from this big housewarmin' she knew would penetrate and glow into the darkest corners of the earth, and like a great warm sun, bring forth a glowin' and never-endin' harvest of blessed results. The whole family was doin' first rate, and their pa and ma was proud enough of 'em. And they felt well, for they knew that they was advancin' rapid, and with quick steps and with happy hearts. And when she looked way back, and watched the long procession defilin' along, some walkin' swift, and some laggin' back with slower, more burdened footsteps, chains of different kinds draggin' on 'em. When she see the dark shadows of the past behind 'em, the dreadful shapes of ignorance and evil lurkin' in the heavy blackness from which they was emergin', her tender heart ached with sympathy. But when she looked fur off, ahead on 'em the goal that they was settin' out for, she had to almost lift her hands and hide her eyes from the dazzlin' glory. It most blinded her, so bright it was, and so golden the rays streamed out. Equal rights, freedom for all, love, peace, joy. I s'pose she see a sight. Her face shone. But to resume, Josiah was dreadful interested in the agricultural display of the ladies of Iowa, and it was interesting to look at. On one end is panels of pansies all made out of kernels of corn, so natural that you almost wanted to pick 'em off and make a posy of 'em. On one of the other walls is a row of women's heads done in corn. The hair is done in corn silks, and their clothes out of the husks. And then there is a border made of corn, illustrating the story of corn in Greek mythology. There is a picture called The Water Carrier, a woman made of different kinds of corn, just as natural as life, and the landscape round her made of grasses, and trees of sorghum, and the frame is made of ears of corn. Josiah was crazy to have one to home. Says he, "Samantha, I am bound to have your picture took in corn, it is so cheap." Says he, "Yuri and I could do it some rainy day, and how you would treasure it." Says he, "I could make your hair out of white silk grass, and your face out of red popcorn mostly." Says he, "Of course, to make you life-size it would take a big crop of corn. I should judge," says he, "that it would take about 2 bushels to make your waist ribbon, but I wouldn't begrudge it." Says I, "If you want to make me happy in corn, Josiah Allen, take it to the mill and grind it into samp or good fine meal. You and Yuri can't bring happiness to me by painting me in corn, so dismiss the thought to once, for I will not be took." "Yes, break it up," says he bitterly. "You always do, if I branch out into anything anique." It was some time before I could quiet him down. The display by Norway and Sweden is very complete, showing the work of the lower and upper classes, laces, and embroideries, etc., etc. And so they was from every other nation of the globe. It fairly makes my brain reel now, to think of the wonder and the glory of them. Wall, towards the last we went to see the model kitchen. And Miss Plank, who had been off with some friends, joined us here, and she was happy here, as happy as a queen on her throne, and Josiah, and I thought he richly deserved it, in the restaurant attached, he eats such a lunch as only a hungry man can eat, cooked just as good as victuals can be, and all done by them men. Why, Miss Roar herself, that I have kept, in book form, on my buttery shelf for years, was here in the body, learnin' folks to cook. That is saying enough for the victuals to them that knows her, in book form. There was every appliance and new-fangled invention to help the men cook, and do her work, and every old-fangled one. Miss Plank hunted hard to find something to make better pancakes than hern, but couldn't. But it was a sight, the things we see there. Wall, we spent the whole of the day here, never stepped our feet outside, and didn't want to, or at least I didn't. And as night softly unrolled her mantly, previous to drawing it over her face and going to sleep, we reluctantly turned our feet away from this beautiful, sacred place, and went home on the cars. And didn't the bed feel good? And didn't sleep come like a sweet, consoling friend and lay her hand on my gray hair and weary foretop just as lovin' as Mother Smith used to, and murmur in my ear, just as soft and low as Ma Smith did, "Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber." Chapter 11. Wall, the next morning, such is the wonderful balm of unbroken sleep that any one takes in unbeknown to themselves, we felt considerable brisk. And Josiah proposed that we should go and pay attention to the building of liberal arts and manufactures that day. Having had my way the day before on going to the home and headquarters of my sect first, I thought it wasn't no more than right that my partner should have his way that day as to what building we should pay attention to, and he wanted to go to the biggest one next. He said that, when he was shearing sheep he always wanted to tackle the biggest one first, and he felt just so about any hard job. I kinder wanted to go to the art gallery that mornin', first them men, and then art, them was my choices. But love prevailed. And the feelin' that, after seein' the display that them men had wrought, that mebbe it was best to go next to the largest house on the grounds, and the most liberal one. So we sot off, after a good breakfast. We thought we would meander kinder slow that mornin', and examine things closely. Truly we had been too much overcome by that first visit the day before to take much notice of things in particular. When that scene had bust onto us it was some like a blind man comin' to his sight in the middle of a June day. He wouldn't pay any particular attention to each separate glory that made up the scene: blue sky, green fields, sunshine, white clouds, sparklin' waters, rustlin' trees, waving grass, roses, green fields, and so forth and so forth. No, it would all mingle in one dazzling picture before his astounded eyeballs. So it had been with us, or with me, at any rate. Now we laid out to go slower and take things in more separate, one by one, as it were, and we seemed to realize more than we had sensed it the immense size of the depot, the rumble of the elevated trains overhead, and the abundance of the facilities to get into the Columbian World's Fair. Why, there's about 50 places right there to get tickets, and 96 turnstiles, most 100. The day. Wall, with no casualties worth enumerating, we found ourselves in that glorious court of honor, and pretty nigh that gorgeous fountain of McManus. This matchless work of art occupies the place of honor amidst the incomparable group of wonders in that court of honor, and it deserves it. Yes, indeed. Its size is immense, but it don't show it, owing to the size of the buildings surrounding it. Here in this fountain, as elsewhere at Columbus's doings, female men are put forward in the highest and loftiest places. High up, enthroned in a mammoth boat, stately and beautiful in design, sits an impressive female figure, her face all lit up with truth and earnest purpose as she towers up above the others. The boat seems to be a-going against the wind, as boats that amount to anything and get there always have in the past, and most likely will in the future. And the keen wind was a-blowing hard against the female figure that was a-standing up in front of the boat, but she didn't care. It blowed her drapery back some, but it only floated out her wings better. She held a bugle in her hand a-sounding out, I should judge from her looks. How goes the world? I am coming to help, but you needn't wait for me. I will overtake you. She was bound to help the old world along, as you could see by her looks. I thought when I first looked at it that the whole thing was to show forth the powers of electricity. I thought that was electricity on top of that throne, and the woman in front was a-gazing out for ahead, a-trying to catch sight of that most wondrous new world that strange magician is a-going to sail us into. And I didn't wonder that she was a-gazing so intent fur off ahead. For we don't know no more about that strange, unknown world than Columbus did when he set sail from Genoa. A few strange birds have flown from it and lighted on the heads of the discoverers, a few spars of wisdom has been washed ashore, and some strange leaves and seaweeds, all telling us that they have come from a new world different from ours, and one more more like the immortal. But of the whole world of wonder, it is yet to be discovered, and I thought, as I looked at it, I shouldn't wonder if they will get there. The figure on the throne was so impressive, and the female in front so determined. Wisdom, and courage, and joyful hope and ardor. Helped by em, borne along by em in the face of envy, and detraction, and bigotry, and old custom, the boat sails grandly. Ho! Up there on the high mast! What news? Light! Light ahead! But to resume, standing up on each side of that impressive figure was another row of females. Maybe they had oars in their hands, showing that they was calculatin' to take hold and row the boat for a spell if it got stuck, and maybe they was poles, or somethin'. But I don't believe they meant to use em on that solitary man that stood in back end of the boat, propellin' it. It would have been a shame if they had. No, I believe that they meant to help at somethin' or ruther with them long sticks. They was all lookin' some distance ahead, all seemin' bound to get where they started for. Besides being gorgeous in the extreme, I took it as being a compliment to my sect, the way that fountain was laid out, 10 or a dozen them men, and only 1 or 2 men. But after I got it all fixed out in my mind what that lofty and impressive figure meant, a bystander standin' by explained it all out to me. He said that the female figure way up above the rest was Columbia, beautiful, strong, fearless. And that it was Fame that stood at the prow with the bugle, and that it was Father Time at the helm, guiding it through the dangers of the centuries. And the female figures around Columbia's throne was meant for science, industry, commerce, agriculture, music, drama, paintin', and literature, all on helpin' Columbia along in her grand pathway. And then I see that what I had hearn was true, that Columbia had just discovered woman. Yes, the boat was headed directly towards woman, who stood up 100 feet high in front. And I see plain that Columbia couldn't help discoverin' her if she wanted to, when she's lifted herself up so, and is showin' plain in 1893 just how lofty and level-headed, How many-sided and yet how symmetrical she is. There she stands, Columbia didn't have to take my word for it. There she was towering up 100 feet, lofty, serene, and sweet-faced, her calm, tender eyes looking off into the new order of centuries. And Columbia was sailing right towards her, steered by time, the invincible. I see there was a great commotion down in the water, snortin', and plungin', and actin' amongst the lower order of intelligences. But Columbia's eyes was clear, and calm, and determined, and old time couldn't be turned round by any prancin' from the powers below. Woman is discovered. But to resume. This immense boat was in the center, just as it should be, and all before it and around was the horses of Neptune, and mermaids, and fishes, and all the mystery of the sea. Some of the snortin' and prancin' of the horses of the ocean, and pullin' at the bits, so's the men couldn't hardly hold 'em, was meant, I s'pose, to represent how awful tuckerin' it is for humanity to control the forces of natur. Wall, of all the sights I ever see, that fountain was the upshot and cap sheaf, and how I would have loved to have told Mr. McManus so. It would have been so encouraging to him, and it would have seemed to have relieved that big debt of gratitude that Jonesville and America owed to him, and how I wish I could make a good cup of tea for him, and brile a hen or a hen turkey. I'd do it with a willin' mind. I wish he'd come to Jonesville and make a all-day's visit, stay to dinner and supper, and all night if he will, and travel round through Jonesville the next day. I would enjoy it, and so would Josiah. Of course, we couldn't show off in fireworks anything to what he does, havin' nothin' but a lantern and a torchlight left over from Cleveland's campaign. No, we shouldn't try to have no such doin's. I know when I am outdone. By'm by we stood in front of that noble statue of the Republic. And as I gazed close at it, and took in all its noble and serene beauty, I had emotions of a bigger size, and more on 'em, than I had had in some time. Havin' such feelin's as I have for our own native land, discovered by Christopher Columbus, founded by George Washington, rescued, defended, and saved by Lincoln and Grant, and I could preach hours and hours on each one of these noble male texts, if I had time. Being so proud of the Republic as I have always been, and so sought on wanting her to do just right and soar up above all the other nations of the earth in nobility and goodness, having such feelin's for her, and such deep and heartfelt love and pride for my own sect, what was my emotions, as I see that statue riz up to the Republic in the form of a woman, when I went up clost and paid particular attention to her. A female, most 65 feet tall. Why, as I looked on her, my emotions riz me up so, and seemed to expand my own size so, that I felt as if I, too, towered up so high that I could lock arms with her, and walk off with her arm in arm, and look around and enjoy what was being done there in the great today for her sect, and mine, and what that sect was branchin' out, and doin' for herself. But, good land! It was only my emotions that riz me up. My common sense told me that I couldn't walk locked arms with her, for she was built out in the water, on a stanchion that lifted her up 30 or 40 feet higher. And her hands was stretched out as if to welcome Columbia, who was sailin' right towards her. On the right hand a globe was held, the left arm extended above her head, holdin' a pole. I didn't know what that pole was for, and I didn't ask, but she held it some as if she was liable to bring it down onto the globe and gin it a whack. And I didn't wonder. It is enough to make a stun woman, or a wooden female, mad, to see how the nation always depicters vim men in statutes, and pictures, and things, as if they was holdin' the whole world in the palm of their hand, when they hain't, in reality, willin' to gin 'em the right that a banty hen has to take care of their own young ones, and protect 'em from the hoverin' hawks of intemperance and every evil. But mebbe she didn't have no idea of givin' a whack at the globe. She was holdin' it stiddy when I seen her, and she looked calm, and middlin' serene, and as beautiful, and lofty, and inspirin' as they make. She was dressed well, and a eagle had come to rest on her bosom, symbolical, mebbe, of how women's heart has, all through the ages, been the broodin' place and the rest of eagle man, and her heart warmed by its soft, flutterin' feathers, and pierced by its cruel beak. The crown wore on top of her noble forehead was dreadful appropriate to show what was inside of a woman's head, for it was made of electric lights, flashin' lights, and strange, rod of that mysterious substance that we don't understand yet. But we know that it is luminous, far-reaching in its rays, and possesses almost divine intelligence. It sheds its pure white light a good ways now, and no knowing how much further it is a-going to flash him out, no knowing what sublime and divine power of intelligence it will yet grow to be, when it is fully understood, and when it has the full, free power to branch out, and do all that is in it to do. Just like women's love, and divine ardor, and holy desires for a world's good, just exactly. It was a good-looking headdress. Her figure was noble, just as majestic and perfect as the human form can be. And it stood up there just as the Lord meant them men to stand, not looking like a hourglass or a pismire, but a good sensible waist on her, just as human creatures ought to have. I don't know what dressmakers would think of her. I dare presume to say they would look down on her because she didn't taper. And they would probably be disgusted because she didn't wear corsets. But to me one of the greatest and grandest uses of that noble figure was to stand up there reaching to more than 1,000,000 them men daily of the beauty and symmetry of a perfect form, just as the Lord made it, before it was tortured down into deformity and disease by whalebones and corset strings. Imagine that stately, noble presence scrunching herself in to make a taper on herself, or to have her long, graceful, stately draperies cut off into a coat-tail basque, the day. Here was the beauty and dignity of the human form, unbroken by vanity and folly. And I did hope my misguided sect would take it to heart. And of all the crowds of them men I see standin' in front of it admirin' it, I never see any of 'em, even if their own waists did look like pismires, but what liked its looks. Till one day I did see 2 tall, spindlin', fashionable-looking them men lookin' at it, and one says to the other, "Oh, how sweet she would look in elbow sleeves and a tight-fitting polnay." "Yes," says the other, "and a bell skirt ruffled almost to the waist, and a Gainsborough hat, and a parasol, and high-heel shoes and 7-button gloves," says the other. And I turned my back on them then and there, and don't know what other improvements they did want to add to her, most likely a box of French candy, a card case, some eyeglasses, a yeller-covered novel, and a pug dog. The day! And as I wended on at a pretty good jog after hearin' 'em, I says to myself, some them men are born fools, some achieve foolishness, and some have foolishness thrust on 'em, and I guess them 2 had all 3 of 'em. I said it to myself loud enough so's Josiah heard me, and he says in joyful accents, "I am glad, Samantha, that you have come to your senses at last, and have a realizing sense of your sex weaknesses and folly." And I was that wrought up with different emotions that I was almost perfectly by the side of myself, and I just said to him, "Shut up!" I wouldn't argue with him. I was fearful excited contemplating the heights of true womanhood and the depths of fashionable folly that a very few, of my sect yet waded round in. But after I got quite a considerable distance off, I instinctively turned and looked up to the face of that noble creature, the Republic. And I see that she didn't care what was said about her. Her face was sought towards the free, fresh air of the future, the past was behind her. The winds of heaven was fanning her noble foretop, her eyes was looking off into the fur depths of space, her lips was wreathed with smiles caught from the sun and the dew, and the fire of the golden dawn. She was riz up above the blame or praise, the belittling, foolish, personal babblin' of contemporary criticism. Her head was lifted towards the stars. But to resume and continue on. Chapter 12. After we reluctantly left off contemplating that statue of woman, we wended along to the building of manufactures and liberal arts, that colossal structure that dwarfs all the other giants of the exposition. This is the largest building ever constructed by any exposition whatsoever. It covers with its galleries 40 acres of land. It is as big as the hull of Elam Bobbitt's farm, and Elam gets a good livin' off'n that farm for him and Amanda and 8 children, and he raises all kinds of crops on it, besides cows, and colts, and hens, grass land and pasture, and a creek goes runnin' through it, besides a piece of wood lot. And then, think to have one buildin' cover a place as large as Elam's farm. Why, just the day on would, I believe, stunt Amanda Bobbitt, or else throw her into spasms. For she has always felt dreadful proud of their farm, and the size of it, She has always said that it come hard on Elam to do all the work himself on such a big farm. She has acted haughty. And then, if I could have took Amanda by the hand, and says, "Here, Amanda, is one house that covers as much ground as your whole farm," I believe she would have fell right down in a conniption fit. But Amanda wasn't there. I had only my faithful partner to share my emotions, as I went into one of its 4 great entrances, under its triumphal arches, each one being 40 feet wide and 80 feet high, as long as from our house to the back pasture. The day! The day! Why, to change my metaphor a little about the bigness of this buildin', so's to let foreign nations get a little clearer day of the size on't, I will state. This one house is bigger than all those of Jonesville, and Loontown, and Shackville, and Zor. It is the biggest house on this planet. Whether they have got any bigger ones in Mars, or Jupiter, or Saturn, I don't know, but I will say this: if they have, and the Marits, and Jupiterians, and Satans, are made up as we be, and calculate to go through the buildin's, I am sorry for their legs. It faces the lake, in plain view of all admirin' mariners, the long row of arches and columns, is ornamented beyond anything that Jonesville ever dreamt of, or Zor, and a gallery 50 feet wide runs all round the buildin', and from this gallery runs 86 smaller galleries, so nothin' hinders folks from lookin' down into the big hall below, and seein' the gorgeous scene of the exposition, and the immense throng of people admirin' it. As Josiah and I was wendin' along on the gallery frontin' the lake, I heard a man, he looked some like a minister, too, say to another one, says he, "The style of this buildin' is Corinthian." And I spoke right up, bein' determined that Josiah and I too should be took for what we was, good, Bible-readin' Methodists. I said to Josiah, but loud enough so that the man should hear, "The New Testament hain't got a better book in it than Corinthians. It is one of my favorites. I am glad that this buildin' takes after it." He looked into dumbfoundered, and then he looked tickled. He see that we was congenial, though we met only as 2 barks that meet on the ocean, or 2 nighthawks sailin' past each other in the woods at Jonesville. But true it is that a good principled person is always ready to stand by his colors. But the crowd swept us on, and we was divided, he to carry his good, solid principles outdoors, and disseminate 'em under the open sky, I to carry mine inside that immense buildin'. Why, a week wouldn't do justice at all to this buildin'. You ought to come here every day for a month at least, and then you wouldn't see a half or a quarter of what is in it. Why, to stand and look all round you, and up and down the long aisles that stretch out about you on every side, you feel some as a ant would feel lookin' up round it in a forest. I mean the ant, thou sluggard, went to, not your ma's sister. For up the light comes down through the immense skylight, so it is about like bein' outdoors, and in the night it is most as light as day, for the arc lights are so big that, if you'll believe it, there are galleries of 'em up in the chandeliers, and men walkin' round in 'em fixin' the lights look like flies creepin' about. The day! And the exhibits in that buildin' are like the sands of the sea for number, and it would be harder work to count 'em if you was goin' to tackle the job, for they hain't spread out smooth, like sea sand, but are histed up into the most gorgeous and beautiful pavilions, fixed off beyond anything you ever dreamt on, or read of in Arabian Nights, or anywhere else. They was like Toaran palaces within a palace, and big towers all covered with wonderful exhibits, and cupolas, and peaks, and scallops, and every peak and every scallop ornamented and garnished beyond your wildest fancy. The United States don't make such a big show as Germany does, right across, but come to look clost, you'll see that she holds her own. Why, Tiffany's and Gorham's beautiful pavilion, that rises up as a sort of a centerpiece to the United States exhibit, some think are the most beautiful in the whole exposition. Big crowds are always standin' in front of that admirin' ly. The decoration and colorin' are perfect. The pavilions of the different nations tower up in all their grandeur that their governments could expend on 'em, and they rival each other in beauty. But private undertakins show off nobly. There was one man who sells stoves who has built a stove as big as a house, put electric lights in it, to show off its name, and he asks folks to step into the stove, which is a pavilion, to see what he has to sell. And then one man, a trunk maker, has made a glass trunk as big as a house, and shows off his exhibits there. and take the thousands and thousands of pavilions and pagodas on every side of you, and every one of 'em filled with thousands and millions of beautiful exhibits, and you can see what a condition your head would be in after a half a day in that buildin', let alone your legs. Some think that the German pavilion is the most notable of any. Never was such iron gates seen in this country, towerin' up 20 feet high, and ornamented off in the most elaborate manner, and high towers crowned by their gold eagles, and high up in the back is a majestic bronze Germania. On either side, and in the center, are other wonderful pavilions. If you go through these gates you will want to stay there a week right along, examinin' the world of objects demanding your attention, marvelous tapestry, porcelain, paintin', statuary, furniture, hammered iron, copper, printin', lithographin', etc., and etc. It was here that we see the Colombian diamond, a blue brilliant, the finest diamond at the exposition. The French pavilion is a dream of beauty. It rises up in white, marble-like beauty, not excelled by any country, it seems to me, and is filled with the very finest things to be found in the French shops, and that is sayin' the finest in the world. Here are beautiful figures in wax, wearin' the most magnificent dresses you ever hearn on, papa, mama, grandma, baby, and nurse, all fitted out in clothes suitable, and the height of beauty and elegance. Why, in goin' through this section you can jest imagine the most beautiful and perfect things you ever hearn on in dress, furniture, jewelry, etc., etc., and multiply 'em by 100, and then you wouldn't figure out the result half gorgeous enough. Why, it is insured for 10 millions, and it is worth it. I wouldn't take a cent less for it, not a cent, and so I told Josiah. Why, there's one baby's cradle worth $31,000, and a vase at $20,000, and a parasol at $2,500, and other things accordin' the day. The Gobelin tapestries that are loaned by the French government are absolutely priceless. Austria's big pavilion has her double eagles reared up over it. It stands up 65 feet high, and is full of splendor. Bohemian glass in every form and shape being one of its best exhibits, and terracotta figures, and beautiful gifts of honor loaned by the emperor, and etc. And you can tell the Russian pavilion as far as you can see it by its dark, strong architecture. Along the outer court runs a long platform ornamented with urns and vases of hewn marble and other hard stones, from the exile mines of Siberia. I wondered how many tears had wet the stones as they was hewn out. But howsomever, the Russians did well. Their enamel in this exhibit is the best shown anywhere. They are dreadful costly, but not any too much for the value of them. They don't want to cheat America, the Russians don't, they remember the past. One giant punch bowl of gilt enamel is claimed to be the finest thing of the kind ever done in the empire. Their bronzes are wonderful, there is vigor and life in 'em. A Laplander in his sledge, drawn by reindeers over the frozen sea, and a dromedary and his driver on the sandy desert, shows plain how fur the Tsar's dominions extend. A Laplander killin' a seal in a ice hole, 2 horses a-goin' furiously, tryin' to drag a sleigh away from pursuin' wolves, mounted Cossacks, farmers ploughin' the fields, a woman ridin' a farm horse, with a long rake in her hand. A woman standin' on tiptoe to kiss her Cossack as he bends from his saddle, a rough rider out on the steeps catchin' a wild horse. After 10 or 12 acres of nymphs and Venuses in bronze, these are real refreshin' to see, and a change. And in furs and such their display is magnificent. Russia shows 800 schools in the liberal art department, and it is here that the beautiful pieces of embroidery made by the larger scholars for Mrs. Grover Cleveland are displayed. No, Russia don't forget the past. And the display of laces in the Belgian exhibit is somethin' to remember for a whole lifetime, and its pottery, and gems, and bronzes. And the exhibit of Switzerland, though not so large as some of the rest, is unique. Their exhibit is all surrounded by a panorama of the Alps, the high mountains looking down into the peaceful valley, with its arts and industries. Great Britain don't make so much show in her pavilions and in showin' off her things, but come to examine it clost, and you'll see, as is generally the case with our ma country, the sterling, sound qualities of solid worth. Her immense display of furniture, jewelry, and all objects of art and industry are worth spendin' weeks over, and then you'd want to stay longer. They don't make any attempt at display in pavilions and show windows. But in the plain, rich cases you find some of the most wonderful and gorgeous works of man. I suppose, mebbe, as is the natur of showin' off, the ma country felt some as if she was right in the family, and she and her daughter America hadn't ort to dress up and try to put on so many ornaments as the visitors. I make a practice of that myself, to try to not dress up quite so ornamental as my company does. But for solid worth and display, as I say, Great Britain and the United States are where they always are, in the first rank. But speaking of the visitors of the nation, if you want to get a good sight of 'em, just stand in the clock tower, which looms up in the center of the 40-acre building, as high as a Chicago house, and that is sayin' enough for height, and you'll see all round you all the nations of the earth. The guests of the nation occupy the place of honor, as they ought to. Looking down, you see the flags of Great Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria, Japan, India, Switzerland, Persia, Mexico, etc., etc., etc. Wall, Josiah wanted to go up to the top of the building on the elevator, and though I considered it resky, I consented, and would you believe it? I don't suppose you will, but to look down from that height, human beings don't look much larger than flies. There they was, creepin' round in their toy house fly-traps. It was a sight never to be forgot as long as memory sets upon her high throne. Wall, as I said, in them pavilions and gorgeous glass cases in that vast building you can find everything from every country on the globe. Everything you ever hearn on, and everything you ever didn't hearn on, from the finest lace to iron gates and fences. From big, splendid rooms, all furnished off in the most splendid manner with the most gorgeous draperies and furniture, to a tiny gold and diamond ring for a baby, and everything else under the sun, moon, and stars, from a pill to a monument. Pictures, and statuary, and bronzes, and every other kind of beautiful ornament that makes you fairly stunted with admiration as you look on 'em. At one place a silver fountain was sending up constantly a spray of the sweetest perfume, and when I first looked at it, Josiah was holdin' his bandana handkerchief under it, and he was dickerin' with the girl that stood behind it as to what such a fountain cost, and where he could get the water to run one. Says he, "I'd give $1 bill to have such a stream runnin' through our front yard." I hunched him, and says I, "Keep still, don't show your ignorance. It hain't natural water, it is manufactured." "Wall, all water is manufactured. Dummit, the stream that runs through our beaver meadow is made somehow, or most probable it wouldn't be there." But I drawed him away and headed him up before some lovely dresses, the handsomest you ever see in your life, all trimmed with gold and pearl trim. The price of that outfit was only $20,000. And when I mentioned how becoming such a dress would become me, I see by his words and mien that he had forgot the fountain. The demeanin' words that he used about my figure would keep females back from matrimony, if they knew on 'em. But I won't tell. No, indeed. And then there was all sorts of art work on enamel and metal, and all sorts of dazzlin' jewelry that was ever made or thought on, and all the silverware that was ever hearn or dreamt of. Why, just one little service of 7 pieces cost $20,000. In Tiffany's gorgeous display was a case that illustrated the arts in Ireland in the 14th century. They said that it contained a tooth of St. Patrick. Mebbe it was his tooth, I can't dispute it, never having seen his gums. Then there was a Latin book of the 8th century, containing the 4 Gospels, and in another was St. Peter's cross, they said. Mebbe it was Peter's. And every kind of silk fabric that was ever made, raw silk, just as the worm left it when she sot up as a butterfly, and just what man has done to it after that, spinnin', weavin', dyin', up to the time when it appears in the finest ribbon, and glossiest silk, and crepes, and gauzes, and velvets, and knit goods of every kind, and etc., and so forth. And every kind of cloth, and felt, and woolen, and carpets enough to carpet a path clear from Chicago to Jonesville for me and Josiah to go home in a triumphal procession, if they had felt like it. In front of the French section I see another statue of the Republic. She was settin' down. Per creeter, she was tired, and then agin she had seen trouble, lots of it. Her left arm was restin' firm on a kind of a square block, with "The Rights of Man" carved on it, and half hid in them words was a sword, which she also held in her left hand. The rights of man and a sword was held in one hand, just as they always have been. But poor creetur! Her right arm was gone, her good right hand was nowhere to be seen. I don't like to talk too glib about the judgments of Providence. The bad boys don't always get drowned dead when they go fishin' Sundays. They often get home with long strings of trout, and lick the good boys on their way home from Sunday school. Such is real life, too oft. But I couldn't help sayin' to Josiah, "Mebbe if they had put onto that little monument she holds, the rights of man and woman, mebbe she wouldn't had her arm took off." But anyway, judgment or not, anybody could see with one eye how one-sided, and unhandy, and cramped, and maimed, and everything a republic is who has the use of only one of her arms. Them that run could read the great lesson. Male and female created he them. Both arms are needed to clasp round the old world, and hold it firm, justice on one side, love on the other. I felt sorry for the republic, sorry as a dog. But that was the first time I see her. The next time she had her arm put on. I guess Uncle Sam done it. That old man is gettin' waked up, and eternal right is hunchin' him in the sides. She was holdin' that right arm up towards the heavens. The fingers was curved a little. They seemed to be beggin' to somethin' up in the sky to come down and bless the world. Mebbe it was just as she was callin' on to come down and watch over the rights of them men. Anyway, she looked as well agin with both arms on her. Amongst the wonders of beauty in the French exhibit we see that vase of Gustave Dor's. That attracted crowds of admirers the whole time. It stood up 15 feet high, and every inch of it was beautiful enough for the very finest handkerchief pin. There was hundreds of figures from the animal and vegetable kingdom and mythology, cupids, nymphs, birds, and butterflies disporting themselves in the most graceful way, and such beautiful female figures, Venuses as beautiful as dreams, and over all, and through all, was trailin' the rich clusters of the vine. The figures seemed at first sight to kind o' encourage winemakin' and wine drinkin'. But look clost, and you'd see on one side, workin' his steady way up through the fairy landscape, up through the gay revellers, a venomous serpent was creepin'. He was bound to be there, and Venus or nymph, or any of them that touched that foamin' wine, had to be stung by his deadly venoms. Mr. Dorr made that plain. Wall, we tried to the best of our ability to not slight a single country, but I'm afraid we did. I tried to act the part of a lady and pay attention to the hull on 'em, but I'm afraid that 50 or 60 countries had reason to feel that we slighted 'em, but I hope that this will explain matters to 'em. I felt that I hadn't done justice to our own country and our mock country, not at all, but when you just think how big the United States is, and how many firms tried to show off in every county of every state, why, it tires anybody just to think on't, and Great Britain too, for, as I thought, what good does visitors do when their brain is reelin' under their headdresses, and stovepipe hats? And truly that was our condition before we fairly begun to go through the countries. Beautiful works of art, marvelous exhibits to the right of us, to the left of us, and before us and behind us, 45 acres on 'em. What was 2 small pair of eyes and 4 ears to set up against this colossal and immeasurable show? We went till we was ready to drop down, and then Josiah says, "Let's take the rest of the grandeur for granted, and let's go somewhere and get a cup of tea, and a nip of suthin' to eat." I said somethin' about hurtin' the different countries' feelin's by not payin' attention to 'em. And he says, "Dum it all, I don't know as it would make 'em any happier to have 2 old folks die on their hands, and I feel, Samantha, that the end is drawin' near," says he. He did look real bad. So we went to the nearest place and got a cup of tea, and rested a spell, and when we come back we kinder left the manufacturer's part, and tackled the liberal part, and I declare that was the best of all by fur. That was enough to lift up anybody's morals, and prop 'em up strong, to see how much attention is paid to education and trainin' right from the nursery up, developin' the mind and the body. It was some as if the manufacturer's part tended to the house and clothin', and this part tended to the livin' soul that inhabited it. It was dreadful interestin' to see everything about developin' the strength and muscle in gymnasiums, skatin', rowin', boatin', and every other way. Food supply and its distribution, school kitchens. How to make buildings the best way for health and comfort for working men, schoolhousen, churches, and etc. How to heat and ventilate housen, how to keep the sewers and drains all right, and how necessary that is. Some folks' back doors are abomination when their front doors are full of ornament. All kinds of instruction in infant schools, kindergartens, domestic and industrial trainin' for girls, models for teachin' and cookery, housework, dressmakin', etc. How necessary this is to turn out girls for real life, so much better than to have them know Greek, but not know a potato from a turnip, to understand geology, but not recognize a shirt gusset from a baby's bib. Books, literature, examples of printin' paper, bindin', religion, natural sciences, fine arts, schoolbooks, newspapers, library apparatus, publications by government, etc. And wasn't it a queer coincidence? That right where books was all round me, right while my eyes was sot on 'em, I hearn a voice I recognized. It was a given utterance to the words I had heard so often. $2.50 for cloth, 3 for sheep, and 4 for Morocco. I turned, and there she was. There stood Arvely Lanfear. She was in front of a good, meek-looking freckled woman, a canvassin' her. Or, that is, she wasn't exactly applyin' the canvas to her, but she was a prepparin' her for it. It seemed that she had been introduced to her, and was a goin' to call on her the next day with the book. Says I, advancin' on to her, "Arvely Lanfear, did you really get here alive and well?" "Wall," says she, "I shouldn't have got here, most likely, if I was alive, and I never was so well in my life, in body and in sperits." "Hain't it glorious here?" says she. "Yes," says I, and says I, "Arvely, did you walk afoot all the way here?" And then she went on and related her experience. She said that she was 5 weeks on her way, and made money all the way over and above her expenses. She walked the most of the way. She was now a boardin' with a old acquaintance at $5 a week, and she canvassed 3 days in the week, and come 3 days to the fair, and more and paid her way now. Says I, "Arvely, you look better than I ever knew you to look, you look 10 years younger, and I don't know but lavin'." Says I, "Your face has got a good color, and your eyes are bright." Says I, "You hain't enjoyin' sec poor health as you did sometimes in Jonesville, be you?" Says she, "I never was so well before in my life." Says I, "You've somehow got a different look onto you, Arvely." Says I, "Somehow, you look more meller and happy." "I be happy," says she. Says I s'pose you are still sellin' the same old book, The Wild, Wicked, and Warlike Deeds of Man?" She kinder blushed, and says she, "No, I have took up a new work." "What is it?" says I, for she seemed to kinder hang back from tellin', but finally she says, "It is the peaceful, prosperous, and precious performances of man." "Wall," says I, "I'm glad on't. Men should be walked round and painted on all sides to do justice to 'em. I'm real glad that you're goin' to canvass on his better side, Arvely." "Yes," says she, "men are amiable and noble creeturs when you get to understand 'em." The change in her mien and her sentiments almost made my brain reel under my slate-colored straw bonnet, and my knees fairly trembled under my frame. "And," says I, "Arvely, explain to a old and true friend the change that has come onto you." So we withdrew our 2 selves to a sheltered nook, and there the story was unfolded to me in perfect confidence, and it must be kep'. I will tell it in my own words, for she rambles a good deal in her talk, and that is, indeed, a fault in female women. Thank heaven! I hain't got it. It seems that when she sought out for the World's Fair with the Wild, Wicked, and Warlike Deeds of Man, she had only $1 in her pocket, but hordes and hordes of pluck and patience. She canvassed along, walkin' afoot, some days makin' nothin' and bein' clear discouraged, and anon makin' a little somethin', and then agin makin' first rate for a day or 2, as the way of agents is. Till one day about sundown, she hadn't seen a house for miles back, she come me to a little house standin' back on the edge of a pleasant strip of woods. A herd of sleek cows and some horses and some sheep was in pastures alongside of it, and a little creek of sparklin' water run before it, and she went over a rustic bridge, up through a pretty front yard, into a little vine-shaded porch, and rapped at the door. Nobody come, she rapped again, nobody made a appearance. But anon she hearn a low groanin' and cryin' inside. So, bein' at the bottom one of the kindest-hearted creatures in the world, but embittered by strugglin' along alone, Arvely opened the door and went in. She went through a little parlor into the back room, and wasn't that a sight that met her eyes? A good-looking man of about Arvely's age laid there all covered with blood and fainted entirely away, and on his breast was throwed the form of a little lame girl all covered with blood, and a cryin' and a groanin' as if her heart would break. She thought her pa was dead. It seemed that he had cut his head dreadfully with a tree branch a fallin' onto it, and had just made out to get to the house before he fainted, and his little girl, havin' never seen a faint, thought it was death, and it is its first cousin. Wall, here was a place for Arvely's patience, and pluck, and faculty, to soar round in. The first thing, she took up the little lame girl in her arms, a sweet little creature of 5 summers, and sot her in a chair, and comforted her by tellin' her that her pa would be all right in a few minutes. And she then, and I don't s'pose that she had ever been nigher to a good-looking man than from 3 to 5 feet, but she had to lift up his head and wash the blood from the clusterin' brown hair, with some threads of silver in it, and tear her own handkerchief into strips to bind up his wounds, and she had some court plaster with her and other necessaries, and some good ointment, and she is handy at everything, Arvely is. Wall, by the time that a pair of good-looking blue eyes opened agin on this world, Arvely had got the pretty little girl all washed and comforted, and a pillar under his head, and the minute his blue eyes opened a spark flew out of 'em right from that pillar that kindled up a simultaneous one in the cool grey orbs of Arvely. Wall, although he had his senses, he couldn't move or be moved for a day and a half. He didn't want nobody sent for, and Arvely dost sent leave 'em alone to go, so as a Christian she had to take holt and take care on 'em. Wall, Arvely always was, and always will be, I s'pose, as good a housekeeper and cook as ever was made. So I s'pose it was a sight to see how quick she got that disordered settin' room to lookin' cozy and homelike, and a good supper on a table drawed up to the side of the little lame girl. And I s'pose that it was one of the strangest experiences that ever took place on this planet, and I know as they ever had any stranger ones in Mars or Jupiter. Arvely had to kinder feed the invalid man, Cephas Shute by name, had to kinder kneel down by him and hold the plate and teacup, and help him to eat. And strange to say, Arvely wasn't scared a mite, she ruther enjoyed it of the two, for before 2 days was over she owned up that if there was any extra good bits she'd ruther he'd have 'em than to have 'em herself. The world is full of miracles, souls breathin' out vengeance are dropped down senseless by the power of heaven. Pilgrim Arvely's displayin' abroad the wild, wicked, and warlike deeds of man, are struck down helpless and mute by the power of love. In less than 3 days she had promised to marry Cephas in the fall. He had a good little property. His wife had been dead 2 years. His hired girl, a shiftless creetur, had flown the day Arvely got there, and nothing stood in the way of marriage and happiness. Arvely's heart yearned over the little girl that had never walked a step, and she loved her pa, and the pa loved her. When she sot off from there a week later, for she was bound to see the fair, and quiltin' had to be done, and clothin' made up before marriage, no matter how much Cephas pleaded for haste, he had got well enough to carry her 10 miles to the cars, and she had come the rest of the way by rail, and she said, bein' kinder sick of canvassin' for that old book, she had tackled this new one, and was havin' real good luck with it. Wall, I was tickled enough for Arvely, and I made up my mind then and there to give her a good linen tablecloth and a pair of new woolen sheets for a weddin' present, and I subscribed for the precious performances on the spot. I didn't s'pose that I should care much about readin' the peaceful, prosperous, and precious performances of man, but I bought it to help her along. I knew that she would have to buy her trousseau, that is French, and means weddin' clothes, and I thought every little helped, but she said that it was a beautiful book, so full of man's noble deeds. Wall, says I, you know that I always told you that you run men too much. But, says she, I never dreamt that men was such lovely creeters. Oh, Wall, says I, as for that, men have their spells of loveliness, just like female mortals, and their spells of actin, like the old Harry. Oh no, says she. They are a beautiful race of beings, almost perfect. Wall, says I hope your opinion will hold out. But I don't suppose it will. 6 months of married life, dry days, and wet ones, meals on time, and meals late, insufficient kindlin' wood, washin' days, and cleanin' house will modify her transports. But I wouldn't put no dampers onto her. I merely says, oh yes, arvily, men are likely creatures more'n half the time, and considerable agreeable. Agreeable, says she. They're almost divine. Arvily always was most too ramptious in everything she undertook. She never loved to wander down the sweet, calm plains of Megamnus, as I do. And then I suppose Cephas made everything of her, and it was a real rarity to her to be made on, and flattered up by a good-looking man. But well he might make of her, he will be doing dreadful well to get Arvily. She's a good worker and calculator, and her principles are like brass and iron for soundness. And she's real good-looking, too, now, looks 11 years younger, or 10.5, anyway. But just as Arvily and I was withdrawing ourselves from each other, I says, Arvily, have you been to the fair Sundays? No, says she. I didn't lay out to, for I could go weekdays. The precious performances yields money to spare to take me their weekdays, and you know that I only wanted it open for them that couldn't get there any day but Sundays. And also, says she honestly, I talked a good deal, being so mad at the nation for making such dreadful hard work partikin of a gnat, and then swallowing down Barnum's whole circus, sideshows and all. Why didn't the nation shet up the saloons? Says she, in bitter accents. Folks can have their doubts about Sunday opening being wicked, but the Lord says expressly that no drunkard can inherit heaven. The nation was so anxious to set patterns before the young. Why wasn't IT afraid to turn human beings into fiends before liable to shoot down these dear young folks, or lead into paths worse than death? And it was so anxious to show off well before foreign nations. Was it any prettier sight to reel round before drunk as a fool, committin' suicide, and rapinin', and murder, and actin'? I was so mad, says Arvily, that I felt ugly, and s'pose I talked so. Wall, says I, they've acted dreadful queer about Sunday opening, take it from first to last. But, says I reasonably, tucking such a dreadful big thing onto their hands to manage would be apt to make folks act queer. I s'pose, says I, fallin' a little ways into oratory, I s'pose that if Josiah and me had took a rhinoster horse to board during the heated term, our actions would often be termed queer by our neighbors. To begin with, it's being such new business to us, we shouldn't know what to feed it, to agree with its immense stomach. We should, I dare presume to say, try experiments with it before we got the hang of its feed, and peek through the barn doors dreadful curious at it to see how it was actin', and how its food was agreein' with it. We shouldn't dast to ride it to water or holler at it, as if it was a calf, and if it should happen to break loose, heaven knows what we should do with it. And I suppose every fence would be full of neighbors standin' safe on their own solid premises, hollerin' out to us what to do, and every one on mad as hens if we didn't follow their directions. Some on hollerin' to us to mount up on it and ride it back into the barn, when they knew that it would tear us to pieces if we went nigh it when it was mad. And some on orderin' us to get rid of it. And how could we dispose of a ragin' rhinoster horse at a minute's notice? And some on yellin' at us to kill it. How could we kill it, when the creature didn't belong to us? And some on not realizin' that our rhinoster horse boardin' was new business to us, and we was liable to make mistakes, standin' up on the roof of their own barns, safe and sound, readin' the Bible to us and warnin' us, and we tuggin' away and sweatin' with this wild creature on our hands, and tryin' to do the best we could with it. And then, right on top of this, Jonesville might serve an injunction on to us, that we had no right to let such a dangerous creature into the precincts of Jonesville, and then we, feelin' kinder sorry, mebbe, that we had undertook the job, tried to get rid on't, and the rhinoster horse owner serves another injunction on us, makin' us keep it, sayin' he'd paid its board in advance, and that he wouldn't take it back. And there we would be, all wore out with our job, and not pleasin' nobody, nor nothin', but makin' the whole caboodle mad as hens at us, and we ain't not maning any hurt, none of the time, aiming well towards Jonesville and Rhinoster horses. Wouldn't we be in a situation to be pitted arvally? Yes, says she. It is just so as I tell you. Cephas says that he won't wait a minute longer than September. I see how it was. She hadn't heard a word of my remarkable eloquence. Like all the rest, she had vivid ideas about Sunday closin', but come to the p'int, her own affairs was of the most consequence. She forgot all about the struggles of the directors in their efforts to do what was right and best, in thoughts of Cephas. But I considered it human natur', and forgive her. Wall, after Arvely left me, I returned again to the sights in the noble liberal arts department, and see everything else that was riz up and helpful, and finding out everything about the land and sea, the heavens, and depths below the earth and seas. And oh, what queer feelin's that sight gin me. They hain't to be described upon, and I hain't a-goin' to try to. It would be too much for the public to hear about it, and for me to record 'em, though there was plenty of weights, measures, and balances, if I had tried to tackle the job of weighin' 'em. Now, what I have said of the liberal part, and especially of the trainin' of the young, you can see plain that it was as much more interestin' than the manufacture's part as the soul is superior to the body, or eternity is longer than time. So, the world being such a sort of a curious place, it didn't surprise me a mite to see that this department, that was the most important in the whole Columbian World's Fair, was dreadful cramped for room, and kinder put away upstairs. For, as I says to myself, the old world has such dreadful curious kinks in it, it didn't surprise me a mite to have this department sort o' squeezed into the end o' one buildin', and upstairs kinder, while the display for horned cattle covered over 60 acres. A good many farmers are as careful agin of their blooded stock as they are of the welfare of their wives and children. They will put work and hardship on the mother of their children that they wouldn't think of darin' to venture with their cows with a pedigree, for they would say, such overwork will injure the calf. How is it with their own children, when the delicate mother does all the household drudgery of a farm, and milks 7 or 8 cows night and mornin', toilin' till late bedtime, gettin' up before half rested, and talking up agin the hard toil till the little feeble child life is born into the world? How is it with the mother and the child? For answer, I refer you to countless newspaper files, under the heading of Mysterious Dispensations of Providence, and to old solitary churchyards, and to the insane statistics of the country. The bereaved husband, a blam in Providence, but talking some comfort in the thought that the Lord loveth whom he chasteneth, walks out under his mornin' weed, and pats the sleek sides of his Alderney cow, and its fat, healthy young one, and ponders on how he could improve their condition, and better the stock, and mebbe has passin' thoughts on some bloomin' young girl, who he could persuade to try the fate of the first. And he'll have no trouble in doin' so, not at all. Putty is hard in comparison to women's heads and hearts, sometimes. But I am, indeed, apizidin, and to resume and proceed. In this world, where the material, the practical, so oft overshadows the spiritual, it didn't surprise me a mite to have this noble liberal art display crowded back by less riz-up and exalted ones. And oh, what curious things we did see in this hall of wonders, curious as a dog, and curiouser. The New South Wales exhibit in the West Gallery is awful big, and divided into 5 courts, and all full of beauty and use. These Australians are pert and kinder sassy. They look on our country as old, and wore out, some as we look at our ma country. But their exhibit is a wonderful one, exhibit of their minds, that they say are a-goin' to be the richest in the world. And lots of pictures showin' their strange, melancholy Australian scenery. And their big trees. Why, one of these trees, they say, is the biggest yet discovered in the world. It is 480 feet high. And it was here that I see the very queerest thing that I ever did see in my life. It was in their collection of strange stuffed birds, and animals which was large, and complete, and rangin' from the emu down to a pure white hummingbird. It was here that I see this thing that scientists hain't never classified. It is about the size of a beaver, has fur like a seal, eyes like a fish, is web-footed, lays eggs, and hatches its young and lives in the water. It is called a platypus. There was 4 on 'em. Queer creetur as I ever see. No wonder that scientists furled their spectacles in front of it, and sat down discouraged. Wall, we hung round there till most night, and Josiah and I went home as tired as two dogs, and tireder. And we both gin in that we hadn't seen nothin' to what we might have seen there. As you may say, we hadn't done any more justice to the contents of that buildin' than we would if we had undertook to count the slate stuns in our old creek back of our house clear from Jonesville to Zor, more'n 5 miles of clear slate stun. What could we do to it in one day? But fatigue and hunger, on Josiah's part, a prancin' team, bore us away, and we went home in pretty good sperrits after all, though some late. Miss Plank had a good supper. We was late, but she had kept it warm for us, some brie-lead chicken, and some green peas, and a light nice puddin', and other things accordin', and Josiah did indeed do justice to it. Chapter 13. Wall, the next day after our visit to the Manufactures and Liberal Arts Buildin', I told Josiah today I wouldn't put it off a minute longer. I was going to see the convent of La Rabida, and says I feel mortified and ashamed to think I hain't been before. Says I, what would Christopher Columbus say to think I had slighted him all this time if he knew on't? And Josiah said, he guessed I wouldn't get into any trouble with Columbus about it, after he'd been dead 400 years. Wall, says I don't s'pose I would, but I know but folks's feelin's can be hurt if their bodies have moved away from earth. I know anything about it, nor you don't, Josiah Allen. Wall, he said, he wouldn't be afraid to venture it. He wanted to go to the livestock exhibit that day, wanted to like a dog. But I persuaded him off the notion, and I don't know but I'd just as soon tell how I done it. I see Columbus's feelin's wouldn't do, and so forth, nor sentiment, nor spirituality, don't appeal to Josiah Allen nothin' as vittles do. So I told him, what was indeed the truth, that a restaurant was nigh there where delicious food could be obtained at very low prices. He yielded instantly, and says he, it hain't hardly fair, when Christopher is the cause of all these doin's, that he should be slighted so by us. And I says, no, indeed. So we went directly there by the nearest way, which was partly by land and partly by water, and as our boat sailed on through the waves under the brilliant sunshine and the grandeur of 1893, did it not make me think of him, weary, despairin', misunderstood, with his soul all hemmed in by envious and malicious foes, so that there was but one open path for him to soar in, and that was upward. As his boat crept and felt its way along through the night, and storm, and uncertainty of 1492. Wall, anon or about that time, we drew near the place where I wanted to be. The convent of La Rabida is a little to the east of Agricultural Hall, a sort of a inlet lake that feeds a long portion of the Grand Canal. A promontory is formed by the meetin' of the two waters, and all round this point of land, risin' to a height of 22 feet, is a rough stone wall. This wall is a reproduction of the dangerous coast of Spain, and back on this rise of ground can be seen the convent of La Rabida, a facsimile, or, as you might say, a simile or fact, a exact reproduction of the convent where Columbus planned out his voyage to the New World. Yes, within these walls was born the great and darin' scheme of Columbus, a great birth indeed, only next to us in eternal consequences to the birth in the manger. It stands just as it ought to, facin' the risin' sun. A low, 8-sided cupola surmounts the choir space inside the chapel, and above the nave rises the balcony. On 3 sides of a broad, open court are the lonesome cloisters in which the monks knelt in their ceaseless prayers. The chapel floor is a little higher than the court and cloisters, and is paved with bricks. It was at this very convent door that Columbus arrived heartsore and weary after 7 years' fruitless labor in the cause he held so close to his heart. 7 long years that he had spent beggin' and importunin' for help to carry out his heaven-sent visions. A livin' light shirnin' in his sad eyes, and he couldn't get anybody else to see it. The constant washin' of new seas on new shores, and he couldn't get anybody to hear him. A constant glow, prophetic and ardent, longin' to carry the religion of Christ into a new land that he knew was awaitin' him, but everybody else deaf and dumb to his heart-sick longins. Oh, I thought to myself as I stood there, if that poor creetur could only had a few of the gorgeous banners that was waved out to the air, enough to clothe an army, If he could have only had enough of them to made him a hull shirt, if he could have had enough of the banquets spread to his memory, enough to feed all the armies of the earth, if he could have a slice of bread and a good cup of tea out of them, how glad I would be. And how glad he would have been! But it wasn't to be. Hungry and in rags, almost naked, footsore, heartsore, he arrived at the convent gate, to ask food and shelter for himself and child. It was here that he found an asylum for a few years, carrying on his plans, making out new arguments stronger, maybe, than he had argued with for 7 steady years, and I should have thought them old arguments must have been wore out. It was in one of the rooms of the convent that he met the monks in debate, and also argued back and forth with Garcia Fernandez and Alonso Penzen, getting the better of Alonso every time, but making it up to him afterwards by letting him command one of the vessels of his fleet. It was from here the superior of the convent, won over by Columbus's eloquence, went for audience with the Queen, and from it Columbus was summoned to appear at court. In this very convent he made his preparations for his voyage, and on the morning he sailed from Palos he worshipped God in this little chapel. What visions riz up before his eyes as he knelt on the brick floor of that little chapel, just ready to leave the certainty and sail out into the uncertainty, leaving the uncertainty and going out into the certainty. A curious prayer that must have been, and a riz up one. In that prayer, in the confidence and aspiration of that one man, lay the whole new world. The hope, the freedom, the liberty, the enlightenment of a globe, just riz up on the breath of that one prayer. A momentious prayer as was ever riz up on earth. But the stone walls didn't give no heed to it, and I dare say that Alonso and the rest was sick waitin' for him, and wanted to cut it short. Yes, Columbus must have had emotions in this convent as hefty and as soaring as they make, and truly they must have been immense to gone ahead of mine, as I stood there and thought on him, what he had done, and what he had suffered. Why, I had more'n 125 or 30 a minute right along, and I don't know but more. When I see them relics of that noble creature, paper that he had had his own hand on, that his own eyes had looked at, his own brain had dictated, every one of them full of the ardency and earnestness of his religion, why, they increased the number and frequency of my emotions to an almost alarming extent. Here are 29 manuscripts all in his own hand. They are truly worth more than their weight in gold, they are worth their weight in diamonds. Amongst the most priceless manuscripts and documents is the original of the contract made with the sovereigns of Spain before his first voyage, under which Columbus made his first voyage to America. The most remarkable contract that was ever drawn, in which the sovereigns of Spain guaranteed to Columbus and his heirs forever 1/8 of all that might be produced of any character whatever in any land he might discover, and appointed him and his descendants perpetual rulers over such lands, with the title of Viceroy. I looked at the contract, and then thought of how Columbus died in poverty and disgrace, and now, 400 years after his death, the world spending 20 million to honor his memory. A sense of the folly and the strangeness of all things come over me like a flood, and I bent my head in shame to think I belonged to a race of beings so ungrateful, and so lying, and everything else. I thought of that humble grave where a broken heart hid itself 400 years ago, and then I looked out towards that matchless white city of gorgeous palaces riz up to his honor 400 years too late, and a sense of the futility of all things, the pity of it, the vanity of all things here below, swept over me, and instinctively I lay hold of my partner's arm, and thought for a minute I must leave the building. But I thought better on't, and he thought I laid hold of his arm as a mark of affection. And I didn't undeceive him in it. Then there is Columbus's commission as Admiral of the Ocean Seas. His correspondence with Ferdinand and Isabella before and after his discovery, and a host of other invaluable papers loaned by the Spanish government and the living descendants of Columbus in Spain. And there is pieces of the house his father-in-law built for him, a cane made from one of the gists, and the shutters of one of the windows. Columbus's own hand may have opened them shutters. Oh my heart! Think on't. And then there was the original copy of the first books relating to America, over 100 of them, obtained from the Vatican at Rome, and museums, and libraries, in London, and Paris, and Madrid, and Washington, D.C. They are writ by lords, and cardinals, and bishops, way back as fur as 1493. Then there was quaint maps and charts of the newly discovered country, lookin' some as our first maps would of Mars, if the United States had made up its mind to annex that planet, and Uncle Sam had just begun to lay it out into countries. Then there are the portraits of Columbus. Good creetur. It seemed a pity to see so many of 'em. His enemies might keep right on abusing him, and say that he was double-faced, or 60 or 80-faced, when I know, and they all ought to know, that he was straightforward and stiddy as he Sunday poor creetur. It was too bad that there should be so many of him. Then there are models and photographs of statues and monuments of him, and the very stone and clay that them tall monuments is made of, maybe they are the very stones that hurt his bare feet, and the clay the very same his tears had fell on, as he'd throw himself down heart-weary on his lonesome pilgrimages. I dare presume to say that he would lay his head down under some wayside tree and cry. I hain't a doubt on't. When I thought it over, how much had been said about Columbus even during the last year in Jonesville and Chicago, to say nothing about the rest of the world, it was a treat indeed to see the first printed allusion that was ever made to Columbus, about 3 months after Columbus arrived in Portugal, March 15, 1493. It was writ by Mr. Carvajal, Spanish cardinal. In it Mr. Carvajal says, "And Christ placed under their rule Ferdinand and Isabella, the Fortunate Islands." I says to Josiah, "I guess if Mr. Carvajal was sot down here today, and see what he would see here, he would be apt to think indeed they was Fortunate Islands." But as I said that I heard a voice saying, "Who is Mr. Carvajal, Samantha?" I recognized the voice, and I says, "Why, Irena Flanders, is it you? I have been to see you. I hearn you was sick." "Yes," says she. "I was beat out, and I thought I couldn't stand it, but I feel better today, so we have been to the forestry buildin', and thought we would come in here." But I see that she didn't feel as I did about the immortal relics, but she kinder pretended to, as folks will, and Elam and Josiah went to talkin' about hayin', and wondered how the crops was gettin' along in Jonesville. But I kept on lookin' round and listenin' to Irena's remarks about her symptoms with one half of my mind, or about half, and examinin' the relics with the other half. There was a little Latin book with queer woodcuts, concernin' islands lately discovered, published in Switzerland in 1494, under the title it begun, Christopher Column. It made me mad to hear that good, noble creetur's name cut off and demeaned, and I told Irena so. And she says, "That's what little Benji calls our old white duck. His name is Columbus, but he calls it Column." She is a great duck raiser, but I didn't thank her for alluding to barnyard fowls in such a time as this. Wall, there was the first life of Columbus ever writ, by his son Fernando, and a book relatin' to the naming of America. I thought it would been a good plan if there had been a few more about that, and had named it Columbia, just what it ought to be, and not let another man take the honor that should have been Christopher's. But I meditated on what a queer place this old world was, and how natural for one man to toil and work, and another step in and take the pay for it, so it didn't surprise me a mite, but it maddened me some. Then there was the histories of the different cities where he was born, and the different places where his bones repose. Poor creetur. They fit then because they didn't want his bones, and they starved him so that he wasn't much besides bones, and they didn't want his bones anyway, and they put chains onto them poor old bones, and let 'em off to prison. And now whole cities and countries would hold it their chief honor to lie about it, and claim the credit of givin' 'em burial. Oh dear suz! Oh dear me! Wall, there was one of the anchors, and the canvas used by Columbus on board his flagship. The very canvas that the wind swelled out, and wafted the great discoverer. Oh my heart, think on't! And then there was the ruins of the little town of Isabella, the first established in the New World, brung lately from San Domingo by a man of war. And then there was the first church bell that ever rung in America, presented to the town of Isabella by King Ferdinand. Oh, if I could have swung out with that old bell, and my senses could have tooken the sights and scenes the sound had echoed over. What a sight it would have been! Ringin' out barbarism and ringin' in the newer religion, ringin' out, as time went on, old simple ways, and idees, mebbe bringin' in barbarous ways, swinging back and forth, to and fro, ringing in now, I hope and pray, the era of love and justice, goodwill to man and woman. Wall, I was almost lost in my thoughts and hanging over that old bell. It had took me back into the dim old green forest aisles and unbroken wilderness, when I heard a bystander saying to another one, "There is Columbus's relations, there is the Duke of Veragua." And on looking up, I indeed see Columbus's own relation on his own side, with his wife and daughter. The relation on Columbus's side was a middling good-looking and a good-natured looking man, no taller than Josiah, with blue eyes, gray hair, and short whiskers. His wife was a good-looking, plump woman, some younger apparently than he was, and the daughter was pretty and fresh-looking as a pink rose. I liked their looks first-rate. And just the minute my eyes fell on them, so quick my intellect moves, I knew what was incumbent on me to do. It was my place, it would be expected of me, I must welcome them to America. I must, in the name of my own dignity, and the power of the nation, the freedom of Jonesville. I must not slight them for their own sakes, and their noble ancestors. One human weakness might be discovered in me by a close observer in that rapt hour. I didn't really know how to address the wife of the Duke. And I whispered to Irena Flanders, and says I, "If a man is a duke, what would his wife be called?" Says I, "She'd feel hurt if I slighted her." And says she, "If one is a duke, the other would naturally be called a drake." I knew better than that. She hain't any too smart by nater, and her mind runs to fowls, what there is of it. But my Josiah heard the inquiry, and says he, "I should call her a duck." And he continued, with his eyes riveted on the beautiful face of the Duke's daughter, "That pretty girl is a duck, and no mistake." But I says, "Hush, that would be too familiar and also too rural. I hain't ashamed of the country, no, indeed, I am proud on't. Still I knew that it was, specially in June, noted for its tender greenness." And says I, "I'll trust to the hour to inspire me. I'll sail out as his great ancestor did, and trust to Providence to help me out." So I advanced unto him, and I thought, as I went, if you call a man by the whole of his name he hadn't ought to complain. So I says with a deep curtsy. I knew a plain curtsy wouldn't do justice to the occasion. So I gracefully took hold of my alpaca skirt with both hands and held it out slightly, and curtsy from 10 to 14 inches, I should judge. I wanted it deep enough to show the profound esteem and honor in which I held him, and not deep enough so's to give him the false idea that I was a professional dancer, or opera singer, or anything of that sort. I judged that my curtsy was just about right. Immediately after my curtsy I says, "Don Cristobal Colon de Toledo de la Cerda y Ganti." And then I paused for breath, while the world waited. "I welcome you to this country. I salute you in the name of Jonesville and America." And then again I made that noble, beautiful curtsy. He bowed so low that if a basin of water had been sot on his back it would have run down over his head. Says I, "The man in whose veins flows a drop of the precious blood of the hero who discovered us is near and dear to the heart of the New World." Says I feel that we can't do too much to honor you, and I hereby offer you the freedom of Jonesville." And says I would have brung it in a paper collar box if I'd thought on't, but I hope you will overlook the omission, and take it verbal. Again he bowed that dreadful polite, courteous bow, and again I put in that noble curtsy. It was an hour long to be remembered by any one who was fortunate enough to witness it, and says he, "I am sensible of the distinguished honor you do me, madam. Accept my profound thanks." I then turned to his wife, and says I, "Miss Cristobal Colon Toledo, Ohio." I got kinder mixed up here by my emotions, and the efforts my curtsies had cost me. I hadn't ought to mention the word Ohio. But I waited out again. "De la Cerda y Ganti." As a partner of Columbus, and also as a female woman, I bid you also welcome to America in the name of woman, and I tender to you also the freedom of Jonesville, and Loontown, and Zor. "And you," says I, "Honorable Maria del Pillo Colon y Aguilera. You sweet little creature you, I'd love to have you come and stay with me a week right along, you pretty thing." Says I, "How proud your grandpa would be of you if he was here." My feelings had carried me away, and I felt that I had lost the formal, polite tone of etiquette that I had intended to carry on through the interview. But she was so awful pretty I couldn't help it, but I felt that it was best to terminate it, so I bowed low, holding out my alpaca skirt Kinder Noble in one hand and my green veil in the other, some like a banner, and backed off. They too bowed deep, and sorter backed off too. Oh, what a hour for America! Josiah put out his arm anxiously, for I was indeed moving backwards into a glass case of relics, and the great scene terminated. Miss Flanders and Elam had gone. They shrunk from publicity. I guess they was afraid it was too great a job, the ceremony attendant our giving these noble foreigners the freedom of our native town. But they no need to. A willin' mind makes a light job. It had been gin to 'em, and gin well, too. Wall, Josiah and I didn't stay very much longer. I'd have been glad to seen the princess sent out from Spain to our doin's, and I knows she will feel it, not seein' of me. She wasn't there, but I thought of her as I wended my way out, as I looked over the grandeur of the scene that her female ancestor had rendered possible. Thinks as I, she must have different feelin's from what her folks did in 1400. Then how loath they was to even listen to Columbus's pathetic appeals and prayers. But they did at last touch the heart of a woman. That woman believed him, while the rest of Spain sneered at him. Had she lived, Columbus wouldn't have been sent to prison in chains. No, indeed. But she passed away, and Spain misused him. But now they send their royalties to meet with all the kings and queens of the earth to bow down to his memory. As we wended out, the caravels lay there in the calm water, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina, all becalmed in front of the convent. No more rough seas in front of them, they furled their sails in the sunlight of success. All is glory, all is rejoicing, all is praise. 400 years after the brave soul that planned and accomplished it all died heartbroken and in chains, despised and rejected by men, persecuted by his enemies, betrayed by his friends. True, brave heart, I wonder if the God he trusted in, and tried to honor, lets him come back on some fair mornin' or cloudless moonlight evenin', and look down, and see what the nations are sayin' and doin' for him in 1893. I don't know, nor Josiah don't. But as I stood thinkin' of this, the sun come out from under a cloud and lit up the caravels with its golden light, and lay on the water like a long, shining path leadin' into glory. And a light breeze stirred the white sails of the Santa Maria, some as though it was goin' to set sail agin. And the shadders almost seemed alive that lay on the narrer deck. After we left La Rabida, Josiah wanted to go and see the exhibit called Man and His Works. Says he, "I'll show you now, Samantha, what our works are. I'll show you the most beautiful and august exposition on the grounds." Says he, "You boasted high about women's doin's, and they was fair," says he, "what I call fair to middlin'. But in this you'll see grandeur and true greatness." Josiah didn't know a thing about the show, only what he gathered from its name, and feelin' as he did about himself and his sect, he naturally expected wonders. So, leanin' on the arm of justice, I accompanied him into the buildin', which was fur from La Rabida. But almost the first room we went into, Josiah almost swooned at the sight, and I clung to his arm instinctively. There we was amongst more than 3,000 skeletons and skulls. Why, the goose pimples that rose on me didn't subside till most night. And in the very next room was a collection of mummies, the humblest ones that I ever sot my eyes on in my whole life, 200 or 300 on 'em, from Peru, Utah, New Mexico, Egypt, British Columbia, etc., etc. When Josiah's eyes fell onto 'em, my poor partner says, "Samantha, let's be goin' dot." Says I, "Are you satisfied, Josiah Allen, with the works of man?" And he advised me strong not to make a loony and a idiot of myself. And says he, "Dumb it all, why do they call it the works of man? There is as many vim men amongst them dumb skeletons as men, I'll bet a cent." Wall, we went into another room and found a very interesting exhibit, the measurements of heads, long-headed folks and short-headed ones, and measurements of children's heads who was educated, and the heads of savage children, showing the influence that moral trainin' has on the brains of boys and girls. Wall, it would take weeks to examine all we see there, the remains of the Aborigines, the Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians. We could see by them relics how they lived, their religions, their domestic life, their arts, and their industries. And then we see photographs by the wholesale of mounds and ruins from all over the world. Why, we see so many pictures of ruins, that Josiah said that he felt almost ruined. And I says, that must come from the inside, Josiah. It hadn't ought to make you feel so. And then we see all sorts of things to illustrate the games that these old ruined folks used to play, and their religions they believed in, idols, and clay altars, and things. And once, when I was tryin' to look calm at the very meanest lookin' idol that I ever laid eyes on, says Josiah, the folks that would try to worship such a lookin' thing as that ought to be ruined. And I whispered back, if the secret things that folks worship today could be materialized, they would look enough sight worse than this. Says I, how would the mammon of greed look carved in stone, or the beast of intemperance? Oh, says he, bring in your dumb temperance talk everywhere, will you? I should think we was in a bad enough place here to let your ears rest anyway. Wall, says I, then don't run down folks that couldn't answer back for 10,000 years. But truly we was in a bad place, if humbliness is bad, for them idols did beat all, and then there was a almost endless display of amulets, charms, totems, and other things that they used to carry on their religious meetings with, or what they called religion. And then we see some strange clay altars containing cremated human beings. Here Josiah hunched me agin. You feel dreadful cut up if you hear any one speak against these old creeters, but what do you think of that? Says he, pintin' to the burnt bodies. Says he, most likely them bodies was victims that was killed on their dumb altars, dumb em. Yes, says I, but we of the 19th century slay 200,000 victims every year on the altar of mammon and intemperance. Keep it up, will you, keep a preachin', says he, and his tone was bitter and violent in the extreme. And here he turned his back on me and went to examine some of the various games of all countries, such as cards, dice, dominoes, checkers, etc., etc. Which shows that in that savage age, as well as in our too civilized one, amusements was a part of their daily life. Wall, it was all dreadful interestin' to me, though scarefulness was present with us, and goose pimples was abroad. And outdoors the exhibit was just as fascinating. Along the shores of the pond are grouped tribes of Indians from North America. They live in their primitive huts and tents, and there we see their rude boats and canoes. New York contributes a council house and a bark lodge once used by the once powerful Iroquois Confederation. And, poor things, where be they now? Passed away. Their canoes have gone down the stream of time, and gone down the falls out of sight. But to resume. Wall, seein' they was right there, we went to see the ruins of Yucatan. They was only a few steps away. Now, I never had paid any attention to Yucatan. I had always seen it on the map of Mexico, a little strip of land runnin' out into the water, and washed by the waves on both sides. But, good land! I would have paid more attention to it if I had known that down deep under its forests, where they had lain for more than 1,000 years, was the ruins of a vast city, with its castles and monuments wrought in marble, and fashioned with highest beauty and art. Whose hands had wrought them marble columns, and carved facades? The silence of 1,000 years lays between my question and its true answer. I can't tell who they was, where they come from, or where they went to. But the pieces of soulless stone remain for us to marvel over, when the livin' hands that wrought these have vanished forever. Curious, very. But maybe some magnetism still hangs about them hoary old walls that has the power to draw their founders from their new home, wherever it is now. Maybe them old Yucataners come down in a shatter sloop and lay off over against them ruins, and enjoy themselves first rate. Here too is the city of the cliff dwellers, the most wonderful city I ever see or ever expect to see. There towers up a mountain made to look exactly like Battle Mountain, where these ruins are found, the homes and abiding place of a race so much older than the Mexican and Peru old ones that they seem like folks of last week, almost like babies. The hull of these buildings, which is called Cliff Palace, is over 200 feet long, and the rooms look pretty much all alike. They was round rooms mostly, with a hole in the floor for a fireplace, and stone seats runnin' clear round the room, and I'd a gin $1 if I see old a seen a settin' in them seats the ones that used to set there, if I could seen 'em sot down there in Jackson Park, and its marvels, and I could have hearn 'em tell what old world wonders they had seen, and what they had felt and suffered, the beliefs of that old time, the laws that governed 'em, or that didn't govern 'em, their friends and their enemies, the strange animals that lurked round 'em, the wonderful flowers and vegetation. In short, if I could a sot down and neighbored with 'em, I would a gin, I believe my soul, as much as $1.35. The rooms are about 6 feet high, and they was like me in one thing, they didn't care so much for ornament as they did for solid foundation. The only ornament I see in any of the rooms was some kinder wavin' streaks of red paint. But oh, how solid the housen was, how firm the underpinnin'. There was some stun towers and some winders, and oh, how I do wish I could seen what them old Cliffers looked out on when they rested their arms on the stun winder sills and looked down on the deep valley below. Children a lookin' out for pleasure mebbe, older ones a lookin' for happiness and ambition like as not, the aged ones a leanin' their tired arms on the hard stun, while the settin' sun lit up their white locks, and a lookin' for rest. The cliffs are a good many colors, and each a good lookin' one. One thing struck me in all the housen, and made me think that though the cliff dwellers was older than Abraham or Moses, yet if I could see some of them female Cliffers I could neighbor with 'em like sisters. They did love closets so well, and that made 'em so congenial to me. I never had half closets enough, and I don't believe any woman did if she would tell the truth. There was sights of closets all closed up with good slab doors, some like gravestones. I shouldn't have liked that so well, to had to heave down that heavy slab every time that I wanted a teacup, but maybe they didn't drink tea. I s'pose they kept their strange-lookin' pottery there, and I presume the Vim men prided themselves on havin' more of them jars than a neighbor female Clifford did. Then there are farmin' implements, and sandals, and leggins, and weapons, and baby boards, and didn't I wish that I could catch sight of one of them babies. The bodies of the dead was wrapped in 4 different winders, first in fine cloth, then a robe of turkey feath airs wove with yucca fiber, then a matin, and then a wrap made of reeds. The mummies found wrapped in these grave clothes are more perfect than any found in Egypt. The hot, dry air of Colorado doin' its best to keep folks alive, and then after they are dead, keepin' 'em so as long as it can. There was one, a woman with pretty figure, and small hands and feet, and soft, light-colored hair. What was she thinkin' on as she done up that foretop or braided that back hair? Did any hand ever lay on that soft, shirneen hair in caresses? I presume more than like as not there had. Her mother's, anyway, and mebbe a lover's, since the fashion of love is older than the pyramids enough sight, old as Adam, and before that love was. For love thought out the world. By her side was a jar with some seeds in it. Probable the hand of love put it there to sustain her on her long journey. Wall, the centuries have gone by since she sought out for the land of spirits, but the seeds are there yet. She didn't need 'em. These seeds are in good shape, but they won't sprout. That shows plain how much older these mummies are than the Egyptian ones, for the seeds found by them will sprout and grow, but these are too old, the life in the seeds is gone, as well as the life in the dead forms by 'em, centuries ago, mebbe. Wall, it was a sight to see that city, and then to see windin' up the face of the cliff the windin' trail, and the little burrows climbin' up slowly from the valley, and the strange 4-horned sheep of the Navajo herds grazin' amongst the high rocks. It was one of the most impressive sights of all the wonderful sights of the Columbus Fair, and so I told Josiah. Wall, seein' we was right there, we thought we would pay attention to the forestry buildin'. And if I ever felt ashamed of myself, and mortified I did there, of which more anon. It was quite a big buildin', kinder long and low, about 2½ acres big, I should judge. Every house has its peculiarities, the same as folks do, and the peculiar kink in this house was it hadn't a nail or a bit of iron in it anywhere from top to bottom, bolts and pegs made of wood holdin' it together. Wall, I hadn't no idea that there was so many kinds of wood in the whole world, from Asia and Greenland to Jonesville, as I see there in 5 minutes. Of course I had been round enough in our woods and the swamp to know that there was several different kinds of wood, elm and bunnut, cedar and dogwood, and so forth. But good land! To see the hundreds and thousands of kinds that I see here made anybody feel curious, curious as a dog, and made him feel, too, how enormous big the world is, and how little he or she is, as the case may be. The sides of the building are made of slabs, with the bark took off, and the roof is thatched with tan bark and other barks. The winder frames are made in the same rustic, wooden way. The main entrances are made of different kinds of wood, cut and carved first rate. All around this building is a veranda, and supporting its roof is a long row of columns, each composed of 3 tree trunks 25 feet in length, one big one and the other 2 smaller. These was contributed by the different states and territories and by foreign countries, each sending specimens of its most noted trees. And right here was when I felt mad at myself, mad as a set-in hen, to think how forgetful I had been, and how lacking in what belongs to good manners and politeness. Why hadn't I brung some of our native Jonesville trees, hallowed by the presence of Josiah Allen's wife? Why hadn't I brung some of the maples from our dooryard, that shakes out its green and crimson banners over our heads every spring and fall? Or why hadn't I brung one of the low-spreading apple trees out of Mother Smith's orchard, where I used to climb in search of robins' nests in June mornings? Or one of the pale green willows that bent over my head as I sat on the low plank footbridge, with my bare feet swinging off into the water as I fished for minnies with a pinhook? The summer sky overhead, and summer in my heart. Oh, happy summer days gone by, for back you lay in the past, and the June skies now have lost that old light and freshness. But poor children that we are, we still keep on fishing with our bent pinhooks. We still drop our weak lines down into the depths, fishing for happiness, for rest, for ambition, for heaven knows what all. And now, as in the past, our hooks break or our lines float away on the eddies, and we don't catch what we are after. Poor children! Poor creatures! But I am a Pisidin, and to resume. As I said to Josiah, what a oversight that was my not thinking of it. Says I, how the nations would have prized them trees! And says I, what would Christopher Columbus say if he knew on't? And Josiah says, he guessed he would have got along without 'em. Wall, says I, what will America and the World's Fair think on't, my making such oversight? And he says, he guessed they would worry along somehow without 'em. Wall, says I am mortified as a dog. And I was. There wasn't any need of making any mistake about the trees, for there was a little metal plate fastened to each tree, with the name marked on it, the common name and the high-learned botanical name. But Josiah, who always has a hankering after fashion and show, he talked a sight to me about the Abuse excelsa, and the Genus Salix, and the Ficus sycamoris, and the Atractylus gumifera. He boasted in particular about the rarity of them trees. He said they grew in Hindustan and on the highest peaks of the Uriah mountains, and he says, how strange that he should ever live to see 'em. He talked proud and high-learned about 'em, till I got tired out, and pined him to the other names of 'em. Then his feathers drooped, and says he, a Norway spruce, a willer, a sycamore, and a pine. Dum it all, what do they want to put on such names as them onto trees that grow right in our dooryard? To show off, says I coldly, and to make other folks show off who have a hankering after fashion and display. He did not frame a reply to me, he had no frame. Chapter 14. I told Josiah this morning I wanted to go to the place where they had flowers, and plants, and roses, and things. I felt that duty was drawing me. For, as I told him, old Miss Mayhew wanted me to get her a slip of monthly rose if they had 'em to spare, she said. If they seemed to have quite a few, I might tackle 'em about it, and if they seemed to be kinder scrimped for varieties, she stood willin' to swap one of her best kinds for one of theirn. She said she s'posed they would have as many as 10 or a dozen plants of each kind. And I thought mebbe I could get a tulip bulb. I had had such poor luck with mine the year before. But says I, mebbe they won't have none to spare. I dunno how well they be off for 'em. But I s'posed mebbe I would see as many as a dozen or 15 tulips, and as many roses. He kinder wanted to go and see the plows and horse rakes that mornin', but I capitulated with him by sayin' if he would geo there first with me, anon we would go together to the horse rake house. So we sought out the first thing for the horticultural buildin', and good land. Good land. When we got to it, I was jest browbeat and frustrated with the size on't. It is the biggest buildin' that was ever built in the world for plants and flowers. And when you jest think how big the world is, and how long it has stood, and how many houses has been built for posies from Persia and Ingy, down to Chicago and Jonesville, then you will mebbe get it into your head the immense bigness on't. Yes, that buildin' is 260,000 square feet, and every foot all filled up with beauty, and bloom, and perfume. It faces the risin' sun, as any place for flowers and plants ought to. Like all the rest of the exposition buildin's, it has sights of ornaments and statues. One of the most impressive statues I see there was Spring asleep. It struck so deep a blow onto my fancy that I thought on't the last thing at night, and I waked up in the night and thought on't. There never was a better lookin' creetur than Spring was, awful big too, riz way up lofty and grand, and hauntin' as our own dreams of Spring are as we set shiverin' in the winter. Her noble face was perfect in its beauty, and she sat there with her arms outstretched, and grouped all round her was beautiful forms, lovely men, and babies, and children, all bound in slumber, but, as I should imagine, jest on the pint of wakin' up. I guess they was all a-dreamin' about the song of birds a-comin' back from the south land, and silky, pale green willers a-bendin' low over gurglin' brooks, and pink and white mayflowers a-hidin' under the leafy hollows of northern hills, and the golden glow of cowslips down in the dusky brown shallows and green swamps, and white clouds a-sailin' over blue skies, and soft winds a-blowin' up from the south. They was asleep, but the cuckoo's notes would wake 'em in a minute or two, and then I could see by their clothes that they was expectin' warmer weather. It was a very impressive statute. Mr. Taft done his very best. I couldn't have done as well myself, not nigh. Wall, to go through that buildin' was like walkin' through fairyland, if fairyland had jest blown all out full of beauty and greenness. Right in the center overhead, way up, is a crystal roof made to represent the sky, and it seems to be a-glitterin' in its crystal beauty way up in the clouds. Underneath was the most beautiful pictures you ever see, or ja see, or anybody. They was painted in Paris, not Paris in the upper end of Lyme County, but Paris in France, way over the billowy Atlantic, and under this magnificent dome was all kinds of the most beautiful palms, bamboos and tree ferns, with their shiny, feathery foliage, and big leaves. Why some of them long, feathery leaves was so big, if the tree was in the middle of our dooryard the ends of 'em would go over into the orchard, one leaf, the day. Why, you would almost fancy you was in a tropical forest, as you looked up into the great feathery masses and leaves as big as a whole tree almost, and risin' right in the center was a mountain 60 feet high all covered with tropical verdure. Leadin' into it was a shady, cool grotto, where was all kinds of ferns, and exquisite plants, that loved to grow in such spots. And way in through, flashin' through the cool darkness of the spot, you could see the wonderful rays of that strange light that has a soul. And if you will believe it, I don't s'pose you will, but there is plants here grown by that artificial light, the day. I says to Josiah, "Did you ever see anything like the day of growin' plants by lamplight?" And he says, "It is a new thing, but a crackin' good one." And he added, "What can be done in one place can in another." And he got all excited up, and took his old account book out of his pocket, and went to calculatin' on how many cowcumbers he could raise in the winter down cellar by the light of his old lantern. I discouraged him, and says I, "You can't raise plants by the light of that old kerosene lantern, and there hain't no room, anyway, in our cellar." And he said, he was bound to spade up round the pork barrel and try a few hills anyway. And says he, dreamily, "We might raise a few string beans and have 'em run up on the soap tub." But I made him put up his book, for we was attractin' attention, and I told him agin that we hadn't got the conveniences to home that they had here. He put up his book, and we wended on, but he had a look on his face that made me think he hadn't gin up the day, and I s'pose that some good cowcumber seed will be wasted like as not, to say nothin' of kerosene. Wall, all connected with this house is 2 big open courts, full and runnin' over with beauty and wonder. On the south is the aquatic garden, showin' all the plants and flowers and wonderful water growth. Here Josiah begun to make calculations agin about growin' flowers in our old mill pond, but I broke it up. On the north court is a magnificent orange grove. Why, it makes you feel as though you was standin' in California or Florida, under the beautiful green trees, full of the ripe, rich fruit, and blossoms, and green leaves. Wall, the whole house, take it all in all, is such a scene of wonder, and enchantment, and delight, that it might have been transplanted, just as it stood, from the Arabian Nights' entertainment. And you would almost expect if you turned a corner to meet old Ali Baby, or a Grand Vizier, or somebody before you got out of there. But we didn't, and after feastin' our eyes on the beauty and wonder on't, we sot off to see the rest of the flowers and plants, for we laid out when we first went to the World's Fair to see one thing at a time so fur as we could, and then tackle another, though I am free to confess that it was sometimes like tacklin' the seashore to count the grains of sand, or tacklin' the great north woods to count how many leaves was on the trees, or measurin' the waters of Lake Ontario with a teaspoon, or any other hard job you are a mind to bring up. But this day we laid out to see as much as we could of the immense display of flowers. But where there is milds and milds of clear flowers, what can you do? You can't look at every one on 'em, to save your life. Why, to just give you a small idea of the magnitude and size, just think of 500,000 pansies from every quarter of the globe, and every beautiful color that was ever seen or dreamt of. You know them posies do look some like faces, and the faces look like the great multitude no man could number, that we read about, and every one of them faces bloomin' with every color of the rainbow. And speakin' of rainbows, before long we did see one, a long, shining, glitterin' rainbow, made out of pure pansies, of which more anon and bimeby. And then, think of seein' from 5 to 10 millions of tulips. Why, I had thought I had raised tulips. I had had from 20 to 30 in full blow at one time, and had realized it, though I didn't mean to be proud nor haughty. But I knew that my tulips was for ahead of Miss Easham's, or any other Jonas Villian, and I had feelin's accordin'. But then to think of 10 millions of 'em, why, it would took Miss Easham and me more'n a week to just count 'em, and work hard, too, all the time. Why, when I just stretched out my eyesight to try to take in them 10 millions of globes of gorgeous beauty, my spirits sunk in me further than the Queen of Sheba's did before the glory of Solomon. I felt that minute that I would love to see Miss Sheba, and neighbor with her a spell, and talk with her about pride, and how it felt when it was fallin'. I could go ahead of her, and I thought I would have loved to own it up to her, and if Solomon had been present, too, I wouldn't have cared a mite. I felt humble. And I just marched off and never said a word about gettin' a root for me or Miss Easham. I was fairly overcome. And still we walked round through milds and milds of solid beauty and bloom. Every beautiful posy I had ever hearn on, and them I had never hearn on, was there, right before my dazzled eyes. The biggest crowd we see in the horticultural hall was round what you may call the humblest thing, a tree, something like old Bobbitt's calf, with 5 legs. There was a fern from Japan, 2 separate varieties growing together in one plant. There was Japanese dwarf trees 100 years old and about as big as gooseberries. A travelin' tree from Madagascar was one of the most interesting things to look at. And then there was a giant fern from Australia that measured 32 feet, the largest, so I was told, in Europe or America. 32 feet. And there I have felt so good and even proud-spirited over my fern I took up out of our woods and brung home and sat out in Mother Smith's old blue sugar bowl. Why, that fern was so large and beautiful, and attracted the envious and admirin' attention of so many Jonas Villians, that I had strong ideas of taking it to the fair. Fillory, said she, hadn't a doubt of my gettin' the first prize medal on't. Why, says she, it is as long as Uri's arm. And it was. Miss Lum thought it would be a good thing to take it, to let Chicago and the rest of the world see what vegetation was natural to Jonesville, feelin' that they would most likely have a deep interest in it. And Deacon Hensey thought it might draw population there. And the schoolmaster thought that it would be useful to the foreign powers to see to what heights swamp culture had attained in the growth of its indigenous plants. I didn't really understand everything he said, there was a number more big words in his talk, but I presume he did, and felt comforted to use them. Why, as I said, I had boasted that fern was as long as my arm. but 32 feet, as high as Josiah, and his father, and his grandfather, and his great-grandfather, and his great-great-grandfather, and Uri on top. Where was my boastin'? Gone, washed away utterly on the sea of wonder and ore. And then there was a century plant with a blossom stem 30 feet high, and a posy accordin', one posy agin as high as my Josiah, and his father, and etc., 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 and Uri. Oh, good gracious! Oh, dear me, suz! That plant was expected to blow out in several years, but all of a sudden it shot up that immense stalk up to 30 feet. It was as if the queen of the flowery kingdom had come with the rest of the kings and princesses of the earth to the Columbus World's Fair. Had changed her plans to come with the rest of the royal family. It was a sight. Wall, after roamin' there the best part of 2 hours, I said to my companion, "Let's go and see the wooded island," and he said with a deep sigh, "I am ready, and more than ready. The name sounds good to me. I would love to see some good plain wood, either corded up or in sled length." I see he was sick of lookin' at flowers, and I d'know as I could blame him, for my own head seemed to be jest atin' in round, and every tinin had more colors than any rainbow you ever laid eyes on. He was dreadful anxious to get outdoors himself. He said it was all for himself that he was hurryin' so. I d'know that, but I do know that in his haste to help me get out he stepped on my foot, and almost made a wreck of that valuable member. I looked bad, and groaned, and sithed considerable 'fore he got to the sheltered bench he'd sought out for. He acted sorry, and I didn't reproach him any. I only says, "Oh, I don't lay it up against you, Josiah. It jest reminds me of Sister Blanker." And he says, "I don't thank you to compare me to that slab-sided old maid." Says I believe she's a Christian, Josiah. And so I do. But says I, folks must be megam even in goodness, Josiah Allen, and in order to set down and hold a half-orphan in your arms, you mustn't overset yourself and come down on the floor on top of a whole orphan or a nursin' child. You mustn't trample so fast on your way to the goal as to walk over and upset 2 or 3 lame ones and paralytics. Says I, "Do you remember my episode with Sister Blanker, Josiah?" He did not frame a reply to me, but sot off to look at somethin' or ruther, sayin' that he would come back in a few minutes. And as I sot there alone, memory went on and unrolled her panorama in front of my eyeballs, about my singular episode with Drusilla Blanker. Sister Blanker is a good woman and a Christian, but she never so much as sot her foot on the fair plains of Megamnus, whose balmy, even climate has afforded me so much comfort all my life. No, she is a woman who stalks on towards goals and don't mind who or what she upsets on her way. She is a woman who chasing sinners slams the door in the faces of saints. And what I mean by this is that she is in such a hurry to get inside the door of duty, a real heavy door sometimes, heavy as iron, she don't see whether or not it is goin' to slam back and hit somebody in the forward. A remarkable instance of this memory unrolled on her panorama, a episode that took place in our own Jonesville meetin' house. The session room where we go to session sometimes and to transact other business has got a heavy swing door. And everybody who goes through it always calculates to hold it back if there is anybody comin' behind 'em, for that door has been known to knock a man down when it come onto him unexpected and unbeknown to him. Wall, Sister Blanker was goin' on ahead of me one night. It was a charitable meetin' that we was goin' to quilt a bed quilt for a heathen, and she knew I was just behind her, right on her tracks, as you may say, for we had sot out together from the preachin' room, and we had been talkin' all the way there on the different merits of otter color or bunnut for linen for the quilt, and as to whether herringbone looked so good as a quiltin' stitch as plain rib. She favored rib and otter. I kinder leaned toward herringbone and bunnut. We had a agreeable talk all the way, though I couldn't help seein' she was too hard on bunnut, and slightin' in her remarks on herringbone. Anyway, she knew I was with her in the body, but as she catched sight of the door that was goin' to let her in where she could begin to do good, her mind jest soared right up, and she forgot everything and everybody, and she let that door slam right back and hit me on my right arm, and laid me up for over 5 weeks. And I fell right back on Edna Garvin, and she is lame, and it knocked her over backwards onto Sally and Bobbitt's little girl, and she fell flat down, and Miss Gaudet on top of her, and Miss Gaudet, bein' a walkin' along lost in thought about the bedquilt, and thinkin' how much batten we should need in it, and not lookin' for a obstacle in her path, slipped right up and fell forwards. Wall, tryin' to save little Annie Gaudet from bein' squashed right down, Miss Gaudet throwed herself sideways and strained her back. She weighs 200, and is loose jinted. And she hain't got over it to this day. She insists on that she loosened her spine in the affair. And I know but she did. But the child was gin up to die. So for weeks and weeks the Bobbitses and all of Sally Ann's relations, she was a hensy and wide connected in the Methodist meetin' house, had to give up all their time hangin' over that sickbed. And the Garvins was mad as hens, and they bein' connected with most everybody in the Dorcas Society, and it wasn't over than above large. Why, take it with my bein' laid up and the children havin' to be home so much, Sister Blanker in that one slam jest about cleaned out the whole Methodist meetin' house. The quilt wasn't touched after that night, and the heathen lay cold all winter, for all I know. I had all I could do to take care of my own arm. Catnip and Lobela alternately and follerin' after each other I pursued for weeks and weeks, and the pain was fearful. Sister Blanker was about the only one who come out hull, and she had plenty of time to set down and mourn over a lack of opportunities to do good, and to talk a sight about the lukewarmness of members of the meetin' house and good works. And there they was to home sufferin', and it was her own self who had brung it all on. You see, as I have said more formally, in our efforts to march forwards to do good it is highly necessary to see that we hain't tramplin' on anybody, and in order to help sinners in Africa it hain't necessary to knock down Christians in New Jersey and Rhode Island, or to stomp onto professors in Maine. Howsomever, that is some folks' ways. Wall, I'd a been lookin' at the panorama with one half of my mind and admirin' the beauty round me with the other half. But at this minute, and it was lucky my episode had come to an end, for if there is anything I hate it is to be broke up in epicidin, my Josiah returned. In front of Horticultural Hall is a flower terrace for outdoor exhibits of loveliness, and then in front of that is the beautiful, cool water, and down in the center of that, below the terrace, and its beauty, and vases, is a boat landin'. The water did look dreadful good to me after lookin' at so many gorgeous colors, more than any rainbow ever boasted of, enough sight. It did seem good to me to look down into them cool waters, and I says to my pardner, "The water does look dreadful good and sort o' satisfyin', don't it, Josiah?" A bystander standin' by says, "I guess if you would go into the South Pavilion here and look at the display of wine you wouldn't talk about lookin' at water. Why," says he, "to say nothin' of the display of our own country, the exhibit of wine from France, Italy, Spain, and Germany is enough to set a man half crazy to look at." I looked at him coldly. His nose was as red as fire, and I says, "I hain't got no call to look at wine. I wouldn't give a cent a barrel for the best there is there, if I had got to consummate myself. Though," says I reasonably, "I wouldn't object to havin' a pint bottle on to keep in the house in case of sickness, or to make gel, or somethin'. But I will not go and encourage the makin' of such quantities as there is there. I will not encourage 'em in makin' that show." He looked mad, and says he, "I guess they won't stop their show because you won't go and see it." "Probable not," says I, "but," says I, real eloquent, "I will hold up my banner afoot or on horseback." And then I says to my husband, with quite a good deal of dignity, "Let's proceed to the wooded island, Josiah Allen." But alas! For Josiah's hope of seein' somethin' plain and simple. When we got there, that seemed to be the very central garden of the earth for flowers, and beauty, and bloom, and there it was that we see the most gorgeous rainbow, all made of pansies, glow and dazzlement. The island contains 17 acres, and it stands on such a rise of ground that every buildin' on the fair ground can be seen plain. In the center of the south end was the rose garden, where the choicest and most beautiful roses from all over the world bloom in their glowing richness. When I thought how much store I had sot by one little monthly rose growin' in a old earthen teapot of Mother Allen's, and when it was all blowed out I had reason to be proud on't. But jest think of seein' 50,000 of the choicest roses in the world, all blowin' out at one time. Why, I had an immense number of emotions. I thought of the ancient rose gardens we read of, and Solomon's songs, and most everything. It was surrounded on all four sides with a wire trellis, with archways opening on four sides, and all over these pretty trellises climbing roses and honeysuckles, and all lovely climbing plants covered it into four walls of perfect beauty. It was truly the world's rose garden. Well might Josiah say he was sick of flowers, and wanted to see some plain cord wood. Why, that day we see in one batch 20,000 orchids, 6,000 Parmy violets, and one man, just one man, sent 1,100 ivies and 1,000 hydrangeas, and every flower you ever heard on in proportion, let alone what all the other men all over the earth had sent. On the north side of the island Japan just shows herself at her very best, and lets the world see her in a native village, and how she raises flowers, and makes shrubs and trees look curious as anything you ever see, and curiouser, too, all surrounded a temple where she keeps what she calls her religion, and lots of other things. Japan is one of the likeliest countries that are represented in Columbus's doings. She was the first country to respond to the invitation to take part in it, and I suppose maybe that is the reason that Chicago gin her this beautiful place to hold her own individual doings in. The temple is a gorgeous looking one, but queer as anything I ever see. But then, on the other hand, I suppose them Japans would call the Jonesville meetin' house queer, for what is strange in one country is second nater in another. This temple is built with one body and two wings, to represent the phoenix, or so they say. The wood part was built in Japan and put up here by native Japans, brung over for that purpose. It is elaborate and gorgeous looking in the extreme, and the gorgeousness different from our gorgeousness as one star differeth from a rutabaga turnip. Not that I mean any disrespect to Japan or the United States by the metaphor, but I had to use a strong one to show off the difference. In one wing of the temple is exhibited articles from 1,000 to 4,000 years old bronzes, and arms, and first attempts at pottery and lacquer. Some of these illustrate arts that are lost fur back in the past. I know how or where, nor Josiah don't. In the other wing are Japan productions 400 years old, showing the state of the country when Columbus sought out to discover their country, for it was stories of a wonderful island, most probable Japan. That was one thing that influenced Columbus strong. In the main building are sights and sights of goods from Japan at the present day. All of the north part of the island is a marvelous show of their skill and ingenuity in landscape gardening, and dwarf trees, and the wonderful garden effects for which they are noted. They make a present of the temple and all of these horticultural works to Chicago, to remain always a ornament of Jackson Park, which I call very pretty and am. Take it all together, the exhibits of Japan are about as interesting as that of any country of the globe. In some things they go ahead of us for. Now in some of their meetin' houses I am told they don't have much of anything but a looking-glass hanjin, to show the duty and necessity of looking at your own sins. To set for an hour and a half and examine your own self and meditate on your own shortcomings. How useful and improving that would be if used, as it ought to be, in Jonesville or Chicago. But still the world would call it queer. I leaned up hard on that thought, and was carried safe through all the queer sights I see there. I see quite a number of the Japans there, pretty, small-bonded folks, with faces kinder yellowish-brown, dark eyes sought considerable fur back in their heads, their noses not Romans by any means, quite the reverse, and their hair glossy and dark, little hands and feet. Some on 'em was dressed like Jonas Villians, but others had their queer-shaped clothing, and dreadful ornamental. Josiah was bound to have a sack embroidered like one of theirn, and some wooden shoes, and caps with tossels. He thought they was dressy, and he wanted some big sleeves that he could use as a pocket, and then says he, "To have shoes that have a separate place for the big toe, what a boon for that dumb old corn on that toe of mine that would be." But I frowned on the day, but says he, "If you mind the expense, I could take one of your old short nightgowns and color it black, and set some embroidery onto it. I could cut some figures out of cretonne, it wouldn't be much work." "Why," says he, "I could pin 'em on." "No, dumb at all," says he, "I couldn't set down in it, but I could glue 'em on." But I says, "If you want to follow the Japans I could tell you a custom of theirn, and I would give 10 cents willingly to see you foller it." "What is that?" says he, ready, as I could see, to ornament himself, or shave his hair, or dress up his big toe, or anything. But I says, "It is their politeness, Josiah Allen. I'd be a dumb fool if I was in your place." Says he, "What do I want to foller 'em for? I am polite, and always was." I looked coldly at him, and says I, "Japans wouldn't call their wives a dumb fool no quicker than they would take their heads off." Says he, conscience struck, "I didn't call you one. I said I would be one if I was in your place. I was a demeanin' myself, Samantha." Says I, not mindin' his persiflage. "The Japans are the politest nation on the earth. They say cheatin' and lyin' hain't polite, and so they don't want to foller 'em. They hitch principle and politeness right up in one team and ride after it." "Wall," says he, "I do and always have." I wouldn't deign to argue with him, only I remarked, "Wall, the team prances, and throws you time and again, Josiah Allen." Says I, "The Japans are neat, industrious, studious, and progressive, ardent in desire and knowledge." "Wall," says he, "if you think so much on 'em, why don't you buy a pipe? They all smoke, men and women." He didn't love to hear me praisin' even a nation, that man didn't, but I soothed him down by drawin' his attention to the housen of the little village. They was low, and had broad eaves, and a sort of a piazza runnin' all round 'em. They seemed to be kinder plastered on the outside, and the doors and winders, I wouldn't want to swear to it, but they did seem to be wood frames covered with paper, that would slide back and forth, and the partitions of the housen seemed to be made of paper that could be slipped and slided every way, or be took down, and turn the whole house into one room. And the little gardens round the housen looked curious as a dog, and curiouser, with trees and shrubs dwarfed and trained into forms of animals and so forth. But I leaned heavy on the thought that my house and garden in Jonesville would look just as queer to 'em, and got along without being too dumbfoundered. As I was walkin' along there, I did think of the errant old Miss Baker sent by me. She wanted me to get her a Japan dustpan. She said that them she bought of tin peddlers wasn't worth a cent, the Japan all wore off of 'em. "But," says she, "you buy it right at headquarters, you'd be apt to get a good one." And she told me that I might go as high as 25 cents if I couldn't get it for no less. And I spoke on there, but Josiah said that he wouldn't go luggin' round dustpans for nobody to this fair. But I says, I guess that Columbus went through more than that. But I did in my own mind hate to go round before the nations carryin' a dustpan, they're so kinder rakish lookin'. But if I'd seen a good one I should have leaned on duty and bought it. But we didn't see no signs of any. But we see pictures and ornaments so queer that I felt my own eyes movin' round sideways beholdin' of 'em, or would have if we had stayed there long enough. We see as we wended along that all round the island was another garden all full of flowers, and ornamental grasses, and beautiful shrubs, and went in walks, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth, an Eden of beauty. And in one place we see in a large tank the Victoria Regia. Its leaves was 10 feet long, and when in the water in its own home, the river Amazon in Brazil, the leaves will hold up a child 6 years old. Then there was the lotus from Egypt, and Indian lilies, and that magnificent flower, Humboldt's last discovery, the water poppy. It was a sight, a sight. But of all the sights I see that day, I guess the one that stayed by me the longest, and that I thought more on than any of the other contents of Horticultural Hall, as I lay there on my peaceful pillow at Miss Planks's, was the reproduction of the Crystal Cave of Dakota. The original cave, so far as they have discovered it, is 33 miles long. 3 times as long as the whole town of Lyme, the 30 lakes of pure water has been found in it, and 1,400 rooms have been opened up. Here is a reproduction of 7 of them rooms. 2 men of Deadwood of Dakota was over a year gettin' specimens of the stalactites and stalagmites which they have brought to the exposition. One of the rooms is called Garden of the Gods, another is Abode of the Fairies, and one is the Bridal Chamber, another is the Cathedral Chimes. Language can't paint nor do anything towards paintin' the dazzlin' glory of them rooms, with the great masses of gleamin' crystal, and slender columns, and all sorts of forms and fancies wrought in the dazzlin' crystalline masses. The chimes was perfect in their musical records. The guide played a tune on 'em. They was all lit up by electricity, and it was here that the plants was grown by no other light but electricity. By winding passages winding through groups of fairy-like beauty and grandeur, you at last come out into the principal chamber, and here indeed you did feel that you was in the garden of the gods, as you looked round and beheld with your almost dazzled eyes the gorgeous colors radiating from the crystals, and the gleamin' and glowin' fancies on every side of you. And I says to Josiah, the whole 33 miles that this represents was considered till about a year ago as only a small hole in the ground, so little do we know, says I, what glorious and majestic sights are about us on every side, liable to be revealed to us when the time comes. And then he was all rousted up about a hole down in our pasture. Says he, who knows what it would lead to if it was opened up? Says he, I'll put 20 men to dig in there the minute I get home. Says I, Josiah, that is a woodchuck hole, the woodchuck was took in it, you have got to be megam in caves as much as anything. Be calm, says I, for he was breathin' hard and was fearful excited, and I let him out as quick as I could. But he was sleepin' now peaceful, forgettin' his enthusiasm, while I, who took it calm at the time, kept awake to muse on the glory of the spectacle. After we left the horticultural building I proposed that we should branch out for once and get a fashionable dinner. Dinner! Says Josiah. Are you crazy, or what does ail you? Talk about gettin' dinner at this time of day, most bedtime. But I explained it out to him that fashion called for dinner at the hour that we usually partook of our evening meal at Jonesville. Says I, Josiah, I would love for just once to go to a big fashionable restaurant and mingle with the fashionable throng, just for instruction and education, Josiah, not that I want to foller it up. But says he, we'd better go to the same old place where we've got good, clean dinners and supperses, and enough on 'em, and at a livin' price. But he argued warm at the foolishness of the enterprise. But unlucky creetur that I was, I argued that, being a woman in search of instruction and wisdom, I wanted to see life on as many sides as I could. While I was at Columbus's doin's I wanted to look round and see all I could in a social and educational way. Poor deceived human creeturs, how they will blind their own eyes when they pursue their own desires. I do suppose it was vanity and pride that was at the bottom of it. And truly, if I desired to see life on a new side I was about to have my wish, and if I had a haughty spirit when I entered that hall of fashion, it was with drooping feathers and lowered crest that I went out on't. Josiah was mad when he finally gin up and accompanied and went in with me. It was a beautifully decorated room, and crowds of splendidly dressed men and men was settin' round at little tables all over the room. And as we went in, a tall, elegant-looking man, who I s'posed for a long time was a minister, and I wondered enough what brung him there, and why he should advance and wait on me, but s'posed it was because of the high opinion they had of me at Chicago, and their wantin' to use me so awful well. But for all his white collar, and necktie, and sanctimonious look, I found out that he was a waiter, for all on 'em looked just as he did, slick enough to be kept in a bandbox, and only let out once in a while to air. Wall, he led the way to a little table, and we seated ourselves, Josiah still actin' mad as a hen, and uppish. And then the waiter put some little slips of paper before us, one with printin' and one with writin' on it, and a pencil, and says he, I will be back when you make out your order. And Josiah took out his old silver spectacles and begun to read out loud, and his voice was angry and morbid in the extreme. Says he, loud and clear, Blue pints, pints of what, I'd love to know? If it was a good pint of sweetened vinegar and ginger, I'd fall in with ye day. Says I, keep still, Josiah, they're lookin' at you. Wall, let 'em look, says he, out loud and defiant. Consommé of chicken a la princess. What do we want of princesses here, or queens, or duchesses? We want somethin' to eat. Devilish crabs, do you want some, Samantha? I looked over his shoulder, in wild horror at them awful words, and then I whispered, Devilled crabs, and do you keep still, Josiah Allen, I'd ruther not have anythin' to eat at all than to have you act so, it hain't devilish. Wall, what is the difference? He says out loud and strong. Devilish or bedeviled, they both mean the same. And it is true, too true, they are all bedeviled. says he, gloomily eyeing the bill. I allers hated crabs from the time they used to fasten to my bare toes down in the old swimmin' hole in the creek. Wall, you don't want any bedeviled crabs, do you? No, says I faintly, for I was mortified enough to sink through the floor if there had been any sink in place, and I whispered, I'd ruther go without any dinner at all than to have you act so. Oh no, says he, loud and positive. You don't want to go without your dinner. You want to be fashionable and cut style. You want to make a show. Wall, says I, faint as a cat. I am apt to get my wish. For 3 men looked up and laughed, and 1 girl snickered besides some other vim men. Says I, hunchin' him, do be still and let's go to our old place. Oh no, says he, speakin' up to the top of his voice. Don't let's leave, here is such a variety. Potatoes surprise, says he. It must be that they are mealy and cooked decent. That would be about as much of a surprise as I could have about potatoes here, to have them biled fit to eat. We'll have some of them, anyway. Philadelphia Caparin. I didn't know that Philadelphia Caparin was any better than Chicago A Caparin or New York A Caparin. Veal oh just. I guess if he had been kicked by calves as much as I have, he wouldn't talk so much about their Christian habits. Leg of mutton with caper sass. Wall, it is natural for sheep to caper and act sassy, and it is nobody's business. Supreme Pine Bigardus. What in thunder is that? Supreme, Wall, I've heard of a Supreme Igiot, and I believe that Bigardus is his name. Terrapin a layin' on Maryland. I never knew that terrapin was a hen before, and why is it any better to lay on Maryland than anywhere else? Mebbe eggs are higher there. Wall, Maryland hain't much too big for a good-sized hen's nest, nor Rhode Island either. Josiah Allen, I whispered, deep and solemn. If you don't stop I will part with you. Folks was in a full snicker and a giggle by this time. Oh no, says he, loud and strong. You don't want to part with me till I get you a fashionable dinner, and we both cut style. Tenderloin of beef a tryin' on. A tryin' on what, I'd love to know. Style, most probable, this is such a stylish place. Will you be still, Josiah Allen? Says I, a layin' holt of his vest. No, I won't. I am tryin' to put on style, Samantha, and buy you somethin' stylish to eat. Wall, you needn't, says I. I have lost my appetite. Siberian punch! Let him come on, says Josiah. If I can't use my fist equal to any dumb Siberian that ever trod shoe leather, then I'll give in. Then 3 vim men giggled, and the waiters began to look mad and troubled. English rifles, Wall, I shouldn't have thought they would have tried that agin. No trifles, says he, lookin' closer at it. English trifles, lions' tails and coronets, mebbe, English trifles and tutti-frutti. Do have some tutti-frutti, Samantha, it has such a stylish sound to it, so different from good pork and beans and roast beef. I believe you would enjoy it dearly. Waiter, says he, bring on some tutti-frutti to once. The waiter approached cautiously, and made a motion to me, and touched his forehead. He thought he was crazy, and he whispered to me, Is it caused by drinkin'? Or is it natural and come on sudden? Josiah heard it, and answered out loud. It was caused by style, by being fashionable. My only aim has been to get my wife a fashionable dinner, but I see it has overcome her. The waiter was a good-hearted looking man, a kind hard beat below that white necktie, considerable below it on the left side, and says he to me, Shall I bring you a dinner, Mom, without talking the order? And I replied gratefully, Yes, so do. And so he brung it, a good enough dinner for anybody, good roast beef, and potatoes, and lemon pie, and tea, and Josiah eat hearty, and had to quiet down some, though he kept a mournin' all through the meal about its not being carried on fashionable and stylish, and that it was my doin's breakin' it up, and etc., etc., and the last thing wantin' tutti-frutti, and etc., etc. And I paid for the meal out of my own pocket. The waiter thought I had to on account of my companion's loony state, and he ginned the bill to me. And Josiah chucklin' over it, as I could see, for savon his money. And I got him out of that place as quick as I could. The bystanders, or ruther the bysetters, logan or lookin' pitiful at me, as their naters differed. And as we wended off down the broad path on the outside, I says, "You have disgraced us forever in the eyes of the nation, Josiah Allen." And he says, "What have I done? You can't throw it in my face, Samantha, that I hain't tried to cut style, that I didn't try to give you a stylish meal." I wouldn't say a word further to him, and I never spoke to him once that night, not once. Only in the night I thought there was a mouse in the room, and I forgot myself and called on him for help. And for 3 days I didn't pass nothing but the compliments with him. He felt bad, he worships me. He did it all to keep me from going to a castle-wide place. I know what his motives was, but he had mortified me too deep. Chapter 15. Wall, this morning I said that I would go to see the Palace of Art if I had to go on my hands and knees. And Josiah says, "I guess you need a new pair of knees by the time you got there." And I do suppose it was miles and miles from where I was. But I only wanted to let Josiah Allen know my cast-iron determination to not be put off another minute in paying my devours to art. He see it writ in my mien and didn't make no moves towards breaking it up. Only he muttered something about not caring so much about our paintings as he did for lots of other things. But I heeded him not, and says I, "We will go early in the morning before anyone gets there." But I guess that several 100,000 other folks must have laid on the same plans overnight, for we found the rooms full and running over when we got there. Before we got to the Art Palace, you know you was in its neighborhood by the beautiful statues and groups of figures you'd see all round you. The building itself is a gem of art, if you can call anything a gem that is acres and acres big of itself, and then has immense annexes connected with it by broad, handsome corridors on either side. It is Greek in style, and the dome rises 125 feet and is surmounted by Martini's wonderful winged Victory. Another female is depicted standing on top of the globe with wreaths in her outstretched hands. Wall, I hope the figure is symbolical, and I believe in my soul she is. You enter this palace by 4 great portals, beautiful with sculptured figures and ornaments, and as you go on in the colonnade you see beautiful paintings illustrating the rise and progress of art. And way up on the outside, on what they call the frieze of the building, and good land, I don't see what they was thinking on, for I was just melting down where I was, and it must have been hotter up there. But that's their way. Wall, way up there and on the pediment of the principal entrances are sculptures and portraits of the ancient masters of art in relief. In relief? That's what they called it, and I suppose them old men must felt real relieved and contented to be sot down there in such a grand place, and so riz up like. You could see plain by their lineaments how glad and proud they was to be in Chicago, looking down on that scene of beauty all round 'em. Looking down on the terraces richly ornamented with balustrades, down over the immense flight of steps down into the blue water, with its flocks of steam launches, and gondolas, like gay birds of passage, settled down there ready for flight. All the light in this building comes down through immense skylights. There is no danger of folks falling out of the windows or having anybody peeking unless it is the man in the moon. All round this vast room is a gallery 40 feet wide, where you could lock arms and promenade, and talk about hens. But you wouldn't want to, I don't believe. You'd want to spend every minute feasting your eyes on the best of the world. All along the floors of the nave and transepts are displayed the most beautiful sculptures that was ever sculpted in any part of the world, while teehee walls are covered with paintings and sculptured panels in relief. That's what they call 'em, because it's such a relief for folks to sit down and look at 'em. Between the promenades and naves and transepts are the smaller rooms, where the private collections of pictures are kept and the works of the different art schools, and the 4 corners are filled with smaller picture galleries. Why, to go through just one of them annexes, let alone the palace itself, would take a week if you examined 'em as you ought to. Josiah told me that morning, with an encouraged look onto his face, "Samantha, after we've seen all the out paintings we'll go somewhere, and have a good time." But good land! See all the out paintings! Why, as I told him after we'd wandered through there for hours and hours, says I, if we spent every minute of the whole summer we couldn't do justice to 'em all. And we couldn't. Why, it has been all calculated out by a good calculator, that spend 1 minute to a picture, and it would take 26 days to go through 'em. And good land! What is 1 minute to some of the pictures you see? Why, Half a day was none too long to pore over some on 'em, and when I say poor, I mean poor, for I see dozens of folks weepin' quite hard before some on 'em. For these pictures wasn't picked out haphazard all over the country. No, they had to, every one on 'em, run the gauntlet of the most severe and close criticism. The jury of admittance stood in front of that gallery, and over it, as you may say, like the very finest and strongest wire sieve, strainin' out all but the finest and clearest merits. No dregs could get through, not a dreg. I guess that hain't a very good metaphor, and if I wasn't in such a hurry I'd look round and tried to find a better one, not knowin', too, but what that jury of admittance will feel mad as hens at me to be compared to sieves. But I don't mean the common wire ones, such as tin peddlers sell. No, I mean the searchin' and elevatin' process by which the very best of our country and the whole world was separated from the less meritorious ones, and spread out there for the inspiration and delight of the assembled nations. And was it a sight what was to be found there? Landscapes from every land on the globe, from Lapland to the Orient. Tropical forests, with soft southern faces looking out of the verdant shadows. Frozen icebergs, with fur-clad figures with stern aspects, and grizzly bears and icicles. Bits of the beauty of all climes under all skies, dark or sunny. Mountains, trees, valleys, forests, plains and prairies, palaces and huts, ships, boats and balloons. The beauty and the sadness of every season of the year, beautiful faces, inspired faces, humbly faces, strikin' powerful means, and mean cowardly sly lineaments looked out on every side of us. Pictures illustratin' every phase of human life, in every corner of the globe, from birth to death, from kingly prosperity and luxurious ease to prisons and scaffolds, the throne, the hospital, the convent, the pulpit, the monastery, the home, the battlefield, the mid-ocean, and the sheltered way, and heaven and hell, and life and death. Every scene and spot the human mind had ever conceived was here depicted. Every emotion man or woman ever felt, every inspiration that ever possessed their soul, every joy and every grief that ever lifted or bowed down their heads was here depicted. And scenes from the literature of every land was illustrated, the world of matter, the world of mind, all their secrets laid bare to the eyes of the admiring nations. It was a sight, a sight! Gallery after gallery, room after room did we wander through till the gorgeous colorant seemed to dye our very thoughts and emotions, and I looked at Josiah in a kinder mixed-up, lofty way, as if he was a oil paintin' or a statue, and he looked at me almost as if he considered me a chromo. It was a time not to be forgot as long as memory sets up high on her high throne. Room after room, gallery after gallery, beauty dazzlin' us on every side, and lameness and twinges of rheumatiz harrissin' us in our four extremities. Why, the sight seemed so endless and so immense, that some of the time we felt like two needles in a haymow made up of a vision of loveliness, and the two little needles feelin' fairly tuckered out, and blunted, and browbeat. Why, we got so kinder bewildered and carried away, that some of the time I couldn't tell whether the masterpiece I was devourin' with my eyes come from Germany or Jonesville, from France or Schackhill, from Holland or from Zor, up in the upper part of Lyme. Of course amongst that endless display there was some pictures that struck such hard blows at the heart and fancy that you can't forget 'em if you wanted to, which most probable you don't. And now, in thinkin' back on 'em, I can't sort 'em out and lay 'em down where they belong and mark 'em 1, 2, 3, 4, and etc. as I'd ought to. But I'm just as likely to let my mind jump right from what I see at the entrance to somethin' that I see way to the latter end of the buildin', and vice versa. It kinder worries me. I love to even meditate and allegore with some degree of order and system, but I can't here. I must allegore and meditate on 'em just as they come, and truly thinkin' on these pictures, I feel as Hosey Bigelow used to say, I can't tell what's comin', gall or honey. But some of them pictures and statues made perfect dents in my memory, and can't be smoothed out agin nohow. There was one little figure just at the entrance where we went in. The young acrobat. That impressed me dreadfully. It was a man's hand and arm that was risin' up out of a pedestal, and on the hand was set the cutest little baby you ever see. I guess it was the first time that he'd ever sot up anywhere out of the cradle, or his ma's arms. He looked some scart, and some proud, and too cunnin' for anything, as I hearn remarked by a few hundred female vim men that day. And like as not it is just like my incoherence in reverie that from that little baby my mind would spring right on to the French exhibit to that noble statue of Jenny d'Arc, kneeling there with her clasped hands and her eyes lifted as if she was saying, "I did hear the voices." And so she did hear the language of heaven, and the dull souls around her was too earthly to comprehend the divine harmonies, and so they burnt her up for it. Lots of folks are burned up in different fires today, for the same thing. Then maybe my mind will just jump to the Age of Iron, or to the Secrets of the Tomb, or The Eagle and the Vulture, or Washington and Lafayette, or Charity, a good-looking creature she was, she could think of other children besides her own. Or maybe it will jump right over onto the Indian buffalo hunt, a horse rarin' right up to get rid of a buffalo that was pressin' right in under its forelegs. I don't see how that hunter could stay on his back. I couldn't, to say nothin' to shootin' the arrows into the critter as he's doin'. Or maybe my mind'll jump right over to the Soldier of Marathon, or Eve, no knowin' at all where my thoughts will take me amongst them noble marble figures. And as for pictures, my reverie on 'em now is a perfect sight, a show as good as a panorama is goin' on in my foretop now when I let my thoughts take their full swing on them pictures. Amongst them that struck the hardest blows on my fancy was them that told stories that touched the heart. There was one in the Holland exhibit called Alone in the World, a picture that rousted up my feelin's to a almost alarmin' extent. It was a picture by Joseph Israel. It was a sight to see how this picture touched the hearts of the people. No grandeur about it, but it held the soul of things, pathos, heartbreak and sorrow. A peasant had come home to his bare-looking cottage, and found his wife dead in her bed. He didn't rave round and act, and strike an attitude. No, he just turned round and sat there on his hard stool, with his hands on his knees, fastened the bare future. The whole of the desolation of that long life of emptiness and grief that he sees stretch out before him without her, that he had loved and lost, was in the man's grief-stricken face. It was that face that made up the loss and the strength of the picture. I cried and wept in front of it, and cried and wept. I thought, what if that was Josiah that sat there with that agony in his face, and that desolation in his heart, and I couldn't comfort him. Couldn't say to him, "Josiah, we'll bear it together." I was fearful overcome. And then there was another picture called Breakin' Home Ties. A crowd always stood before that. It was a boy just settin' out to seek his fortune. The breakfast table still stood in the room. The old grandma sat in there still. Time had dulled her vision for lookin' forward. She was lookin' into the past, into the realm that had held so many pardons for her, and maybe lookin' way over the present into the land of meetins. The little girl with her hand on the old dog is too small to fully realize what it all means. But in the mother's face you can see the full meaning of the pardon, the breaking of the old ties that bound her boy so fast to her in the past. The letting him go out into the evil world without her lovin' watchfulness and love. All the love that would fain go with him, all the admonition that she would fain give him, all the love and all the hope she feels for him is writ in her gentle face. As for the boy, anticipation and dread are writ on his mien, but the man is waitin' impatient outside to take him away. The pardon must come. You turn away, glad you can't see that last kiss. Then there was Holy Night, the Christ child, with its father and mother, and some surrounding worshippers of both sex. Mary's face held all the sweetness and strength you'd expect to see in the mother of our Lord. And Joseph looked real well too, quite well. Josiah said that the halos round his head and Mary's looked some like big white plates. But I says, "You hain't much of a judge of halos, anyway. Mebbe if you should try to make a few halos you'd speak better of 'em." I often think this in the presence of critics. Mebbe if they should lay holt and paint a few pictures, they wouldn't find fault with 'em so glib. It looks real mean to me to see folks find so much fault with what they can't do half so well themselves. Then there was the vim men at the tomb of the Christ. The door is open, the angel is beggin' for 'em to enter. In the faces of them weepin', waitin' vim men is depicted the very height and depth of sorrow. You can't see the face of one on 'em, but her poster gives the impression of absolute grief and loss. The quivering lips seems from in the words, "Farewell, farewell, best beloved." Deathless love shines through the eyes streaming with tears. In the British section there was one picture that struck such a deep blow onto my heart that its strings hain't got over vibratin' still. They send back some of them deep, thrillin' echoes every time I think on in the daytime or wake up in the night and think on't. It was Love and Death, and was painted by Mr. Watts of London. It showed a home where love had made its sweet restin' place. Vines grew up round the pleasant doorway, emblematic of how the heart's deep affection twined round the spot. But in the doorway stood a mighty form, veiled and shadowy, but relentless. It has torn the vines down, they lay with Aaron at its feet. It was bound to enter. Though you couldn't see the face of this veiled shape, a mysterious, dreadful atmosphere darkened and surrounded it, and you knew that its name was Death. Love stood in the doorway, vainly trying to keep it out, but you could see plain how its pleadin', implorin' hand, extended out trying to push the figure away, was goin' to be swept aside by the inexorable, silent shape. Death when he goes up on a doorstep and pauses before a door has got to enter, and love can't push it away. No, it can only get its wings torn off and trampled on in the vain effort. It was a dreadful impressive picture, one that can't be forgot while life remains. On the opposite wall was Crane's noble picture, Freedom. I stood before that for some time nearly lost and by the side of myself. Crane did first rate. I'd have been glad to have told him so, it would have been so encouraging to him. Then there was another picture in the English section called The Passing of Arthur, that roused up deep emotions. I'd heard Thomas J. read so much about Arthur, and that round extension table of Hyson, that I seemed to be well acquainted with him and his mates. I knew that he had a dreadful hard time on't, what with his wife fallin' in love with another man, which is always hard to bear, and etc. And I always approved of his doin's. He never tried to go west to get a divorce. No, he merely says to her, when she knelt at his feet wantin' to make up with him, he says, "Live so that in heaven thou shalt be Arthur's true wife, and not another's." I'll bet that shamed Genevieve, and made her feel real bad. And his deathbed always seemed dreadful pathetic to me. And here it was all painted out. The boat floatin' out on the pale golden green light, and Arthur layin' there with the three queens weepin' over him. Floatin' on to the island valley of Avilion, where falls not hail nor rain, nor any snow. And then there was a picture by Whistler called The Princess of the Land of Porcelain. You couldn't really tell why that slender little figure in the long trailin' silken robes, and the deep dark eyes, and vivid red lips should take such a holt on you. But she did, and that face peers out of memory Isles time and time agin, and you wake up thinkin' on her in the night. Mr. Whistler must have been dreadful interested himself in the lady of the land of porcelain, or he couldn't have interested other folks so. And then there was another by Mr. Whistler, called The Lady of the Yellow Buskin, a poem of glowing color and life. And right there nigh by was one by Mr. Chase, just about as good. The name on't was Alice. I believe Alice Ben Bolt looked some like her when she was of the same age, you know. Sweet Alice, whose hair was so brown, who wept with delight when Mr. Ben Bolt gin her a smile, and trembled with fear at Mr. Ben Bolt's frown. She ought to had more gumption than that, but I always liked her. Elihu Vedder's pictures rousted up deep emotions in my soul, just about the deepest I have got, and the most mysterious and weird. Other artists may paint the outside of things, but he goes deeper, and paints the emotions of the soul that are so deep that you don't hardly know yourself that you've got them of that variety. In looking through these pictures of Hyson illustratin' that old Persian poem, Omer Khayyam, why, I have had from 80 to 100 emotions right along for half a day at a time. Mr. Vedder had here A Soul in Bondage, The Young Marius and Mourning, and Delilah and Samson, and several others remarkably impressive. And Mr. Sargent's Mother and Child looked first-rate in its cool, soft colors. They put me in mind a good deal of Tirzah and Babe. And The Delaware Valley, and A Grey Lowery Day, by Mr. George Innes, impressed me wonderfully. Many a day like it have I passed through in Jonesville. Hard Times, also in an American department, was dreadful impressive. A man and a woman was a standin' in the hard, dusty road. His face looked as though all the despair, and care, and perplexities of the hard times was depicted in it. He was stalkin' along as if he had forgot everything but his trouble. And I presumed that he'd had a dreadful hard time on't, dreadful. He couldn't get no work, mebbe, and was obliged to stand and see his family starve and suffer round him. Yes, he was a walkin' along with his hands in his empty pockets and his eyes bent towards the ground. But the woman, though her face looked haggard, and fur wanner than his'n, yet she was a lookin' back and reachin' out her arms towards the children that was a comin' along fur back. One of 'em was a cryin', I guess. His ma hadn't nothin' but love to give him, but you could see that she was a givin' him that liberal. And Durant's Spanish singing girl rousted up a sight of admiration. She was very good lookin', looked a good deal like my son's wife. Well, in the Russian department, and just see how my reverie flops about, clear from America to Russia at one jump. There was a picture there of a boat in a storm. And on that boat is thrown a vivid ray of sunshine. You'd think that it was the real thing, and that you could warm your fingers at it, but it hain't, it is only painted sunshine. But it beats all I ever see. I wouldn't hesitate for a minute to use it for a noon mark. In the German exhibit was as awful a picture as I want to see. It was Julia, old Mr. Servius's girl, Miss Tarquin that now is, ridin' over her pa and killin' him a purpose, so she could get his property. To see Miss Tarquin, that wicked creetur, doin' that wicked act, is enough to make a perfect race of old maids and bachelors. The idea of havin' a lot of children to take care on, and then be rid over by 'em. But I shall always believe that she was put up to it by the Tarquin boys. I never liked 'em, they wasn't likely. But the picture is a sight, dreadful big and scareful. And in that section is a beautiful picture by Fritz Uhiel, whose figures, folks say, are the best in the world. The angels appearing to the shepherds. Oh, what glowin' faces the angels had! You read in 'em what the shepherds did. Love, goodwill to man. There was some little pictures there about 6 inches square, and marked. Little pictures for a child's album. And Josiah says to me, I believe I'll buy one of 'em for Babe's album that I got her last Christmas. Says he, I've got 10 cents in change, but probable. Says he, it won't be over 8 cents. Says I, don't be too sanguine, Josiah Allen. Says he, I am never sanguinary without good horse sense to back it up. They throwed in a chromo 3 feet square with the last calico dress you bought at Jonesville, and this hain't over 5 or 6 inches big. Wall, says I, buy it if you want to. Wall, says he, that's what I lay out to do, Mom. So he accosted a Columbus guard that stood nigh, and says he, I'm a-going to buy that little picture, and I want to know if I can take it home now in my vest pocket? That picture, says he, is $20,000. It is owned by the German National Gallery, and is loaned by them. And says he, with a ready flow of knowledge inherent to them guards, the artist, Adolphe Menzel, is to German art what Meissonier is to the French. His pictures are all bought by the National Gallery, and bring enormous sums. Josiah almost swooned away. Nothin' but pride kept him up. I didn't say nothin' to add to his mortification. Only I simply said, Babe will prize that picture, Josiah Allen. And he says, be a fool if you want to, I'm a-goin' to get somethin' to eat. And he hurried me along at almost a dog trot, but I would stop to look at a spring day in Bavaria, and the fish market in Amsterdam, and the nun, and some others I would, they was all beautiful in the extreme. Wall, after we come back into the gallery again, the first picture we went to see was Christ Before Pilate, by Mr. Munkacsy. There he stood, the man of sorrows, with his tall figure full of patient dignity, and his face full of love, and pity, and anguish, all bent into an indescribable majesty and power. His hands was bound, he stood there the center of that sneering, murderous crowd of priests and Pharisees. On every side of him he would meet a look of hate and savage exultation in his misery. And he, like a lamb before the shearers, was dumb, bearing patiently the sins and sorrows of a world. The fate of a universe looked out of his deep, sweet eyes. He could bear it all, the hate, all the ignominy, the cruel death drawn so near. He could bear it all through love and pity, the highest heights love ever went, and the deepest pity. Only one face out of that jeerin', evil crowd had a look of pity on't, and that was the one woman in the throng, and she held a child in her arms. Mebbe love had taught her the secret of grief. Anyway, she looked as if she pitied him and would have loosed his bonds if she could. It was a dreadful, impressive picture, one that touched the most sacred feelings of the beholder. There was a great fuss made over Alma Tadema's picture of crowning Bacchus, but I didn't approve on't. The girl's figures in it was very beautiful, with the wonderful floatin' hair of red gold crowned with roses. But I wanted to tell them girls that after they got Mr. Bacchus all crowned, he'd turn on 'em, and just as like as not pull out whole handfuls of that golden hair, and kick at 'em, and act. Mr. Bacchus is a villain of the deepest dye. I felt just like warning 'em. I like Miss Tadema's pictures enough sight better, pretty little girls playin' innocent games, and dreamin' sweet fancies by the fireside. The Flagellants, by Karlmar, is an enormous big picture, but fearful to look at. It made me feel real bad to see how them men was hurtin' their own selves. They hadn't ought to. Another picture by the same artist called A Summer Afternoon. I liked as well agin. The soul of the pleasant summertime looked out of that picture, and the faces of the vim men and children in it. The little one clingin' to its mother's hand and feedin' the chickens looked cute enough to kiss. She favored Babe a good deal in her looks. The Cemetery in Dalmatia, and the Market Scene in Cairo, by Leopold Muller, struck hard blows onto my fancy. And so did 3 by Madame Weisinger. Mornin' by the Seashore, Breakfast in the Country, and The Laundress of the Mountain. Christ and the Children, by Julius Schmid, was beautiful as could be. And so was The Death of Autumn, by Franz Pensinger. They held in all the sadly glorious beauty of the closing year. The 3 Beggars of Cordova, by Edwin Weeks, was dreadful interestin'. Them tramps set there lookin' so sassy, and lazy, natural as life. Lots of just such ones have importuned me for food on my Jonesville doorstep. Then he had 2 Hindu fakirs that was real interestin'. The fur-off Indian city, the river, and the fakir alien in the boat, tired out, I presume, makin' folks stand up in the air, and climb up ladders into nowhere, and eatin' swords, and eatin' fire, and etc. He was beat out, and no wonder. The colourin' of this picture is superb. And so was his Persian horse dealers, and others. Mr. Melcher's sermon and communion was very impressive, as natural as the meetinghausen and congregation at Jonesville and Zor. In the Holland exhibit was all kinds of clouds painted. Clouds layin' low in somber piles, and clouds with the sun almost shinin' through 'em. Wonderful effects as I ever see. And I was lookin' at a picture there so glowin' and beautiful that it seemed to hold in it the very secret of summer. The heart fire and glow of summer shone through its fine atmosphere. And says I, Josiah, did you ever see anything like it? Oh, yes, says he. It's quite fair. Fair, says I. Can't you say somethin' more than that? Wall, from fair to middlin' then, says he. But for real beauty, says he, give me them pictures made in corn, and oats, and beans. Give me that Dakota cow made out of grain, with a tail of timothy grass, and straw legs, and corn ear horns. There is real beauty, says he. Or that picture in the state buildin' of the whole farm made in seeds. The old bean farmhouse, and barley well sweep, and the fields bounded with corn twig fences, and horses made of silkweed, and manes and tails of corn silk, there is beauty, says he. And as for statutes, I'd ruther see one of them figures that Miss Brooks of Nebraska makes out of butter than a whole carload of marble figures. I said the deep, curious sith, and he went on. Why, says he, it stands to reason they're more valuable. What good would the stun be to you if a marble statue got smashed? A dead loss on your hands. But let one of her Iolanthes get knocked over and broke to pieces, Why, there you are, good, solid butter, worth 30 cents of any man's money. Give me statuary that is ornamental in prosperity, and that you can eat up if reverses come to you, says he. Why, says he, there's 100 kinds of grain in that one model farm of Illinois. Now, if that picture should get torn to pieces by a cyclone, what would our painting be? A dead loss. But that grain farmhouse, what food for hens that would make, such a variety. Why, the hens would just pour out eggs fed on the ruins of that farm. Give me beauty and economy hitched together in one team. I sighed, and the sigh was deep, almost like a groan, and says I, You tire me, Josiah Allen, you tire me almost to death. Wall, says he, I'm talking good horse sense. Says I should think it was animal sense of some kind, nothing spiritual about it, and riz up. Wall, says he, you'll see 500 folks standin' round and praisin' up them seed picters where there is one that gets carried away as you do over Watts's Love and Death and Elihu Vedder's dumb picters. Wall, says I, in a tired-out accent, that don't prove anything, Josiah Allen. The multitude chose Barabbas to the Divine One. Not, says I reasonably, that I would want to compare the seed pictures and the butter females to a robber. They're extremely curious and interesting to look at, and wonderful in their way as anything in the whole exposition. But, says I, there is a height and a depth in the soul that them butter figures can't touch, no, nor the popcorn trees can reach that height with their sorghum branches. It lays fur beyond the switching Timothy tail of that seed horse, or the waving ricin mane of that prune charger. It is a realm, says I, that I fear you will never stand in, Josiah Allen. No, indeed, says he, and I don't want to. I hain't no desires that way. Again I sighed, and we walked off into another gallery. Wall, I might write and keep writin' from 4th of July to Christmas Eve, and then get up Christmas mornin' and say truly that the half hadn't been told of what we see there, and so what is the use of tryin' to relate it in this epistle? But suffice it to say that we stayed there all day long, and that night we meandered home perfectly wore out, and perfectly riz up in our two minds, or at least I was. Josiah's feelin's seemed to be clear fag, just plain wore out fag. The nights are always cool in Chicago, that is, if the weather is anyways comfortable during the day. And this night it was so cool that a good woolen blanket and bedspread was none too much for comfort. And it was with a sigh of contentment that I lay down on my peaceful goose-feather pillow, and drawed the blankets up over my weary frame and sunk to sleep. I had been to sleep I know not how long when an angry, excited voice wakened me. It said, Lay down, can't you? I hearn it as one in a dream. I couldn't sense where I was nor who was talkin', when again I hearn. Dumb it all! Why can't you fall as you ought to? Was some struggle goin' on in my room? The bed was in an alcove, and I could not see the place from where the voice proceeded. I reached my hand out. My worst apprehensions was realized. Josiah was not there. Was someone killin' him, and orderin' him to lay still and fall as he ought to? Was such boldness in crime possible? I raised my head and looked out into the room, and then with a wild shriek I covered up my head. Then I discovered that there was only one thin sheet over me. The sight I had seen had driven the blood in my veins all back to my heart. A tall white figure was standin' before the glass, draped from head to foot in heavy white drapery. I'd often turned it over in my mind in hours of ease which I'd ruther have appeared to me in the night, a burglar or a ghost. And now in the tumultuous beatings of my heart I owned up that I would ruther 100 times it would be a burglar. Anything seemed to me better than to be alone at night with a ghost. But anon, as I quaked and trembled under that sheet, the voice spoke again. Samantha, are you awake? And I sprung up in bed again, and says I, Josiah Allen, where are you? Oh, save me, Josiah! Save me! The white figure turned. Save you from what, Samantha? Is there a mouse under the bed, or is it a spider, or what? Who be you? Says I, almost incoherently. Be you a ghost? Oh, Josiah, Josiah! And I sunk back onto the pillow and busted into tears. The relief was too great. But anon wonder seized the place that fear had held in my frame, and dried up the teardrops, and I sprung up again and says, "What be you doin', Josiah Allen, rigged up as you be in the middle of the night, with the lights all a burnin'?" For every gas jet in the room was a blazin' high. Says he, "I am pausin' for a statute, Samantha." And come to look closter, I see he had took off the blanket and bedspread, and had swathed them round his form some like a toga. And I see it was them that he was apostrophizin' and orderin' to lay down in folds and fall graceful. And somehow the day of his talking the bedclothes often me seemed to mad me about as much as his foolishness and vanity did. And says I, "Do you take off them bedclothes often you, and put 'em back agin, and come to bed?" But he didn't heed me, he went on with his vain doin's and actin'. "I am impersonatin' Apollo," says he, layin' his head onto one side and lookin' at me over his shoulder in a kind of a languishin' way. Says he, liftin' his heel, and holdin' it up a little ways, "I did think I would be Mercury, but I hadn't any wing handy for my off heel. I would be strikin' as Mercury," says he, "but I think I would be at my best as Apollo. What do you think I had better be, Samantha? A lunatic would strike me as the right thing, Josiah Allen, or an idiot from birth. Or," says I, speakin' more ironicler as my fear died away, leavin' in its void a great madness and tiredness, "if you'd brung your scythe along you might personate old Father Time." I guess this kinder mad him, and says he, "Don't you want to pose, Samantha? Don't you want to be the Witch of Endor?" says he. "Yes," says I, "I'd love to. If I was her you'd see sights in this room that would bow your old bald head in horror, and drive you, vain old creetur that you be, back where you belong." He was afraid he'd gone too fur, and says he, "Mebbe you'd ruther be Venus, Samantha? Mebbe you'd ruther appear in the nude?" Says I coldly, "I should think that you'd done your best to make me appear in that way, Josiah Allen. There's only one thin sheet to keep me from it. But," says I, spruntin' up, "if you talk in that way any more to me I'll holler to Miss Plank. Pardner or no pardner, I hain't goin' to be imposed upon this time of night." Says I should be ashamed if I was in your place, the father and grandfather of a family, and the deacon in a meetin' house, to be up at midnight pausin' for statutes and actin' dot. "But," says he, "I didn't know but they would want to sculp me while I was here in Chicago, and I thought I'd get a attitude all ready. You never know what may happen, and it's always well to be prepared, and attitudes are dreadful hard to catch onto at a minute's notice." Says I, "Do you come back to bed, Josiah Allen? What would they want of you for a statute?" "Wall," says he, reluctantly relinquishing his toga, or, in other words, the flannel blanket and bedspread, "I see many a statute today with not half my good looks, and if Chicago wanted me to ornament it, I wanted to be prepared." I said aloud, and says I, "Here I be waked up for good, as tired as I was, all for your vanity and actin' dot." "Wall," says he, "Samantha, my mind was all so stirred up and excited by seein' so many paintins and statutes today, that I felt dreadful." And as he says this my madness all died away, as the way of pardners is, and a great pity stole into my heart. I do s'pose he was half delirious with seein' too much. Like a man who has oversought himself and come down on the floor. That man had been led round too much that day, for my own pleasure. To gratify my own aesthetic taste I had almost ruined the partner of my youth and middle age. His mind had been stretched too fur, for the size on't, so I says suthin' why. Wall, Josiah, come back to bed and go to sleep, and tomorrow we'll go and see some livestock and some plows and things." So at last I got him quieted down, though he did murmur once or twice in his sleep, "Apollo, Hercules," etc., so I see what his inward state was. But towards mornin' he seemed to get into a good sound sleep, and I did too, and we waked up feelin' quite considerable rested and refreshed. And it wasn't till I had a sick headache bad, and he was more than good to me, and I see that he repented deep of it, that I forgive him fully. But of course it broke up our goin' to fashionable places agin to eat. He come out conqueror, after all, men are deep. Chapter 16. Wall, this mornin', it bein' kind of a muggy and cloudy one, I proposed that we should go and visit the fishery department. And I know why I should have thought on it this mornin' more'n another one, only it was just such a day as Josiah and Thomas Jefferson always took for goin' fishin' in the creek back of Jonesville. And then we had fish for breakfast too, Cisco's, mebbe that put me in mind on it some. But anyway, I was always interested in the subject of fishin', and the whole world is. For what was the 'postles? Fishers. For what did the great Master name his beloved? Fishers of men. Why, the Bible is full of fishin' and fishermen, clear back to Jonah, and how took up he was with a fish, and how full the fish was of him. Fishin' was the first industry in the New World. When our forefathers landed on Plymouth Rock, they found the harbor shaped like a fishhook, and then consequently they went to fishin'. Who got Washington and his army over the Delaware River that bitter cold night in 1777, when the fate of our country was a hangin' over that sea of broken ice, ruin on this side, and possible success on the other, but the impassable gulf of bitter cold water and the crashing masses of ice between? Who got 'em across? Fishermen. Our country has always been noted in its interest in fishin'. Why, at the International Exhibition at Berlin in 1880, America won the first prize given by the Emperor for its display. And I knew when it done so well on a foreign shore, it wasn't going to make any failure of itself here under its own line and fish tree, so to speak. Wall, as I said, Josiah expressed a willingness to go, and consequently and subsequently we went. Wall, we found it was a group of buildin's on a beautiful island, in the northern part of the lagoon, joinin' the improved part of Jackson Park. There was 3 on 'em in number. The middle one was a long buildin' with a high dome, and some towers in the center on't, and the arches and the pillows was all ornamented off with figures of fishes, and crabs, and lobsters, and all sorts of water growth. It looked unique, and first rate too. And when I say it was a long buildin', I don't want it understood that I mean length as we call it in Jonesville, but Chicago length, or rather Chicago Jackson Park length, which is fur longer than just plain Chicago largeness. In the center of the big buildin' is a fish pond all ornamented with rock work, and all sorts of aquatic plants. And then all joined on to the main buildin', at each end and connected with it by carved arches, handsome as arches was ever made in the world, and trimmed off in the unique way I've mentioned prior to and beforehand, was 2 other buildin's, each one on 135 feet long. The buildin' to the east is the aquarium, or live fish exhibit, and that to the west is to show off the anglin' exhibit. They was round and kinder double-breasted lookin' on both sides. The shape on 'em is called polygon, probable named after the man's wife that built it. It had a good many sides to it, mebbe Polly had to her. I know them men are falsely called 7-sided lots of times. Wall, in the middle of the buildin' designed for the aquarium is a big pool of water 26 feet in diameter. In the middle of the pool is a risin' up some rocks covered with moss and ferns, from which cool streams of water are drippin' and drizzlin' down onto the reeds and rushes, where the most gorgeous colored fishes you ever see are playin' round in the water, as cool and happy in the middle of a meltin' summer day. Not needin' no fans or parasols, jest divin' and splashin' down in the wet water, and enjoyin' themselves. I bet lots of swelterin' folks jest envied 'em. Surroundin' this rotunda, under a glass roof, runs 2 lines of aquariums, separated by a wide gallery, more'n 50 of 'em in all. In the fresh water was all kinds of fishes from all parts of the country and the world. Salmons, muskellunges, the great Mississippi catfish, alligators, trout, whitefish, sunfishes, etc., and etc. In the salt water was sharks, torpedoes, dogfishes, goosefishes, sheep's heads, bluefishes, weakfish, and strong ones too, I should think. Why, more'n I could name if I should talk all day. Why, I shouldn't have been surprised a mite if I had seen floatin' up to me that old leviathan of Jobs that couldn't be pulled out with a hook, or his nose with a cord that was let down. Why, I wouldn't have been surprised at nothin'. I felt a good deal of the time just like that in all of the buildin's, and I said so to my Josiah when he tried to surprise me by lookin' at some straw-ng thing. No, Josiah, I would say, I can't be surprised no more, the time for that has gone by, a long time ago. And then there was gobies, sticklebacks, seahorses, devilfishes, and I believe there was a jellyfish, though I didn't see it. Though so far as gel goes, as I told Josiah, I would ruther make my own gel out of my own berries and crab apples, and then I know how it's made. But howsomever, there was all the fishes that ever swum in America, Mexico, South America, Europe, and Asia, and I know but what there was a few from Africa. And to see on the bottom of them aquarium shells a walkin' round, with the owners of them shells inside of 'em, was a sight to see. Why, any one here would have 60 or 70 emotions a minute right along, seein' these, and meditatin' on the wonders of the deep. And then there was the rainbow fish, which is found both on the Pacific and Atlantic coasts. It has all the colors the rainbow ever had, and more too. And then to see our own magnificent water lilies floatin' on top of the water, and then to see 'em down under the water, with fishes floatin' all amongst 'em. Oh, what a sight! What a sight it was! Outside of the buildin', when at last we did tear ourselves away from that scene of enchantment, and went outside, I upheld by my motive to see everything I could, and Josiah by the idea that we would step into a restaurant that was fur away. When outside we see a lot of ponds all illustratin' the best way of pond culture, and all sorts of aquatic plants. Wall, at Josiah's request, we went to the nighest place and had a cup of tea and a good little lunch. And then we went back to see the fish hooks and things that is in the west buildin' of the group. Josiah said maybe he could get his eye on some new kind of a fish hook. He said he'd love to go bayin' Deacon Hensey and Cy Murden if he could, they boasted so over their tackle. And truly I should have thought he might have gone ahead of anything, or anybody, if he could have carried 'em home. There was everything that could be thought on, or that ever was seen in the form of fishin' apparatus, every kind of hook, and spear, and rod, and queer-lookin' baskets and pots, and tackle to catch eels and lobsters, and then there was models of fishin' boats and vessels, and everything else under the sun that any fisherman ever sot eyes on, from Josiah back to the 'Postles, and from the 'Postles down to any fishin' club in 1893. Why, if you'll believe it, and I know as I would blame you if you wouldn't, it bein' a fish story, as it were, but we did see some fish hooks from Pompeii that had been buried 2,000 years, and come out fish hooks after all, a good deal like them Josiah uses in Jonesville Creek. And speakin' of old things, we see some fishes that day, the oldest in the world. They come from Colorado, dug out of the rocks of ages ago. They was covered with bone instead of scales, which showed that they had had a pretty hard time on't. And then there was a big collection of nets made by the Indians from seal's sinew, sealskin braided, roots of willow tree, and whalebone. Of these last it took 4 men 3 weeks to make one, and 2 of these was gin in exchange for a jug of molasses to make rum with. A shame and a disgrace. No savage would have cheated so, no, it takes a white man to do that. And we see artificial flies so natural that a spider would go to weave in a net to catch it. And artificial grasshoppers, and crickets, and frogs, and little artificial mini-fish made of metal, glass, pearl, and rubber. Why, if I had seen one of them in the brook that runs through our pasture, I should have been tempted to have bent a pin, and take some weltin cord out of my pocket, and go to fishin' for it. And if they fooled me, who am often called very wise, what would you think of their foolin' a fish, who hain't got any bump of wisdom on their heads? And then there was trawlin' spoons of all kinds and shapes, in all kinds of metal, and trawlin' squids. I'd never hearn of that name before, squid. But they had 'em of all kinds, and tackle boxes, and floats, and landin' nets, and gaff hooks. There is somethin' else I never hearn on, gaff hooks. And snells, and gimps, and spinners. Why, I'd never hearn on 'em, and Josiah hadn't either, though he acted dreadful knowin', and put on a face of extreme enjoyment and appreciation. And he says, "How a man does enjoy seein' such things that he's used to and knows all about." And I says, "What do you do with squids anyway, or gaffs, or snells?" "Why," says he, "I should snell with them, and gaff, and squid." "What do you s'pose?" "How do you do it?" says I. "How do you snell?" And then he had to own up that he didn't know how it was done. Truly it has been said that 3 questions will floor the biggest philosopher. But it only took 2 to take the pride and vainglory out of Josiah Allen. Wall, the information gathered together here from all parts of the world, and disseminated out to individuals of the collected world, will probably make a great difference in the enjoyment and practical benefit of the fishermen, and tell hard on the fishes of 1894. Wall, we stayed round here looking at different buildings till dark, and then we didn't see a thousandth nor a millionth part of what was to be seen there. And I hain't half described its wonders and glories as I'd ought to, and one reason is, nobody can describe any of the buildings, no, not if they had the tongue of men and angels. No, they are too stupendous to describe. And then, agin, I have had a kind of a feeling of delicacy that has kind of held me back. I have been hampered. For I have kept such a tight grip holt of my principle all the while I've been describing it, that it has weakened the grasp of my good right hand on my steel pen. I knew well how hard, how almost impossible it was to talk about fishing for any length of time without lyin'. But I know I have told Josiah time and agin that it was possible to do it, if you kept a firm holt of the helm, and leaned heavy on principle. I have done it, and I am proud and happy in the thought. Unless, mebbe, I have lied the other way. Good land! I didn't think of that. I was so determined to keep within bounds, that I am actually afraid that I've lied that way. In order not to tell the fish story too big, I hain't told it big enough. Good land! I guess I won't boast any more. Wall, seeing that I am in something of a hurry, I will let it go, and mebbe if I should go over it agin I should lie the other way. Good land! Good land! What a world this is, and with all your care and watchfulness, how hard it is to keep walking right along, in Injun file, along the narrow rope walk of megamness and exact truth. But I am a pisidin, and to resume. Wall, as I said, we didn't get home till pitch dark, and then I dreamt of fish all night, and eels, and alligators, and such. It was tegus. The next morning Josiah Allen met me all riz up with a new day. He had been out to buy a new pair of suspenders, his having gin out the day before, and he come to our room, where I was calmly set in a bastin in some clean cotton lace into the sleeves of my alpaca dress. And says he right out abrupt, with no preamble, Samantha, let's go down to the fairground in a whale. In a whale? Says I. Are you a lunatic, or what does ail you, to try to make a pair of Jonases of us at our age? Wall, says he, they have here to carry folks down to the fair, I know, for I hearn it straight, and I should think we was just the right age to go as easy as possible, and try experiments. Wall, says I firmly, I hain't a-goin' to try no such experiment as that. If the Lord called me to tackle a whale, I would tackle it, but I hain't had no callin', and I hain't goin' to try to ride out in no whale. I'm a-callin' you, says he. Wall, says I dryly, you hain't the deity, no, indeed, fur from it. Wall, says he, I'd love to go, Samantha. What a glorious piece of news to carry back to Jonesville, that we rid out in a whale. In the old Jonesville meeting house now, when Elder Minkley is preachin' on Jonah, and you know he trots him out a dozen times a year as a warning, how you and I could lift up our heads and toss them, and how the necks of the Jonas Villians would be craned round to look at us, we two, who had rid out in a whale, we had been right there, and knew how it was. I don't want to show off, says I, and I don't want any necks craned or toast on account of my gettin' into a whale and ridin' it. And then I says, good land! What won't Chicago do next? And I added, it don't surprise me a mite, it hain't no more of a wonder than lots of things I have seen here. I might 'a' known if Chicago had sot its mind on havin' a whale to transport folks to the World's Fair she'd 'a' done it, but I won't tackle the job. There it is, says he gloomily. I never make arrangements to distinguish myself and make a name, but you must break it up. I had lot on this, Samantha, says he. He looked sad and depressed, and though I was bound not to give in and go, yet I made some inquiries. How many does the whale carry? What makes you think we could both get into it? Says Josiah. It carries 5,000 at a time. I felt weak as a cat, just as I had felt time and agin since I had come to Chicago. Wall, says I in weak accents, and dumbfounded. Any whale story I could hear about Chicago wouldn't surprise me a mite. And I wiped my brow on my white linen handkerchief, for though the day didn't surprise me none, it started the sweat. says Josiah. It is 225 feet long, and has a fountain in it, and a skylight 138 feet long. But just at that minute, before I could frame a reply, even if I could have found a frame queer-shaped enough to hold my curious feelings, Miss Plank knocked at the door and said she was ready to go. We had made arrangements to go together that morning, and Josiah tackled her about the whale, and says she briskly, "Oh, yes, the whaleback Christopher Columbus. It would be a goody day to go to the grounds in it. You can go down in it in half an hour. It is only 7 or 8 miles. So we fell in with her day, and being UST to the place, she took the lead, and also the street cars, and we soon found ourselves on board the biggest floating ship I ever laid eyes on. And I couldn't see as it looked much like a whale, unless it was that it was long, and kinder pint, and turned up at both ends some the shape of a whale. Wall, I guess the whole 5,000 folks was on board, and had brung their relations on both sides. It looked like it, and we steamed along by the shore for quite a spell, the city layin' in plain view for mile after mile, or that is, in as plain view as it could be under its enveloping curtain of smoke. But bimeby the smoke all cleared away, the air was clear and pure, and the lake lay fair and placid fur off as we could see. It might have been the ocean, for all we could tell, for you can't see no further than you can, anyway, and you can't see no further than that on the Atlantic or the Pacific. Way beyond what you can't see might stretch thousands and thousands of miles, and a new continent. Or it might be a logging camp, or Kalamazoo. It don't make no difference to your feelin's. It has all the illimitable expanse, the vastness of the great ocean. So it was with the outlook on the flashin' blue waters on that magic mornin'. And pretty soon the white city riz up like a city of bewilderin' beauty and enchantment, with the sun lookin' down from a blue sky, and lightin' up the tall, white walls, and gilded domes, and towers, and minarets. And as we floated along by Jackson Park, and could get a plain view of the perfect buildin's, the lagoons with ferry boats skimmin' over the sparklin' surface, in fact, in plain view of the whole vast, bewilderin' scene of matchless splendor, why, I declare I felt almost as if I was took back clear into the Arabian Nights entertainments, and magic scenes was bein' unfolded before my enraptured vision. Why, I almost felt that my Josiah was a genii, and Miss Plank a genius. I wouldn't have wondered a mite any minute if a carpet had dropped down for us to get onto, and we floated off into Baghdad. I felt queer, extremely. But Baghdad nor no other dad was ever so enchantin' lovely as the scene outspread before our eyes. As surpassin' beautiful as the exposition is from every side, hind side and fore side, and from top to bottom, it is, I do believe, most radiantly lovely from the water approach. You needn't be a mite afraid of getting your ideas too riz up about the unspeakable beauty of the scene. No matter if they was riz up higher than you ever dreamt of risin' 'em up, instead of fallin', they will, so to speak, find themselves on the ground floor, in the cellar, as you may say, so far up beyond your highest imagination is the reality of that wonderful white city of the West. Magic city that has sprung up there amidst the blue waters and green forests like a dream of enchantment, a hymn of glory, with not one false, harsh note in it to mar the glory and perfectness of the song. Now, I have had my ideas riz up lots of times. They have riz and fell so much that my muse has fairly lammed herself time and agin, and went round limpin' for some time. And Josiah had told me time and agin, as I would go on about the beauty I expected to see at the World's Fair. "Samantha, you expect too much, you will get disappointed, 'tain't heaven you are goin' to. Anybody would most expect to hear you go on, that you expected to see the New Jerusalem, you are goin' to be disappointed." Wall, sure enough I was, but the disappointment was on the other side. I hadn't expected half nor a quarter nor a millionth part enough. My muse, instead of comin' down from the heights that I s'pose she was on conjurin' up that scene, to use metaphor, she had always, as you may say, sot down flat on the ground. Why, I couldn't do justice to it in words, nor Josiah couldn't, nor Miss Plank couldn't, not if we all on us had a dictionary in one hand and an English reader in the other, and had traveled down there that beautiful mornin' with a brass band. I was so wrapped up in my bewildered and ecstatic admiration that my companions was entirely lost from sight, when Miss Plank says, Here we are ready to land. And indeed I see on comin' to myself that the whole 5,000, and their relations on both sides, was on the move, and it was time for me to disembark myself, which I proceeded to do, followed by the forms of my Josiah and Miss Plank. She stepped out quite briskly over her namesake, and so did Josiah. They didn't take in the full beauty and grandeur of the scene as I did, no, indeed. They could think of victuals even at that time, for I heard Josiah say, "We will settle on some place to go that is handy to a restaurant." And Miss Plank picked one where the biled corned beef was delicious, and the pies and coffee. Corned beef! Oh, my heart, in such a time as this! Beef corned in such a hour! But I forgive 'em and pitied 'em, for it was my duty. Wall, we told Josiah he should have his way that mornin', and go where he wanted to, and he wanted to tackle Machinery Hall, consequently we tackled it. And how many acres big do you suppose this buildin' was? 17 acres and a half is the size of the floor. Just half a acre more than Silena's Bobbitt's farm, that he broke old Squire Bobbitt's will to get, and he and his twin brother Zebulon come to hands and blows about, in front of the Jonesville post office. Zebulon said it was too much land to give to one of the children, they was 'leven of 'em, and the farm didn't go round, the others didn't have only 15 acres apiece. Yes, this one buildin' covered as much ground as Silena's Bobbitt gets a good livin' from, raisin' cabbage and spinach. And the buildin' was seemin' all wrought of white marble, with statutes, and colonnades, and towers, and everything else for its comfort, and inside was every machine that was ever made or thought on, from a sausage cutter and apple parer to a steam engine in full blast. I believe they tuned up higher and louder when I went in. It wouldn't be nothin' surprisin' if they did, some as the brass band strikes up as the hero enters. This song was the loud, strong chorus of labor, that echoes all over the world, grand chorus that is played by the full orchestra of the sons and daughters of toil. Oh, how many notes there is in this strong, ale-pervident anthem! Genius, and patience, and ambition, and enterprise, and ardent endeavor, high notes, and low ones, all blent together, all tuned to the haunted key. It is a psalm that shakes the whole earth with its might. As I entered this palace, sacred to its song, how its echoes rolled through my ear pans, how them pans seemed to fairly shiver under the mighty strokes of the song, and its weird, painful accompaniment of boilers a boilin', rollin' mills a rollin', water wheels, freight elevators, cranes a cranin', derricks a derrickin', divin apparatus, fire extinguishin' apparatus. Machines of all sorts and kinds to manufacture all sorts of goods, and all hands to work at it, silk, cotton, wool, linen, india rubber, ropes, and paper. Sawmills, windmills, printin' presses a pressin'. All sorts of tools to make all sorts of pictures, engravin's, color printin', pictures from the 16th century up to 1893, there was relief engravin's. I suppose they are called so because it is such a relief to think we don't have to look at them old pictures now. And there was halftone processes, mechanical and medicinal processes, and every other process you ever heard on, and didn't ever hear on, right there in a procession in front of me, and all a processin'. And there was machines for making clocks, and watches, and jewelry, and buttons, and pins, and all kinds of appliances ever used in machinery, and stun, sawin', and glass grindin' machinery a grindin' and makin' bricks and pottery, and used in makin' artificial stun, the day. You'd a thought the stun was all made before the Lord rested. And there was rollin' mills a rollin', and forges a forgin', and rollin' trains, and harnesses, and squeezers a squeezin', and every machine that was ever made to shape metals and tire mills, and mills that was tired I guess, I didn't see any, but I s'pose they was there. But they all looked tired to me, tired as a dog, but I s'pose it was my feelin's. I see all through this buildin' that there was more vim men than men there, which shows what interest vim men takes in solid things as well as ornamental. Wall, we hung around there till I was fearfully wore out, with the sights I see and the noise I hearn, and it was a relief to my eyes and ears, and I believe them ear pans never will be the pans they was before I went in there. It was a relief when my companion begun to feel the nae-winds of hunger. And after we went through Machinery Hall we went through the machine shops, at a pretty good jog, and the powerhouse, where there is the biggest engine in the world, 24,000 horsepower. Good land! And in Jonesville we consider 4 horses hitched to a load very powerful. But just think of it, 24,000 horses just hitched along in front of each other. Why, they would reach from our house clear to Zor, the day. But Josiah's inward state grew worse and worse, and finally says he, in pitiful accents, "Samantha, I am in a starvin' state." And Miss Plank looked quite bad. So at their request we went a little further south to the White Horse Inn. This inn is an exact reproduction of the famous White Horse Inn in England. Thinking so much of Dickens as I do, introduced to him by Thomas Jefferson, it was a comfort to see over the mantelly piece the well-known form of Sam Weller, the Old Maid, and others of Dickens's characters that seemed just as real to me as Thomas Jefferson or Tirzah Ann. Over the main entrance is a statue of a white horse, looking considerable like our old mare, only more high-headed. The original inn had an open court, where stagecoaches drove in to unload, and from which Mr. Pickwick and his faithful Sam Weller often alighted. But instead of using it for horses now, they use it for a smoking room for men. They can't use it for both of them, for horses don't want to go in there. Horses don't smoke. Tobacco makes them sick, sick as a snipe. Man is the only animal, so far as I know, who can have tobacco in any shape put into his mouth without resenting it. It is so nasty. Wall, we got a good clean meal there at a reasonable price, though Miss Plank thought there wasn't enough emptin in the bread, and the sponge cake lacked sugar. But I think they know how to cook there. That inn is the headquarters of the Pickwick Club. Lots of English folks go there, as is natural. Wall, after we had a lunch and rested for a spell, Josiah proposed that we should go and see the transportation buildin'. Miss Plank had to leave us now to go home and see about her cookin', and we wended on alone. On our way there we met Thomas J. and Maggie and Isabel. They was just a-goin' to Machinery Hall. Maggie and Isabel looked sweet as 2 new-blown roses, and Thomas J. smart and handsome. We stopped and visited quite a spell, real affectionate and agreeable. Oh, what a interestin' couple our son and his wife are! And Isabel is a girl of 1,000. Crit had gone on to Dakota on business, they said, but was comin' back anon, or mebbe before. Truly, if anybody had kept track of their pride and self-conceit, and counted how many times it fell, and fell hard, too, during the World's Fair, it would have been a lesson to 'em on the vanity of earthly things, and a good lesson in arithmetic, too. Why, they couldn't tell the number of times unless they could go up into millions, and I d'know but trillions. Why, it would keep a-fallin' and a-fallin' the whole durin' time you was there, if you kept watch on it to see. But truly you didn't have no time to, no more'n you did your breathin', only when it took a little deeper fall than common, and then as it lay prostrate and wounded, it drawed your attention to it. Now, at Jonesville, the neighborin' Vim men had envied and looked up to my transportation facilities. Miss Gowdy and she that was submit Tewksbury would often say to me, "Oh, if I had your way of gettin' round, if I could only have your way of goin' jest where you want to and when you want to." Such remarks had fed my vanity and pride. And I will own right up, like a righteous sinner, that I had ofttimes, though I had on the outside a becomin' appearance of modesty. Yet on the inside I was all puffed up by a feelin' of my superior advantages. As I would set up easy on the back seat of the Democrat, and the old mare would bear me on gloriously, and admired by the neighborin' Vim men who walked along the side of the road afoot, and anon the old mare a-leavin' 'em fur behind. And like all high stations, that back seat in the Democrat and that noble old mare had brung down envy onto me and mean remarks. It come straight back to me. Miss Lyman Tarbox told she that was Sally and Mayhew, and she that was Sally and told the minister's wife, and she told her aunt, and her aunt told my son-in-law's mother, and Miss Minkley told Tirzah Ann, and she told me, it come straight, that Josiah Allen's wife looked like a fool, and acted like one, settin' up right and whenever she went anywhere, while them that was full as likely walked afoot. I took them remarks as a tribute to my greatness, a plain acknowledgment of my superior means of locomotion and transportation. They didn't break the puff ball of my vanity and pride, and let the wind out, no, indeed. But alas! Alas! As I entered the transportation buildin', and looked round me, There was no gentle prick to that overgrown puff ball to let the gas out drizzlin' ly and gradual. No, there was a sudden smash, a wild collapse, a flat and total scushiness. The puff ball was broke into 1,000 pieces, and the wind it contained, where was it? Asked the breezes that wafted away Caesar's last groans, that blowed up the dust over buried Pompeii. The building itself was a sight. Why, it is 960 feet long, and the cupola in the center 166 feet high, with 8 elevators to take you up to it. The great main entrance was all overlaid with gold, looked full as good as Solomon's temple, I do believe, and broad enough and big enough for a whole army of giants to walk through abreast, and then room enough for Josiah and me besides. But it was on the inside of it that my pride fell and broke all to pieces, as I looked round me and down the long distance behind and before me. I knew, for I had been told, that 1/4 of all the savings of civilized man is invested in railroads, and when I thought of how dreadful rich some men and countries are, and kings and emperors, etc., I felt prepared to do homage to an undertaking that had swallowed up 1/4 of all that accumulated wealth. But since the world begun, never had there been an exhibition before showing all the railroad systems of the world side by side, all the big American railroads, and Great Britain, and France, and Germany. The Baltimore and Ohio exhibit shows how the railroads of the world have been thought out gradual, and come up from nothing to what they are, grew up from a little steam carriage that was shut up in Paris in 1760 as being disorderly. Disorderly! Good land! There never was a new day worth anything in this world but has been called disorderly by fools. You can see that very little carriage here at the fair. After being shut up for 200 years, it comes out triumphant, just as Columbus has. Stephenson's first engine is here, an exact reproduction, and the whole caboodle of the first attempts leading up to the engines of today. Dreadful interesting to look at these rough little inventions and to speculate on what prophetic strivings, and yearnings, and heartaches, and despairs, and triumphs went into every one on 'em. For every one on 'em was followed, as a man is by his black shadow, by the cold, evil spirits of unbelief, malice, envy, and cheatin'. The sun the inventors walked under, the glowing sun of prophecy and foreknowledge, always casts such shadows, some as our sun does, only blacker. And every one of them old engines by the help of machinery is moved and turned, just as if old Time himself had laid his hourglass often his head, and was putting his old shoulders under their iron shafts, and setting them to go in again, after so long a time. How I wished as I looked at him that Stephenson and the rest of them men who lived, and worked, and suffered ahead of their time, could have been there to see the fruit of their glowing fancies blow out in full bloom. But then I thought, as I looked out of a winder into the clear, blue depths of sky overhead, like as not they are here now, their souls having wrought out some finer existence, so ethereal that our coarser senses couldn't recognize 'em. Maybe they was right here round the old home of their thoughts, as men's dreams will hang round the homes of their boyhood. Who knows now? I don't, nor Josiah. The New York Central exhibit shows the old Mohawk and Hudson train, a model of the first locomotive sought going on the Hudson in 1807 with a bounding heart and a trembling hand by Robert Fulton, and which was pushed off from the pier and propelled onwards by the sneering, mocking, unbelieving laughs of the spectators as much as from the breezes that swept up from the south. I would gin assent freely and willingly if I could have seen Robert stand there side by side with that old locomotive and the fastest light and express of today, like seed and harvest, with Josiah and me for a verdant and sympathizing background. Oh, what a sight it would have been, if his emotions could have been laid bare, and mine too! It would have been a sight long to remember. But to resume. The first locomotive ever seen in Chicago was there puffing out its own steam. It must felt proud-spirited in all of its old jints, but it acted well and snorted with the best on 'em. The 999, the fastest engine in the world, was by the side of the Clinton, the first engine ever made. I opened the coach door and got in. It looked just like a common two-seated buggy of today, with seats on top, and water and wood to run it with kep and barrels behind the engine. And England and Germany, not to be outdone, brung over some of their finest railroads. Why, Whales brought over some of the actual stun ties and iron rails of the first railway in Great Britain, and as for the splendor of the coaches, they go beyond anything that was ever seen in the world. Side by side with the finest passenger coaches that London sends stands the Canadian Pacific, with its dine-in and sleep-in cars, and you can form any day about the richness on M when I tell you that the woodwork of M is pure mahogany. And then the other big railroads, not to be outdone, they have their finest and most elegant cars on show. The Pullman and Wagner and the Empire State, with its lightning speed, and post office and newspaper cars, and freight, and express, and private cars. There is a German exhibit of some of them likely ambulance cars used by the Red Cross Society in wartime, cars that angels bend over as the poor dying ones are carried from the battlefield, angels of healing and of pain. Then the Belgians have a full exhibit of the light, handy vehicles of all shapes, from a barrel to a basket, that they make to run on rails. Platforms moving by the instantaneous action of the Westinghouse brake on a train of 100 cars is a sight to see. There are railroads for going like light and over level roads, and going up and down, and all sorts of street cars, going by horses, or mules, or lightning, as the case might be. President Polk's old carriage looked just like Grandpa Smedley's great-grandfather's buggy, that stands in this old stun carriage house, and has stood there for 100 years and more. And all sorts of gorgeous carriages that was ever seen or heard on, and carts, and wagons, and buggies, from a tally-ho coach to an invalid's chair and a wheelbarrow, and from a toboggan to a bicycle, and palanquins of Japan, China, India, and Africa. Howdahs for elephants, saddles for camels, donkey exhibits from South America and Egypt, the rig of the water carriers of Cairo, the milk sellers of South America, and the cargados, or human pack horses, of both sexes of that country, models that show the human and brute forms of labor. Models of ox carts, used in Jacob's time, and in which, I dare presume to say, old Miss Jacob used to go a visitin' to old Miss Abraham and Isaac, and maybe stay all day, she and the children. And pneumatic tubes that I suppose will be used for more in the future, and for more various uses, and all kinds of balloons and airships. Balloon transportation, ridin' through the air swift as the wind, what ideas that riz up under my foretop, of talking breakfast to home, and aidin' supper with the widder Albert, or some of her folks, and spendin' the night with the SPHYNX, settin' out by moonlight on the pyramids, settin' on the top stun, my feet on another one, and my chin in my hand, meditatin' on queer things, and neighborin' with them. From Jonesville to the desert of Sarah, in a flash, as it were. Where was the old Democrat? Where, oh, where was she? Ask the ocean waves as they break in thunder on the cliff, and hain't heard from no more. Ask 'em, and if they answer you, you may hear from the old Democrat. And then there was all kinds of vessels, and boats, and steamships, and canal boats, and yachts, and elevators, and water railways. Why, right there in plain sight was a section 60 feet long of one of the new Atlantic steamers, cut out of the ship, some as you cut a quarter out of an orange, or cut off a stick of candy. You can see the hull of the ship in that one piece, from the hold to the upper deck. It looks like a structure 5 stories high. It shows the stateroom, saloon, music room, and so forth, fitted up exactly as they are at sea, gorgeous and commodious in the extreme. And here is the reproduction of the Viking ship, 900 years old, dug up in a sandhill in Norway, in 1880. It is fitted up exactly as the Storm Kings of 1,000 years ago used them, 32 oars, each 17 feet long. Maybe that same ship brung over some Vikings here when the old Newport mill was new. The English exhibit has a model of HMS Victoria, 360 feet long. There is an immense looking glass behind this model, so as to make it look complete, and it is a sight to behold, a sight. Why, the U.S. has models of their great steamships, the Etruria and the Umbria, and there are every kind of vessels that was ever heard on, for trade, pleasure, or war, and all kinds of oriental ships, and all kinds of craft that ever floated in every ocean and river of the known world. From a miniature Egyptian canoe, found in a tomb, to the sheepskin rafts of the Euphrates and the dugouts of Africa, with sails, to the gorgeous sailboats of the Adriatic and the most ancient vessels in the world. What a sight! What a sight! It would take weeks to just count 'em, let alone studyin' 'em as you ort. And every machine in the known world for propellin' boats and railways, from steam to lightnin'. Where was my old mare in such a scene? Oh, asked my droopin' sperrits where was she? And there was everything about protection of life and property, communication at sea, protection against storms and fire, and all kinds of lighthouses and divin apparatus, and pontoons for raisin' sunken vessels out of the depths of the sea. And relics of Arctic explorations, every one on 'em weighted down with memories of cold, and hunger, and frozen death. And then there was movin' platforms and sidewalks. The day! What would Submit and Miss Hensey say, to go out from our house and stand still on the side of the road and be moved over to Miss Solomon Corksa's? Oh, my soul, think on't. And there was what they called a gravity road. And I asked Josiah what he s'posed that was, and he said he guessed it meant our country roads in the spring or fall. Says he, if them roads won't make a man feel grave to drive over 'em, or a horse feel grave, too, as they are waddin' up to their knees in the mud, and draggin' a wagon stuck halfway up over the hub in slush and thick mud. Says he, if a man won't feel grave under such circumstances, and a horse, too, then I don't know what will make him. Wall, says I, if I was in Uncle Sam's place I wouldn't try to display 'em to foreign nations. Says I, they are disgraces to our country, and I would hush 'em up. Yes, says Josiah, that is a woman's firsty day to cover up suthin' dot. Says he, I honor the old man comin' right out and ownin' up his weaknesses. The country roads are shameful, and he knew it, and he knew that we knew it, so why not come right out open and show 'em up? Wall, says I, it would look as well agin in him to show a good road, a good country road, that one could go over in the spreeing of the year without wishin' to do as Job did, curse God and die. Says Josiah, Job didn't do that, his wife wanted him to, and he refused, men hain't profane naturally. Josiah Allen, says I, the language you have used over that Jonesville road in muddy times has been enough to chill the blood in my veins. Tell me that men hain't profane. Not naturally, I said, biles and country roads is enough to make Job and me swear. And he looked gloomy as he thought of the stretch from Grout Hosselton's to Jonesville, and how it looked from March till June. Wall, says I, let's get our minds off on't. And I hurried him on to look at the Austrian exhibit, and the Alps seemed to get his mind off some. There they was. There was the Alps, with a railroad in the foreground, then the ship of the Invincible Armada, in the Madrid exhibit, seemed to take up his mind, and all of the guns, from the 15th century on to our day, and the Spanish collection of models of blockhouses, forts, castles, towers, and so forth. In the middle of the main building stood two big masts 50 feet high, one of our own day, with every modern convenience, the other like them masts on them ships of Columbus. I hope our sails will waft on the ship of our country to as great a success as Columbus's did. Mebbe it will, I hope so. Wall, after we left the transportation building, says Josiah, I am dead sick of grandeur, and palaces 30 and 40 acres big, and gildin', and arches, and pillars, and iron. Says he, I would give a cent this minute to see our sugar house, and if I could see Sam Woodrigg's hovel, where he keeps his sheep, and our old log milk house, I'd be willin' to give a $1 bill. Wall, says I, in a kinder low voice, for I didn't want it to get out. I felt that I would ruther lose no end of comfort than to hurt the Christopher Columbus World's Fair's feelin's. I whispered, I feel just exactly as you do. And, says I, let's go and find a cabin and some huts if we can, and a board. So we, having been told before where we should find these, wended our way to the Eskimo village, and lo! There was a big board fence round it. And Josiah went up and laid his hand on them good hemlock boards lovingly, and says he, it looks good enough to eat. I could hardly withdraw him from it. He clung to it like a brother. Wall, inside that board fence was a number of cabins or huts, containing some of them a hide bag or a bed, a dog's sled with some strips of tin for a harness, and some plain tables, white as snow in some huts, and in some as black as dirt could make 'em. There was about 50 or 60 males and females and children there, and one on 'em, a little bit of a baby, born right there on the fairground. She was about as big as a little toy doll. She was swinging there in a little hammock, and she didn't seem to care a mite whether she was born up to the Arctic Pole or in Chicago. Good land! What did she care about the pole? Mother love was the whole equatorial circle to her, and it was bendin' right over her. The little mother had pantaloons on, and didn't seem to like it. She had a long jacket and some moccasins. Right there inside of that board fence is as good a object lesson as you'll find of the clean sin and elevatin' power of the Christian religion. There was 2 heathen families, and their cabins was dirty and squalid, while the Christianized homes are as clean and pure as hands can make 'em. First godliness, and then cleanliness. The way the Eskimos tell their age is to have a bag with stuns in it for years. Every year in the middle of summer they drop a stun in. How handy that would be for them who want to act young. Why, just let the summer run by without dropping the stun in, or let a hole come sort o' accidental in the bag, and let a few drop out. But then, what good would it do? Since old Time himself is storing up the stunny years in his bag that can't be dickered with, or deceived. And he will just hit you over the head with them stuns. They will hit your head and make it gray, hit your eyes, and they will lose their bright light, hit your strong young limbs and make 'em weak and sort o' wobblin'. What use is there tryin' to drop 'em out of your own private collection of stuns? But to resume. The Eskimos show forth some traits that are dreadful interestin' to a philosopher and an investigator. They do well with what they have to do with. Now, no sewing machine ever made finer stitches than they take on their sleepin' bags and their rain coats, etc. But the thread they use is only reindeer sinews split fine with their teeth. What would they do with sewin' silk and number 70 thread? I believe they would do wonders if they had things to do with. There was one young boy who they said was 15, but he didn't look more'n 7 or 8. He looked out from his little cap that come right up from his coat, or whatever you call it. It looks some like the loose frock that Josiah sometimes wears on the farm, only of course Josiah's don't have a hood to it. No, indeed, I never can make him wear a hood in our wildest storms, nor a sunbonnet. But this little Eskimo, whose name is Pomyak, he looked out on the world as if he was drinkin' in knowledge in every pore. He looked kinder cross, too, and morbid. I guess lookin' at icicles so much had made his nater kinder cold. And who knows what changes it will make in his future up there in the frozen north, his summer spent here in Chicago. Anyway, during the long, long night, he will always have something besides the northern lights to light up its darkness. What must memory do for him as he sits by the low fire during the 6 months' night? Cold and blackness outside, and in his mind the warm breath of summer lands, the gay crowds, the throng of motley dressed foreigners, the marvelous city of white palaces by the blue waters. Wall, Josiah got real rested and sort o' sot up agin. And he laid his hand agin lovingly on the boards as we left the scene. Wall, on our way home I had an awful trial with Josiah Allen. Mebbe what he had seen that day had made him feel kind o' riz up, and want to act. He and I was wendin' our way along the lagoon, when all of a sudden he says, "Samantha, I want to go out sailin' in a gondola. I want to swing out and be romantic," says he. I always wanted to be romantic, and I always wanted to be a gondolier, but it never come handy before, and now I will. I will be romantic, and sail round with you in a gondola. I'd love to go by moonlight, but sunlight is better than nothin'. I looked down pity-and-ly on him as he stood a few steps below me on the flight o' stairs leadin' down to the water's edge. I leaned hard on my faithful old umbrel, for I had a touch of rheumatiz that day. And says I, "Romance, Josiah, should be looked at with the bright eyes of youth, not through spectacles number 12. Says I. The glowin' mist that wraps her round fades away under the magnifyin' lights of them specs, Josiah Allen." He had took his hat off to cool his forward, and I says further, "Romance and bald heads don't go together worth a cent, and rheumatiz and asthmy are perfect strangers to her. Romance locks arms with young souls, Josiah Allen, and walks off with them." "Oh, pshaw," says Josiah. "We hain't so very old. Old Uncle Smedley would call us young, and we be, compared to him." "Wall," says I, "through the purblind gaze of 90 winters we may look younger, but bald heads and spectacles, Josiah Allen, tell their own silent story. We are not young, Josiah Allen, and all our lying and pretendin' won't make us so. Wall, dumn it all! I never shall be any younger. You can't dispute that. No, says I. I don't s'pose you will, in this spear. Wall, I am bound to go out in a gondola. I am bound to be a gondolier before I die. So you may as well make up your mind first as last, and the sooner I go, the younger I shall go. Hain't that so? With a deep sigh I answered, I s'pose so. And he continued on. There is such wild, free pleasure on the deep, Samantha. But says I, laying down the sword of common sense, and taking up the weapons of affection. Think of the dangers, Josiah. The water is damp and cold, and your rheumatiz is fearful. Dumn it all! I hain't a-goin' in the water, am I? I don't know, says I sadly. I don't know, Josiah, and anyway the winds sweep down the lagoons, and as me lingers on its wings. Pause, Josiah Allen, for my sake, for liniments and poultices as well as clouds have their dark linens, and they turn 'em out to me as I ponder on your course. Says I. Your danger appalls me, and also the day of being up nights with you. But, says he firmly, I will be a gondolier, I'm bound not. And, says he, I want one of them gorgeous silk dresses that they wear. I'd love to appear in a red and yeller suit, Samantha, or a green and purple, or a blue and maroon, with a pink sash made of thin glitterin' silk, but I s'pose that you will break that up in a minute. So, I s'pose that I shall have to dwindle down onto a silk scarf, or some plumes in my hat, mebbe. You never are willin' for me to soar out and spread myself, but you probable wouldn't break up a few feathers. I groaned aloud, and mentally groped round for aid, and instinctively catch holt of religion. Says I. Elder Minkley is here, Josiah Allen, and Deacon Hensey. Jonesville Church is languishin' in debt. Is this a time for feathers? What will they think on't? If you can spend money for silk scarfs and plumes, they'll expect you, and with good reason, too, to raise the debt on the meetin' house. He paused. Economy prevailed. What love couldn't effect or common sense, closeness did. His brow cleared from its anxious, ambitious creases, and says he, Wall, do come on and let's be goin'. Chapter 17. It rained some in the mornin', and Josiah said that it was presumptuous for any one to go out onto the fair ground in such a time. So he settled down with the last Sunday's World, which he hadn't had time to read before, and looked and acted as if he was going to stir out of his tracks in some time. But I went out onto the stoop and kinder put my hand out and looked up into the clouds clost, and I see that it didn't do no more than to miss some, and I felt as if it was a-goin' to clear off before long. So I said that I was a-goin' to venture out. Josiah opposed me warmly, and brung up the dangers that might befall me with no partner to protect me. He brung up a whole heap on 'em and laid 'em down in front of me, but I calmly walked past 'em, and took down my second best dress and bonnet, and a good deep waterproof cape, and sot off. Wall, I got to the fair ground with no casualties worth mentionin', and I sauntered round there with my faithful umbrel as my only guardeen, and see a sight, and took considerable comfort. I had a good honorable lunch at noon, and I was standin' on the steps of one of the noble palaces, when I see a sedan chair approachin' shaped just like them in my old geography, borne by two of the men who carry such chairs. Curious-lookin' creeturs they be, with their gay turbans and sashes, and long colored robes lookin' some like my long nightgowns, only much gayer-lookin'. As it approached nearer I see a pretty girlish face lookin' out of the side from the curtains that was drawed away, a sweet face with a smile on it. And I says to myself, there is a good, wholesome-lookin' girl, who don't care for the rain no more than I do, when I heard a man behind me say in a awe-stricken voice, That is the princess! That is the infante! And I says to myself, here is a chance to put yourself right in her eyes. For I was afraid that she would think that I hadn't done right by her since she come over from Spain to see us. And I didn't want her to go back with any false impressions. I wanted Spain to know just where I stood in matters of etiquette and politeness. So it happened just right. She descended from her chair and stood waitin' on the steps for the rest of her folks, I guess. And I approached with good natur in my mien, and my umbrel in my hand. And says I, a holding out my hand hospitably, says I, Eulalie, I am dreadful glad of a chance to see you, says I. You have had so much company ever since you come to America, that I hain't had no chance to pay attention to you before. And I wanted to see you the worst kind, and tell you just the reason I hain't invited you to my house to visit. Says I, bowing deep. I am Josiah Allen's wife, of Jonesville. Of Jonesville? Says she, in a silver voice. Yes, says I. Jonesville, in the town of Lyme. Says I. You have probably read my books, Eulalie. Says I. I suppose they are devoured all over the world as eager as Ruger's Arithmetic, or the English Reader. She made a real polite bow here, and I most knew from her looks that she was familiar with him. And I kept right on, and says I. From everything that I have heard on you ever since you come here I have took to you, just as the whole of the rest of America has. We think a sight on you, you have shown a pattern of sweetness, and grace, and true politeness, that is long to be remembered. And I want you to know that the only reason that I hain't invited you to Jonesville to visit me is that you have had such sights and sights of company and invitations here and there, that I told Josiah that I wouldn't put another effort onto you. I says to him, says I, there are times when it is greater kindness to kinder slight anybody than it is to make on 'em, and I told Josiah that though I would be tickled enough to have you come and stay a week right along, and though, as I says to him, the Infante may feel real hurt to not have me pay no attention to her, still I felt that I had right on my side. Says I, it is enough to kill a young woman to have to be on the go all the time, as she has had to, says I. The American Eagle has just drive her about from pillar to post. And Uncle Sam has most wore his old legs out escorting her about, from pleasure to palaces, as the hymn reads. And then, says I, she has had considerable to do with Ward McAllister, and he's dreadful wearin' dot. He's well-meanin', no doubt, and I have a good deal of sympathy for him. For, as I told Josiah, he's gettin' along in years, and I don't know what provision eternity would give to him in the way of entertainment and use. He can't expect to go on there to all eternity samplin' wine, and tyin' neckties, and makin' buttonhole bouquets. And I don't suppose that he will be allowed to sort out the angels, and learn 'em to bow and walk backwards, and brand some on 400, and pick out a few and brand 100, and keep some on back, and let some on in, and act. I know what is goin' to be done in the next world, the home of eternal truth and realities, with a man who has spent his whole life smoothin' out and varnishin' the husks of life, and hain't paid no attention to the kernel. He tires America dreadful, Ward does, and I s'pose like as not he'd be still more tuckerin' to Spain, not bein' used to him, and then, too, she's smaller, Spain is, and mebbe can't stand so much countin' and actin'. So, as I said to Josiah, the Infante is havin' a hard time on't with the Ward McAllisters of society, for, says I, though she has set 'em a pattern of simple courtesy and good manners every time she's had a chance, I knew them 400 well enough to know that it wouldn't be took. I knew that the American Republic, as showed out by Ward McAllister and his apostles, wouldn't be contented to use the simple, quiet courtesy of a royal princess. No, I knew America and Jonesville would have to see goin' on, and actin', and plannin' which foot ought to be advanced first, and how many long breaths and how many short ones could be genteelly drawed by durin' a introduction, and how many buttons their gloves must have, and how many inches the tops of their heads ought to come from the floor when they bowed, and whether their little fingers ought to be held still, or allowed to move a little. And while Ward and his apostles was drawed up in a line on one side of the ballroom, and not dastin' to move hand or foot for fear they wouldn't be moved genteel, you got dead tired waitin' for 'em to make a move of some kind. It was a weary, tuckerin' sight to America and me, and must have been dreadful for you to gone through. And I says to Josiah, it is no wonder that the Infante got so tired of them performances that she had to set down and rest. It tired America so seein' pilotin' the party that she would have been glad to have sat down and rested. Now if I'd invited you, Eulalie, as I wanted to, I was calculatin' to draw up Josiah and the boys and Yuri on one side of the room, and the girls and myself in a line on the other side, and not dastin' to advance and welcome you for fear I wouldn't put the right foot out first, or wouldn't put in the right number of breaths a second I ought to. No, I should have forgot myself in the pleasure of welcoming you. I should have advanced to once with pride and welcome in every line of my lineament, and held out my hand in a respectful and joyful greeting, and let you know in every move I made how proud and glad I was to see you, and how proud and glad I was you could see me, and then I should have introduced Josiah and the children, who would have showed in their happy faces how truly welcome you was to Jonesville. You'd be enjoyed at first rate, Eulalie, and if there had been any difference in our manners from what you'd been used to, and we might have made a bow or two less than you was accustomed to, why, your good sense would have told you that manners in Jonesville was different from Madrid, and you'd expect it, and enjoyed the difference, maybe. Of course, I knew that we couldn't do by you exactly as they do in Spain in the way of amusement. We couldn't get up no bullfight, not having the two materials. But Josiah has got a old pair of steers down in our back meadow that was always touchy and kinder quarrelsome. They are getting along in years, but maybe there is some fight left in 'em yet. I think like as not that Josiah and Yuri could have got 'em to kinder backing up and kicking at each other, and actin'. I wouldn't gin assent to seen it go on, but it would have been interesting I hain't a doubt on't, to them that was gin to that sort o' things. But as I says, I wouldn't put it on you, Eulalie. The Infante looked real pleasant here, she almost laughed, she looked so amiable at me. She realized well that she was a meetin' one of the first vim men of the nation, and that woman was a doin' well by her. But as I say, Eulalie, I knew that it was too hard for you. I knew that between them Ward McAllisters of society, and the hosts of your honest admirers, from Uncle Sam down to Commander Davis and Miss Mayor Gilroy, you was fairly beat out. And I wouldn't put you to the extra effort of comin' to Jonesville. I hated to give it up, but duty made me, and I want you to understand it and to explain it all out to Spain just how it was. She smiled real sweet, and said she would, and she said that she appreciated my thoughtful kindness. She was too much of a lady to talk about them that had entertained her. And I suppose she had been entertained through them New York parties. She's quite a case for fun, and we got to feelin' real well acquainted with each other, and congenial. She looked dreadful pretty as she looked out sideways at me and smiled. She's as pretty as a pink. And says she, "You are very kind, madam, I highly appreciate your goodness." "Yes," says I. "It was nothin' but goodness that kept me back, for Josiah and I both think our eyes on you, both as a smart, pretty woman, and a representative of that country that was the means of discoverin' us." And says I with a shudder, and a scareful look onto me, "I can't bear to think of the contingency to not had Jonesville and Chicago discovered, to say nothin' of the rest of the world. But," says I, "my anxiety to put myself right in your eyes has run away with my politeness." Says I, "How is all your folks?" Says I, "How is little Alfonso? We think a sight of that boy here, and his ma. She's a bringin' him up first rate, and you tell her that I think so. It will encourage her." "And how is your ma?" says I, and then I kinder backed out polite from that subject, and says I dare presume to say that she has her good qualities, and mebbe, like all the rest of the world, she has her drawbacks. And then a thought come on to me that made me blush with shame and mortification, and says I hain't said a word about your husband," says I. "I have said that I would pay particular attention to that man if I come in sight on him, and here I be, just like the rest of America, not paying him the attention that I ort, and leaving him standin' up behind you, as usual. How is Antoine?" says I. She said that he was very well. "Wall," says I am glad on't. From everything that America and I can learn of him he is a good feller, a manly, good appearin', good actin' young man. And America and I wish you both dreadful well, you and Spain. We think dreadful well of all of you, and now," says I, with some stateliness, "I am goin' to withdraw myself, and not tire you out any more." And so we shook hands cordial, and said good-bye, and I proceeded to withdraw myself, and I was just backin' off, as I make a practice of doin' in my interviews with royalty, when duty gin me a sharp hunch in my left side, and I had to lock arms with her, and approach the Infante again on a delicate subject. I hated to, but I had to. Says I, "Eulalie, I want you to forgive me for it if you feel hurt, but there is one subject that I feel as if I want to tackle you on. Says I. You've acted like a perfect lady, and a sampler of all womanly and royal graces, ever since you come over here a visitin', good enough to frame, says I, and hang up in our heart of hearts. And there hain't but one fault that I have got to find with you, and I want to tell you plain and serious, just as I'd love to have your folks tell Tirzah and if she should go over to Spain to represent Jonesville. I want to say, just as kind as I can say, that if I was in your place I wouldn't smoke so much. I want to tell you that if my girl, Tirzah N., should ever go to Spain under the circumstances I speak on, and should light up her pipe in the Escurial, I should want you to put it out for her. I hate to have you smoke, Eulalie. I hate to like a dog. Of course, says I, in reasonable accents. If you wanted to smoke a little mullein or catnip for the tizzik, I wouldn't mind it, but cigarettes are dreadful unhealthy, and I'm afraid that they will undermine your constitution. And I think too much on you, Eulalie, to want you undermined. She smiled, and said somethin' about its bein' the custom of her country. And I looked real pleasant at her, but firm, and says I, customs has to be gone against by true reformers and prophets, Eulalie, says I. 400 years ago it wasn't the custom of the countries to discover new worlds. But your illustrious countrymen branched out and stemmed the tide of popular disfavor, and found a grand new land. New worlds laid before all on us, Eulalie. We can sail by 'em on the winds of popular favor and old custom, or we can stem the tide and row against the stream, and go in and take the country. You don't know what good lays in your power to do, Eulalie, you sweet young creetur you, and now God bless you, and goodbye. There was a tear standin' in every one of my eyes as I said it, for a whole tide of emotions from 400 years past to the present swashed up against me as I grasped hold of her pretty hand, and we parted. She looked real tender-hearted and good at me, as if she liked me, and as if her heart leaned up against my heart real clost. What does Ward McAllister and his apostles know of such rapt moments? Her escort drive up in 2 carriages just then, and I left her, and as I went down the steps on the other side I heard her talkin' volubly to M.A. describin' the great scene that had took place between us, I dare say. They was pleased with it. I could see they was fairly elogan. They was so edified and highly tickled. Yes, Spain realizes it, my makin' so much on't. Wall, I didn't stay much longer, for weariness, and also the cords of affection, was drawin' me back to Miss Planks. Wall, the days and weeks was wearin' away, and Josiah and I was enjoyin' ourselves first rate. The children, and Isabel, and Crit was havin' just as good a time, too, as 4 smart young folks can have. Their minds was naturally, all 4 on 'em, as bright as a new dollar, and they had been enriched and disciplined by culture and education, so there was good soil indeed for the marvelous seeds sowed here to spring up in a bountiful harvest. They, all 4 on 'em, enjoyed more than anything else the congresses and meetin's of the different societies of the world, for noble, and humane, and philanthropic interests. And as for me, if I was to be made to tell at the pint of the sword what I thought was the very best and most glorious product of the world's Columbian Fair, I would say I thought it was these orations and debates by the brightest men and men on earth, congregated at Columbus's doin's. They was the wreaths of the very finest, sweetest blossoms that crowned Uncle Sam's old brow this glorious summer of 1893. The most advanced thought on religion, art, science, philanthropy, and every branch of these noble and riz-up subjects was listened to there by my own rapt and awe-struck ears. And not only the good and eloquent of my own Christian race, but Moslem, Buddhist, and Hindu. Teachers of every religious and philosophical system was heard, given friendly ideas, and dreadful riz-up ones, on every subject designed to increase progress, prosperity, and the peace of mankind. What subjects could be bigger than these, and more important to the world in Jonesville? Not any, not one. And what solid comfort I took through the whole caboodle of peace societies, temperance, women's rights, Sabbath schools, kindergarten, Christian Science, Woman's Protective Union, improvement in dress, etc., etc., and etc. I sat happy as a queen through 'em all, and so did the girls, listenin' to every topic hearn on the great subject of makin' the old world happier and better behaved. Josiah didn't seem to care so much about it. He would often excuse himself. Sometimes he would have a headache, but most always his headaches would improve so that he could get out into the city somewhere or onto the fair ground. He would most always recooperate pretty soon after we started to the Congress, or lecture hall, or wherever our intellectual treat was. And when I'd come home I'd find him pretty chipper. And then often the children would come after us in a carriage and take us all over the city and out into the suburbs, and display all the strange sights to us, or they would take us to the beautiful parks, through the long, smooth, beautiful boulevards. And no city in the world can go ahead of Chicago in this, or so it seems to me, the number and beauty of their parks, and the approaches to them. There was a considerable number of railroads to cross, and I was afraid of being killed time and agin a crossin' of 'em, and would mention the fact anon, if not oftener, but I didn't get killed, not once. Wall, so time run along, roses and ripe fruit wreathed his old hourglass, and we didn't hardly realize how fast he was swingin' his old scythe, and how rapid he was walkin'. Isabel had promised to come and stay a week with me just as soon as a room was vacant. And so the day that Gertrude Plank left I writ a affectionate note to her, and reminded her of her promise, and that I should expect her that evenin' without fail. I sent the note in the mornin', and at my partner's request, and also agreeable to my own wishes, we meandered out into the fair grounds agin. There was a number of things that we hadn't seen yet, and so there would have been if we had stayed there a whole year. But that day we thought we would tackle the battleship, so we went straight to it the nearest way. Wall, as I looked off and got a plain view of the Illinois, it was headed towards me just right, and I thought it was shaped some like my biggest flat iron, or sad iron, as some call 'em. And I don't know why, I am sure, unless it is because vim men are middlin' sad when they get a big iron in the clothes basket, and only one pair of hands to do it, and mebbe green wood, or like as not have to pick up their wood, only jest them arms to do it all, them and their sad irons. Wall, as I say, it was headed just right, so it did look shaped for all the world like that old flat iron that fell on to me from Mother Allen. Of course it was bigger, and had a whole string of flags hitched from each end onto the middle. Wall, it was a high, good-lookin' banner risin' out and perched on top of a curious-lookin' smokestack. And for all the world, if that line of flags didn't look some like a line of calico clothes hangin' out to dry, hitched up in the middle to the top of the cherry tree, and then DWI'd down each end to the corner of the house, and the horse barn. But I wouldn't have that battleship get wind on't that I compared it to clotheslines and flat irons, not for a dollar bill, for battleships are naturally ferocious, and get mad easy. There was sights of good-lookin' flags histed up at one end on't, besides the clothesline full, and lots of men standin' round on't. They didn't seem to act a mite afraid, and I don't s'pose I ought to be. But lo and behold! Come to pry into things, and look about and find out, as the poet says, that was the real ship sailin' round, as it looked like, but it was built up on what they call pillin', just as if Josiah should stick sticks up on the edge of the creek, and build a hen house on 'em, or anything. It is a exact full-sized model, 348 feet long, of one of the new coastline battleships now being built for the safety and protection of our country, at a cost of about $3 million each. The imitation ship is built on the lake front at the northeastern point of Jackson Park. It is all surrounded with water, and has all the appearance of being moored to the wharf. It has all the fittings that belong to the actual ship, and all the appliances for working it. Officers, seamen, marines, mechanics, are sent there by the Navy Department, and the discipline and way of life on a naval vessel is fully shown. I was glad to see that it had a woman for a figurehead. I guess that the nation thought, after seeing how Miss Palmer went ahead and overcome the difficulties in her path, and kept her beautiful face serene, and above the swashin' waves of opposition all the time, they thought that they wasn't afraid to let a woman be riz up on their ship, lookin' fur out over the waters, and tucking the lead. It looked quite well. There was lots of lace work and ornaments about her, but she carried herself first rate. Wall, the ship as a hull is dreadful interestin' to warriors and such, and mariners. As for me, I thought more of statutes, and pictures, and posies, and Josiah didn't take to it so much as he did to steers, and horse rakes, and so forth. But good land! In such a time as this, when there is everything on the face of the earth, and under it, and above the earth to see, everybody has a perfect right to suit themselves in sights, and side shows. Wall, we stayed there for some time looking round, and meditating on how useful this ship and others like it would be in case another war should break out, and how them ships and what is contained in 'em would be the means of saving America and Jonesville. And I had quite a number of emotions, and I guess Josiah did too. And then we kinder sauntered along on that broad, smooth path by the side of Lake Michigan, and kinder looked off onto her with an affectionate look, and neighbored some with her. Her waters looked dreadful peaceful and calm, after seein' everybody in the whole world, and hearin' every voice that ever was hearn, talkin' in every language, and seein' every strange costume that was ever worn, and etc., etc., etc. And so we sauntered along till we got to the casino, and music hall risin' up at the eastern end of the Grand Basin. We had laid out to come here before, and should, most probable, if the hull of music had been shed up inside of that tall, impressive-looking buildin'. But truly music had cheered our souls frequent on our daily pilgrimages, so we had neglected to pay attention to the music hall and casino till now. Josiah was anxious to attend to it, and I myself felt that duty drawed me, bein' quite a case for music, and havin' led the choir for years before my marriage to Josiah Allen, and havin' married a man that says he can sing. But if the noise he makes is singin', then I would be willin' to say that I never had riz the 8 notes, or fell neither. But he says that he loves music, and he had talked quite a good deal to me about the music hall and casino. That casino didn't sound quite right, it sounded something like 7-Up, and Pedro, and I told him so. But he said that it was all right. He said that it was took from the Hebrew. But I believe he said that to blind my eyes. Wall, when we hove in sight of it we see the high towers that riz up above it some distance off, with flags comin' kinder out of it on both sides, some like a stupendous pump, with handles on both sides and red tablecloths hangin' over 'em, but immense in height. Wall, I s'posed it would look as well in there as the Jonesville singin' school, and be fur bigger. But good land! And good land! Why, jest the entrance to them buildin's is enough to strike the most careless beholder with awe. Such pillows, and such arches, and such ornaments, I never expected to see till I got through with this planet anyway. But there was one piece of sculpture there that when I see it I instinctively stopped stunned still and gazed up at it with mingled feelings of pride and sorrow. It was a chariot in which stood the discoverer, looking off, far-sighted, and determined, and prophetic, and everything else that could be expected of that noble prophet and martyr, Columbus. The chariot was drawn by 4 high-headed and likely horses as I ever see. But alas! For my own sect. 2 noble and beautiful men stood walking afoot, barefoot too, stood right there between the horses, each one holdin' the bits of 2 of them high-headed beasts, and their huffs ready to kick at 'em. They didn't look afraid a mite, so I don't know as I need to worry about 'em. But I couldn't help thinkin', that is the way that it has always been, men ridin' the chariots of power, drawed by satisfied ambition, and enterprise, and social and legal powers, and the men walkin' along afoot by the side of the chariot, and leadin' the horses. Bringin' men into the world, nurturin' 'em, comfortin' 'em through life, and weepin' over their tomb. Yes, she has led the horse, but walked afoot, and the stones have been sharp and cold under her bare feet, and the dust from the chariot has riz up and blinded her sad eyes time and again, so's that she couldn't look off any distance. The horses have been hard bit, their high hoofs and heads drawed dreadful hard at the bit held in her weak grasp, and she has been kicked a good deal by their sharp hoofs. On the 2 off horses there was 2 figures holdin' up high gorgeous banners. Of course they was men, and of course they was ridin'. 3 men ridin' and 2 men walkin' afoot. It didn't seem right. Not that I begrudged Columbus, that noble creetur, the ease he had. If I'd had my way I'd had a good spring seat fixed onto that chariot, so that he could rid settin' down, or, at any rate, I'd laid a board across it, with a buffalo robe on't. I wouldn't had him standin' up. It hain't because I've got anything against Columbus, no indeed, but I am such a well-wisher of my own sect that I hate to see 'em in such a tryin' place. But I was glad of one thing, and mebbe that was one thing that made them poor Vim men look so fearless and sort of riz up. They was in the east, they was in the past, the sun was a-movin' along, they could foller its rays along into the golden day. Why, right before 'em, on the other side of the basin, with only a little water between 'em that would soon be crossed, they could see a woman towerin' up 100 feet, in plain view of all the countries of the assembled world, holdin' in her outstretched hand the emblems of power and liberty. But to resume, Josiah and I had a first-rate time there at that music hall, and enjoyed ourselves first-rate hearin' that most melodious music, though pretty loud, and seein' the musicianers all dressed up in the gayest colors, as if they was officers. And truly they was. They marshaled the rank and file of that most powerful army on earth, the grand unseen forces of melody, that vanquishes the civilized and savage alike, and charms the very beast and reptile. The sweet power that moves the world, and the only earth delight that we know will greet us in the land of the immortals. Truly the hour we spent there was long, long to be remembered. And after we reluctantly left the Hall of Melody, the music still swelled out and come to our ears in haunting echoes. Josiah had wandered away to a little distance to see something or ruther that had attracted his attention, and I stood still, lost in thought, and almost by the side of myself, listening to the low, sobbing music of the band. I was almost by the side of myself with my rapt emotions when I heard a voice that recalled me to myself. "Drusilla, I'm clean beat out." "Are you Deacon Cypher?" "Wall, it is because you are so smart, and see so much." Truly, thinks as I, it don't take much smartness to see much in this place. But instinctively with that day come the thought, nobody but Drusilla Cypher could or would make that admirin' remark. And I turned and advanced onto 'em with a calm mien. But I see in that first look that they looked haggard and wan agin as I ever see 'em look, and for haggarder. They looked all broke up, and their clothes looked all rumpled up and seedy, some as if they had slept in 'em for some weeks. But I hain't one to desert old friends under any circumstances, so I advanced unto 'em, and says, with a mien that looked welcomin' and glad, "Why, Drusilla and Deacon Cypher," says I, "how glad I am to see you! When did you come? Have you been here long?" And they said, they had been in Chicago some 5 weeks. "Is that so?" says I. "And how have you enjoyed the fair? I suppose you have seen a good deal, if you have been here so long," says Drusilla. "This is the first time we have been on to the fair ground." "Why," says I, "what was the matter?" She turned round, and see that Deacon Cypher had stopped some distance away to speak to my partner and to look at something or ruther, and she told me all about it. She said that the deacon had thought that it would be cheaper to live in a tent and cook over an alcohol lamp, so they had hired a cheap tent and went to livin' in it. But a hard wind and rainstorm come up the very first night and blew the whole tent away, so they had to live under a umbrel the first night in a hard rain. Wall, she took a awful cold, and by the time they got the tent fastened down agin she was down with a sore throat and was feverish, and couldn't be left alone a minute, so the doctor said. So the deacon had to stay with her night and day, and change poultices, and give medicine, etc., and he had to hire porridges made for her, and things. There wouldn't any of the campers round 'em do anything for 'em, for he had, according to his own wishes, got right into a perfect nest of prohibitionists. The deacon was perfectly devoted to the temperance cause himself, wouldn't drink a drop to save his life, and dreadful bitter and unforgivin' to them that drinked. But it happened that bottle of alcohol for their lamp got broke right onto the deacon's clothes. His vest, and pantaloons, and coat was just soaked with it, so's when he went after help they called him an old soaker, and said if he'd been sober the tent wouldn't have broke loose. They scoffed at him fearful, and wouldn't do a thing to help him. He told them he was a strict teetotaler, and hadn't drinked a drop for over 40 years. And they said, "Get out, you wretched old sot! You smell like a saloon!" And another said, "Don't tell any of your lies to me, when just one whiff of your breath is enough to make a man reel." It cut the deacon up dreadful to be accused of drinkin' and lyin'. But they wouldn't one of 'em help a mite, and it kept him boned right down a waitin' on her. And they, just as she got a little better, there come on a drizzlin' rain, and it soaked right down through the tent, and runnin' under it, so they was a drippin', both on 'em. But the deacon took it worse than she did, for he elevated her onto their trunks, made a bed up on top of 'em for her as well as he could. But he got soaked through and through, and it brung on rheumatiz, and he couldn't move for over 9 days. And the doctors said that his case was critical. Of course she couldn't leave him, and having to cook over a alcohol lamp, it kept her to home every minute, even if he could be left. So she said they got discouraged, and their bills run up so high for doctors, and medicines, and plasters, etc., that they calculated to break up tent and go and board for a few days, get a look at the fair, and then go home. And says she, "I suppose you have been here every day?" "Yes," says I. "We would have a nice warm breakfast and supper at our boarding place, and a good comfortable bed to sleep in, and we would buy our dinner here on the fair ground, and we have kept real well." She looked enviously at me out of her pale and haggard face. Says she, "We have both ruined our stomachs livin' on crackers and cheese. I shall never see a well day agin. And we both have got rheumatiz for life, layin' round outdoors. It is dangerous at our time of life." Says she. "What made you do it, Drusilla?" Says I. "Wall," she said, "the deacon wanted to. He thought he couldn't afford to board in a house, and you know," says Drusilla, "that the deacon is a man of most splendid judgment." "Not in this case," says I. And then, at my request, she told me what they had paid out for doctors and medicines, and it come to $5.63 more than Josiah and I had paid for our board, and gate fees, and everything. And that didn't count in the cost of their 2 dyspeptic boards, or their agony and sickness and sufferin', or their total loss of happiness and instruction at the fair. When we reckoned this up, Drusilla come the nighest to disapprovin' of the deacon's management that I ever knew her to. She says, and it was strong language for Drusilla's cipher to use. Says she, "If it had been any other man but Deacon Cipher that had done this, I should been mad as a hen. But the deacon is, as you well know, Josiah Allen's wife, a wonderful man." "Yes," says I. "Drusilla, I know it, and have known it for some time." She looked real contented, and then I says, "Josiah Allen had got his mind all made up to tend out durin' the fair. But I broke it up," says I. "I broke it up in time." At this very minute Josiah and Deacon Cipher come back to us, the deacon limpin', and lookin' 10 years older than when we last seen him in Jonesville. And my pardner pert, and upright, and fat, under my management. Wall, we 4 stayed together the rest of the day, lookin' at one thing and another. And when we got home that night, lo and behold, Isabel had come just before we did. And supper was all ready, or dinner, as they all called it, but I don't know as it makes much difference when you are hungry. The victuals taste just about the same, awful good, anyway. We was pretty late, so there wasn't anybody to the table but just Isabel and Josiah and me. And we 3 had a dreadful good visit with each other. She is just as sweet as a rosy in June. I make no matches, nor break none. But I couldn't help tellin' Josiah Allen in confidence from time to time that it did seem to me that Isabel and Mr. Freeman was cut out for each other. Every time I see Isabel, and Crit and Thomas J. had often made some appointment where our family party could all meet, and every time I see her, I liked her better and better. And Maggie, who of course had seen more of her than I had, being in the same house with her, she told me in confidence, and in the Mexican exhibit, that Isabel was an angel. No, I make no matches, nor break none. But I happened to speak sort of accidentally as it were to Mr. Freeman one day, and told him my niece was comin' to spend a week with me, just as quick as Miss Plank's stepsister's daughter's cousin got away. Miss Plank, like the rest of Chicago freeholders, had relations back to the 3D and 4th generation come on to 'em like flocks of ravening grasshoppers or locusts, durin' the fair. And I says, though I am the one that hadn't ort to say it mebbe, "She is one of the sweetest girls on earth." Says I. "I call her a girl, though I s'pose I ort to call her a woman, for she is one in years." But because she hain't never been married, says I presently. Hain't no reason that she couldn't be, for she has had offers, and might be married any day now. But, says I, she kept single from duty once, and now it seems to be from choice. He sort of smiled with his eyes. He was used to such talk, I suppose. Good land! The Vim men all made perfect fools of themselves about him. But he says in his pleasant way, I shall be very glad to meet your niece. I shall be sure to like her, if she is any like her aunt. Pretty admirant talk that was. But good land! Josiah sot right there, and he wasn't jealous a mite. Mr. Freeman was young enough to be my boy, anyway. And then Josiah knew what I had in my mind. But I told my partner that night, says I hain't mentioned Mr. Freeman's name to Isabel, and hain't a-goin' to, for one reason, she wouldn't come nigh the house if she knew what I was a-thinkin' on, and for another reason, I am a-goin' to try to stop a-thinkin' on't. He took it so beautiful, and he has matchmakers a-besettin' him so much, I dare presume to say he mistrusted what I was up to in my own mind. And like as not, Isabel wouldn't look at him, or any other man, anyway. But I wouldn't have thought on't in the first place, says I, if Isabel hadn't been such a born angel, and seemed cut out a purpose for him by Providence. But I shall try to stop a-thinkin' on't. And says Josiah, you had better have done that in the first place. Wall, I was as good as my word. I didn't say another word pro nor con. But I kep' up a-thinkin' inside of me, bein' but mortal, and havin' two eyes in my head. Wall, as I say, finally Gertrude Plank had left her room vacant, and our niece had come to us with a cheerful face and one small trunk full of necessaries for her week's visit. I call her our niece, though she wasn't quite that relationship to us. But it is quite hard sometimes to get the relationship headed right, and Marshall am out into company before you, specially when they are fifth or sixth cousins. And I thought, bein' our ages was such, and our affections was so strong, back and forth, that it would be just as well to just use that plain term aunt and uncle and niece. It looked better, anyway, as our ages stood. And I didn't think it was anything wrong, for good land. We are called uncle and aunt, my Josiah and me are, by lots of folks that hain't no sort of kin to us, and Isabel was related to us anyway by kin and by soul ties. Wall, to resume, the evenin' after Isabel got there it was burnin' warm in my room. And her room was still worse, way up on top of the house. But it was the best room that we could get for her, and she was contented with it for the sake of bein' with her Uncle Josiah and me. After we got up from the supper table, Mr. Freeman was away that day, but I felt free to take her into that big, cool room, and so we went into that beautiful place. And then, all of a sudden, as Isabel stood there in front of that pretty girl down by the meadow brook amongst the deep grasses, all of a sudden it come to me who the girl looked like. It was Isabel. As she stood in front of it, in her long white dress, with her white hands clasped loose in front of her, and her auburn hair pushed back careless from her beautiful face, I see the girl in the picture, or as she would be if she had grown refined and beautiful by sorrow and a sweet patience and reasonableness, which is the twin of patience, both on 'em the children of pain. As I stood there a-looking at her in admiration and surprise, I heard a sound behind me. It was the cry nor a sith, but it was somethin' different from both, more eager-like, and deadly earnest, and dumbfounded. And then it was Mr. Freeman's voice I knew that said, "My God! Am I a-dreamin'?" And then Isabel turned, and her face filled with a rapturous surprise and joy, and everything. And says she, "Tom!" And he just rushed forward, and in a season had her in his arms. And I bust out a-cryin', and turned my back to him, and went out. But it wasn't more than a few minutes before they rapped at my door, and their faces looked like the faces of two angels who have left the sorrows of earth and got into heaven at last. And I cried again, and Isabel cried as I held her in my arms silently, and kissed her a dozen times, and I presume more. And Mr. Freeman kissed me on my left cheek, and wrung my hand that hard that right hand ached hard more'n an hour and a half. And I bathed it in arnica and water long enough after Isabel had gone to her room, and Mr. Freeman to his'n. For till this mortal has put on immortality folks have to eat and sleep, and if their hands are wrung half off, either through happiness or anger, flesh, while it is corruptible, will ache, and bones will cry out if most crushed down. But Arnicki relieved the pain, and the light of the morning showed the faces of these reunited lovers, full of such a radiant bliss that it did one's soul good even to look at him. It seems that Isabel had told him in that long ago time when they parted that she wouldn't keep up a correspondence with him. She felt that she had ought to leave him free. And he was poor, and he would not fetter her with a memory she might perhaps better forget. Poor things! Lovin' and half broken-hearted, and both hampered with duties, and both good as gold. So they parted, she to take care of her feeble parents, and he to take care of his invalid mother and the two little ones. But lo and behold! After they had lived in that western city for a few years, Tom A working hard as he could to keep the wolf from the door, and from devouring the three helpless ones, his brother returned from California as rich as a Jew, and he took his two little girls back with him and put 'em in school, and give Tom the money to start in business, and he was fortunate beyond any tellin', got independent rich. Then his ma was took sick and died. He a waitin' on her devoted to the very last. Then, heart-hungry and lonesome, he broke through the vow he had made, and writ to Isabel. But Isabel had gone from the old place, she didn't get the letters. Then he writ again, for his love was strong and his pride weak, weak as a cat. True love will always have that effect on pride and resolve, etc. But no answer came back to his longin and waitin' heart. And then, I s'pose, pride kinder riz up again, and he said to himself that he wouldn't worry her and weary her with letters that she didn't think enough of to answer. And he had about made up his mind that all he should ever see of Isabel would be the shadow of her beauty in the girl by the old medder bars, standin' in the fresh grasses, by the Logan Brook, all lookin' so like the dear old farm when he won her love so long ago. That dead, mute, irresponsive picture was more to him than any livin', breathin' woman could ever be. So he camped down before it, as you may say, for life. That is, he thought so, but Providence was a watchin' over him, and his thoughtful, unselfish kindness to a stranger, or strangers, was to be rewarded with the prize of love and bliss. Wall, the World's Fair was, I suppose, looked on by many a pair of glad eyes. Hearts that throbbed high with happiness beat on through them majestic rooms. But happier hearts and gladder eyes never glowed and rejoiced in them than Isabel's and her handsome lovers. And wasn't Crit glad? Wasn't he glad of soul to see Isabel's happiness? Yes, indeed. And Maggie and Thomas Jefferson. Why, of course we wouldn't sing out loud in public, not for anything. We knew it wouldn't do to go along the streets or in the halls and corridors of the World's Fair, singin' as loud as we could. Joy to the world! Or, what amazin' bliss is this? Or anything else of that kind. No, we was too well bred to attempt it. But inside of us we jest sung for joy, the whole set and caboodle of us. All but Miss Plank, and a few old maids and widows, and such, who mebbe had hopes. Miss Plank looked and acted as flat and crushed down as one of her favorite cakes, or as if she was alien under her own surname. She said she hated to lose the profit of such a boarder, and mebbe that was it, I don't say it wasn't. But this I know, them men will keep up hopes, moles or no moles, and age has no power to keep out expectations. But I make no insinuations, nor will take none. She said that it was money she hated to lose, and mebbe it was. But on that question I riz up her hopes agin, for Mr. Freeman was bound on bein' married immediately and to once, and he said that they would remain right there for the remainder of the year at least. Isabel hung off, and wanted to go back to Jonesville and be married to our house, as I warmly urged em to. But Mr. Freeman, looking decided and firm as anything you ever see, he says to Isabel, "Do you suppose I am ever goin' to lose sight of you agin?" "No, indeed." And I says, "Wall, come right home with us to Jonesville, and keep your eyes on her." I was as happy as a king, and he knew it. And he thinks a sight of me, for it was through me, he says, that their meetin' was brought about. He didn't say he wouldn't do that, so I was greatly in hopes that that would be the way it would turn out. I thought to myself, oh, how I would love to have them married in my parlor, right back of the hangin' lamp. The semi-detached widder said she got a letter about that time bringin' her bad news, trials, and tribulations, so it wasn't to be wondered that she looked sad and worried. Maybe she did get such a letter. But anyway, she and Miss Plank made up with each other. They become close friends. Miss Plank told me. She loved her like a sister. And the semi-detached widow told me. If she ever see a woman that she thought more on than she did her own mother, it was Miss Plank. Wall, I was glad enough to see 'em reconciled, for they had been at such swords' pints, as you may say, that it made it dreadful disagreeable to the other boarders. Miss Pedek acted, and I believe was tickled, to see Mr. Freeman's happiness, for he didn't make any secret of it, and couldn't, if he wanted to. For radiant eyes and blissful smiles would have told the story of his joy, if his lips hadn't. Miss Pedek said that, if Mr. Pedek had been alive, that he could say truly that he could sympathize with him in every respect, for that dear departed man had known, if anybody had, true connubial bliss. And then she brung up such piles of reminiscences of that man, that I felt as if I must sink under 'em. But I didn't. I managed to keep my head above 'em, and keep on breathin' as calm and steady as I could. Even Nunny acted a trifle less bitter and austere when he heard the news, and made the remark that he hoped that he would be happy. But there was a dark and shuddering uncertainty and unbelief in his cold eyes as he said that hope, that was dreadful depressant to me, not to Mr. Freeman. No, that blessed creetur was too happy to be affected by such glacial congratulations as Nunny Pedek's. Chapter 18. Of course, feelin' as I did about my Uncle Samuel, it wouldn't have done to not gone to the government buildin', where he makes his headquarters, so to say. Like the other palaces, this is so vast that it seemed as we stepped up to it some like waddin' out into Lake Michigan to examine her. We couldn't do it. We couldn't do justice to Michigan with one pair of feet and eyes. No, indeed. Wall, no more we couldn't do justice to these buildin's unless we laid out to live as long as Methuselah did, and hang round here for 100 years or so. We had to go by a lot of officers all dressed up in uniforms. But we wasn't afraid. We knew we hadn't done anything to make us afraid. Josiah was considerable interested in the enormous display of rifles, and all the machinery for making 'em, and show when, how, and where the destructive instruments used in war are made. And then there was dummy cavalry horses, and men, and ponies, and cattle, showing the early means for transportation of the mails, compared with the modern way of carrying it on lightning coaches. But it was a treat indeed to me to see the original papers writ by our noble forefathers. To be sure, they was considerable faded out, so that I couldn't read 'em much of any, but it was a treat indeed to just see the paper on which the hands of them good old creeturs had rested while they shaped the destinies of the new world. They held the pen, but the Almighty held the hands, and guided them over the paper. When I see with my own 2 eyes, and my Josiah's eyes, which makes 4 eyes of my own, for are we 2 not 1? Yes, indeed, we are a good deal of the time. Wall, when I see with these 4 eyes the very paper that Washington, the immortal founder of his country, had rested his own hand on, when I see the very handwritten of his right hand and the written thoughts of Hyson, which made it seem some like looking into the inside of that revered and noble head, my feelin's riz up so that they was almost beyond my control. And I had to lean back hard on the pillow of megamist that I always carry with me to steady myself with. I had to lean hard, or I should have been perfectly wobblin' and broke up. And then to see Jefferson's writin', and Hamilton's, and Benjamin Franklin's, he who also discovered a new world, the mystic world that we draw on with such a steady and increasing demand for supplies of light, and heat, and motion, and everything. When I see the very writin' of that hand that had drawed down the lightnin', and had hitched it to the car of commerce and progress. Oh, what feelin's I felt, and how many of 'em, it was a sight. And then I see the proclamation of the President, and though I always made a practice of skippin' 'em when I see 'em in the newspaper, somehow they look different to me here. And then there was agreements with foreign powers, and some of them powers own handwritten photographed, and lots of treaties made by Uncle Sam, some of 'em, especially them with the Injuns, I guess the least said about the soonest mended, but the biggest heft on 'em I guess he has kept. Treaties of peace and alliance, pardon of Louisiana and Florida, Alaska, etc., all in Uncle Sam's own handwritten. And then there was the arms of the United States, and hain't it a sight how fur them arms reach out north and south, east and west, protectin' and fosterin' arms a good deal of the time they are, and then how strong they can hit when they feel like it. And then there was the big seal of the United States. I had read a description of it to Josiah that mornin', and had explained it all out to him, all about the argand, and jewels, and the breast of the American eagle displayed proper. I says, "That means that it is proper for a bird to display its breast in public places, and," says I, "though it don't speak right out, it probable means to gin a strong hint to fashionable vim men. And then," says I, "it holds in its dexter talons a olive branch. That means that it is so dexterous in wavin' that branch round and gittin' holt of what it wants. And holdin' in its sinister talons a bunch of arrows," says I. "That means that in war it is so awful sinister, and lets them arrows fly onto its enemies where they are needed most. And then the eagle holds in its beak a strip of paper with E pluribus unum on it, which means one formed out of many. And how many countries will wheel into the procession and become part of the great one as the centuries go on? I don't believe Uncle Sam has the least idea. I know I hain't, nor Josiah. For on the back part is a pyramid unfinished, no knowin' how many bricks will yet be laid on top of that pyramid, or how high it will shoot up into the heavens. And then there is a big eye surrounded with a glory. The eye of the United States most likely, and I s'posed mebbe it meant big eye and little u. I didn't know exactly what it did mean till I catched sight of the words above, meaning, "The eye of Providence is favorable to our undertakings." And then I felt better, and hoped it was so. Down under the pyramid is words meaning, "A new order of centuries." That riz me up still more, for I knew it was true. Yes, when Columbus pined the prow of that caravel of his'n towards he new world, the water broke on each side of it, washin' back towards the old world the decking creeds and orders of the old world, and the ripples that danced ahead on't, clear across the Atlantic, was carryin' new laws, new governments, and hoverin' over the prow as it swept on in the darkness and the dawn, unseen to any eye. Not even the prophetic eye of the discoverer, hovered the great angels' liberty, equal rights, and human brotherhood. For them angels could see further than we can. They could see clear ahead when the iron chains should fall from black wrists, and as mighty chains, though wrought with gold, mebbe, should fall from the delicate white wrists of mother, and wife, and sister. It could see that this indeed was a new order of centuries. And then we see, kept just as careful as though it was pure gold and diamonds, the petition of the colonies to the King of England. And I'll bet England has been sorry enough to think it didn't hear to 'em, and act a little more lenient to 'em. And then there was the old Constitution of the United States, in the very handwritten of its immortal framer. And then there was the Declaration of Independence. Good, likely old document as ever was made. I know I hain't felt towards it as I'd ort to time and agin, when I've hearn it read 4th of Julys by a long-winded orator, in muggy and sultry dog days in Jonesville. But though, as I ort to own up, I've turned my back onto it at sec times, I've allers respected it deeply, and it was indeed a treat to see it now. The very paper, writ in the darkness of uncertainty, and hopelessness, and despair of our forefathers, and which them 4 old fathers was willin' to seal with their blood. Oh, if that piece of yeller, faded old paper could jest speak out and tell what emotions was rackin' the hearts, and what wild dreams and despairs was ha'ntin' the brains of the ones that bent over it in that dark day, 1776. Why, the World's Fair would be thrilled to its inmost depths, Chicago would tremble from its ground floor up to its 20th and 30th story, and Josiah and I would be perfectly browbeat and stunted. But it was to be, only the old yeller paper remained writ over with them immortal words. Their wild emotions, their dreams, their despairs, and their raptures have passed away, bloomin' out agin in the nation's glory and grandeur. And then we see amongst the treaties with foreign powers friendship tokens from semi-barbarous tribes and nations. Poor little gifts that didn't always buy friendship and justice, and I told Uncle Sam so right to his old face if I'd met him there as I was lookin' at him. I'd 'a' done it if he had turned me right out of the government buildin' the next minute. And then there was the first cannon ever brought to America, and the first church bell ever rung in America, and pictures of every place that Columbus ever had anything to do with, and a whole set of photographs of Heisen. Good creator! It is a shame and a disgrace that there is so many on 'em, and all lookin' so different as Josiah and Queen Elizabeth. And then there was everything relatin' to conquest of Mexico and etc., and everything about the food and occupations of men, all sorts of food, savage and civilized, and all sorts of occupations, from makin' molasses to gatherin' tea. And there was the most perfect collection of coins and medals ever made, 7,500 coins and 2,300 medals. There was some kinder stern-looking guards watchin' over these, but they had no need to be afraid. I wouldn't have meddled with one of 'em no more'n I'd torn out the book of Job out of the family Bible. There was everything under the sun that could be seen in South America, from a mule to a orchid. And in the center of the building was a section of the great sequoia tree from California. The tree is 25 feet in diameter, and has been hollowed out, and a stairway built up inside of it. Stairs inside of a tree. Good land! But what is the use? I have only waded out a few steps. The deep lake lays before us. I hain't gin muchy day of all there is to see in that buildin', and I hain't in any on 'em. You have got to swim out for yourself, and then you may have somey day of the vastness on't. But you can't describe 'em, I don't believe, nobody can't. In front of that buildin' we see one of the 2 largest guns ever made in the world. It was made in Essen, Germany. It weighs 270,000 pounds, and is 47 feet long. It will hit anything 16 miles off, and with perfect accuracy and effect at a distance of 12 miles. Good land! Further than from Zor to Shackville. It costs $1,250 to discharge it once. As Josiah looked at it, says he, "Oh, how I do wish I had sec a gun! How I could rake off the crows with it in plant in time! Why," says he, "by shootin' it off once or twice I could clear the whole country of 'em from Jonesville to Loontown." "Yes," says I. "And have you got $1,000 to pay for every batch of crows you kill, besides damages, heavy damages, for killin' human beings, and horses, and cows, and sec?" And he gin in that it wouldn't be feasible to own one. And I says, "I wouldn't have one on the premises if Mr. Krupp should give me one." So we wended onwards. Wall, about the most interestin' and surprisin' hours I enjoyed at Columbus's doin's was to the stately house set apart for that great wizard of the 19th century, electricity. As was befittin', most the first thing that our eyes fell on was a big, noble statue of Benjamin Franklin. He stands with his kite in his hand, lookin' up with a rapt look as if waitin' for instructions from on high. He seemed to be guardin' the entrance to this temple, and he looked as if he was glad to be there. And I truly was glad to have him there. For he ought to be put side by side with Christopher Columbus. Both sailed out on the unknown, both discovered a new world. Columbus's world we have got the lay on now considerable, and we have mapped it out and counted the inhabitants. But who shall map out this vast realm that Benjamin F. discovered? We stand just by the seashore. We have just landed from our boats. The unbroken forest lays before us, and beyond is deep valleys, and high, sun-kissed mountains, and rushing rivers. A few trees have been felled by Morse, Edison, Field, and others, so that we can get glimpses into the forest depths, but not enough to even give us a glimpse of the mountains or the seas. The realm as a whole is unexplored. Nobody knows or can dream of the grandeur and glory that awaits the advance guard that shall march in and take the country. This beautiful house built in its honor is 690 feet long and 345 feet wide. The main entrance, which is in the south side, has a magnificently decorated open vestibule covered by a half-dome, capable of the most brilliant illumination. Indeed, you can judge whether this building has advantages for being lit up, when I tell you that it has 20,000 incandescent and 3,000 arc lights. I hearn a bystander tellin' this, and says Josiah, "I can't imagine what a arc light is. Noah couldn't had a light so bright as that is. But," he says, "mebbe the light shines out as big as the ark did over the big water." And I s'pose mebbe that is it. Why, they say the big light on top of the buildin', the biggest in the world, why, they do say that throws such a big light way off, way off over Lake Michigan, that the very white fishes think it is mornin', and get up and go to doin' up their mornin's work. There was everything in the buildin' that has been hearn on up to the present time in connection with electricity, everything that we know about, that magician uses to show off his magic powers, from a searchlight of 60,000 candle power down to a engine and dynamo combined, that can be packed in a box no bigger than a pea. Josiah looked at the immense display with a wise eye, and pretended to understand all about it, and he even went to explainin' it to me. But I says, "You needn't tire yourself, Josiah Allen, I should know just as much after you got through as I do now. And," says I, "you can explain to me just as well how the hoe and the planter cause the seed to spring up in the loosened ground. You put the seed in the ground, Josiah Allen, and the hoe loosens the soil round it. You may assist the plant some, but there is a secret back of it all, Josiah Allen, that you can't explain to me. No, nor Edison couldn't, nor Benjamin Franklin himself couldn't with his kite," says Josiah. "I could explain it all out to you if you would listen, all about my winter rye, and all about electricity." "But Agin," I says considerately, "don't tire yourself, Josiah Allen, it is a pretty hot day, and you hain't over and above well today." He didn't like it at all. He wanted to talk about electric currents to me, and magnets, and dynamos, but I wouldn't listen to it. I felt that we was in the palace of the great enchanter, the king of wonders of the 19th century, and I knew that awe and silence was befittin' mantles to wrap ourselves in as we entered his court, and stood in his imperial presence. And I told Josiah so. And he says, "You won't catch me with a mantle on." He is dreadful 'fraid to wear women's clothes. I can't get a apron or a sunbonnet on him in churnin' time or buryin' in dog days. He is sot. But I says, "Josiah, I spoke in metaphor." And he says, "I would ruther you would use pantaloons and vests, if you are a-goin' to allegor about me." But to resume. France, England, Germany, all have wonderful exhibits, and as for our own country, there was no end seemin' to the marvelous sight. Why, to give you a idea of the size and splendor of one electrical company alone spent $350,000 on its exhibit. Among the German exhibits was a wonderful searchlight, just as searchin' as any light ever could be. It was somethin' like the Day of Judgment in lightin' up and showin' forth. One of the strange things long to be remembered was to set down alone beside of a big horn in Chicago, and hear a melodious orchestra in New York, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, discursin' the sweetest melody. Wall, what took up Josiah's mind most of anything was a house all fitted up from basement to attic with electricity. You come home, say you come in the evenin' and bring company with you, you press a button at the door opens, touch another button, and the hall will be all lighted up, and so with every other room in the house. Some of these lights will be rosettes of light let into the wall, and some on lamps behind white, and rose-tinted, and amber porcelain. When you go upstairs to put on another coat, you touch a button, the electric elevator takes you to your room, and when you open the closet door, that lights the lamp in the closet. When you have found your coat and vest, shutting the door puts the light out. In the meantime, your visitors down below are entertained by a selection from operatic or sacred music or comic songs from a phonograph on the parlor table. Or if they want to hear Gladstone debate, or Chauncey Depew joke, or Ingersoll lecture, or no matter what their tastes are, they can be gratified. The phonograph don't care, it will bring to 'em anything they call for. Then, when they have got ready for dinner, a button is touched, the dinner comes down from the kitchen in the attic, where it was all cooked by electricity, baked, roasted, or biled, whatever it is. When the victuals are put on the table, they are kept warm by electric warmin' furnaces. They start up a rousin' fire in the open fireplace by pressin' a button, and if they get kinder warm, electric fans cool the air agin, though there hain't much chance of gettin' too warm, for electric thermostats regulate the atmosphere. But in the summer the fans come handy. When dinner is over, the dishes mount upstairs agin, and are washed by a electric automatic dish washer, and dried by a electric dish dryer. The ice for dinner is made by a miniature ammonia ice plant, which keeps the whole house cool in hot days and nights. On washing days the woman of the house throws the dirty clothes and a piece of soap into a tub, and electricity heats the water, rubs and cleanses the clothes, shoves them along and wrings them through an electric wringer, and dries them in an electric drying oven, and then irons them by an electric ironing machine. If the female of the house wants to sew a little, she don't have to wear out her own vital powers running that sewing machine. No, electricity just runs it for her smooth as a dollar. If she wants to sweep her floor, does she have to wear out her own elbows? No, indeed, electricity just sweeps it for her clean as a pin. Oh, what a house! What a house! Josiah, of course, was rampant with ideas of having our house run just like it. He thought maybe he could run it by horsepower or by wind. But, I says, I guess the old mare has enough on her hands without washing dishes and cooking. He see it wasn't feasible. But, says he, I believe I could run it by wind. Don't you know what windstorms we have in Jonesville? And I says, you won't catch me sewing by it, blowing me away 1 minute, and then stoppin' stunned still the next. And says I, how could we be elevated by it? Blow us halfway upstairs, and then go down, and drop us. We shouldn't live through it a week, even if you could get the machinery running. Wall, says he, with a wise, shrewd look. As fur as the elevator is concerned, I believe I could fix that on an endless chain, keep it running all the time, something like perpetual motion. How could we get on it? Says I coldly. Catch on, says he. It would be worth everything to both on us to make us spry and limber-jinted. Oh, pshaw, says I. Your ideas are loony as can be. It has got to go by electricity. Wall, says he, I never see any sharper lightnin' than we have to Jonesville. I believe I could get the machinery all rigged up, and catch lightnin' enough to run it. I mean to try anyway. Wall, says I guess that you won't want to be elevated by lightnin' more'n once. I guess that would be pretty apt to end your experiments. Oh, Wall, says he, break it up. I never in my whole life tried to do something remarkable and noteworthy but what you put a drag on to me. Says I have saved your life, Josiah Allen, time and agin, to say nothin' of my own. He was mad, but I drawed his attention off onto a ocean cable, and asked him to explain it to me how the news went, and he was happy once more, happier than I was by fur. I was wretched, and had got myself into a job of weariness unspeakable and confusion, etc., and so forth. But to such immense sacrifices will a woman's love lead her. I could not brook his dallying with lightnin' at his age or to have it brung into our house in a raw state. Josiah was dreadful impressed with a big post completely covered with red, white, and blue globes, and all other colors, and at the top it branched out into 4 posts, extending towards the corners of the ceiling. A spark of electricity starts at the base of the post, and steadily works its way up. It lights the red, then the white, and then the blue, and etc., and then it goes on and lights the 4 branches until it gets to the end, and then it lights up a big ball. And then it goes back to the beginning again, and so it goes on, flash, 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 sparkle, 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 in glowing colors. It is a sight to see it. But what impressed me beyond anything was what seemed a mighty unseen hand risin' up out of nowhere, and holdin' a pencil, and writin' on the wall in letters of flame. And then that same unseen hand will wipe out what has been writ, and write something else. Why, it all makes folks feel a good deal like Belshazzar's, only more riz up like. He felt guilty as a dog, which must hindered his lofty emotions from playin' free. But folks that see this awesome and majestic spectacle don't have nothin' to drag down their soarin' emotions. Why, I'll bet that I had more emotions durin' that sight than Belshazzar had when he see his writin' on the wall, only different. I guess that mine was more like Daniel's, though I can't tell, havin' never talked it over with Daniel. But to resume. When we left the electrical buildin', it was so nigh at hand we jest stepped across into the Hall of Mines and Minnin'. And it was dreadful curious, wasn't it? Here we two was on the surface of the earth, and we had jest been studyin' in an entranced way the workin's of a mighty spirit, who was, in the first place, brung down from above the earth, and now, lo and behold, we was on our way to see what was below the earth. Curious and coincident very. Wall, As I walked across them few steps I thought of a good many things. One thing I thought on was the path I was walking on. I do know as I've mentioned it before, but them footpaths at the World's Fair are as worthy of attention as anything as there is there. I'll bet Columbus would have been glad to had such paths to walk on when he was footsore and tired out. They are made of a compound of granite and cement, and are as smooth as a board, and as durable as adamant. What a boon sec roads would be in the spring and the fall! How it would lessen profanity, and broken wagons, and broken-backed horses! Folks say that they will be used throughout the world. Jonesville waits for it with longin. Its name is Methuselah. I was real glad it had such a pretty name, it deserves it. Josiah was dreadful took with the name. He said that he was going to name his nephew's twins Maryline and Methuselah. But mebbe he'll forget it. Wall, the Hall of Mines in Minnan is a immense, gorgeous palace, just as all the rest on MB, and like 'em all, it has more in enough ornaments, and domes, and banners, and so forth to make it comfortable. As we advanced up the mage-stick portal the figures of miners, with hammers and pans in their hands, seemed to welcome us, and tell us what they had to do with the big show inside. They seemed to be saying with their still lips, "If it hadn't been for us, for the great army of labor, this show would have been a pretty slim one." Yes, the great vanguard of labor leads the van, and cuts down the trees, so's that old civilization and progress can walk along, and swing their arms, and spread themselves, as they have a way of doing. Wall, to anybody that loves to look on every side of a day from top to bottom, and had had sec experiences on top of the earth as I had, it was a great treat to see what was inside of the old world. And was it a sight? Sec heaps of glittering golden and silver ore, sec slabs of Chernine marble, and sec precious stones I never expect to see again till I get where the gates are pearl and the streets paved with pure gold. On the west side are the exhibits from foreign mineral-producing countries, beginning with the Central and South American states. These mines, worked way back before history begins, that furnished the gold that Cortez loaded his returning galleons with, still keep right on yielding their rich treasures, proving that there is no end to 'em, as you may say. On the opposite side of the avenue are the treasures of our own country. Each state and territory has tried, seaman ly, to make the richest and most dazzling exhibition. Here New England shows in a way that can't be disputed her solid granite and marble foundation, vast and beautiful and glossy exhibit. Then the immense coal exhibit of the great states of the Appalachian Range, and the Ohio Valley, shows forth its wealth in Chernine black masses. Pyramids and arches of glittering iron and steel, statues in brass, bronze, and copper, supported on pedestals of elaborate wrought metals. Then there are pillows and statues and pyramids of salt so blinding ly brilliant that you almost have to shut your eyes when you look at 'em. The South shows up her mineral fertilizers, and paints, and her precious ores. The gold of North Carolina, the phosphates of Florida, and the iron ores of Alabama are here in plain sight. California, Montana, Colorado, Idaho, shows a gorgeous exhibit of gold and other precious ores. In the large porch in the center of the building is a high tower, made at the bottom of all sorts of minerals, and trimmed off handsome and appropriate, and the tower that shoots up from this foundation is made of all sorts of machines employed in mining. From this center aisles and avenues branch off in every direction. Great Britain and Germany and our own greatest mineral states are here fastened this center. And you can walk down every avenue, and have your eyes most blinded by the splendor of the exhibit. You can see just how they extract the gold from the ore from the minute it is dug out of the earth till it is wrought into the Chernine dollar or beautiful ornament. You can see how electricity, the wizard, plays his part here, as everywhere else, in driving drills, and working huge mining pumps and hoisting appliances. You can see how this wizard gives the signals, fires the blast, and does everything he is told to do, and does it better than anybody else could, and easier. Then there are figures in groups representing the old laborious way of mining, old crucian mortars and mills of ancient Mexico, propelled by mules, compared with the automatic tramways and hydraulic transmission of coal by a liquid medium, and all the other swift and modern ways. South Africa shows off her diamond fields. The machinery picks up the blue clay right before our eyes, the native Kaffirs pick out the precious pebbles and sort them out, and a diamond cutter right here, with his chisel and wheel, cuts and polishes 'em till they are turned out a flashin' gem to adorn a queen. Then, if you get tired of roamin' round on the first floor, you can go up into the broad gallery and look down in the vast halls and avenues, full of dazzle and glitter. Dreadful interestin' them was to look at, dreadful. And up here are the offices of geologists, minin' engineers, and scientists, and a big library under charge of a librarian. And here, too, is a laboratory where experiments are being conducted all the time. Wall, it was a sight what we see there. But the thing that impressed me the most in the whole buildin', and I thought on't all the time I was there, and thought on't goin' home, and waked up and thought on't. It was a statue of woman named Justice, a female big as life, made of solid silver from her head to her heels, and standin' on a gold world. Just as they do in the streets of the New Jerusalem. Oh, my heart, think on't. Yes, it tickled me to an extraordinary degree, for a thing must mean somethin'. The world born on the outspread wings of an eagle is under her feet, and under that is a foundation of solid gold. First, the riches of the earth to the bottom, then the eagle ambition, and wavin' wings of power and conquest, carry in the whole round world, and then, above 'em all, woman. Yes, justice in the form of woman stood just where she ought to stand, right on top of the world. Justice and woman has too long been crumpled down, and trod on. But she has got on top now, and I believe will stay there for some time. She holds a scepter in her right hand, and in her left a pair of scales. She holds her scales evenly balanced, that is just as it ought to be. They have always tipped up on the side of man, which has been the side of might. But now they are held even, and right will determine how the notches stand, not might. I don't believe that the nation would make a statue of woman out of solid silver, and stand it on top of the world, if it didn't lay out to give her sect a little might of what she symbolizes. They hain't goin' to make a silver woman and call it justice, if they lay out to keep their idea of them men in the future, as they have in the past, the holler pewter image stuffed full of all sorts of injustices, and meannesses, and downtroddenness. They hain't goin' to stand the figure of woman and justice on top of the world, and then let woman herself grope along in the deepest and darkest swamps and morasses of injustice and oppression, taxed without representation, condemned and hung by laws they have no voice in makin'. Goin' on in the future as in the past, bringin' children into the world, dearer to 'em than their heart's blood, and then have their hearts torn out of 'em to see these children go to ruin before 'em through the foolishness and wickedness of laws they have no power to prevent. Nay, if they are rich, to see their loved ones helped to their doom by their own wealth, taxed to extend and perpetuate these means of death and hell, and they with their hands bound by the chains of slavery and old custom. But things are goin' to be different. I see it plain. And I looked on that figure with big emotions in my heart, and my umbrel in my hand. I knew the nation was goin' to depict a woman with the whole earth at her feet, and then deny her the rights of the poorest dog that walks that globe. No, that would be makin' too light of her, and makin' perfect fools of themselves. They wouldn't of their own accord put a scepter in her hand, if they laid out to keep her where she is now, under the rule of the lowest criminal landed on our shores, and beneath niggers, and Injuns, and settin' on the same bench in a even row with idiots, lunatics, and criminals. No, I think better of 'em. They are goin' to carry out the idea of that silver image in the gold of practical justice, I believe. If I hadn't thought so, I would histed up my umbrel and hit that scepter of hern, and knocked that globe out from under her feet. And them 4 mountaineers guardin' her with rifles in their hands might have led me off to prison for it if they had wanted to. I would have done it anyway. But, as I says, I hope for better things, and what give me the most courage of anything about it was that Justice had got her bandages off. That is just what I have wanted her to do for a long time. I had advised Justice just as if she had been my own mother-in-law. I had argued with her time and agin to take that bandage off in her eyes. And when I see that she had took my advice, and meditated on what happiness and freedom was ahead for my sect, and realized plain that it was probable all my doin's, why, the proud and happy emotions that swelled my breast most broke off 4 buttons off in my basque waist. And unbeknown to me I carried myself in that proud and stately way that Josiah asked me anxiously, if I had got a crick in my back? I told him. No, I hadn't got any crick, but I had proud and lofty emotions on the inside of my soul that no man could give or take away. Wall, says he, you walked considerable like our old peacock when she wants to show off. I pitied him for his short-sightedness, but unconsciously I did, I dare presume to say, unbend a little in my proud gait. And we proceeded onwards. Wall, on our way home we heard a bystander speaking about the beautiful vistas, and the other one replied, and said how wonderful and beautiful he considered 'em. And Josiah says to me, where be them vistas anyway? I've heard more talk about 'em than a little. Do they keep 'em in cases, or be they rolled up in rolls? I want to see 'em anyway. And he turned and went to go into one of the big palaces. Says he, he seemed to be a pintin' this way, we must have missed 'em the day we was here. But I took hold of his arm and drawed him back, and I pined down the long, beautiful distance, the glorious view bounded by the snowy sculptured heights of palaces, long, green, flower-gemmed avenues of beauty, with the blue waters shinin' calm behind towering statues of marvelous conception, and says I, behold a vista! He put on his specs and looked clost, and says he, I don't see nothin' out of the common. No, says I, spiritual things are spiritually discerned. The wind bloweth where it listeth. Says I, oh, bring up the Bible. Says he, there is a time for all things. He acted real pudgiky. But I at last got him to understand what a vista was, and I told him that Mr. Burnham and the others who had charge of buildin' this marvelous city took no end of pains to design these marvelous pictures, more lovely than was ever painted on canvas since the world begun. And says I, as I looked round me once more, some as Moses did on Pisgah's height, and viewed the landscape o'er, says I must thank the head one here. I must thank Director General Davis in my own name, and in the name of Jonesville, and the world, for getting up this incomparable spectacle, the like of which will never be seen again by living eyes. And if you'll believe it, I hadn't hardly finished speaking when who should come towards us but General Davis himself. I knew him in a minute, for his picture had been printed in papers as many as 2 or 3 times since the fair begun. It was a real good-looking face, anyway, in a paper or out of it. And I gathered up the folds of my cotton umbrella more gracefully in my left hand, and kinder shook out the drapery of my alpaca skirt, and was just advancing to accost him, when Josiah laid hold of my arm and whispered in a sharp accent, I won't have it. You hain't a-going to stop and visit with that man. I faced him with dignity and with some madness in my lineament, and says I, why? Says he, do you ask why? Yes, says I, with that same noble, riz-up look on my eyebrow. Why? Wall, says he, lookin' kinder mädchen. I want something to eat, and you'd probable talk a hour with him by the way you've praised up his doin's here. By this time General Davis was fur away. And I sithed, when I thought on't, what he'd lost by not receivin' my eloquent and heartfelt thanks, and what I'd lost in not givin' him. I do know as Josiah was jealous, mebbe he wasn't. But General Davis is considerable handsome, and Josiah can't bear to have me praise up any man, livin' or dead. Sometimes I have almost mistrusted that he didn't like to have me praise up St. Paul too much, or David, or Job, or he don't seem to care so much about Job. But as I say, mebbe it was jealousy. His appetite is good, mebbe it was hunger. Chapter 19. Wall, this mornin', on our way to the grounds, I says to Josiah, there's one thing that I want you to do the first thing today, and that is for you to see that good creeter, Senator Palmer. Says I just happened to read this mornin' how he's talking up a subscription to help the Duke of Veragua, and we must see him and help the cause along. Says I can't bear to think of Columbus's folks sufferin' for things. Says Josiah, let Columbus's folks nip in and work just as I do, and they'll get along. They hain't been brung up to it. Says I don't s'pose he ever plowed a acre of land in his life, or sheared a sheep. And I don't s'pose she knows what it is to pick a goose, or do a 2 weeks' washin'. I'm sorry for 'em as I can be. And to think that that villain of a manager should have run away with that money while they was over here helpin' their forefather's birthday. Says I It makes me feel like death. It makes me feel, says Josiah gloomily, that no knowin' but the old Harry will get into Yuri while we are away. But I says, don't worry, Josiah, Yuri and Philura are pure gold. Wall, dumb it all, pure gold can be melted if the fire is hot enough. But I went back to the old subject. We must give something to the cause. It will be expected of us, and it is right that we should. But, says Josiah, with a gloomy and fierce look, if I can get out of Chicago with a whole shirt on my back, it's all I expect to do. I hain't no money to spend on dukes, and you'll say so when we come to pay our bills. Says I, you needn't send any money, Josiah Allen, but, says I, we might send them a tub of butter and a keg of cucumber pickles just as well as not, and a ham, to help them along through the winter, and I'd gladly send him and her yarn enough for a good pair of socks and stockings. She might knit 'em, says I, or I would. I'll send him a pair of fringe mittens anyway, says I. It hain't noways likely that she knows how to make them. They take intellect and practice to knit. And says I want you to be sure and see Senator Palmer without fail, and tell him to be sure and let us know when he sends things, so's we can put in and add our 2 mites. Says he, the money has gone. Wall, says I am a dissapant creetur. I wanted to do my part towards getting them good, noble folks enough to live on till spring. Says Josiah, and maybe it was to get my attention off from the subject, which he felt was perilous to his pocket. He is clost, says he. There's one man here, Samantha, that I'd give a cent to see. Says I, who is it that you are willin' to make such a extraordinary outlay for? The Rager, says he. The Rager, says I dreamily. Who's that? Why, the Rager from India. I suppose, says he, that he is one of the raginest men that you ever see. He took his name from that, most likely, and to intimidate his subjects. Now, king or emperor don't strike the same breathless terror. But Rager, why, just the name is enough to make 'em behave. Wall, says I, if the monarch of India is here I must see him, and get him not to burn any more widders with their dead partners. Says I, it's a clear waste of widders, besides being wicked as wicked can be. Widders is handy, says I, now to keep boardin' housen, or to go round as agents. Old maids hain't nothin' by the side of 'em, and they look so sort o' respectable behind their black veils, and then they are needed so for the widower's supply, and that market is always full. Says I don't want 'em wasted, and I want the wickedness to be stopped. And then to insist on marrying so many of 'em men. I'd love to labor with him, and convince him that one's enough. It seems to me, says Josiah, that I could make him know that one's enough. It seems as if any married man might. Heaven knows, it seems so, says he. I didn't like his accent. There seemed to be some iron in it, but I wouldn't deign to parley. And then, says I, they're making their vim men wear veils all the time. What a foolish habit. What's the use on't? Smotherin' 'em half to death, and wearin' out their veils for nothin'. And then I'd make him educate 'em, gin 'em a chance. Says I, but whether he gives it or not, the bell of freedom is echoin' clear from Wyoming to Ingy, and it sounds clear under them veils. They will be throwed off whether he is willin' or not, and I'd love to tell him so. Says Josiah, I guess it will be as the Rager says. No, says I solemnly. It will be as the Lord says, and he is callin' to vim men all over the earth, and they are answerin' the call. But we hearn afterwards that Josiah had got it wrong. It was Raga, R-A-G-H, instead of Rager, and he was one of the most sensiblest fellers that ever stepped on our shores in royal shoes. He paid his own bills, was modest and intelligent, wanted to get information instead of idolatry from the American people. He didn't want no ball, no bowin' and backin' off, no escort. No chance at all here for the Ward McAllisters to show off and act. He acted like a good sensible American man, some as our son Thomas Jefferson would act if he should go over to his neighborhood on business. He wanted to see for himself the life of the Americans, the way the common people lived. He wanted to get information to help his own people. And he wanted to see Edison the most of all. That in itself would make him congenial to me. I myself think of Edison side by side with Christopher Columbus, and I guess the high chair he sets on up in my mind, with his lap full of his marvelous discoveries, is a little higher than Columbus's high chair. Oh, how congenial the Raga of Kaharthalia would be! How I wish we could have visited together! But it was to be, for Josiah said that he'd gone the night before, so we went it on. Wall, we hadn't more than got into the grounds this morning when Josiah hearn a bystander standin' near tell another one about the Ferris wheel. Why, says he, you just get into one of them cars, and you are carried up so that it seems as if you can see the whole world at your feet. Josiah turned right round in his tracks, and says he, where can I find that wheel? And the man says, on the Midway Plaisance. And Josiah says, where is that? And the man pined out the nearest way, and nothing to do but what we must set out to find that wheel, and go up in one. I counseled caution and delay, but to no effect. That wheel had got to be found to once, and both on us took up in it. I dreaded the job. Wall, the Plaisance begins not fur back of the woman's buildin'. It is a strip of land about 600 feet wide and a mile in length, connecting Washington Park with Jackson Park, where Columbus has his doin's, and it comes out at the fairground right behind the woman's buildin'. Josiah just wanted to rush along, clamorin' for the wheel, and not lookin' for nothin' on either side till he found it. But I was firm in this as a rock, that if I went at all I would go megam actin' and quiet, and look at everything we come to. And wasn't there enough to look at jest in the street? Folks of all nations under the earth. They seemed like the leaves of a forest, or the sands of the sea, if them sands and leaves was turned into men, them men, and children, high hats, bonnets, umbrellas, fans, canes, parasols, turbans, long robes, and short ones, gay ones, bright ones, feathers, sedan chairs, bijoux, Roland chairs, shacks, or that is how Josiah pronounced it. I told him that they was spelt shiks. But he says that you could tell that they was shacks by the looks on 'em. Truly it was a sight what we see in that street. Why, it was like payin' out some $1,000, and with 2 trunks, and unmeasured fatigue, spend years and years travelin' over the world. Why, we seemed to be journeyin' through foreign countries, carryin' the thought with us that we took our breakfast in our own hum, and that we should sleep there that night, but for all that we was in Turkey, and Japan, and Dahomey, and Lapland, etc., etc., etc. Wall, the first thing we come to as we begun on the right side, and anybody with my solid principles wouldn't begin on any other side but the sheep's side, we wouldn't begin on the goats. No, indeed. The first thing we come to was the match company. Here you could see everything about makin' matches, and when you consider how hard it would be to go back to the old way of strikin' light with a flint, and traipsin' off to the neighbors to borrow a few coals on a January mornin', you will know how interestin' that exhibit was. And then come the International Dress and Costume Company. All the different countries of the globe show their home life and costumes. And I says to Josiah, if this fair had been put off 10 years, or even 5, I believe the American them men would show a costume less adapted to squeezin' the life out of 'em, and scrappin' up all the filth and disease in the streets, and rackin' it hum. And Josiah says, oh, do come along. We shan't get to that will today if you dally so, and begin to talk about them men and their doin's. Then come the workin' man's home in Philadelphia. Then the Libby Glass Works, and when Josiah discovered it was free, he willingly acceded to my request to walk in and look round. He told me from the first on that he wasn't goin' to pay out a cent of money there. Says he, we can see enough, heaven knows we can, without payin' for any sights. Wall, here we see all kinds of American glass manufactured, from goblets and butter dishes up to glass draperies, dresses, laces, neckties, and all sorts of ornaments. Josiah says, Samantha, oh, how I would like a glass necktie. It would be so unique, how I could show off to Deacon Gowdy. Wall, says I, we can try to buy one, and at the same time I will order a glass polnay. Oh no, says he, it would be too resky. Glass is so brittle it would make you restive. And he tried to hurry me along, but I would look round a little, and we see there right before our face and eyes a man take a long tube and dip it into melted glass, and blow out cups and flower vases, and trim 'em all off with flowers of glass of all colors, and set cut glass as we see there I never see before. Why, one little piece takes a man a month to cut it out into its diamond glitter. And I would stop to see that glass dress all finished off for the Princess Eulalie. There it was in plain sight in Mr. Libby's factory, draped on a wax figure of Eulalie. Mr. Libby made it and presented it to the princess. It took 10,000,000 feet of glass thread. It was wove into 12 yards of cloth, and sent to a dressmaker in New York, who fitted it to the princess on her last days in the city. It is low neck and short sleeves, and has a row of glass fringe round the bottom, and soft glass ruching round the neck and sleeves. It looks some like pure white satin, and some different. It is as beautiful as any dress ever could be, and Eulalie will look real sweet in it. She'll be sorry to not have me see her in it, I hain't a doubt. And oh, how I did wish, as I looked at it, that her ancestor could have seen it, and meditated how pert and forwards the land was that he'd discovered. Glass dresses, the day. But Josiah looked kinder oneasy all the time that I was a-lookin' at it. He was afraid of what thoughts I might be entertainin' in my mind unbeknown to him, and he hurried me onwards. But the very next place we come to be was still more anxious to proceed rapidly, for this was the Irish village, where native Vim men make the famous Irish laces. It was a perfect Irish village, lackin' the dirt, and broken winders, and the neighborly pigs, and etc. At one end of it is the exact reproduction of the ancient Castle Donegal, famed in song and story. In the rooms of this castle the lace was exhibited, beautiful laces as I ever see, or want to see, and piles of it, and of every beautiful pattern. I did hanker for some of it to trim a nightcap. As I told Josiah, I wouldn't give a cent for any of the white lace dresses, not if I had to wear 'em, or white lace cloaks. Says I, I'd feel like a fool a-goin' to meetin' or to the store to carry off butter with a white lace dress on, or a white lace mantley, but I would love dearly to own some of that Nara lace for a nightcap border. But his anxiety was extreme to go on that very instant. He wanted to see the Blarney Stun on top of the tower of the castle. It is a stun about as big as Josiah's hat, let down below the floor, so's you have to stoop way down to even see it, let alone kissin' it. Josiah was very anxious to kiss it, but I frowned on the needless expense. Says I, men don't need to kiss it. Blarney is born in 'em, as you may say, and is natural nater to 'em. Says he, but it is so stylish to embrace it, Samantha, and it only costs 10 cents. But, I says firmly, you hain't a-goin' to kiss no chunk of Chicago stun, Josiah Allen, or pay out your money for demeanin' yourself. Says I, the original Blarney Stun is right there in its place in the tower of Blarney Castle in Ireland. It hain't been touched, and couldn't be. I don't believe that Lady Aberdeen would allow no sec works to go on. Says he. Says I, Lady Aberdeen can't help herself. How can a minister keep the whole of his congregation from lyin'? Says I, she is one of the nicest Vim men in the world, one of the few noble ones that reach down from high places, and lift up the lowly, and help the world. I don't s'pose she knows about the Blarney Stun. And don't you go to tellin' her, says I severely, and hurt her feelin's. Says he, in a morbid tone, we hain't been in the habit of visitin' back and forth, and probable if we was, you'd tell her before I could if you got a chance. Them men have sec long tongues. He was mad, as I could see, about my breakin' up his fashionable performance with that Chicago rock, but I didn't care. I merely says, if you want to do anything to remember the place, you can buy me 1.5 yards of linen lace to trim that nightcap, or a undercloth, Josiah. But he acted agitated here, and says he, I presume that it is cotton lace. Says I wish you'd be Megam, Josiah Allen. This lace is perfectly beautiful, and it is just what they say it is. And what a noble thing it was, says I, for Lady Aberdeen to do to gin these poor Irish lace makers a start that mebbe will lift 'em right up into prosperity, and s'posin', says I, that you buy me 1 yard or 2. But he fairly tore me away from the spot. He acted fearful agitated. But alas! For him, he found the next place we entered also exceedingly full of dangers to his pocketbook, for this was a Japanese bazaar, where every kind of queer, beautiful manufactures can be bought. Rugs, bronzes, lacquer work, bamboo work, fans, screens, more teacups than you ever see before, and little silk napkins of all colors, where you can have your name wove right in it before your eyes, and etc. etc. Here also the peculiar fire department of the Japanese is kept. The next large place is occupied by the Javanese. This concession and the one right across the road south of it is called the Dutch settlement, because the villages was got up by a lot of Dutch merchants. But the people are from the Fiji, Philippine, and Solomon Islands, Samoa, Java, Borneo, New Zealand, and the Polynesian archipelagos. Just think on't. There Josiah Allen and I was travelin' way off to places too fur to be reached only by our strainin' fancy, places that we never expected or dreamt that we could see with our mortal eyes only in agography. Here I was walkin' right through their country villages with my faithful partner by my side, and my old cotton umbrella in my hand, seemin' to anchor me to the present, while I floated off into strange realms. All these different countries show their native industries. We went into the Japanese village, under a high arch, all fixed off with towers, and wreaths, and swords, dreadful ornamental. There was more than 100 natives here. Their housen are back in the enclosure, and their workshops in front, and in these shops and porticos are carried on right before your eyes every trade known in Japan, and just as they do it at home, carvers, carpenters, spinners, weavers, dyers, musicians, etc., etc. The collarin they do is a sight to see, and takes almost a lifetime to learn. The housen of this village are mostly made of bamboo, not a nail used in the place. Why, sometimes one whole side of their housen would be made of a mat of braided bamboo. Bamboo is used by them for food, shelter, war implements, medicine, musical instruments, and everything else. Their housen was made in Japan, and brung over here and set up by native workmen. They have thatched roofs and kinder open-work sides, dreadful curious lookin', and on the wide porticos of these housen little native men set and embroider, and win skeins of gay-colored cotton, and play with their little brown black-eyed babies. The costumes of the Japanese look dreadful curious to us. Their loose gay-colored robes and turbans, and sandals, etc., look just as strange as Josiah's pantaloons and hat, and my basque waist does to them, I suppose. They're a pleasant little brown people, always polite. That is learnt as regular as any other lesson. Then there is another thing that our civilized race could learn of the heathen ones. Missionaries that we send out to teach the heathen let their own children sass and run over 'em. That is the reason that they act so sassy when they're growed up. Politeness ought to be learned young, even if it has to be stomped in with spanks. The Japanese are a childlike people, easily pleased, easily grieved, login and cryin' just like children. They work all day, not fast enough to hurt 'em, and at nightfall they go out and play all sorts of native games. That's a goody day. I wish that Jonas Villians would foller it. You'd much better be shootin' arrows from blowpipes than to blow round and jaw your household. And you'd much better be runnin' a foot race than runnin' your neighbors. They've got a theater where they perform their native dances and plays, and one man sits behind a curtain and does all the conversation for all the actors. I suppose he changes his voice some for the different folks. Wall, I led Josiah off towards the church, where all the articles of furniture is a big bamboo chair, where the priest sets and meditates when he thinks his people needs his thought. I know, but it helps him some, if he thinks hard enough. Thoughts are dreadful curious things, anyway. Josiah and I took considerable comfort wanderin' round and seein' all we could, and noticin' how kind turned round things was from Jonesville IDs. Now, they had some queer-lookin' little storehousen, and for all the world they opened at the top instead of the sides, to keep the snakes out of the rice in their native land, so they said. Josiah was just crazy to have one made like it. Why, says he, think of the safety on't, Samantha. Who'd ever think of goin' into a corn house on top if they wanted to steal some corn? But I says, foreign customs have got to be adopted with megamness, Josiah Allen, says I. With your rheumatiz, how would you climb up on a dozen times a day? He hadn't thought of that, and he gin up the day. Then the ideal figure of the Japanese Vim men is narrow shoulders and big waist. And though I hailed the big waist joyfully, I drawed the line at the narrow shoulders. They have long poles about their housen, with holes bored in 'em, through which the wind blows with a mournful sort of a voice, and they think that noise scares away evil spirits. When they come here, each of their little verandas had a cage with a sacred bird in it to coax the good spirits. They all died off, and now they've got some pigeons for 'em, and made 'em think that they was sacred birds. And Josiah, as he see 'em, instinctively says, "Dum 'em, I'd ruther have the evil spirits themselves round than them pigeons any time." He hates 'em, and I s'pose they do pull up seeds considerable. Them Japanese Vim men are dreadful cheerful lookin', and Josiah and I talked about it considerable. Says Josiah, "It's queer when, according to their belief, a man's horse can go to heaven, but their wives can't. But the minute they leave this world, another celestial wife meets him, and he and his earth wife parts forever. It is queer," says he, "how under them circumstances that the Vim men can look so happy." And I says, "It can't be that they hail annihilation as a welcome rest from married life, can it?" Josiah acted mad, and says he, "I'd be a fool if I was in your place." And being kinder mad, he snapped out, "Them Vim men don't look as if they knew much more than monkeys, compared to American Vim men, it's a sight." But I says, "You can't always tell by looks, Josiah Allen," says I. "As small as they be, they've showed some of the greatest qualities since they've been here: constancy, fidelity, love. Now one of them females lost a baby while she was here. Did she act as some of our fashionable American Vim men do? No, they own 20 Saratoga trunks, and wear their entire contents, but they do, as is well known, commit crime to evade the cares of motherhood. But this little woman right here in Chicago, she just laid down broken-hearted and died because her baby died. Her true heart broke. Little and humbly, no doubt, and not many clothes on, but from a upper view I wonder if her soul don't look better than the civilized, fashionably dressed murderess. There was theaters here with dancin' girls goin' as fur ahead, they said, of Louis Fuller and Carmencity as them two go ahead of Josiah and Deacon Cypher as skirt dancers. I guess that Josiah Allen would have gone in, regardless of price, to see this sight, so unbecoming to a deacon and a grandfather, but I broke it up at the first hint he gin. Says I, "What would your pastor say to your undertaking such a enterprise? What would be the opinion of Jonesville?" "Dum it all," says he. "David danced before the ark." "Wall," says I hain't seen no ark, and I hain't seen no David," says I reasonably. "I wouldn't object to your seein' David dance if he was here, and I wouldn't object to your seein' the ark." "Oh, Wall, have your own way," says he, and we wandered into the German village. The German village represents Hausen in the upper Bavarian mountains. There are 36 different buildings. Inside the village is a country fair, the German concert garden, a water tower, and 2 restaurants, Tyrolese dancers, beer hall, etc. In the center is a 16th century castle, with moat round it, and palisades. Josiah was all took up with this, and said, "How he would love to have a moat round our house," says he. "Just let some folks that I know try to get in, wouldn't I just hist up the drawbridge and drop 'em outside?" And I says, "Heaven knows, Josiah, that second thing would be convenient oft times, but," says I, "anxieties and annoyances have a way of swimmin' moats, you can't keep 'em out." But he said that he believed that he and Yuri could dig a moat, and rig up a drawbridge. And to get his mind off on, I hurried him on. Inside the castle is a dreadful warlike-looking group of iron men, all dressed up in full uniform, and there was all kinds of weapons and armor of Germany. The town hall of this village is a museum. In the village marketplace is sold all kinds of German goods. 2 bands of music pipe up, and everybody is talking German. It made it considerable lively to look at, but not so edifying to us as if we knew a word they said. And then come the street of Cairo, an exact representation of one of the most picturesque streets in old Cairo, with queer-looking kinder square housen, and some of the windows stood open, through which we got lovely views of an inner court, with green shrubs, and flowers, and fountains. On both sides of this street are dance halls, mosques, and shops filled with manufactures from Arabia and the Sudan. In the museum are many curious curiosities from Cairo and Alexandria. And the street is filled with dogs, and donkeys, and children and fortune-tellers, and dromedaries, and sedan chairs, with their bearers, and camels, and birds, and them men with long veils uncovering most of their faces, just their eyes peering out as if they would love to get acquainted with the strange eastern world, where them men walk with faces uncovered, and swung out into effort and achievement. I guess they was real good looking. I know that the men with their turbans and long robes looked quite well, though odd. In the shops was the most beautiful jewelry and precious stones, and queer-looking but magnificent silk goods, and cotton, and lamps, and leather goods, and weapons, etc., etc., etc. Wall, right there, as we was wandering through that street, from the handsomest of the residences streamed forth a bridal procession. The bride was dressed in gorgeous array of the beautiful fabrics of the East. And the bridegroom, with a train of haughty-looking Arabs following him, all swept down the streets towards the mosque, with music sounding out, and flowers being throwed at 'em, and boys yelling, and dogs barking, etc., etc. I drew my partner out of the way, for he stood open-mouthed with admiration staring at the bride, and almost rooted to the spot. But I drawed him back, and says I, "If you've got to be killed here, Josiah Allen, I don't want you killed by a Arab." And he says, "I dinno, but I'd just as lieves be killed by a Arab as a turkey. But," says he, "you tend to yourself, and I'll tend to myself. I was just studying human natur', Samantha. And that was all the thanks I got for rescuing him. It was just as interesting to walk through that village as it would be to go to Egypt, and more so, for we felt considerable safer right under Uncle Sam's right arm, as it was, for here we was way off in Africa, amongst their minarets and shops, and tents, men, and children in their strange garbs, dancing, playing music, cooking and serving their food, just as though they was to hum, and we was neighboring with them. Just as natural as we neighbored to hum with Sister Hensey or she that was. Submit Tewksbury. Then there was some native Arabs with them who was eating scorpions, and lugging round snakes, and cutting and piercing themselves with wicked-looking weapons, and eating glass. I was glad enough to get out of there. I hate daggers, and abominate snakes, and always did. And then I knew what a case Josiah Allen is to imitate and follow new-fangled ideas, and I didn't want my new glass butter dish and cream pitcher to fall a victim to his experiments. Wall, next come Algeria and Tunis, and then Tunis showed just how they lived and moved in their own Barbary state. Their houses are beautiful, truly oriental, white, with decorations of pale green, blue, and vermilion. One is a theater that will hold 600 folks. Then comes the panorama of the big volcano Kilowana. They couldn't bring the volcano with them, as volcanoes can't be histed round and lifted up on camels, or packed with sawdust, especially when they're 27 miles across. So they brung this great picture of it. I suppose it is a sight to see it. But Josiah felt that he couldn't afford to go in and see the sight, and he says, "It is only a hole with some fire and ashes coming out of the top of it." I says ironically, "Some like our leach barrel, hain't it, with a few cinders on top?" "Why, yes, something like that," says he. "It wouldn't pay to throw away money on ashes and fire that we can see any day to hum." I didn't argue with him, for I never took to volcanoes much. I never loved to get intimate with them. But it was a sight to behold, so Miss Plank said, she went in to see it. She said, it took her breath away the sight on't, but she's got it back again, the breath. She talked real diffuse about it. But to resume. The Chinese village was just like going through China or being dropped down unbeknown to you into a China village. 200 Chinamen are here by a special dispensation of Uncle Sam. And next to China is the captive balloon. I had wondered a sight what that meant. Josiah thought that somebody had catched a young balloon, and was bringing it up by hand, but I knew better than that. I knew that balloons didn't grow indigenous. And it was just as I'd mistrusted, they had a big balloon here all tied up ready to start off at a minute's notice. You just paid your money, and you could go on a trip up in it through the blue fields of air. I told Josiah, That it wouldn't be but a few years before folks would ride round in 'em just as common as they do in wagons. Says I, maybe we shall have a couple of our own stanch let up in our own barn. You mean tied up? Says he, and I do s'pose I did mean that. But now to look up at the great deep overhead, and consider the vastness of space, and consider the smallness of the ropes holdin' the balloon down, I said to myself, maybe it was just as well not to tackle the job of ridin' out in it that day. Just as I was meditatin' this, Josiah spoke up and says, I won't pay out no $2 apiece to ride in it. And I says, I kinder want to go up in it, and I kinder don't want to. And he says, that is just like them men, whifflin', unstabled, weak-livered. Says I believe you're afraid to go up in it. Afraid? Says he. I wouldn't be afraid a mite if it broke loose and sailed off free into space. Why don't you try it then? I urged. Wall, he says, lookin' round as if mebbe he could find some excuse layin' round on the ground, or sailin' round in the air. If I was, says he, if I had another vest on. I hain't dressed up exactly as I'd want to be to go balloon ridin'. And then, says he, brightenin' up, I don't want to scare you. You'd most probable be scared into a fit if it should break loose and start off independent into space. And it would take away all my enjoyment of such a pleasure excursion to see you layin' on the earth in a fit. Says I, it hain't vests or affection that holds you back, Josiah Allen, it's fear. Fear, says he. I don't know the meaning of that word only from what I've read about it in the dictionary. Men don't know what it is to be afraid, and that is why, says he, that I've always been so anxious to have them men keep in her own sphere, where men could watch over her, humble, domestic, grateful. Nater plotted it so, says he. Nater designs the male of creation to branch out, to venture, to labor, to dare, while the female stays to hum and tends to her children and the housework. Says he, in all the works of nature the females stay to hum, and the males soar out free. It is a sweet and solemn truth. Says he, and female vim men ought to lay it to heart. In these latter days, says he, too many females are risin' up, and vainly trying to kick against this great law. But they can't knock it over. Says he, the female foot hain't strong enough. He was goin' on in this remarkably eloquent way on his congenial theme, but I kinder drawed him in by remindin' him of Miss Sheldon's tent we see in the transportation buildin', the one she used in her lonely journey in explorin' the dark continent. Says I, there is a woman that has kinder branched out. Yes, says he, but men had to carry her. Says he, Samantha, the Lord designed it that females should stay to hum and tend to their babies, and wash the dishes. And when you go against that day you are goin' against the everlastin' forces of nater. Nater has always had laws sot and immovable, and always will have 'em, and a passel of vim men managers or lecturers hain't goin' to turn 'em round. Nater made vim men and sot 'em apart for domestic duties, some of which I have enumerated, says he, whilst the males, from creation down, have been left free to skirmish round and get a livin' for themselves, and the females secreted in the holy privacy of the hum life. Just as he reached this climax we come in front of the ostrich farm, where 30 of the long-legged, humbly creeturs are kept, and we hearn the keeper describin' the habits of the ostriches to some folks that stood round him. And Josiah, feelin' dreadful good-natured and kinder patronizin' towards vim men, and thinkin' that he was goin' to be strengthened in his talk by what the man was sayin', says to me in a dreadful, overbearin', patronizin' way, and some with the air as if he owned a few of the ostriches, and me, too, he kinder stood up straight and crooked his forefinger and beg on to me. Samantha, says he, drawin' near and hear these interestin' remarks. I always love, says he, to have females hear about the works of nater. It has a tendency, says he, to keep her in her place. Says the man as we drew near, goin' on with his remarks. He was addressin' some big man, but we hearn him say, says he, the ostrich lays about 12.5 eggs in the layin' season, one every other day, and then she sets on the eggs about 6 hours out of the 24, the male bird taking her place for 18 hours to her 6. The male bird, as you see, stays to hum and sets on the eggs 3 times as long as she does, and takes the entire care of the young ostriches, while the female roams round free, as you may say. I turned round and says to Josiah, "How interesting the works of nature are, Josiah Allen! How it puts woman in her proper sphere, and men too!" He looked real Mädchen for most a minute, and then a look of madness and dark revenge come over his lineament. A tall, humbly male bird stood nigh him, as tall Agin most as he was. And as I looked at Josiah he muttered, I'll learn the cussed fool to keep in his own spear." I laid hold of his vest, and says I, "What do you mean, Josiah Allen, by them dark threats? Tell me instantly," says I, for I feared the worst. "Seein' this dumb fool is so willin' to take work on him that don't belong for males to do, I'll give him a job at it. I'll see if I can't ride some of the consarned foolishness out of him," says I. "Be calm, Josiah, don't throw away your own precious life through madness and revenge. The ostrich ain't to blame, he's only actin' out nater." "Nater," says Josiah scornfully. "Nater for males to stay to hum and set on eggs, and hatch 'em, and brood young ones? Don't talk to me." He was almost by the side of himself. And in spite of my almost frenzied appeals to restrain him, he lanched upon him. You could ride him by paying so much, and money seemed to Josiah like so much water then, so wild with wrath and revenge was he. I see he would go, and I reached my hand up, and says I, "Dear Josiah, farewell." But he only nodded to me, and I hearn him murmurin' darkly, "Seein' he's so dumb accommodatin' that he's took women's work on him that they ort to do themselves, I'll give him a pull that will be apt to teach him his own place." And he started off at a fearful rate. Round and round that enclosure they went, Josiah layin' his cane over the sides of the bird, and the keeper yellin' at him that he'd be killed. And when they come round by us the first time I heard him apostrophizin' the bird. "Don't you want to set on some more eggs? Don't you want to brood a spell?" And then he would kick him, and the ostrich would jump, and leap, and rear round. But the third time he come round I see a change. I see deadly fear depicted in his mien, and says he wildly, "Samantha, save me! Save me! I am lost!" says he. I was now in tears, and I says wildly, "I will save that dear man, or perish!" And I was just rushin' into the enclosure when they come tearin' round for the fourth time, and just a little ways from us the ostrich give a wild yell and leap, and Josiah was thrown almost onto our feet. As the keeper rushed in to pick him up, we see he held a feather in his hand. He thought it was tore out by excitement, and Josiah clinched the feathers to save himself. But Josiah owned up to me afterwards that he gin up that he was goin' to be killed, and that his last thought was as he swooned away, was how much ostrich feathers cost, and how sweet it would be to give me a last gift of dyin' love, by pickin' a feather off for nothin'. I groaned and sighed when he told me, and says I, "What won't you do next, Josiah Allen?" But this was hereafter, and to pick up the thread of my story agin. Wall, Josiah wasn't killed, he was only stunted, and he soon recovered his conscientiousness. And before half a hour passed away he was talkin' as pert as you please, boastin' of how he would tell it in Jonesville. Says he, "I wonder what Deacon Hensey will say when I tell him that I rode a bird while I was here." Says he, "He never rode a crow or a sparrer." "Nor you, nuther," says I. "How could you ride a crow?" "Wall," says he, "I've rid a ostrich, and the news will cause great excitement in Jonesville, and probable up as fur as Zor and Loontown. Then comes Solomon's Temple." Josiah and I both felt that that was a good scriptural sight, worthy of a deacon and a deaconess, for some say that that is the proper way to address a deacon's wife. But come to find out, the temple was inside of a house, and you had to pay to go in. And I says, "Let's pay, Josiah Allen, and go in." And he said that it wasn't scriptural. Solomon's Temple in Bible times never had a house built round it. And he was goin' to encourage folks to go on and build meetin' housen inside of other housen. "Why," says he, "if that day is encouraged, they will be for buildin' a house round the Jonesville meetin' house, and we will have to pay to go in." Says he, "Let's show our colors for the right, Samantha." The argument was a middlin' good one, though I felt that there was no danger. But he went on ahead, and I had to follow on after him, like two old ducks go into water. I guess that if it had been free he wouldn't have insisted on our show and our colors. Wall, the end of the plaisance was devoted to soldiers, military displays, and camps and drill grounds. Quite a spacious place, as big as 2 city blocks, and it must have been very interesting for warlike people to look on and see 'em in their handsome uniforms, a marchin', and a counter-marchin', and a haltin', and a presentin' arms, etc., etc. And there was gardens and orange groves nigh by, too, where you could see ripe oranges and green ones hanging to the same trees, dreadful interesting sight. Wall, if you would turn back again and go towards the fair ground on the south side, a Hungarian Orpheum is seen first. This is a dance hall, theater, and restaurant all combined. Folks can dance here all the time from morning till night, if they want to, but we didn't want to dance. No, indeed. Nor see it. Our legs was too wore out, and so was our eyes, so we wended on to the Lapland village. The main building in this is 100 feet long, with a square tower in the center. Above the main entrance is a large painting representing a scene in Lapland. Inside the enclosure are the huts of a Lapland village, with the Laps all there to work at their own work. What a marvelous change for them! Transported from a country where there is 8 months of total darkness, and 4 months of twilight or midnight sun, and so cold that no instrument has ever been invented to tell how cold it is. When the frozen seas and ice and snow is all they can see from birth till death. I wonder what they think of the change to this dazzling daylight, and the grandeur and bloom of 1893. But still they seem to weather it out a considerable time in their own icy home. King Bull, who is in Chicago, is 112 years old, and is a 5 great-grandpa. And most of the 5 generations of children is with him here. But marine as they do at 10 or 12, they can be grandpa a good many times in 100 years, as well as not. In this village is their housen, their earth huts, their teepees, ornaments, reindeers, dogs, sledges, fur clothing, boats, fish and tackle, etc., etc. As queer a sight as I ever see, and here it was agin, my Josiah and me a journeyin' way off in Lapland, the day. The Dahoma village come next. This shows the homes and customs of that country where the Vim men do all the fightin'. I says to Josiah, "What a curiosity that was!" And he says, "I do know about the curiosity on't. It don't seem so to me. Some Vim men fight with their fists," says he, "and some with their tongues." That was his mean, underhanded way of talkin'. But these Vim men are about as humbly as they make Vim men anywhere. And as for clothes, they are about as poor on for 'em as anybody I see to the fair. They had on just as few as they could. They say their war dances is a sight to see. But I didn't let Josiah look on any dancin' or anything of the kind that I could help. I did not forget what I mistrusted he sometimes lost sight on, when he's on towers, that he was a deacon and a grandpa. He acted kinderlungen to the last. He said he s'posed it was a sight to see 'em dance and beat their tom-toms. And I says, "I don't want to see no children beat, and," says I, "what did Tom do to deserve beatin'?" Says he, "I meant their drums, and the stuns they roll round in their husky skin bags, and cymbals," says he. "Then," says I, "why didn't you say so?" Says he, "I s'pose to see them humbly creeturs with rings in their noses, a dancin' and contortin' their bodies, and twistin' 'em round, is a sight. And I s'pose the noises is as deafenin' as it would be for all the Jonesville meetin' house to knock all the tin pans and bilers they could get holt of together, and yell. And they don't wear nothin' but some feathers," says he. "Wall," says I don't want to see no sex sight, and I don't want you to." And dreadful visions, as I said it, rolled through my mind of the awful day it would be for Jonesville, if Josiah Allen should carry home any such wild ideas, and get the other old Jonas Villians stirred up in it. To see him, and Deacon Hensey, and Deacon Bobbett, and the rest dressed up in a few feathers a jumpin' round, and a beatin' tin pans, and a contortin' their old frames would, I thought, be the finishing touch to me. I had stood lots of his experimentin' and branchin's out into new ideas, but I felt that I could not brook this, so I would not heed his desire to stop. I made him move onwards. And then come Austria. There's 36 buildin's here, and they show Austrian life and costumes in every particular. Then come the police station, and fire department, and then a French cider press. But I didn't care nothing about seeing that. Cider does more hurt than whiskey enough sight, American or French, and it wasn't any treat to me to see it made, or drunk up, nor the effects on it nother. Then there was a large French restaurant, one of the best built structures on the ground. Then come right along St. Peter's, just as it is in this world, saints a faller and sinners. It is the exact model of the church of St. Peter's at Rome. I would go in to see that, and Josiah consented after a parley. It is the exact model down to the most minute details of that most wonderful glory of art. It is about 30 feet long, and about 3 times as high as Josiah, and it is a sight to remember. It is perfectly beautiful. In this building where the model is seen is some portraits of the different popes, and besides these large models is some smaller ones of the beautiful Cathedral of Milan, the Piombino Palace, the Pantheon, and a statue of St. Peter himself. Good old creature, how I've always liked him, and thought on him. But Josiah hurried me almost beyond my strength on the way out, for the Ferris wheel was indeed nigh to us, and I forgive Josiah for his ardor when I see it. If there was nothing else to the World's Fair but just that wheel, it would pay well to go clear from Jonesville to Chicago to see it. It stands up against the sky like a huge spider web. It is 250 feet in diameter, just one wheel, think of that. As wide as 20 full-sized city houses, the day. And there are 36 cars hitched to it, and 60 persons can ride in each car. So you can figure it out just how much that huge spider web catches when it gets in motion. Wall, my feelings when I was being histed up through the air was about half and half sublimity and or as I looked out on the whole glory of the world spread at my feet, and Lake Michigan, and everything. That part was clear riz up and noble, and then the other half was a skittish feelin' and wonderin' whether the tacklin' would give way, and we should descend with a smash. But the 59 other people in the car with me didn't seem to be afraid, and I thought of the 35 other cars, all full, and swinging up in the air with me, and the thought revived me some, and I managed to maintain my dignity and composure. Josiah acted real hilarious, and he wanted to swing round time and agin, he said. He would give a cent to keep goin' all day long. But I frowned on the day, and I hurried him off by the model of the Eiffel Tower into Persia. There it was agin, my partner and I travelin' in Persia, the very same Persia that our old Olney's geography had told us about years and years ago, visitin' it our own selves. I see the bazaars and booths all filled with the costliest laces, and rugs, and embroideries, and the Persians themselves sellin' 'em. But Josiah hurried me along at a fearful rate, for I had got my eye onto some lace that I wanted. I did not want to be extravagant, but I did want some of that lace. I thought how it would set off that nightcap. But he said, that Jonesville lace was good enough if I had got to have any, but, says he, I don't wear lace on my nightcap. No, says I. How lace would look on a red woolen nightcap. Wall, says he, why don't you wear red woolen ones? Says I. Josiah, you're not a woman. No, says he. You wouldn't catch a man going to Persia for trim min for a nightcap. His accents jarred onto me, and mechanically I followed him into the Moorish palace. One reason why I followed him so meekly and willingly, I didn't know, but he would broach the subject of seeing them Persian men dance. And I felt that I would ruther give a hull churnin' of falls butter than to have his moral old mind contaminated with the sight. For they do say, them who have seen the sight, that them Persian dancin' girls carry dancin' clear to the very verge of undecency, and drop way off over the verge. I see lots of them men comin' out with their fan held before their blushin' faces. They say that them men fairly enjoy goin' in there to be horrified. They go day after day, they say, so to come out all horrified up, and their faces bathed in blushes. The men didn't come out at all, so they said. Wall, Josiah Allen didn't get in, no indeed. I remembered the Jonesville meetin' house, our pasture, and the grandchildren, and kept him before him all the time, so I tided him over that crisis. Now, I never had paid any attention to the Moors, and Josiah hadn't. We never had any to neighbor with, and I felt that I wasn't acquainted with them at all, unless of course I had a sort of Bowen acquaintance, as it was, with that one old Moor in my Olney's geography in my school days. And what I'd seen of him didn't seem to make me hanker after any further acquaintance with him. But when I see that palace of theirs I felt overwhelmed with shame and regret to think I'd always slighted em so, and never had made any overtures towards becoming intimate with em. The outside on't was splendid enough to almost take your breath, with its strange and gorgeous magnificence. It was such a contrast in its construction to the exposition buildings that lift their domes in such glory on the east. But if the outside struck a blow onto our admiration and astonishment, what shall I say of the inside? Why, as I entered that magnificent arched vestibule, with my faithful partner by my side, and my good cotton umbro grasped in my right hand, the view was pretty nigh overwhelming in its profusion of ornament and gorgeous decoration. That first look seemed to take me back to Spain right out of Chicago, and other troubles. I was a roaming there with Mr. Washington Irving, and Mr. Bancroft, and other congenial and descriptive minds, and surrounded with the gorgeous pictures of that old time. I was back, I should presume to say, as much, if not more, than 400 years, when all to once I was recalled by my companion. "Dum it, I didn't know they charged folks for going to meetin'." "Hush!" says I. "This is not a meetin' house, this is a palace, be calm." And comin' down through the centuries as sudden as if jerked by a electric lasso of lightnin', I see that old familiar sight of a man a settin' a sellin' tickets. And Josiah with a deep sith paid our fares, and we meandered onwards. Right behind the ticket man, to the right on him, was a colonnade runnin' round a circular room covered with a roof in the shape of a tent. The ceiling and walls are covered with landscape views of southern Spain, and a mandolin orchestra carried out the idea of an Andalusian garden. And then comes a labyrinth of columns and mirrors, and through M and round M and up overhead was splendor on splendor of ornament, gorgeousness on gorgeousness. These columns are made to put one in mind of the Alhambra, where we so often strayed with our friend Washington Irving. And oh, what curious feelings it did make me have to cast my eyes onwards amongst these splendid arches and pillars, and see anon or oftener a tall Moor, with his long robe and his white turban, or whatever they call it, a fallin' round his face. And then another and another of the white-robed figures, a glidin' round in amongst the arches, or a settin' there in a vista of gorgeousness, like ghosts of the past come to visit the Columbus Fair. Way beyond the labyrinths, and to the left on't, is the Palm Garden, with lounging places for 300 or 400 visitors, and a Moorish orchestra hid by a cluster of branching palms, and Arab attendants in native costumes. And then there was grottos and fountains lit by electric lights, and groups of statuary illustratin' famous historical scenes. And right here, while the past was a present so close to us, that we was almost took back there in the body, our minds was there, way back. When sudden, swift, was we brung back from the past, brung back to conscientiousness, as it were, by two forms and two voices. Here of all places in the world, in the heart of a Moorish palace, did my eyes fall upon the faces of Bizza Daggett and Celinda, his wife. And I says, as my eyes fell from the contemplation of art-decked frieze and fretted archways onto the old familiar freckled face, and green alpaca dress, and Bizza's meek sandy whiskers, and pepper and salt suit. Says I, "Why, Celinda and Bizza, is it you? How do you do? When did you get here? You didn't lay out to come when we started." "No," says Celinda. "You know just how it was, you know we had his folks to take care on, and Father Daggett was so helpless that we had to lift him round. And we shouldn't been able to get here at all, only Father had a severe fall out o' bed one night in the dead of night. He was all alone, and scairt, so he s'pose, and that fall took him off on the second day. And as quick as we could get ready we sawed off here. It didn't seem really right, but you know Father hain't known anything for upwards of 2 years, and you know just how bad we did want to come here. But I don't know as it was exactly right to come off so soon after he fell. I s'pose it will make talk, I s'pose his folks will talk, and the Jonas Villians. But, I says, for I wanted to comfort her, she's a good creetur. Says I, Columbus had to wait before he sought out to discover us, till Granada fell, and that made talk. Says I, Probable Columbus's folks talk a d as much as Bizer's folks will. But, says I, it was all for the best. And, says I, your father Daggett was a good creetur before he lost his mind. Yes, says she, but for upwards of 2 years he's tried to put his pantaloons on over his head, and he'd put his arms in his boots every time if we'd let him, thinkin' it was a vest. Wall, says I, you've did well by him, Celinda, and now if I was in your and Biz's place, I'd try to look round all I could and get my mind off, and see everything I could see. Says she with a deep sigh. There hain't no trouble about that, there is enough to see, says she. It seems as though I had seen enough every 5 minutes since I come, if it was spread out even and smooth, to cover a whole lifetime, and cover it thick too, says she. And, says I, warmly and candidly, heaven knows that is true, true as gospel. And then Celinda and Bizer, and Josiah and me walked on into other parts of the building, and there we see a small-looking model of the Santa Maria, the Admiral's flagship, manned by men with the same clothes on as was wore by Columbus's mariners. That filled me with large emotions, and Celinda felt it too. And it was here that Josiah nudged me, and says he, "You've always throwed it into my face that men don't think so much of each other as them men do, and now," says he, "look at them 2 men, I've watched them as long as 10 minutes, holdin' each other's hands." And sure enough, I turned, and I see 2 good-looking men holdin' each other by the hand as if they loved each other fondly. As if they couldn't bear to let go. They was first-rate looking men too, and you could see plain by their lineaments how much store they sot by each other. Wall, Josiah and I wended off and looked at the wax figures of Lincoln, and the death of Marie Antoinette, and lots of other interesting wax statues, and when we come back, there stood them 2 men still holding each other by the hand, and Josiah whispered agin, "How they love each other! No gabblin' and gushin', like them men, but jest silent, clost, deep love." "But," I says, "I believe there is somethin' wrong about 'em. It hain't nat'ral for men to stand still so long holt of hands. I believe they're in a fit or somethin' dot." "A fit?" says he. "I s'pose a woman would have a fit if she had to keep still a minute with another woman in gunshot of her. But to satisfy you," says he, "I'll see." So he accosted em, and says he, "I will ask the way to Noah's Ark." So he advanced with a polite air, and says he, "Could either one of you 2 gentlemen tell me where Noah's Ark is situated?" Says he, "Bizer is anxious to see it." They didn't move or stir, and Josiah Agin says, "Do you know where Noah's Ark is?" And he laid his hand on the arm of one of the men who stood near him. A Colombian guard who stood near says, "Keep your hand off'n the wax figure." Josiah was mortified most to death. He'd wanted to show off the equality of his sect, and to have man's love and fidelity proved to be but wax was heroin. But he didn't stay mortified more'n a minute and a half on secca business. And the guard told us where Noah's Ark was. And Bizza and Josiah was all carried away with it. This was in the children's room, and all the animals are reproduced life-size, every one of 'em 2 and 2, just as they entered the Ark. We couldn't hardly tear our 2 partners away, Celinda and I couldn't. Josiah said, "It was so beautiful and interesting." And so Bizza said, "But I believe what made them men cling to it so for a length of time, they hearn us talk about how we wanted to go into the bazaar, where there was lots of things to sell. But finally they see they couldn't hold us back no longer, so we went through that gorgeous place, all full of bronzes, rugs, vases, pipes, and etc. We didn't stay long here though, for Bizza and Josiah said that the air was that bad they was chokin', and that they couldn't stand it. And Celinda and I feelin' that chokin' a partner was the last thing we wanted to undertake, we went through it at a pretty good jog, and anon we found ourselves in Turkey, and here I found the turkeys had done first rate. Why, one piece of their hand-wrought lace was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. While I was admiring of it, Josiah whispered firmly, "Don't go to thinkin' of that old nightcap in secca time as this." And I whispered back, "I hain't no more day out than you have of buyin' that old tent to take down to the lake with you fishin' dot." That very old battle tent was all hand work, embroidered in gold and silver and silk and natural figures, and they said it was worth $5 millions. And a silver bedstead the Sultan is a-goin' to give to his daughter as a part of her settin' out when she marries was worth $450,000. You can from this form summy day of the value of the other enormous exhibits. And the most beautiful horses you ever see, right from the Sultan's stable, was a prancin' round. And 100 budins with camels and dromedaries added to the picturesqueness of the scene. And then we see Cleopatra's Needle, that tall column a-risin' up to the sky, all covered with writin' worse than mine, and that's a-sayin' a good deal. I couldn't read a word on't, nor Josiah couldn't. And to the back of the Grand Bazaar was laid-in cottages, where male and female turkeys was workin' at their different trades, showin' jest how rugs, and carpets, and embroideries, and brass work is made. As I said to Celinda, "Would you believed it possible, Celinda, if we'd been told on't a dozen years ago that you and I should be a-travellin' in Turkey today?" And she said, no, indeed, she had never imagined that she should ever visit sec foreign shores. Yes, we felt considerable riz up to think that we was engaged in foreign travel, but not Hody. No, we are both on us well principled, and don't believe in puttin' on airs. Wall, we stayed here a good while, and Josiah thought he'd eat somethin' here too. If he'd had his way, he would had a good square meal in every foreign country, and native one, too. That man's appetite is wonderful. Foreign countries can't quell it down, nor rheumatiz, nor nothin'. Hakenbeck's animal show comes next, and it is the most complete, so they say, that was ever exhibited. The tent is 200 feet square, and is filled with all the animals that ever went into the ark, and more, too, I believe. 5,000 people can go in here at one time, and set down, and see lions a-ridin' on horseback, with a woman to run the performance, and see animals a-doin' everything else that ever was done by 'em, and tigers, and elephants, and performin' horses, and 200 monkeys, and 1,000 parrots. We didn't go in, but Josiah slipped in one day when I wasn't with him, and he described it to me. He owned up to me that he had. And he said he did it to keep me from havin' sec a scare. Why, says he, a woman that is afraid of a gobbler, and runs from a snake. Why, says he, I wouldn't as a man a-feelin' take her right in the way of havin' her feelin's hurt, and scarin' her most to death for nothin' this world could give. And I said, and I meant it, if it hadn't been for the 50 cents I guess you wouldn't felt so, Josiah Allen. But he stuck to it that it was pure affection and principle. I dunno what to think about it, but I have my suspicions. Wall, at the next place Josiah could not be restrained. It was the good old-fashioned New England house with gable ends, and here a good New England dinner was served. And says Josiah, I don't leave this house till I have a good square meal. Bizza felt just so, and so Celinda and I gene em in a meal most as good as she and I got up to hum, and that is sayin' a great deal. Josiah's satisfaction in eatin' that pork and beans, and them doughnuts, was a sight to witness. Bizza called for cold biled victuals, and sure enough, they brung 'em on. And the enjoyment of them two men was extreme. Celinda and I took comfort in some old-fashioned pound cake and custard pie. Celinda said she'd love to have the receipt of that pound cake. Celinda is a good plain cook. She can't cook like me, of course, but she does well. Wall, their extra good meal had sot up Josiah and Bizza to a wonderful extent. They had drunk coffee too strong for 'em by half, and I knew it, and them two men wanted to go back into the Cairo street. Bizza and Celinda had never seen it, and all the way there Josiah seemed to be on the lookout to do something heroic and surprisin' to Bizza. And just after we got there, we did see as strange a sight as I ever see. It was a Eastern fakir, as they called him. He was performin' one of his strange sights right there before our face and eyes. A big crowd was gathered round him of human beings in all strange costumes, and camels and their drivers, and dromedaries, and donkeys, and everything else under the sun, but this man stood calm under the sights and ear-piercin' yells and jabbers. And in some way, I dunno how, nor Josiah don't, he was a-holdin' another Japan or Turkey, anyway, one of them foreign men, suspended right up in the air. I see it, and Josiah see it, and Bizer's folks. 8 eyes from Jonesville looked at it, to say nothin' of the assembled crowd. He wasn't restin' on nothin' at all, so fur as we could see. What material wrought out of the occult world was piled up under him I do know. There might have been a sofa and 2 cushions wrought out of another fabric different from what we know anything about, and that don't make any show against the summer sky. And then, again, it might be that Josiah was right. He says, "It's easy enough to do that. He casts a mist before our eyes, and we have to see just what he wanted us to." "Wall," says I, "if I had to do one of them to entertain the missionary society at Jonesville, I dunno but I had just as soon his submit Tewksbury up in the air, and suspend her there in our parlor, as to cast mist before the eyes of the Jonas Villians and make 'em see her there when she was a-settin' on the sofa. Either one on 'em is queer as a dog. Wall," says he, "you don't want to go into any second job. You'll kill Submit anyway, experimentin' on her." And I says, "You needn't worry, I hain't a-goin' to try to branch out into no sec doin's," says I. I was usin' Submit as a metaphor. Wall, the fakir after a while asked the queer-looking crowd gathered round him for money to try more experiments with. And wanting to branch out and outdo Bizza, and make himself a hero, Josiah planked out a $5 bill. And then the man asked Josiah to look in his hat, and there inside the band he found the money, or so it seemed. And then he told me to look in my pocket, and there was $5 silver to all appearance. I felt real well about it, and was about to put 'em into my poor money, thinkin' that they was my lawful prey, seein' they had fell onto me through my pardner's weakness, when lo and behold, they wasn't there. I felt real stunted, and kinder sot back. "Sleight of hand," says Josiah to me and Bizzer. "Don't be afraid, I'll make it all right." And he reached out his hand to get the money back. The man handed the money back, or so we supposed, and vanished in the crowd. And Josiah, when he went to look in his hand, found some pink and white paper. He hollered round and acted for quite a spell, but the man was gone for good, and Josiah's money with him. Wall, Josiah was almost broken-hearted over the loss of his money. He felt awful browbeat and smut, and acted so. And then it was Biz's time to show off and act. Nothin' to do but what Celinda had got to ride a camel. She hung back and acted frayed. She hain't a bit well, for all she is so fat. She has real dizzy spells sometimes, and is that cowardly that she'd be afraid to ride a cow, let alone one of them tall, humbly monsters. But nothin' to do but what Bizzer would have his way. He did it just to go ahead of us, and I knew it, for I put my foot right down in the first on't. Josiah would have paid out the money willingly ruther than had Bizzer go ahead of him. Bizzer said he wanted to give Celinda all the enjoyment he could while on her tower. She had been shet up so much, and hadn't had the pleasures she ort to had. I knew his motives and Celinda's feelin's, but couldn't break it up, for Celinda had always follered Elder Minkley's orders strict, that he gin her at the altar. "Wives, obey your husbands." She didn't rebel outward, but she whispered to me in pitiful accents, "I hate to ride that creetur, oh, how I hate to! But you know my principles," says she. "You know I always said that wives ought to obey their pardners." And I says, "When pardners and common sense conflict, I foller common sense every time." "Howsomever," says I, "if you want to air them principles of yourn, you won't be apt to find a more lofty place to exhibit 'em." And I glanced up the grey precipitous sides of that camel, and she looked up 'em, too, with fear and tremblin', but begun to gird her lions, figuratively speakin', to obey Bizzer and embark. She has always boasted to me and the other neighborin' them men that she has never disobeyed her husband once, and I says to her cheerfully, "Wall, I have, and expect to agin, if the Lord spares my life." And so Miss Bobbit told her, and Miss Gowdy, and Miss P. Dick, and all the rest. She acted so high-headed about it, that we said it some to take down her pride, and some on principle. We believed there was reason in all things, and none of us vim men felt that we would stand on a burnin' deck whence all but we had fled, and burn up, even if our pardners had ordered us to. We was law-abiding, every one on us, but we felt there was times where law ended and common sense begun. But Celinda argued, I well remember, that if Bizzer had ordered her to stay on that deck, she should stay and be sot fire to. And she praised up little Casey Bianchi warmly, while we thought and said that Casey acted like a fool, and felt that Mr. Bianchi would much ruther had him run and save himself than to burn up. Anyway, old Miss Bianchi would, and I believe his pa would. Men are good-hearted creeturs the biggest heft of the time, but failable in judgment sometimes, just like female vim men. But Celinda was firm in her belief. And here this day in Chicago she gin one of the most remarkable proofs of it ever seen in this country. So while Celinda trembled like a popple leaf, and her false teeth rattled over her dry tongue, besides the camel, she was fraid as death of the turkey that drive it, and he did look fierce. The camel knelt down, and the almost swooning Celinda was histed up onto his back by the proud and haughty Bizzer, and the strange-looking turkey. She had no more than got seated when the driver give a scareful yell, and the camel give a fearful lunge, and straightened up on its feet, and Celinda's bonnet fell back onto her neck, and Dee lay there through the hull of the Enterprise, and her grey hair floated back unchecked, for she dostn't let her hands go a minute to fix it. It was a mornin' bonnet and veil, but black gettin' soiled so easy, she had put on a bright green alpaca dress she had, thinkin' that she wouldn't see nobody she knew, and she wore some old yeller mitts for the same reason, and some low, shabby-looking shoes, and some white stockings. And her weight being 240, she showed off vivid against the settin' sun. Celinda is a meek woman and obedient, but she cries easy. You have got to take good traits and bad ones in folks. She can't help it. She always cries in class meetin', or anywhere, has cried time and again tellin' how she would be trampled on and laid down, and have her head chopped off if Bizza told her to. And of course it couldn't be expected she would go through this fearful experience without shedding tears. No, before she had been up there 2 minutes she begun to cry. She always makes up pitiful faces when she weeps. It has been talked on a sight in Jonesville, some saying she might help it, and some contendin' that she couldn't, but she scares children frequent. But now she dostn't let go a minute to get her handkerchief, so she rode along weepin' silently, and a fearful sight for men or angels, but truly a cryin' monument of wifely devotion. As she moved off, I could see at the first strain her dress waist, bein' one of the short round ones with a belt, had burst asunder, leavin' a white waist of cotton flannel between 'em, which seemed to be growin' wider and wider all the time. She wears cotton flannel for her health. As I see this, and not knowing what would ensue and take place in her clothin', I cast on to the wind my own fears, and the shrinkin' timidity of my sect, and groppin' my umbrel in my hand, I run along by the side of the lofty quadruped, tryin' to reach up and fix her a little. But I could not. Her position was too lofty, the mount was too precipitous on which she sot. She see me, but she didn't stop her cryin', and the faces she was makin' was pitiful in the extreme, and scareful to anybody that hadn't seen 'em so much as I had. She was half bent, which made her cotton flannel infirmity harder to witness. The camel was swayin' fearful from side to side, and lurchin' forwards and lurchin' backwards at a dangerous rate. Oh, how dizzy-headed Celinda must have been! How scart and how dreadful her feelin's was! Says I, "Dismount to once, Celinda Daggett." "No," says she. "Bizza has placed me here, and here I will stay." "You don't know whether you will or not," says I. "I believe you are fallin' off, and," says I, "I'm 'fraid you'll get killed, Celinda. Do get down." "I fear it too," says she, and she looked down on me with agony in her mien, and says she, "Goodbye, Sister Allen, if we don't meet again, we both believe in a better country." I was all carried away by my emotions, or wouldn't spoke out so, but I says, "This country is all right enough, if folks didn't act like fools in it," says I. "Do you get down and pull down your basque, and wipe your nose and eyes, you look like fury, Celinda Daggett." "No," says she. "Bizza wanted me to ride, and I shall die pleasin' him. I took vows of obedience onto me at the altar, and if I die here, Sister Allen, tell the female cistern at Jonesville that I died keepin' them vows." Says I, "I'll tell 'em you died a nat'ral fool." And says I again, "Get down off'n that camel, Celinda Daggett, before you fall off." And I kept close by her, and kinder poked at her with my umbrel, to let her know I hadn't deserted her, and have in a bliney day that I could hold her up with it if the worst come. Where was Bizzer durin' this fearful scene? while I was a showin' plain the deathless devotion to my sect, to another one in distress. He was all took up with his own feelin's of pride and show. He was a ridin' a donkey, and it was a backin' up and a actin', and took every mite of his strength and firmness to keep on. He had a tall white hat with a mornin' weed on't, and a long linen duster, and the wind blowed this out some like a balloon. He looked queer, but as soon as he steadied himself on he tried his best to reach the side of Celinda. I'll say that for him. But the donkey was obstinate, and kept a backin' up, and Bizzer, bein' his legs dragged, kinder walked along with the donkey under him. Occasionally he would set down for a spell, but the most of his journey was done a walkin' afoot. And the crowd see it and cheered. It was hard on Bizzer. Nothin' but pride and ambition led him into the undertakin', or kep' him up through it. As for me, I lost all patience, and my breath, too, and went back to my pardner. And anon or about that time they made their rounds, and come back where Josiah and I stood. I reached up a handkerchief to Celinda as quick as I could, but she couldn't wipe her eyes or tend to her nose until she dismounted, or fixed the gapin' casem at the back of her waist. She greeted me warmly the minute her feet touched Terry Fear Me, as one might who had come out of great peril. She's a good-hearted creetur. And between us both, with some pins I took out of my huzzy I always carry with me, we fixed her up agin. And if you'll believe it, the very minute I got her pinned up she begun to act high-headed and to boast of how much principle she'd shown. And I said, "You've shown more'n principle, Celinda. You've showed cotton flannel that you had ort to have kept to yourself. You have made a panorama that can't be described." "Yes," says she. "It will be somethin' to tell on all my life." She took it as a compliment. Oh dear me suz! Bizzy had scraped the patent leather all often the toes of his shoes, and had squandered $3 in money, but he felt good. Yes, they both said what excitement this adventure would make in Jonesville when they told Aunt. And I thought to myself, if the Jonas Villians could see just how she looked, and he too, it would be apt to make excitement. How many times did I digest this great truth while on my tower? How little we know sometimes what appearance we are makin' before men and angels, when we think we are doin' somethin' wonderful. Wall, Josiah was all took aback. He couldn't seem to bear Bizzer's patronizin' ways so well as I could Celinda's. Truly, females learn the lesson well to suffer and be calm. But he acted